Madman of the Sword Chapter 563 to Chapter 644. It was also her first time seeing Lin Xian make a move. She didn't expect this weak youth to have such terrifying strength. Fortunately, she didn't make a move against Wu. Otherwise, the consequences would be terrifying. On the side, Wang Ling's eyes flashed with excitement. Just as she thought, Lin Xian's strength was on par with the young leader. Perhaps he was a little stronger. However, if the two of them fought, both sides would be injured. At that time, they might even perish together. At that time, they would have an absolute advantage. Because in this battle, other than the young leader and Lin Xian, only Grandma Silver Flower's strength had reached the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. At that time, they would be the rulers. On the other side, the young leader also calmed down from his shock. "Good kid, I didn't expect you to hide your strength. Looking at your appearance, your true strength should have reached the peak of the spirit-detecting realm." There was a trace of seriousness in his expression. Then, he tightly gripped the blue broadsword in his hand. "However, don't think that you can defeat me just like that. That attack just now was just a casual attack. You being able to shatter it doesn't mean anything. Next, I will let you know my true strength. I will also make you regret being born into this world." At this point, a powerful aura surged from the young leader's body. It was very sharp and slashed in all directions like a heavenly blade. A powerful aura surged from the young leader's body. It was like a heavenly blade that slashed at Lin Xian. Blade intent. Wang Ling was shocked. This blade intent was too strong. It was as if it was going to tear the sky apart. Grandma Silver Flower's expression was also grave. In the battle just now, she was suppressed by this blade intent. Although both of them were late-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artists, she had been in this realm for decades and was far stronger than the young leader. Logically speaking, her battle strength should be stronger. However, the other party's blade intent was too strong. Even she couldn't withstand it. Now, this terrifying blade intent appeared again and slashed at Lin Xian. According to Grandma Silver Flower's deduction, Lin Xian couldn't block it at all. Blade intent? 70%. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. A trace of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. Although the other party's saber intent was incomparably sharp in the eyes of others, in his opinion, it could not withstand a single blow. After all, even Yi Lin Yun, who had comprehended sword intent to the phenomenal stage, wasn't a match for him, let alone this young leader. Since the other party was courting death, there was nothing he could do. Thus, when the blade aura slashed down, he did not move in the slightest. The surrounding injured cultivators grinned maliciously. In their opinion, Lin Xian must have been scared silly. Wang Ling cursed in her heart. What a piece of trash. She originally thought that she would be able to contend against the young leader, but she did not expect that she would be so weak. Seeing this scene, she was extremely anxious. One had to know that Lin Xian's battle prowess was a part of her plan, and the current situation was likely to cause her plan to fail. The young leader sneered. His saber intent was extremely tyrannical. Even martial artists of the same level would not dare to forcefully contend against it. It was impossible for a small martial artist at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm to withstand his saber intent. "Humph, you still want to fight with me? You're courting death." The young leader snorted coldly. Looking at the blade aura that was rapidly approaching him, Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Then, he slowly reached out his hand and clenched it slightly. This palm seemed slow and casual, but it was extremely fast. Moreover, he was grabbing at the weak point of the saber intent. Therefore, in the next moment, the shocking blade aura suddenly trembled. And then shattered like a mirror. What, he actually shattered the blade aura? This is impossible. Everyone was stunned. That was a blade aura that had been infused with 70% saber intent. It was extremely sharp and could even threaten a martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. However, such a sharp attack had been casually shattered. How did that kid do it? Who is he? The surrounding martial artists were shocked and subconsciously retreated. They no longer dared to look at Lin Xian. Wang Ling was also stunned. She felt her mind go blank and could not breathe. The young leader's pupils constricted. His eyes were filled with shock. He knew the power of this move. With Yi Lingyan's strength, it was impossible for him to withstand it. How did he do it? The young leader was extremely puzzled. Then, he stomped his feet and quickly rushed over. Blue blade aura. The young leader swung the blue blade in his hand. It formed a dazzling blue blade aura that enveloped Lin Xian. The terrifying saber intent rose up into the sky as if it could cut through everything. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He did not intend to waste time with the other party. His body swayed as he used the illusory demon steps. His speed was extremely fast. He put two fingers together and a sword aura flickered on his fingertips. He pointed out with his finger. It was as fast as lightning and as shocking as divine thunder. The green sword aura flashed and cut through the blade aura that filled the sky. Then, it pierced into the young leader's throat at an extremely fast speed. So fast. No. Can. In the next moment, the blade aura and sword aura disappeared. The young leader's body trembled and his pupils gradually dilated. The powerful aura on his body was quickly disappearing. There was a finger-sized hole in his throat and blood was flowing out crazily. He stared blankly at Lin Xian before collapsing. Even in death, he did not believe that this middle-stage spirit-detecting realm youth could kill him in one move. Silence, it was terrifyingly quiet. Everyone was dumbstruck. They only regained their senses after a long time. The surrounding martial artists and guards threw away their weapons and knelt on the ground. Their bodies trembled as they begged for mercy. Wang Ling's heart was beating wildly. Her face was filled with shock as her chest heaved up and down. To be honest, she was truly shocked. She would never have thought that this unremarkable youth would have such great strength. If the other party could kill the young leader, then he could also kill Grandma Silverflower. This way, her plan could not be carried out. Grandma Silverflower's eyelids were twitching wildly. She swallowed her saliva with difficulty as her body trembled slightly. She was the strongest here and had the most unique insight. Therefore, she could deeply feel the terror of that sword aura. Although she was very far away, she still felt like she was about to die at that moment. She took a deep breath and did not dare to act rashly. Instead, she said with a trembling voice, "Thank you, young master, for saving my young miss. All right, the matter has been settled. You can leave," Lin Xian said indifferently before turning around to leave. Leave? Wang Ling was stunned. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness. The cave ahead was definitely filled with primordial young stones. That was a shocking treasure, however, she was so close but could not obtain anything. Now, she even had to leave. How could she be willing to leave? However, Lin Xian's performance had indeed shocked her. She did not have the courage to face such a terrifying enemy. Therefore, Wang Ling bit her lips and revealed a pitiful expression. "Young master, this desert is so dangerous. Are you really not worried about me leaving alone? Why don't you let me follow you? Once we leave the desert, my Wang family will definitely reward you handsomely." Wang Ling tried her best to stay by Lin Xian's side. On the other hand, Lin Xian frowned slightly. He was very dissatisfied. Earlier, he had proposed to travel together, but he was mercilessly rejected and even mocked. Now, she wanted to leave with him? How could that be possible? There was no such thing in the world. He wanted to reject her, but in the next moment, he suddenly turned his head and looked into the void. Wang Ling didn't know why Lin Xian had such a reaction, but Grandma Silverflower frowned slightly. She also tried to sense. Not long after, her heart trembled, and she revealed a look of shock. That was because she felt several powerful auras rushing over from afar. Any one of those auras could make her tremble. Needless to say, these people's cultivation must have surpassed the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. Thinking of this, a worried expression appeared on her wrinkled face again. Not long after, Wang Ling also felt those powerful auras. Her little face was also tense, and her little hands were clenched together uneasily. The change in this situation was beyond her expectations again. Lin Xian frowned and looked into the sky. At the same time, he secretly sent a voice transmission to the dark red dragon and the snow-white monkey in the cave, asking them to speed up their collection. In the next moment, a few figures descended and stood in the void. That powerful pressure caused the surroundings to buzz and tremble, as if the entire void could not withstand this power. A few figures descended and stood in the void, emitting powerful auras. Then, these people looked down with disdain. Primordial young stone, it is indeed primordial young stone. The voice in the sky had a hint of excitement. Then, the few figures slowly descended. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked into the sky. He noticed that the first to descend was an elder in linen clothes. This elder had an aquiline nose and dark eyes. His aura was powerful, and his cultivation was probably at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. When the surrounding guards felt this aura, they immediately knelt on the ground and trembled. Grandma Silverflower was also shocked. She carefully guarded Wang Ling at the side. On the other hand, Lin Xian appeared to be very calm. However, he didn't do anything excessive and just stood there silently. Under such circumstances, he did not want to become the center of attention. The moment the gray-robed old man landed, he looked forward. His eyes were like divine light as he stared at the cave in front of him. Then, he grinned. His palm danced, forming a huge claw of light that grabbed forward. It looked as if it was going to envelop the entire mountain. However, at this moment, a beam of sword light fell from the sky like a rainbow and instantly sent the huge palm of light flying. After that, the sword light also disappeared. "Old Hui, aren't you being too impatient?" A slightly dissatisfied voice came from behind. It was a blue-haired middle-aged man with a long sword at his waist. His aura was fierce. Other than the blue-haired swordsman, there was also a young woman and a one-armed old man. These three people had powerful auras that were not any weaker than the gray-robed old man. It was clear that these people were all at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. Wang Ling, who was originally worried and afraid, immediately became happy when she saw the blue-haired middle-aged swordsman. "Uncle Shangguan!" Wang Ling shouted and quickly ran over. Grandma Silverflower also heaved a sigh of relief and followed behind Wang Ling. "Hey, it's actually the little girl from the Wang family." "Little girl, why are you here?" What happened?" "Even your guard leader was slaughtered." "Who did it?" Seeing the corpse on the ground, the blue-haired middle-aged swordsman frowned. "Uncle Shangguan, you have to seek justice for me." Wang Ling immediately cried. And looked very sad. "I originally obtained an ancient map that marked the existence of the primordial young stone. Then, I brought my guards to search for it. Along the way, I traveled with that young man." Then, she pointed at Lin Xian. "However, who would have thought that when we reached the primordial young stone, this guy suddenly betrayed me and killed my guard leader. Moreover, he wanted to occupy the primordial young stone cave. Not only that, he wanted to molest me. Uncle Shangguan, you have to save me." Wang Ling cried bitterly and looked very pitiful. It was as if she had suffered a great injury. Hearing this, Lin Xian's face turned extremely cold and his eyes were filled with intense killing intent. This woman was really too vicious. He was the one who discovered the primordial young stone cave and the betrayal was done by the young guard leader. As for the molestation, it was even more impossible. And now, Wang Ling, this evil woman, had pushed all the blame onto him. Lin Xian felt a chill in his heart. One must know that not long ago, he had saved Wang Ling's life. Now that this vicious woman had a new backer, she wanted to distort the truth and kill him to silence him. "As expected, you are vicious. I have never seen such a shameless woman. Uncle Shangguan, look, he is still insulting me." Wang Ling cried again. Her small face was filled with tears and it made one's heart ache. "Good boy, you look honest, but I didn't expect you to do such a thing." The blue-haired swordsman coldly snorted. "Break your arms and kneel on the side. I will deal with you after I settle the matter of the primordial young stone." There was a trace of coldness and ruthlessness in his voice. The other three peak spirit-detecting realm martial artists were even more expressionless. They didn't even look at Lin Xian. Lin Xian chuckled when he heard those words. "I think you've gone stupid from practicing the sword. You believe everything she says. Do you have a brain?" Lin Xian coldly snorted. "You still dare to talk back? You're courting death." The blue-haired swordsman's gaze was cold and like a sword, it quickly swept towards Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian punched out and shattered the sword. Then he coldly shouted, "The one who wanted to betray us was the young leader. It was this vicious woman who begged me, so I saved her life. I didn't expect her to bite back. Even pigs and dogs know how to repay kindness, but she is worse than an animal." Lin Xian's voice was cold and contained a strong killing intent. You're courting death." Wang Ling was trembling with anger. He dared to insult her like this. Moreover, he did it in front of a peak spirit detecting realm martial artist. Was he not afraid of death? The other 3 peak spirit detecting realm martial artists were also slightly moved. To be honest, it was the first time they had seen a youth like Lin Xian who was not afraid of death. As for the blue-haired swordsman, his expression was cold. He looked at Lin Xian as if he was looking at a dead man. In fact, in his eyes, Lin Xian was already dead because no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Anyone who had done such a thing had already died and ceased to exist. However, what shocked him even more was that Lin Xian didn't stop there. Instead, he continued to shout. "What I said just now was the first thing. I wanted you to see the ugly face of this vicious woman. The second thing is to tell you that I found this place." At the end of his words, the sound waves turned into rolling waves that swept through the sky and scattered the clouds in the sky. The surrounding martial artists and guards were all lying on the ground, trembling. The 3 extreme spirit detecting realm martial artists all had cold expressions. The blue-haired swordsman was so angry that he started laughing. What did he just hear? A mid-stage spirit detecting realm kid actually told them to scram. No one would believe it if they heard it. One had to know that the gap between each stage of the spirit detecting realm was huge. An extreme martial artist could definitely kill a mid-stage spirit detecting realm martial artist in one move without any accidents. Is this kid crazy? He actually dares to insult extreme spirit detecting realm martial artists, and 4 of them at once. Does he really not want to live anymore? Grandma Silverflower was shocked. Good. Kid. You have guts. Don't think you're going to die for sure. You have to know that there's a state in this world that's worse than death. When I get the primordial young stone, I'll let you enjoy the torture of this world. I'll let you know that there are some words that you can't say even when you're about to die. The other 3 extreme spirit detecting realm martial artists also had cold expressions. They looked at Lin Xian with killing intent. Their identities were special, and no one had ever dared to scold them like this. When Wang Ling saw this scene, she sneered in her heart. In her opinion, Lin Xian was definitely going to die. Lin Xian looked at these people, but his heart was burning with anger. He didn't want to cause trouble, but these people were so aggressive and didn't plan on letting him go. Since that was the case, he couldn't be blamed. He would let these people know who was the prey. Moreover, he definitely wouldn't let Wang Ling, this vicious woman, go. It was fine if she didn't want to repay his kindness, but she actually distorted the truth and tried to lure experts to kill him. This kind of person definitely couldn't be left alive. Lin Xian raised his head with a cold expression. Countless golden lightning danced on his body, intertwining to form a golden armor. Lin Xian's body glowed with golden lightning patterns as he activated the golden lightning body. What, kid, you still dare to attack? The blue-haired swordsman laughed, his eyes full of disdain. A little martial artist at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm actually dared to make a move against him. He really was tired of living. Little kid, I know you have some strength and can kill late-stage spirit detecting realm cultivators. However, your strength is still too lacking compared to us. I advise you to surrender obediently. Don't ask for trouble. The prostitute said. However, the one-armed old man beside him sneered. You're just an ant, yet you dare to compete with a giant dragon? You don't deserve to die. As soon as he finished speaking, he lifted his leg, which formed a huge shadow of a leg and blasted forward. It had to be said that a martial artist at the limit of the spirit detecting realm was truly too powerful. Just a casual attack had the power to split the heavens and earth. This leg shadow was like a heavenly pillar, flowing with light. Wherever it passed, the earth would collapse. The ground trembled and cracks appeared. Countless grains of sand flowed downwards like yellow waves. It was a spectacular sight. Those guards who were originally lying on the ground were swept by the leg shadows and instantly exploded, turning into a bloody mist. In the blink of an eye, that terrifying leg shadow arrived in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes focused. He let out a low roar and suddenly punched out with his right fist. The golden fist shadow broke through the sky like a golden wheel, illuminating the sky and colliding with the terrifying leg shadow. Lin Xian had consumed many heavenly treasures, and his life force had reached the level of a supremacy. Moreover, he also had a powerful body refinement technique like the golden lightning body. Therefore, this punch could be said to be extremely violent. An earth-shattering sound resounded through the 9 heavens as a terrifying energy exploded. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions, causing the expressions of Wang Ling, Grandma Silver Flower, and the others to change. Even those martial artists at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm frowned. With their strength, they could naturally sense that Lin Xian's aura was still there. In fact, it hadn't weakened by much. When the dust cloud dissipated and Lin Xian's figure was revealed, the surrounding martial artists trembled slightly. This was because they saw that Lin Xian's body was shining with golden lightning. He was completely unharmed, as if he hadn't been injured. How is this possible? Wang Ling was stunned, her face pale. The one-armed old man's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He was a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. That kick just now was enough to kill several martial artists at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. However, that attack couldn't hurt a kid at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm. Even if the other party was hiding his strength, the result couldn't be like this. Could that kid also have the strength of a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm? The one-armed old man's heart skipped a beat. He wasn't sure. However, the kid in front of him was definitely not as simple as he seemed. With a cold snort, he stood to the side and didn't make a move. This kid's opponent should be the blue-haired swordsman. Before he figured out his opponent's strength, he wouldn't draw fire to himself. Seeing the one-armed old man stop, the other martial artists at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm were shocked. One had to know that experts like them could kill a group of spirit-detecting realm martial artists with a raise of their hand. There was only one reason why the one-armed old man didn't make a move: he wasn't confident. Thinking of this, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Then, they looked at Lin Xian with a serious expression. They didn't expect this seemingly weak youth to be a difficult opponent. Wang Ling's heart skipped a beat. This was completely different from what she had expected. She didn't expect Lin Xian to be so strong that he could contend against a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. If the blue-haired swordsman was here, she probably wouldn't be able to withstand one of Lin Xian's palms. Thinking of this, she looked at the blue-haired swordsman with a worried expression. The blue-haired swordsman's face was also gloomy. The kid in front of him was even more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. However, since he had said that he would kill the other party, how could he stop? Moreover, this was related to an extremely important resource like the primordial young stone, so he wouldn't stop. I didn't expect you to be able to withstand one move. Interesting. However, if this is what gives you the right to be arrogant, then you can go die. The blue-haired swordsman pulled out the silver sword at his waist and slowly walked out. The next moment, the aura on his body changed greatly. An extremely sharp aura spread out from his body like a sword being unsheathed. At that moment, cracks appeared in the air between heaven and earth. It was as if a small mirror had been shattered. What a powerful sword chi! The martial artists at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm frowned with serious expressions. Among martial artists at the same level, swordsmen were extremely powerful because their attacks were extremely powerful. They could even surpass those at the same level. It was clear that the blue-haired swordsman was this kind of person. His body emitted a powerful sword chi as he slowly raised the silver sword in his hand. And, remember, there are some people you can't afford to provoke. As his voice fell, the silver sword light soared into the sky like a silver river and slashed toward Lin Xian. Swords aren't meant to be used like that. Then, he also took a step forward and a powerful aura burst out from his body. The large dragon sword intent surged and pierced through the clouds. It was like a peerless divine sword, shining with a shocking light. This is sword intent. The extreme spirit-detecting realm martial artists were shocked and revealed looks of disbelief. Especially the blue-haired swordsman, his pupils shrank. Sword intent was an extremely offensive concept. Out of 10,000 swordsmen, there might not even be one that could comprehend sword intent. One had to know that even he had not comprehended sword intent. But this little brat had actually comprehended sword intent. Looking at that aura, it was definitely not weak. The blue-haired swordsman's face was gloomy and there was a ball of jealousy burning in his heart. Seeing the terrifying potential of the other party, his heart was filled with killing intent. If he could not kill this brat today, he would be in great trouble in the future. Therefore, he would not let Lin Xian leave alive. Then, the sword chi in the blue-haired swordsman's hand became even brighter and sharper. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had the same intention of killing his opponent. As such, he used a terrifying ultimate move right from the start. A pitch-black sword appeared in his hand. Sword of Nirvana. A cold aura of death spread out and instantly enveloped the surroundings. Lin Xian was like a death god from hell, filled with danger. The sword of Nirvana quickly waved and turned into a black sword light. It emitted a cold aura of death and slashed forward like the call of the death god. Boom, 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 the sword of Nirvana stabbed out, and everywhere it passed, life was quickly lost. The air was like a tide that quickly retreated to the sides. In an instant, it collided with the silver sword chi. Puchi, under the influence of the sword of Nirvana, the silver sword chi was quickly lost and finally dissipated. What, you can actually break my sword chi in one move? The blue-haired swordsman's heart beat wildly. He did not expect Lin Xian's sword technique to be so strange. It was actually able to silently dissolve his killing move. Especially that pitch-black longsword, which made his heart palpitate. The other three extreme spirit-detecting realm martial artists were even more shocked. They knew that Lin Xian was very strong, but it seemed that they had underestimated the youth in front of them. Swords are not used like that. Swordsmen are not despicable people like you. I will let you know what a true sword art is, and what a swordsman is. Lin Xian floated in the sky, holding the Nirvana sword in his left hand, his entire body emitting an aura of death. Brat, how arrogant! The blue-haired swordsman shouted angrily, his face darkening. As an expert at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm, he was in existence revered by tens of thousands of people. However, a little brat dared to ridicule him like this. I want to see what kind of ability you have. The blue-haired swordsman clenched his teeth and said. Although he did not comprehend sword intent, he had comprehended another kind of concept. Blue sea concept, coupled with his ocean abyss swordsmanship, he could unleash an extremely powerful combat strength. He believed that as long as he used his full strength, he would definitely be able to kill this despicable little thief in front of him. In the next moment, the spirit energy around the blue-haired swordsman surged, and a blue ocean appeared behind him. It felt so real. An incomparably vast energy quickly spread out in all directions, causing the blue-haired swordsman's aura to soar once more. Ocean abyss swordsmanship. The blue-haired swordsman shouted angrily. The silver longsword in his hand surged. Suddenly, countless blue sword rays appeared in the sky. Each ray was dozens of feet long and looked like sparkling blue crystals. There were terrifying sword auras revolving around them. The sky was filled with blue sword auras as they streaked across, and the void roared. It was as if thousands of tsunamis were surging over. The momentum was terrifying. Lin Xian stood in the void. He slowly stretched out his right hand, and sword aura surged around his body. A blood-red longsword condensed and quickly appeared. Then, a monstrous amount of blood chi rushed out, accompanied by a monstrous amount of murderous intent. Suddenly, the air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Countless mountains of bloody bones appeared in the surroundings. The scene was hideous and terrifying, like azure from hell. That shocking killing intent also turned into countless sharp thorns, as if they were going to pierce one's soul. Below, Wang Ling, Grandma Silverflower, and the others had horrifying expressions. There was no trace of blood on their faces. This killing intent had almost made them faint. Lin Xian held the Nirvana sword in his left hand and the massacre sword in his right. He was like a god of death from hell, and his aura was extremely powerful. The two swords clashed, and suddenly slashed forward. A stream of pitch-black chi and a stream of scarlet sword chi intertwined in the shape of a cross and rapidly surged forward. The aura of nirvana and massacre followed. Everywhere it passed, the void shattered. It could not withstand it at all. In just one exchange, the red and black sword light tore apart the wave-like sword aura. At the same time, Lin Xian used the illusory demonic steps to increase his speed to the limit. In an instant, he was in front of the blue-haired swordsman. What? So fast? The blue-haired swordsman was already shocked when he saw the blue sword aura being torn apart. However, before he could react, his opponent was already in front of him. The pitch-black Nirvana sword and the blood-red Massacre sword appeared at the same time and quickly pierced towards him. No! The blue-haired swordsman screamed. His face was drained of blood, and his heart was filled with fear. He tried his best to dodge. At the same time, he used his strongest defense and placed it in front of him. An ancient-looking shield quickly enlarged and appeared in front of him, emitting a yellow light. At the same time, layers of armor quickly formed on his body and tightly wrapped around him. However, the Nirvana sword and the Massacre sword were too strong. The sword light was like a rainbow, carrying a blood-red killing intent and the aura of Nirvana. The two forces instantly tore apart the blue-haired swordsman's defense. All of this happened in an instant. The blue-haired swordsman's eyes were filled with fear, and his face was drained of blood. He screamed crazily and kept begging for mercy. He was even filled with regret. If he did not provoke Lin Xian, this killing god, he would not be in danger at all. However, it was all too late. The pitch-black Nirvana sword and the blood-red Massacre sword quickly pierced through, destroying the blue-haired swordsman's life force. In an instant, the blue-haired swordsman's body trembled and fell to the ground. In an instant, the extremely powerful spirit-detecting realm swordsman fell on the spot. The surroundings were silent. The three spirit-detecting realm swordsmen were dumbfounded and stood rooted to the ground. Wang Ling's face was filled with fear. She almost fainted from fright. She did not think that the powerful blue-haired swordsman could not even block one of Lin Xian's moves. Dream, I must be dreaming. She crazily tore at her hair to wake herself up from the dream. However, the pain deeply reminded her that all of this was real. How could it be like this? It can't be like this. Wang Ling screamed. She originally wanted to borrow the blue-haired swordsman's hand to kill Lin Xian. That way, she might be able to obtain some primal yang stones. However, things went beyond her expectations. Lin Xian was extremely powerful and killed the powerful blue-haired swordsman in the blink of an eye. Without the blue-haired swordsman, she could not block one of Lin Xian's moves. She was now filled with regret. Why did she provoke Lin Xian? Wang Ling knelt on the ground and quickly crawled toward Lin Xian. At this moment, her previous arrogance and elegance were all gone. Spare me, spare me. I was wrong. Wang Ling begged. As long as you spare me, I will agree to anything. I can be your slave, your concubine, as long as you spare me. Wang Ling begged as if she had gone mad. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. With the red and black swords in his hands, he looked like the azure god of death. Spare you? Impossible. A vicious and shameless woman like you is a scourge in this world. Lin Xian was determined. He would not spare Wang Lin. Seeing that there was no hope of survival, Wang Ling suddenly screamed, "If you kill me, the Wang clan will not let you off. When that time comes, there will be no place for you in the world." However, before she could finish yelling, a pitch-black sword pierced her chest and took away all her life. I will kill you because you deserve to die. If the Wang clan does not know right from wrong and comes for revenge, I do not mind making the Wang clan disappear. Lin Xian's voice was cold, causing one's soul to tremble. No one doubted Lin Xian's words, because he had already created miracle after miracle. Wang Lin's eyes were wide open as he fell unwillingly. In the distance, Grandma Silverflower laughed bitterly and threw away the crutch in her hand. She knew that there was no chance of survival. A wrong decision was enough to take her life. As expected, Lin Xian flicked out a sword wave, killing her instantly. He was not a bloodthirsty person, but these people deserved to die. Then, he turned to look at the other three extreme spirit-detecting stage martial artists. Instantly, the hearts of the three experts beat wildly. Lin Xian's gaze made the hearts of the three extreme spirit detecting stage martial artists beat wildly. Especially the one-armed old man, his heart trembled. Fortunately, he did not continue to attack, or else he would be the one lying on the ground now. Scram or die. Choose for yourselves. Lin Xian's voice was calm, but it could not hide his domineering aura. Hearing this, the three of them fell silent. Lin Xian's strength had probably exceeded the extreme spirit detecting stage. This could be seen from how he killed the blue-haired swordsman in one move. However, the three of them were truly unwilling to leave just like that. After all, primordial young stones were extremely precious. The three of us will join hands and capture this brat. When the time comes, we will divide the primordial young stones equally. The gray-robed old man said in a deep voice. All right. The other two experts nodded in agreement. For now, this was the best solution. If the three ultimate contenders joined forces, their power would definitely be immense. The three of them believed that as long as they joined forces, they would definitely be able to take down Lin Xian. Having come to an agreement, the three of them made their move without any hesitation. 3 streaks of light shot towards Lin Xian like rainbows. Lin Xian stood in the air, his eyes cold as he looked at the 3 people who were charging towards him. Then, he held the Nirvana sword and quickly swung it in the air. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky rolled, and the projection of a giant sword appeared, filling the entire sky. That aura was too tyrannical, as though it was going to crush the 9 heavens. Moreover, there were black runes attached to that gigantic sword, bringing with it a sense of nirvanic extermination. Gale lightning sword, one sword cleaving mountains and rivers. Lin Xian was very decisive as he directly used an earthgrade martial art. The Gale lightning sword was already very powerful, and now with the effect of the Nirvana sword, it could be said to be even more powerful. The gigantic sword slashed down with a black sword aura, enveloping the 3 ultimate contenders of the spirit detecting realm. Suddenly, the expressions of the 3 people below changed as their bodies trembled. What martial art is this? It's so terrifying. Could it be an earthgrade martial art? The 3 of them trembled as they dodged, turning into 3 streaks of light as they quickly escaped. The gigantic sword fell, sinking the ground, and terrifying cracks appeared. Countless sword auras spread in all directions, turning the entire desert into a sword aura world. It was abnormally dangerous. With just one strike, he defeated the joint attack of the 3 spirit detecting realm experts. The 3 of them were terrified. Lin Xian was too powerful, and he was very decisive. Without any hesitation, he used an earthgrade martial art, a powerful martial art. This brat is definitely a genius martial artist from a top sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so powerful. Moreover, he has an earthgrade martial art. Looking at him, could he be a genius from the deity Sword Villa? The 3 of them were solemn and didn't dare to attack again. However, the 3 of them were unwilling to leave and could only wander in the distance. With a cold snort, Lin Xian sneered. He put away his sword and entered the cave, beginning to quickly collect high-grade primordial young stones. He believed that the sword just now could definitely intimidate the 3 of them, and they definitely wouldn't dare to come rashly. Lin Xian moved quickly, specifically picking high-grade primordial young stones. However, not long after, a terrifying pressure came from the distance again. This aura was very terrifying, as if the entire world was shaking. Supremacy. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect a supremacy to appear in this barren land. A supremacy was a true powerhouse. Their strength far exceeded that of a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. A casual attack could destroy a spirit-detecting realm martial artist's body and soul. Although Lin Xian was powerful, he was still unable to fight against a supremacy. Let's go. Lin Xian shouted. If a supremacy came, he wouldn't be able to resist at all. At that time, not only would he not be able to protect his primordial young stones, he might even lose his life. The dark red divine dragon was also very decisive. It didn't dare to expose itself in front of a supremacy now that it had lost its dragon essence. Moreover, the collection just now had also allowed it to obtain a lot of primordial young stones. On the other hand, the snow-white little monkey was scratching its ears and cheeks, unwilling to give up. It waved its little claws and quickly patted the small bowl. The small bowl suddenly spun quickly and then became bigger. In the end, it was the size of a house and quickly filled the entire cave. In an instant, the surrounding mountain rocks shattered and the entire cave collapsed, revealing the primordial Xianxia vein. The three peak spirit detecting realm powerhouses outside also felt the supremacy's aura in the distance. Their first thought was to escape. Facing a supremacy, they couldn't resist even if they joined forces. However, before they could move, the cave in front of them suddenly exploded, revealing the primordial Xianxia vein. What? A primordial Xianxia vein? The three of them were shocked when they saw the scene inside. They knew that there was a large amount of primordial Xianxias inside, but they didn't expect it to be a vein. This is absolutely too shocking. The three of them swallowed their saliva. The amount of primordial Xianxias here was too shocking. It was definitely not something a powerhouse could swallow. Perhaps only a few super powerhouses could possess it. In the next moment, the scene in front of them made their eyes almost pop out. A huge broken net was floating, covering the primordial Xianxia vein. Not only that, they saw Lin Xian use his sword Qi and quickly slash towards the vein. Too crazy. These guys actually want to forcefully move the vein. Those powerhouses were stunned, they felt that their brains weren't enough. Haha, little guy, good job. The dark red divine dragon shouted excitedly. It didn't even dare to think about forcefully moving the primordial Xianxia vein. It didn't expect the snow-white little monkey to be so bold. However, a cold snort suddenly came from the distance. Then, a huge crimson palm of light quickly formed above them, covering the sky and the sun. Just one palm wind was enough to send three peak spirit detecting realm martial artists flying. One could imagine the power of this light palm. Lin Xian was enveloped by the red light pillar. He felt as if his body was about to split open. This power was too strong. It was definitely not something a spirit detecting realm martial artist could resist. He immediately unleashed his great dragon sword soul to resist the pressure. At the same time, he used the illusory demon steps to leave. The dark red dragon roared and turned into a red light, disappearing from the spot. The little white monkey was scratching its head anxiously. The next moment, two black vortexes appeared in its eyes, forming a black light pillar that blasted the primal Xianxia vein. Suddenly, a small section of the vein was broken. Then, the shabby little bull spun and sucked away the broken vein. Let's go. Lin Xian did not dare to delay any longer. He quickly called the little white monkey and left. You're courting death. The voice in the distance was furious. He did not expect that the other party could destroy the primal Xianxia vein under his attack and even succeed. With a cold snort, the surrounding spirit chi shook, forming a fiery red light wall that surrounded the area like a cage. The venerable in the distance was furious. He must catch the thief who destroyed the vein and refine his soul. He only needed a few breaths of time to arrive. But the next moment, he was stunned. Because in the north, a fiery red light wall was broken. The thief who stole the vein had escaped. How is this possible? The mysterious venerable was shocked. A spirit detecting realm martial artist could escape from him. Who is it? How can he escape? The next moment, a terrifying pressure descended, and a majestic figure appeared in the sky. In the void, a red aura flowed like flames, bringing with it incomparable heat. The venerable had finally descended. The three peak spirit detecting realm martial artists felt bitter. They had used all their methods, but they could not escape completely. Now that the venerable's true body had appeared, it was even more impossible for them to escape. The fiery red figure in the sky casually glanced at them, causing them to tremble. A group of ants dares to encroach on the primordial Xianxia mine. Then, the venerable one swept his gaze and formed a red claw that grabbed downward. In an instant, the one-armed old man was enveloped by the sharp claws. Ah! No! The one-armed old man struggled frantically, wanting to escape, but the red claw was too sharp. It pierced through his head in an instant. Suddenly, the one-armed old man's body trembled, and the light in his eyes faded away. He was stunned on the spot. A moment later, the red claw disappeared, and the one-armed old man bled from his 7 orifices, falling to the ground dead. Beside him, the other 2 cultivators were horrified. They were aware of the method just now. It was a soul-searching technique. This supremacy was too decisive. He didn't plan on interrogating him at all. Instead, he directly searched his soul. Most likely, their fates would not be any better. A young swordsman who comprehended sword essence. Could he be from the deity Sword Villa? In the sky, the mysterious Honorable Sir muttered. But why would someone from the deity Sword Villa come here? In the desert thousands of miles away from the primordial Yangstone mine, Lin Xian stopped and breathed a sigh of relief. At the critical moment, he pushed the great dragon sword soul with all his strength. And displayed an incomparably powerful attack. Only then was he able to break through the red light wall and escape. Until now, he still had a lingering fear. Because if he was a step slower, when the Venerable One's true body arrived, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to escape. However, the harvest of such an adventure was also great. This time, not only did he obtain a large amount of high-grade primordial yang stones, he even seized a small part of the primordial yang stone mine at the last moment. This kind of thing was definitely a great fortune in his hands. In a good mood, Lin Xian rested for a moment and hurried on his way again. This time, he wanted to completely walk out of this desert and reach the place where humans lived. Half a month later, Lin Xian finally arrived at the edge of the desert. Although the surroundings were still very desolate, it was much better than the desert. At least he could see traces of human activity here. With his outstanding soul power, Lin Xian should know that there was a city in front of him. Raising his spirit, he continued on his way. The dark red dragon god followed behind him with its tongue hanging out, looking listless. Living in the desert for half a month had almost tortured it to the point of insanity. A winding dirt road appeared in front of him. It was full of potholes and cracks. The dark red divine dragon walked on it and let out a cheerful scream. Mother Dragon, the feeling of the earth is so good. This emperor doesn't want to see the desert again in this life. Lin Xian also breathed a sigh of relief. That setting sun desert was too strange. Not only was the climate abnormal, but there were dangers everywhere. There was one time when he encountered a huge quicksand storm and almost lost his life there. Further ahead, traces of humans gradually appeared. Lin Xian found that although this place was separated from the desert, it was still at the edge of the desert. Therefore, the architectural style and climate were very similar to the desert. Even the houses were built with sand and stone. The whole thing was rough and the windows were very small. It was very different from the palaces and pavilions that Lin Xian had seen before. Seeing that there was a roadside stall selling food, the dark red divine dragon roared and immediately rushed over. The surrounding people were all wearing loose robes that covered their whole body. They were very surprised to see a four-legged snake that could talk. Oh! Heavens, what did I see? A talking snake. Could this be the snake clan of the setting sun desert? Yes, it's very possible. The group of people chattered and stared at the dark red divine dragon. Although they were surprised, there was no fear in their expressions. It seemed that these people were used to seeing all kinds of demonic beasts. Lin Xian was surprised to see that the surrounding stall owners had a certain foundation in martial arts. Some of them were even quite strong. Lin Xian came to a stall and ordered some local specialties. The owner was a middle-aged woman. She smiled apologetically at Lin Xian and said, "Esteemed guest, please wait a moment. There have been a lot of martial artists coming and going recently. It may take some time for the food to be ready." Lin Xian smiled and nodded. He also found that there were many people of the pugilistic world with sabers and swords. These people looked hurried, and their auras were very heavy. At a glance, their auras were very different from the local residents. Not long after, the food was served. It was a cooked desert spirit rabbit. Lin Xian tasted it and found that the taste was not bad. Therefore, he ate it with relish. The dark red divine dragon also ordered a huge roasted demonic beast and ate it crazily. Not long after, the seats near Lin Xian were also filled with martial artists. Have you heard? A primordial yang stone vein appeared in the setting sun desert. Yes, I heard that even the venerables were dispatched. Yes, yes. My senior brother even went to watch. He heard that the venerables were fighting with earth-shaking momentum. Many forces from the entire sand region went. It was very chaotic. Later, the Blackwood Stronghold's experts suppressed everyone, but I heard that the Battle King Hall also sent people. What, the Battle King Hall also came? Many people exclaimed. Lin Xian silently listened. Although he had never heard of any of these forces, he could imagine the intensity of the battle. Fortunately, he had left quickly. Otherwise, he would not have been able to leave so easily. Sigh, did you guys know? I heard that the mine is not complete. It seems like someone stole a piece. What, there is actually someone who can steal from a venerable? Could it be that it was done by someone from a large force? I don't know, but there are rumors that it was done by a young martial artist. I heard that person is very mysterious. No one knows where he came from. Young martial artist? So powerful. Could it be a genius from a large force who came out to train? Everyone discussed and guessed. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. If these people knew that the mysterious expert they were talking about was sitting right beside them, he wondered what their expressions would be like. After enjoying the food, Lin Xian asked the lady boss about the nearby town and then continued on his way. However, not long after he left, 5 martial artists at a nearby table began to talk in low voices. Boss, it's actually a talking snake. Could it be the Naga race? I don't know, but I'm sure that red snake's quality is not low. The one who spoke was a young man. On his left was a 2-meter-long demonic beast. Its body was yellow and looked like quicksand. Then, these people revealed sinister smiles. If we catch it, we can definitely sell it for a good price. If we nurture it, it might have terrifying battle strength. The other party is only at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm, but he actually has such a demonic beast. How lucky. Then, these people quickly left and followed Lin Xian. Lin Xian was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he slowly walked while admiring the strange scenery. But in the next moment, he frowned. Relying on his soul power, he knew that there were several figures following him from behind. Furthermore, those figures were extremely arrogant and did not have the slightest intention of concealing themselves. All of them released their auras and were extremely powerful. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled into a cold smile when he sensed this. Then, his footsteps became even slower. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the people behind to catch up. The 5 of them formed a battle circle, surrounding Lin Xian. Brat, you're pretty carefree. A dull voice rang out. You're very lucky to have come across a big deal. Another voice with a hint of mockery sounded. Lin Xian scanned the room and took in the information of the few people sitting there. These 5 people were very young. 2 of them were women, and the other 3 were young men. Most of them were at the late stage of the spirit detecting realm, and 2 were at the peak of the spirit detecting realm. At this age, this level of cultivation could be considered abnormally strong. One of the youths, who was at the peak of the spirit detecting realm, stood on the side with his arms crossed and watched the show. Beside him was a 2-meter-long demonic beast with a body as rough as a child's sand. Judging from his expression, he seemed to be the leader of this team. Lin Xian calmly asked, "Why are you all so enthusiastic? Is there a problem?" The dark red dragon impatiently roared, "Damn, a bunch of little brats dare to block this emperor's path. Hurry up and scram, or this emperor will roast you all and eat you." After the roar, the surrounding people not only didn't become angry, but instead looked at the dark red dragon with even more excitement. Not bad, it really knows how to talk. It seems like its intelligence isn't low. It must be a rare species. One of the skinny youths smiled and said, "Brat, you're very lucky to have met us. Now, we want to buy this little talking snake." You're very lucky. Now, we want to buy this little talking snake. With that, the skinny youth threw down a mid-grade spirit stone. Take the spirit stone and scram. Everyone sneered. Lin Xian frowned. These people were too arrogant. They wanted to force a deal as soon as they came up, and the price was only a mid-grade spirit stone. This was definitely blatant bullying. It would be better to just rob. When they saw Lin Xian's expression, they were instantly displeased and snorted coldly. Brat, what's with that expression? I'm buying your demonic beast because I'm giving you face and thinking highly of you. Don't be so shameless. Hurry up and take the spirit stone and scram, or don't blame us for being merciless. Yeah, brat, I advise you to be sensible. Giving you a spirit stone is already thinking highly of you. If you dare to talk nonsense again, we'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs. The group of people had mocking expressions. They didn't put Lin Xian in their eyes at all. Actually, it wasn't surprising. These people had powerful cultivation and were dressed in extraordinary clothes. They were probably disciples of aristocratic families. With the cultivation of these people, how could they care about a small martial artist at the spirit-detecting realm? The dark red dragon at the side was so angry that it jumped up. Damn, a bunch of lowly insects, how dare you buy this emperor's beast? Damn it, all of you deserve to die. The dark red dragon shouted angrily. As a member of the Eastern Divine Dragon clan, it had a revered status. If it wasn't for the disappearance of its dragon essence, it would have already slapped them with its claws. How could it tolerate these few houses? Lin Xian's gaze was gloomy with a trace of coldness. So, I should thank you? Haha, no need. If you want to thank us, just kowtow a few times. The few of them laughed arrogantly. Is that so? But I don't have such a habit. If you can kowtow a few times, I can consider it. Lin Xian sneered. What? Brat, you're courting death. The few of them were furious and their expressions were ferocious. One of the burly young men took a step forward, and a terrifying fist with a glaring light blasted towards Lin Xian at high speed. This person was at the late stage of the spirit detecting stage. His body was sturdy and full of explosive muscles. One look and one could tell he was a body refining stage martial artist. This fist directly caused the air to explode. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian didn't dodge. He even had a mocking smile on his face. Seeing that mocking smile, the tall youth was instantly enraged. The strength of his body increased by 30%. This fist could definitely turn a mid-stage spirit-detecting stage martial artist into a bloody mist. The other martial artists sneered. They could already imagine the scene of Lin Xian being smashed by this fist. However, Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry. He waited for the violent fist to approach before he stretched out his palm. Pung, Lin Xian's palm formed a claw and easily caught the violent fist. What, he blocked it just like that? That's impossible. The other martial artists were shocked. The tall, skinny youth was also stunned. Ollie, did you use your full strength or not? The tall youth wasn't in the mood to answer his companion's question. At this moment, his face was ferocious and his body was covered in cold sweat. A sharp pain came from his right arm, as if it was about to break. He wanted to pull back his fist, but he found that he couldn't. Crack, a crisp sound rang out in the air, and then the man's right arm became twisted. Ah, he roared. His expression was crazed as he swung his left fist. It was like a giant hammer that quickly fell down. However, a clear cracking sound rang out once again, and his left arm hung limply by his side. Lin Xian swung his arm and threw the tall youth away. What, Ali was defeated? Everyone was shocked and couldn't react. Ali was their companion. His cultivation was at the late stage of the spirit detecting realm, and he was also a body refiner. In close combat, he could even fight with a peak spirit detecting realm expert. However, he was defeated in close combat by a kid at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm. They couldn't believe it. Suddenly, everyone looked at Lin Xian differently. Although they were arrogant, they weren't fools. Although the youth in front of them was only at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm, his true battle strength should be higher than the late stage of the spirit detecting realm. Otherwise, Ali wouldn't have been sent flying with a single punch. At this moment, the youth's expression also darkened. He said sternly, "Friend, we are disciples of the Blackwood family. Can you give us some face and sell this talking snake to us? Don't worry, the price will be reasonable." At this moment, Lin Xian's shocking battle strength made them cautious. The youth believed that as long as he mentioned his identity as a member of the Blackwood family, the other party would be obedient. The dark blast dragon sneered, "Black wood, yellow wood, clear wood? You dare to buy me? You're courting death. Little brat, go and kill them." Lin Xian shrugged. You heard it. This guy is my companion. Since he's unwilling, you should leave. Lin Xian had heard about the Blackwood family when he was eating. He knew that they were a very powerful force in the area. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to offend such a force. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the Blackwood leopard's expression darkened. He was the young master of the Blackwood family. Normally, he could get whatever he wanted. No one dared to go against him. This time, the primordial yang stone vein had unexpectedly appeared in the setting sun desert, causing all the experts in the family to come out. He had secretly gone behind the family's back and brought a few cultivators with him to watch the fun. He didn't expect to meet a talking snake along the way. He wouldn't let go of such a rare beast. But now, there was someone who didn't give him face. Not only was this a rejection, but it was also a humiliation to the Blackwood family. In the Sand region, no one dared to disrespect the Blackwood family. Humph, who do you think you are? How dare you reject young Master Leopard? The Blackwood leopard sneered as well. Idiot, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Men, kill him. Suddenly, the three martial artists around him grinned hideously. A powerful aura rose from their bodies. Their spiritual energy was like flames, surging and jumping, forming rays of light that filled the surroundings. Brat, you dare to offend young Master Leopard? Go to hell. Saber light, sword shadow, fist shadow, palm wind, all blasted towards Lin Xian with great momentum. In an instant, Lin Xian was surrounded by all kinds of terrifying energy. But in the next moment, a sword light flashed and tore through everything. The terrifying energy was easily cut open like tofu. Lin Xian had a calm expression as he slowly walked out of the energy. This? How is this possible? Everyone was shocked and didn't dare to believe it. If they worked together, they would be able to contend against a peak spirit detecting realm martial artist. But the other side was just a mid-stage spirit detecting realm brat, yet he was able to cut through all their attacks with a single sword. This scene was too shocking. The Blackwood leopard's eyelids twitched. For the first time, he lost his calm. The youth in front of him was more troublesome than he had imagined. He took a deep look at Lin Xian. A hint of killing intent appeared in the Blackwood leopard's eyes, but he quickly hid it. Even so many people couldn't beat Lin Xian. Even if he went up, he might not be able to capture him. Moreover, as a young master, he wasn't willing to take this risk. It was better to remember the other side's appearance and secretly track him down. Then, he would find the family's experts to deal with him. This was his way of doing things. Thinking of this, the Blackwood leopard dryly laughed. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Since brother doesn't want to sell, then we won't force you. Brothers, follow me. The Blackwood leopard waved his hand, about to leave with his subordinates. However, Lin Xian sneered in his heart. His soul force was outstanding, and his perception was very sharp. Just now, he had felt the killing intent from the Blackwood leopard. Although it was hidden well, it couldn't escape his eyes. The other side was a disciple of a great power, and they had a grudge against each other. If he let them go, they might attract powerful martial artists. Lin Xian wouldn't let such a threat go. Who allowed you to leave? Lin Xian's voice was cold. As his voice fell, the Blackwood leopard's group of 5 froze. Then, he suddenly turned around and stared at Lin Xian like a vicious beast. You dare to stop me? The Blackwood leopard was furious. Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Xian sneered. You brought people to kill me. Now that you can't kill me, you want to leave? How can there be such an easy thing in this world? If everyone was like you, then what would I be? Since you've done something, you have to pay the price. Lin Xian's killing intent soared. Price? What price? The Blackwood leopard was insolent. Don't tell me you dare to attack me? Let me tell you, I'm a member of the Blackwood family. Since that's the case, then I can't let you live. Sword chi floated around Lin Xian's body, condensing into a blood-red sword. You dare to attack me? You're courting death. The Blackwood leopard roared, his body suddenly exploding. Behind him, the 3 martial artists also attacked crazily, not holding back at all. The demonic beast with a body like quicksand also quickly pounced, grabbing at Lin Xian's throat. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. He held the sword of slaughter and quickly slashed forward. A scarlet sword chi quickly streaked through the air, instantly wrapping around the Blackwood leopard and the others. No, the Blackwood leopard was enveloped by the blood-red sword chi, and immediately screamed like a pig being slaughtered. In the next moment, their bodies were completely submerged in the blood-red sword chi. When the blood-red sword light disappeared, 5 corpses appeared on the ground. The Blackwood leopard and the others fell to the ground with faces full of terror, their bodies covered with terrifying sword wounds. Lin Xian waved his hand, and his spirit power quickly rubbed, creating a ball of green flame that emitted a scorching aura. With a flick of his finger, the flame quickly floated to the 5 bodies, instantly burning them to ashes. After doing this, Lin Xian quickly left. 3 days later, he arrived in front of a huge city. Quicksand City was a huge city in the Sand Country. It was tall and majestic, with a magnificent aura. The entire wall was made of huge sandstone. When the wind blew, it would make a rustling sound, as if sand was flowing. This was also why the city was called Quicksand City. After entering Quicksand City, it became lively inside. People shuttled back and forth on the wide roads, and all kinds of hawking filled the streets. It was a lively scene. Lin Xian's mood gradually relaxed and became cheerful. During this time, he had been fighting and chasing, and his mental state was highly tense. Now that he had come to Quicksand City, he naturally needed to relax. At this moment, Lin Xian also bought a large white robe to cover his body like the locals. The snow-white little monkey was still sitting on his shoulder, and the dark red dragon was hidden in his sleeve. This guy was too eye-catching, especially after he spoke. He would definitely attract the attention of people. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he hid the dark red dragon. At first, the dark red dragon was unwilling, but later Lin Xian tempted it with primordial yang stones, so it agreed. Lin Xian bought some local snacks and shared them with the dark red dragon and the snow-white little monkey. He bought some geography and history books for himself. Soon, he found out about the world he was in. The country he was in was called the Sand Country, a big country in the northwest of the Tianwu domain. The Tianwu domain was too big, and it was not an exaggeration to call it the Tianwu continent. Its area was several times that of the Tiannan domain. It was vast, rich in resources, and prosperous in martial arts. Compared to the Tiannan domain, it was many times stronger. It could be said to be a warrior's paradise. The Divine Bird Palace was also the overlord of the northwest, but it was not in the Sand domain. Therefore, Lin Xian was temporarily free from the threat of the Divine Bird Palace. Quicksand City was an important city in the Sand Country, and it was very famous in the entire Sand domain. This city was very large, and the forces inside were very complicated. Lin Xian knew that the Wang family and the Blackwood family were both in Quicksand City. After having a general understanding of the place he was in, Lin Xian planned to stay in Quicksand City for the time being. On one hand, he could relax, and on the other hand, he could consolidate his cultivation and deal with some cultivation resources. Since he joined the Azure Dragon Society, he had not had a good rest, and after such a long time of accumulation, the materials he had on him had reached an astonishing number. Although some things were very precious, he could not use them, so it was best to exchange them for auction. Moreover, there was another reason why he had come to the Sky Martial region. It was because of his father. Back then, in the ancestral land of his family, his father had left a message for him, telling him to go to the Sky Martial domain after obtaining the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Lin Xian was very confused about these things. First, there was the mysterious small sword in his body, which was given to him by his father. That small glazed sword was too mysterious. Not only did it contain a strange world, but it also contained a peerless expert like Wine Lord. Lin Xian didn't know why his father would have the mysterious pendant. And why did his father fake his death? Why would there be a trace of the Great Dragon Sword Soul in the ancestral land? Why did his father want him to come to the Sky Martial region? Although Lin Xian was very puzzled, no one could give him an answer. He thought that after he found his father, perhaps all the mysteries would be solved. After sorting out his emotions, Lin Xian walked towards the depths of Quicksand City. In the city, he saw many huge circular buildings with people coming and going. It was very lively. Lin Xian asked around and found out that those huge circular buildings were arenas. They were places where martial artists fought. Moreover, Lin Xian also found out that martial arts duels were very popular in the Sand region. Many cities had arenas, and as a huge city in the Sand region, Quicksand City had countless arenas. Moreover, there were many famous arenas here. Many martial artists from the Sand region came here because of their fame. Here, one could see all kinds of martial artists. Lin Xian was surprised and happy. He wandered around nearby, preparing to ask more questions. Nearby, the martial artists were all excitedly discussing. Exciting, too exciting. That youth is only at the late stage of the spirit detecting realm, but he defeated dozens of martial artists at the peak of the light detecting realm. His battle strength is too strong. Yes, I don't know which faction's genius he is from. To have such heaven-defying battle strength at such a cultivation is truly amazing. I know the person you're talking about. He's called Dekai. Although he's strong, I don't think he can compare to Sun Xiao. You have to know that that guy has comprehended the two opposite concepts of water and fire. The power produced by the fusion of the two concepts is incomparably terrifying. Even a martial artist at the peak of the spirit detecting realm was defeated. Yes, recently many talented martial artists have appeared in Quicksand City. If these people can continue to grow, they will probably become venerables, right? Yes, and I've seen many unfamiliar faces. Their strength is not inferior to the genius disciples of large factions. Did something special happen recently? Why did all these martial artists gather? I heard that these geniuses are not all from the Sand region. There are also some from other places. As for why they came to Quicksand City, I don't know. It seems to be related to the White Clarity region. It's said that the Morong family's holy daughter once appeared in a certain arena. Those martial artists are probably here for the Morong family's holy daughter. What? The Morong family's holy daughter is also here. That's one of the most beautiful women in the Sky Martial continent. No wonder so many martial artists came to Quicksand City. Everyone screamed crazily, their expressions excited. If they could see the Morong family's holy daughter, even if they died, it would be worth it. The Sky Martial continent was extremely vast, and the population was in the hundreds of millions. To be able to be called one of the most beautiful women in the world, one could imagine how beautiful the Morong family's holy daughter was. No wonder so many people went crazy for her. Lin Xian was a little surprised. A woman could actually cause such a commotion. This made him very curious. To be honest, he had seen many beautiful women. Among them, there were even peerless beauties. He wondered what was so special about this Morong family's holy daughter compared to the other women he had seen. Thinking of this, he actually had a kind of anticipation in his heart. He also wanted to see the legendary Morong family's holy daughter. Since he was in Quicksand City, he might be able to see her. Lin Xian revealed a smile. Brat, what are you laughing at? With your cultivation, you still want to see the Morong family's holy daughter? Not far away, a big man pointed at Lin Xian and mocked him. The others also laughed. The middle stage of the spirit detecting realm was indeed not outstanding. It had to be known that many spirit detecting realm experts might not even be able to see the Morong family's holy daughter, let alone a middle stage spirit detecting realm brat. Hey, brat, look at you. Why don't you hurry up and go home to drink milk? The big man sneered. The big man's name was Quan Tai. He was famous in Quicksand City for his cheap mouth. Many people had been ridiculed by him. However, he was at the late stage of the spirit detecting realm. Ordinary people could not defeat him. At this moment, Quan Tai had just lost a match in the arena and was feeling depressed. Seeing that Lin Xian was weak, he began to mock him. Mocking the weak could make him happy. This was his unique way of reducing stress. Brat, what are you looking at? Am I wrong? You coward. Lin Xian frowned. He didn't know the other party, but the other party was like a mad dog, mocking him as soon as he came up. Although he didn't want to cause trouble, he couldn't help it in this situation. With a cold gaze, Lin Xian strode over. Yo, brat, you dare to come up? What, you want to fight? Quan Tai sneered, come, come, come. I'll let you have 3 moves. Quicksand City was popular with martial arts, so the people here were quite fierce. It was very common for people to start fighting when they didn't agree with each other. Therefore, seeing this situation, not only was the crowd not nervous, they all cheered loudly. Brat, I'll stand still and let you hit me with 3 moves. If you can knock me down, I'll apologize to you on the spot. Quan Tai said arrogantly. He had a reason to be arrogant. He was at the late stage of the spirit detecting realm. A mid-stage cultivator couldn't even break his defense, let alone knock him down. Lin Xian's eyes were cold. He impatiently rubbed his ears and then slapped out. Pung, the air trembled and exploded. Lin Xian's slap landed on Quan Tai's face and sent him flying. This slap was too fast. It was as fast as lightning and as violent as thunder. Quan Tai didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying and smashed into the ground like a meteor. Half of his face was swollen like a bun and all of his teeth were broken. A terrifying hole was formed in the hard ground. Quan Tai struggled a few times before his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Ah, it's finally quiet. Lin Xian rubbed his ears and turned to leave. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. Only when Lin Xian was about to leave did they react and make way for him. The crowd scattered like the tide. These people looked at Lin Xian with a trace of awe and fear. To be able to knock Quan Tai unconscious in 1 move, this young man was definitely not an ordinary person. It has to be said that Quan Tai was at the late stage of the spirit detecting realm. There was a difference of 1 realm between the two. Their defense, power, and speed were completely different. Under normal circumstances, a mid-stage spirit detecting realm cultivator wouldn't be able to injure a late-stage spirit detecting realm cultivator. This was the difference between realms. However, Lin Xian was able to break through Quan Tai's defense with a single slap and knock him unconscious. One could imagine how terrifying his strength was. Moreover, at this time of crisis, masters from all over the world were converging towards Quicksand City. Perhaps this boy in front of him was a genius martial artist from one of these forces. If that was really the case, they couldn't afford to offend him, so they all retreated. However, there was a beautiful figure in the crowd who was staring at Lin Xian, her eyes shining with excitement. Then, the figure quickly ran out and shouted, "Brother, please wait." This voice was somewhat feminine, making it hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman. Lin Xian turned around and saw a delicate face not far away. He asked, "Beauty, what's the matter?" The moment he said this, the crowd burst into laughter. Many people even bent over from laughing. Moreover, Fang's delicate face instantly turned red, and a trace of anger appeared in her eyes. The delicate face viciously said, "I'm a man." This time, it was Lin Xian's turn to be stunned. He carefully blinked and seriously looked at the delicate face. Then he revealed a look of doubt. No matter how he looked at it, it was an extremely beautiful face that could make countless men go crazy. How could such a person be a man? Seeing Lin Xian's doubtful expression, the figure in front of him was discouraged. "Big brother, I'm really a man. If you don't believe me, you can touch me." Eh? Lin Xian was speechless. He noticed the other party's flat chest and Adam's apple. Only then did he confirm that the other party was indeed a man. "Alright, I believe you're a man. Why are you looking for me?" Lin Xian said helplessly. "Haha, brother's skills are not bad. What's your rank in the Colosseum?" "My rank?" Lin Xian shook his head. "I just came to Quicksand City and haven't participated in any Colosseum." "What? Really?" The figure was stunned, then became ecstatic. "My name is Nan Gongsang." "What's your name?" "Lin Xian." "So it's Brother Lin. I wonder if Brother Lin is interested in participating in the Colosseum?" Seeing Lin Xian's doubtful expression, Nan Gongsang said, "I'm a disciple of the Nangong Colosseum. I would like to invite Brother Lin to work in our Nangong Colosseum." Soon, Lin Xian understood Nan Gongsang's meaning. There were many ways to play in the Colosseum. One of them was a challenge tournament where the dealer would send out people. The contestants would take turns to challenge, and the winner would receive some precious treasures. This way of playing was very popular. However, it required the dealer to have a large number of experts. Otherwise, if someone challenged the Colosseum, not only would they lose their treasures, but their reputation would also fall. Therefore, the Colosseum would look for experts or martial artists with potential to nurture. Although Lin Xian was interested in the Colosseum, he wasn't willing to join any faction. "Sorry, I don't want to join for the time being." Lin Xian shook his head. Seeing Lin Xian refuse, Nan Gongseng's face was filled with shock. One had to know that their Nangong Colosseum was a giant in Quicksand City. It was one of the top Colosseum. Normally, many genius martial artists couldn't enter even if they wanted to. However, the other party had actually refused. The surrounding martial artists were also stunned. They didn't think that Lin Xian would have the courage to refuse the Nangong Colosseum's invitation. Lin Xian didn't know the status of the Nangong Colosseum, but even if he knew, he wouldn't participate. He wouldn't stay here for long. Isn't this brat too arrogant? He's only at the mid-stage of the spirit-detecting realm. Although he can defeat late-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artists, it's still a bit difficult for him to join the Nangong Colosseum. Now that there was such an opportunity, how could he not grasp it? What do you know? Although this Nan Gongseng isn't strong, his eyes are very experienced. Every martial artist he has his eyes on has become famous. Who knows how many experts he has found for the Nangong Colosseum over the years? For that youth to catch his eye, he probably isn't simple. Hearing this, everyone was filled with envy. Being able to enter the Nangong Colosseum was not only a symbol of status, but it also allowed one to enjoy a large amount of resources. It was definitely a place that all martial artists yearned for. However, after the other party found out, he was still unmoved. Nan Gongseng was also very depressed. As a scout of the Nangong Colosseum, he had never been wrong. From the scene just now, he realized that Lin Xian's strength was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Such a person was definitely a rare martial genius. If he could be attracted to the Nangong family and nurtured, it wouldn't take long for him to become a super powerful force. Moreover, there had been more and more geniuses recently, and their Nangong family needed new blood. Nan Gongseng had never failed before, so he wouldn't fall into the hands of a young boy. Thinking of this, his figure flashed and he quickly chased after Lin Ming. "Brother, don't go." He caught up to Lin Xian again and said with a smile, "Brother, perhaps you don't understand our Nangong Colosseum, but our Colosseum is one of the top Colosseum in Quicksand City. We have a huge amount of resources. If you join us, you definitely won't lose out." Nan Gongseng chattered on and began to explain the various benefits of the Nangong Colosseum to Lin Xian. In the end, Lin Xian felt a headache coming on. "Brother Nan Gongseng, I'm really just an ordinary warrior. I was able to win just now because my opponent was too stupid. So don't chase after me. If you ask me to join, it will definitely be your Nangong Colosseum's loss. My strength is ordinary, so I'll only be wasting your resources." Lin Xian shook his head. No matter what, he wouldn't agree. Seeing this, Nan Gongseng knew that there was no chance this time. However, he didn't give up. If the first time wasn't enough, he would try a second time. If the second time wasn't enough, he would try a third time. He believed that his sincerity would sooner or later move Lin Xian. If that's the case, then I won't force Brother Lin. However, I'm very happy to have met a friend like Brother Lin. I wonder where Brother Lin lives now. Fortune Inn. Lin Xian said. Of course, he didn't live there. He only saw the name when he passed by the street. Good. I'll invite Brother Lin to have some fun another day. Nan Gongseng turned and left. After bidding farewell to Nan Gongseng, Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. He once again wandered around Quicksand City. However, not long after, he was intercepted again. A young man stood in front of him. He was tall and straight, and his clothes were exquisitely tailored. It was obvious that he was a disciple of a large family. Moreover, this young man had a very arrogant expression. He didn't place anyone in his eyes. "You are Lin Xian?" This voice carried a trace of cold arrogance. "You are?" Lin Xian asked in a deep voice, a trace of vigilance appearing in his eyes. "You're very lucky to have caught our attention. Come with me." The young man's expression was arrogant, and his tone was unquestionable. Where are we going? Who are you meeting? You don't have to ask. You'll know when you get there. The young man said in a deep voice. I'm sorry, I don't know you, and I won't go with you. Lin Xian shook his head. The other party's attitude disgusted him. You have to think clearly. In Quicksand City, no one can refuse us. It didn't happen before, but it doesn't mean it won't happen in the future. No matter who you are, I'm not interested. Lin Xian refused. It's good for young people to have some pride, but don't be too conceited. You have to know that being chosen by us is a blessing in itself. I hope you don't make a mistake. Lin Xian shook his head and refused decisively. There's no point in saying more. People who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Very good. No one has ever been able to reject us. Don't regret it when the time comes. The young man's expression was cold, and there was a trace of coldness in his tone. Then, he coldly snorted and quickly left. After the arrogant youth left, Lin Xian's face sank. Judging from the other party's tone and attitude, he should also be invited by some coliseum. Moreover, it should be the top coliseum. Receiving invitations from 2 top coliseums in succession, if it were an ordinary person, they would have been extremely excited. However, Lin Xian didn't feel any joy. It seemed that he had to be careful in Quicksand City. Otherwise, he might accidentally get involved in the storm of conflict. In the center of Quicksand City, there was a huge castle. This castle was different from the other buildings. It was completely black and made of black wood. In this city full of desert rocks, the sudden appearance of a magnificent building made of wood was indeed eye-catching. This majestic building was the famous Blackwood Stronghold, a great power in Quicksand City. At this moment, in a large hall of the Blackwood Stronghold, the previously arrogant youth was reporting to an old man. In addition to the old man, there were 7 or 8 other martial artists. At this moment, when everyone heard the young man's report, their faces sank. What? He's not coming? A middle-aged man coldly snorted, he's just a little spirit-detecting martial artist. Does he really think he's a dish? He actually dares to refuse. No one could refuse the Blackwood Stronghold's request, unless they were dead, the arrogant youth said in a deep voice. Not only did that kid refuse, his attitude is very arrogant. He completely doesn't put the Blackwood Stronghold in his eyes. I suggest we eliminate him as a warning to others. Hearing this, the other martial artists also nodded in agreement. I'll go kill him. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. You can't. At this moment, the elder in the hall suddenly said in a deep voice. Before figuring out the opponent's identity, they shouldn't act rashly. Are we just going to let it go like this? The people below were unconvinced. They had always been the ones to refuse others, and had never been refused or refused by others. Now that they encountered this kind of thing, they naturally wouldn't let it go. There's an unwritten rule between the great powers. Generally, the matters of the younger generation are settled by the younger generation. This rule has existed for thousands of years. Even if someone wants to break it, it shouldn't be us. Therefore, we can't act, but you can. After saying this, the elder looked at the young man below. Hearing this, the young man's eyes lit up, and then he said with a smile, Elder, please don't worry. I know what to do. The older generation couldn't act, but that didn't mean they couldn't. The opponent's battle strength was equivalent to the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm, and wasn't too strong. With this kind of strength, any random expert from the Blackwood Stronghold could instantly kill the opponent. Elder, there's one more thing. The middle-aged man beside him said, Bauer has been out for several days and hasn't returned. I'm worried something happened. Worried about what? Who dares to touch the people of our Blackwood Stronghold? The elder snorted coldly. Don't worry, that kid probably ran out for fun. Besides, he has many guards by his side, and with his identity, no one dares to touch him. He's very safe. Alright, you can all leave. The elder said in a deep voice. Immediately, everyone left. The young man sneered, because he had already thought of how to deal with Lin Xian. What do you plan to do? The middle-aged man asked after leaving the hall. Of course I'll give him to the one who can cause the most trouble. The corner of the young man's mouth raised into an evil smile. That's good. Even if that kid really has a great background, I think nothing will happen to that person. With her brother here, I'm afraid no one dares to touch her. The middle-aged man nodded. Sandstorm Restaurant, 3rd floor. Lin Xian asked for a private room and ordered some food. Then, he released the dark red dragon. This emperor is suffocating. The dark red dragon was depressed. I won't hide even if you beat me to death. Otherwise, I'll suffocate to death. Up to you. Lin Xian shrugged. As long as you're not afraid of being caught for alchemy, I don't care. You win. At worst, this emperor won't say anything. Then, the man and the two beasts began to sweep through the food on the table. At this moment, the door of the private room was kicked open with a bang. A martial artist wearing a black robe appeared at the door. You're Lin Xian? The black figure at the door asked. Lin Xian frowned and raised his head to look. He was really in a bad mood today. He had been stopped by people one after another. Even their meal was interrupted by someone. The figure in front of him was wearing a loose black robe. He had short hair and beautiful facial features, but there was a hint of anger on his face. Lin Xian was puzzled. He had never seen this person before, so he did not know why he was angry. Seeing that Lin Xian did not answer, the figure in front became even angrier. I heard from my cousin that you're arrogant, but I didn't believe him. Now it seems that he's right. You're really an arrogant guy. Lin Xian was stunned. Arrogant? Did he say it was him? He was obviously dead. The other party continued. How dare you reject our invitation? I'd like to see what makes you so arrogant. After that, the person took out a dark red whip from his waist and coiled it around his hand. Although I don't know where you're from, I'm sure your clan won't say anything even if I beat you to death. Take out your weapon. Hurry up and attack. Lin Xian frowned. From what he heard, it seemed that the older generation could not casually attack, but the younger generation had no scruples. If that was the case, then he was not afraid at all. He had never been afraid of anyone in his generation. However, at this moment, the dark red dragon roared impatiently. I say, kid, when did you get into trouble again? Hurry up and settle it so you don't disturb my meal. The snow-white little monkey sat at the side, squinting his big eyes as if he was watching a show. Lin Xian curled his lips. What trouble? You're obviously a guy. I don't have any special hobbies. Hearing this, the figure in front of him was speechless. His body trembled slightly, and he screamed, Damn bastard, I want to fight you. Whoosh! Whoosh! The dark red whip moved quickly, splitting the air in an instant. The table in front of Lin Xian was smashed into pieces and scattered all over the floor. Seeing the table of food destroyed, the dark red dragon was furious. Kid, what's with your eyes? She's obviously a girl, okay? The snow-white little monkey squinted his big eyes and nodded in agreement. Lin Xian rubbed his nose helplessly. Is that so? The people here look too strange. Men look like women look like men. I can't tell. Hearing this, the girl in front of him was so angry that she trembled. Are you blind? The commotion here had already attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Many people poked their heads out to watch. Li. The surrounding martial artists were in an uproar as they discussed in low voices. Isn't that the Black Pearl? Why is this troublemaker here? I don't know, but who is that young man in the private room? I'm afraid he's out of luck. Yeah, he provoked the Black Pearl. I'm afraid no one in the entire Quicksand City can protect him. Alas, there's nothing to be done. She's the young lady of the Blackwood Fort, and she has an incomparably powerful brother. Hearing everyone's discussion, Lin Xian had a rough idea. The guy in front of him was actually a disciple of the Blackwood Fort. It seemed that it was the Blackwood Fort that wanted to poach him. Lin Xian didn't expect that not long after, he would run into people of the Blackwood Fort again. Previously, he killed a disciple of the Blackwood Fort on the road. Perhaps those people still didn't know, or else they wouldn't be in this situation. Girls always fight and kill. Be careful that you can't get married. Lin Xian said with a smile. I won't haggle over today's matter. You should leave quickly. Leave? In your dreams. Today I must have a duel with you. I must tie you up, this incomparably arrogant guy, and hang you on the city wall of Quicksand City for 3 days and 3 nights. I'll let everyone know your ugly face. Lin Xian was helpless. Who was the incomparably arrogant one? Who was the arrogant one? It seemed that the girl in front of him was really spoiled. Are you sure you want to duel with me? Lin Xian asked with a faint smile. Scared? I will definitely beat the crap out of you, you despicable bastard. Black Pearl said fiercely. You're not afraid of losing? Lin Xian asked. Lose? How can I lose? Except for my big brother, no one can beat me. The Black Pearl proudly puffed out her chest, like a victorious little phoenix. Hearing this, the corners of the surrounding warriors' mouths twitched. They certainly knew the reason why this Black Pearl didn't lose. It was because no one dared to really fight with her. Most of them just let her win. However, this little girl was remote and didn't know. She thought that she was invincible in Quicksand City, causing trouble everywhere she went. Since you insist, then I'll do as you wish. Lin Xian shrugged, looking indifferent. Seeing Lin Xian's indifferent expression, the Black Pearl coldly snorted. She turned around and shouted, Boss, I'll borrow your martial battle stage. Martial arts duels were prevalent in Quicksand City, so there were special martial battle stages in some hotels. Moreover, this Winds End restaurant used the martial battle stage to attract diners. Many people enjoyed the food while watching the competition on the stage. It could be said that they enjoyed it very much. At this time, the competition on the martial battle stage was quickly ended, and the 2 contestants were chased off the stage. The surrounding warriors didn't know what was going on, and they all roared. However, when the 2 figures on the stage, they were stunned. Fellow Taoists, today I, the Black Pearl, will borrow the martial battle stage to teach this hateful brat a lesson. The Black Pearl said, her voice spreading in all directions. Suddenly, the surrounding crowd boiled up. It was actually the little princess of Blackwood Stronghold who wanted to fight. This was definitely more exciting than watching other warriors fight. However, they didn't know who that young man was. He was actually so unlucky to be targeted by this unruly little princess. Humph, hateful bastard, soon I'll beat you until you kneel and beg for mercy. I'm looking forward to it. Lin Xian grinned, but what's the point of just fighting like this? What are you going to add? Martial battle wasn't just a battle between warriors. They would all place bets before the competition. The winner would gain both fame and fortune. This was the most attractive part. The Black Pearl lightly snorted, Humph, you know quite a lot. How about this, I have a high-grade spirit rank treasure sword here. If you win, the treasure sword is yours. The Black Pearl waved her small hand, and a dazzling longsword appeared in the void. As soon as this treasure sword appeared, the crowd below suddenly exclaimed, and most of them looked up with burning eyes. A high-grade spirit-ranked treasure was not a cabbage. It was a weapon that countless warriors dreamed of obtaining. Feeling everyone's envious gaze, the Black Pearl lightly snorted and proudly raised her chin. What about you? What are you going to add? Don't tell me you're so poor that you don't have anything? The Black Pearl disdainfully said. Lin Xian exclaimed in his heart. As expected of a disciple of a big family, she casually took out a high-grade spirit-ranked treasure. Then he smiled slightly. He had many good things on him, but he couldn't take them out. Looking around, he grabbed the dark red divine dragon and threw it forward. That's it. This is a mutated beast that contains a trace of the flood dragon's bloodline. If it's nurtured well, it will definitely have super strong combat strength. The dark red dragon was furious after being thrown to the front. It stared fiercely at Lin Xian and almost roared, but it restrained itself in the end. Otherwise, a talking snake would cause a commotion and he wouldn't be able to escape. Don't worry, I won't lose you, Lin Xian transmitted. The dark red dragon reluctantly walked to the side. Unexpectedly, the Black Pearl looked at the dark red dragon and shook her head. I don't want this little snake, I want that little monkey. Then, she stared at the little white monkey with a face full of joy. It was obvious that she liked the little white monkey and wanted to keep it for herself. The dark red dragon clenched its teeth so hard that it almost broke them. It almost spat out a mouthful of blood. When had it, a member of the divine dragon race, ever been looked down upon like this? Stinky brat, little girl, I'll remember you too. Don't fall into my hands, or I'll roast you. The dark red dragon cursed in its heart. Lin Xian grabbed the dark red dragon and said with a smile, "Okay, I promise you." Then, he looked at the dark red dragon with disdain and complained, "So useless, no one wants you. You should obediently hide in my sleeve." The dark red dragon couldn't bear it anymore. It turned into a ray of light and quickly left. If it stayed here any longer, it would probably go crazy from anger. "You've lost for sure. The little white monkey will be mine." The black pearl snorted. Then, her body swayed like a ghost. The dark red soft whip in her hand was ruthless. It was like a flood dragon surging in the air. This attack was fierce to the extreme. The black pearl was already at the late stage of the spirit detecting realm, and with her extraordinary whip attack, even a cultivator at the same level might not be her match, let alone a mid-stage spirit detecting realm cultivator. Therefore, the people below didn't think that Lin Xian would win. Lin Xian was also slightly surprised by the black pearl's strength. It seemed that although she was arrogant, she wasn't weak. However, he wasn't afraid. This bit of strength couldn't do anything to him. With a faint smile, Lin Xian pushed off the ground and rushed out like a phantom. For a moment, the entire battle arena was filled with his silhouette. Wow, this kid's movement technique is so cool. I didn't expect a mid-stage spirit detecting realm martial artist to have such speed. It is indeed rare. Hearing everyone's praises, Black Pearl's face turned cold. She let out a delicate shout, and the dark red whip in her hand danced, forming a spiral attack. Streaks of light from the whip rapidly spread out in all directions with him at the center. For a moment, all the phantoms that came into contact with it were split in half. Soon, all the phantoms on the fighting ring disappeared. Looking at the disappearing phantoms, Black Pearl snorted and raised her chin proudly. She thought that it wouldn't be long before all those illusions disappeared. At that time, she would teach that little thief a lesson. However, before this beautiful wish could come true, her body suddenly froze. "Don't move, or you'll lose your life." A cold voice sounded behind him. Black Pearl did not dare to act rashly, because there was a cold sword aura at the back of her head. Soon, the sky full of whip lights disappeared. When everyone saw this, they were even more shocked. To be honest, they didn't see Lin Xian's figure at all, and they didn't know how Lin Xian came behind Black Pearl. "I didn't expect the little princess of Blackwood Stronghold to lose in one move. Who is that youth? What terrifying strength?" Everyone was speechless. In the crowd, an extremely beautiful figure looked at the fighting ring and nodded continuously. "He really is a hidden expert. I knew my eyes wouldn't be wrong." This beautiful figure was naturally Nan Gongseng. He was staring at Lin Xian, thinking of a way to poach Lin Xian to his Nan Gongseng family. "You lost. The upper grade treasure sword is mine." Lin Xian withdrew his hand and smiled again. Black Pearl's face turned black, and she was annoyed. "That doesn't count. You sneak attacked me. Let's go again." "Again? Sure, take out your prize." Lin Xian put away the upper grade treasure sword and smiled. The crowd below also cheered. "That's right, little princess. Continue to fight with him. You must defeat him. Take out 100 upper grade treasures and fight for a few hundred rounds." Black Pearl looked annoyed and fiercely swept her eyes around. Then, her face turned red. "I was in a hurry today and didn't have time to bring so many upper grade treasures. Forget it then. I won't fight with you if there's no prize." Lin Xian shrugged, looking like he couldn't help. "You." Black Pearl was furious. She gritted her teeth and said, "I'll owe you the prize first. Our Blackwood clan will never owe you anything. Since you want to give me treasures, I won't stop you." Lin Xian smiled with a trace of craftiness in his eyes. Soon, the two continued to fight, but each time it was finished in one move. After 3 times, Black Pearl's face fell and she didn't dare to fight anymore. Although she was a disciple of a big clan, losing 3 upper-grade spirit-level treasures in one go was still very painful. What, do you still want to fight? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Black Pearl was so angry that her face was slightly puffed up. She glared fiercely at Lin Xian. This guy in front of her was too hateful. She was riding a tiger and couldn't get off. It's okay. If the treasures are gone, we can bet on something else. Seeing that you're so capable, it's not bad to be a little maid. Or you can repay me with your body. Lin Xian said casually. Hearing this, Black Pearl's face turned red and a trace of panic appeared on her face. The crowd below was even more rowdy as they shouted, "Bet with him, bet with him. You just wait, I won't let you go." Black Pearl screamed and ran away like a frightened rabbit. Remember, you still owe me 3 upper-grade treasures. Lin Xian shouted. Hearing this, the escaping figure trembled and almost fell down. She then ran away at an even faster speed. Okay, the show is over. Disperse. Lin Xian quickly left the stage. Brother Lin, please wait. A beautiful figure walked out from the crowd. Oh, so it's Brother Nan Gongsheng. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. If you're here to persuade me, then don't say anything. Brother Lin is a true man. Don't worry, I'm not here to persuade you. I'm here to invite you to drink. Nan Gongsheng laughed and pulled Lin Xian to the side. Brother Lin, I must toast you. Nan Gongsheng raised his wine cup and smiled. Brother Lin is too bold. Did you know that in Quicksand City, no one dares to provoke Black Pearl? Not to mention winning 4 matches in a row. Oh, is that so? Lin Xian grabbed his wine cup and drank it in one gulp. As far as I know, Blackwood Stronghold is not the only big family in Quicksand City. Indeed, Blackwood Stronghold is very powerful, but they can't cover the sky with one hand. For example, our Nan Gongsheng family is not weaker than them at all. What's the reason? Lin Xian was puzzled. Because she has a good brother. Nan Gongsheng said, her brother, He Muya, is one of the top young experts in the entire Sha region. His strength is unfathomable, and he's known as one of the strongest people below Venerables. Her brother, He Muya, was known as one of the top young warriors in the Sha region. The Sha region was very large, almost as large as the Tiannan region. Moreover, the level of martial arts here far exceeded that of the Tiannan region. One could imagine the strength of the top young warriors. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect the Black Pearl's brother to be such a hero. However, he wasn't too worried. With the great dragon sword spirit, he believed that he wouldn't lose to anyone. Seeing Lin Xian's calm face, Nan Gongsheng praised. Brother Lin, you're really bold. It's nothing. Lin Xian shook his head. I only fought a few matches with the Black Pearl. I don't think her brother will bother me because of this. So, I have nothing to be afraid of. Lin Xian smiled, then raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. Right, it's not convenient to stay in an inn recently. Are there any good courtyards? I want to buy one. I know a few famous ones. What kind of one does Brother Lin want? The others don't matter, as long as it's quiet. That's easy, just leave it to me. However, Brother Lin, the houses in Quicksand City aren't cheap. It can even be said that every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. Actually, you don't need to do this. If you join our Nan Gongsheng family, I guarantee that you'll immediately get an exquisite courtyard. Lin Xian smiled. Judging from Nan Gongsheng's tone, it seemed that he wasn't going to completely give up on poaching him. Forget it, I still have the money. Lin Xian took out the spiritual high-grade artifact he just won. This sword should be enough for me to buy a good courtyard. Seeing this, Nan Gongsheng sucked in a breath of cold air. You can, but are you really willing to sell this high-grade spiritual grade artifact? There's nothing to be reluctant about, Lin Xian said. Besides, this belongs to the Darkwood clan. It's hot to hold it in my hands. It's better to get rid of it as soon as possible. That way, we can move to another courtyard. Haha, Brother Lin is so bold. Leave this matter to me. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Nan Gongsheng took the artifact. In a corner not far away, the Black Pearl was hiding at the side. When she saw this scene, she was so angry that her teeth itched. That damned bastard actually sold a high-grade spirit-level artifact. How infuriating. What's even more detestable is that the gigolo actually dared to accept it. He's really too detestable. No, I can't take this lying down. I must take revenge. Black Pearl could not help but snort coldly, then quickly retreated. Lin Xian and Nan Gongseng took big gulps of wine and left the Winds End restaurant after a long time. Just as the two of them stepped out of the door, a black shadow suddenly flashed from the side and quickly slashed towards them. This attack was too sudden and as fast as lightning. It was impossible to guard against it. Lin Xian's soul power had already sensed the danger. With a tap of his foot, his body moved horizontally and easily dodged the attack. However, Nan Gongseng was not so lucky. Seeing that the black shadow was about to land on his head, Nan Gongseng let out a low roar and used all his strength to protect his body. Pung, a low sound rang out, causing the air to tremble. The surrounding people exclaimed in surprise and all went around. Nan Gongseng was even more miserable. The defense in front of him had already cracked. One could imagine how terrifying this attack was. Not only that, but he also felt the blood in his body churning. He felt dizzy and almost lost his balance. Fortunately, Lin Xian came out in time and supported him. Nan Gongseng quickly used a cultivation method to forcibly suppress the boiling blood. Then, he looked around fiercely. Which blind fool dares to hit me? You don't want to live anymore. That's right, I'm hitting you. A delicate voice rang out, and Black Pearl's figure appeared in front of everyone. You two despicable bastards. How dare you buy and sell my high-grade artifact? Despicable. Especially a she-male like you. How dare you accept it? I'll beat you to death. Black Pearl stared at Nan Gongseng with an unfriendly expression. Nan Gongseng, who was originally very aggressive, became less angry when he saw Black Pearl. However, when he heard the words she-male, he jumped up like a wild cat whose tail had been stepped on. You're the she-male. Your whole family are she-males. I'm a real man. Nan Gongseng roared. You dare to scold me? Black Pearl was also anxious. Nothing like this had ever happened before. Now, there were people who dared to go against her one after another. So what if I'm scolding you? You're the one who hit me first. Nan Gongseng was also anxious. No matter what, he was still a member of the Nan Gongseng family. Moreover, he was also a famous martial scout. If news of this were to spread, it would be a joke, even if the other party was Black Pearl. Seeing that the two of them were going to continue, Lin Xian sighed. He turned to Black Pearl and said, Why? Are you here to return the 3 high-grade artifacts to me? After saying that, Lin Xian waved the IOU in his hand. Hearing that, Black Pearl's face fell. Then, she glared at Lin Xian fiercely. You're ruthless. Just you wait. Black Pearl gritted her teeth and stomped her feet. Forget it. Ignore her. Lin Xian pulled Nan Gongseng and continued on their way. However, Black Pearl was like a small dog following behind them. They couldn't get rid of her. In the end, the two of them chose to ignore her. Nan Gongseng regained his composure and said to Lin Xian. There was a manor up ahead that was extremely quiet. It should suit Brother Lin's taste. Hearing Nan Gongseng's introduction, Lin Xian was curious. He planned to take a look and buy it if it was good enough. After all, it was Black Pearl's high-grade artifacts. He didn't feel any heartache. However, at this moment, they passed by a huge arena. Lin Xian suddenly stopped. Brother Lin, what's wrong? Nan Gongseng asked. Then, he followed Lin Xian's gaze. This is the Wang family's arena. It's average, but not as good as our Nan Gongseng said. He didn't forget to show off his family. How's the business here? Lin Xian asked. It's okay. After all, the Wang family is a mid-tier force in Quicksand City. Then how about the wheel challenge here? Nan Gongseng was startled. He then said, most of the Wang family's martial artists are at the late stage of the spirit detecting realm. There are also a few at the peak of the spirit detecting realm. As for the peak of the spirit detecting realm, there are at most two. Usually, only one comes here. After all, most of the people who come here are ordinary martial artists. The peak of the spirit detecting realm can do this. Those geniuses won't come here. They will go to the top arenas. I see. When is this place the most crowded? Lin Xian asked. Lin Xian smiled and said, my hands are suddenly itching. Let's come here tonight and play. Nan Gongxing was a bit surprised. He didn't know why Lin Xian would suddenly be interested in the Wang family's arena. What he didn't know was that in the setting sun desert, Lin Xian had almost been framed by a girl from the Wang family. When he thought of that vicious woman, Lin Xian was still a bit angry. Now that he had encountered the Wang family's arena, he naturally wouldn't let it go. Let's go and take a look at that mansion first. We'll come here tonight to play a few rounds. Okay. Nan Gongxing smiled. The Wang family's arena wasn't too bad. It had a peak spirit detecting expert overseeing it. They should be able to test Lin Xian's strength tonight. Looking at the sandstone courtyard, Lin Xian smiled. How is it, Brother Lin? Are you satisfied? Nan Gongxing asked. Very good. It's spacious and quiet. It's a good place to live in a busy city. Brother Nan Gongxing is very considerate. Of course I have to be considerate. Otherwise, I wouldn't be worthy of the price of a high-grade treasure. Wouldn't that make me seem useless? The two joked. Behind them, Black Pearl coldly snorted and gnashed her teeth. I've already found your nest. Just wait for your bad luck. Nan Gongxing shrugged. In any case, he didn't live here, so he wasn't afraid. Lin Xian directly ignored her. With his strength, as long as it wasn't someone from the older generation, he wouldn't be in any danger. They went in to rest. Soon, evening arrived. Quicksand City was even more lively at night. The entire city was brightly lit. It was several times livelier than during the day. The various arenas, restaurants, and brothels were even more lively. It was as if the entire city had come alive. Lin Xian and Nan Gongxing walked toward the Wang family's arena. Black Pearl was still following behind them. She wanted to figure out Lin Xian's strength before finding someone to make a move on. Tonight was the best opportunity. At this moment, the Wang family's arena was bustling with noise and excitement. In order not to attract attention, Nan Gongxing and Black Pearl wore large robes to cover their faces. Originally, the two of them did not agree. With their status, there was no need for them to do this. Moreover, if they revealed their identity and entered, they would definitely be able to obtain the highest level of service. However, Lin Xian refused. He didn't come here to enjoy himself. When Lin Xian said that he was here to cause trouble, the two of them were stunned for a moment before they were pleasantly surprised. The Black Pearl seemed to have forgotten its previous hatred as it danced with joy. Nan Gongxing was a little worried. One had to know that the Wang clan had a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. Although Lin Xian was strong, in his opinion, compared to a martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm, he was still a bit lacking. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't mess around. In the end, Nan Gongxing and his companion agreed to Lin Xian's conditions and put on loose robes. They arrived at the Wang clan's arena. It was extremely huge inside, and there was not only one martial stage. Dozens of arenas formed an arc for the spectators to admire. Not only was each arena wide and sturdy, but it also had a special defensive array formation. It ensured that the spectators wouldn't be injured while still being able to watch. From this, it could be seen that the martial arts industry in Quicksand City had developed to a very perfect state. Before participating in the martial arts competition, Lin Xian understood the rules of the martial arts competition. There were two most common types. One was a one-on-one challenge. The other was a tag team battle, which meant that the challenger could continuously challenge until they lost. They would receive a corresponding reward based on the number of matches they won. This reward was much more generous than a one-on-one match. However, it was also much more difficult. This was because the opponent could be anyone in a tag team battle. Moreover, the Zhuang clan had a large number of elite experts prepared to snipe the contestants at any time. Therefore, the number of matches that the contestants could win wasn't many. There weren't many who could win 10 matches in a row. After Lin Xian finished registering, he returned to his seat and waited. At this moment, there were martial artists fighting fiercely on the martial stages in front of him. The crowd below was crazily shouting. Lin Xian discovered that the lowest cultivation level of the contestants was at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm. Most of them were at the late stage. After all, martial arts flourished here, and the Heavenly South region couldn't compare to it. Bang, on one of the martial stages. The air violently shook, and a figure flew out. His opponent, on the other hand, was standing proudly in the center. Xiahe! Xiahe! Countless people shouted loudly. Lin Xian also looked up and saw that the winner was standing with his hands behind his back and a slender soft sword hanging from his waist. A fierce aura spread out from his body. Xiahe is too strong. He sent an opponent of the same cultivation level flying with a light sweep. Yes, although he is only at the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm, his battle prowess is already at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. He is already a powerful existence among the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm. I'm afraid that even a peak spirit-detecting realm martial artist might not be able to win. Everyone was shocked and envious. Xiahe shouted, "It's still a one-on-one match, and the prize remains the same. Who else wants to come up?" Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in shock. Normally, one-on-one matches wouldn't be carried out consecutively, but Xiahe wanted to fight consecutively. It was obvious that he was very confident in his own strength. Otherwise, no one would dare to take this risk. "I'll go." A loud voice rang out. It was like a bell that spread out in all directions. Some of the weaker martial artists were shaken to the point that their ears trembled, and the blood in their bodies surged. Who is this? It's so powerful. The next moment, a bronze-skinned man walked onto the stage. Every step he took caused the entire stage to tremble. Isn't this Rockhan Jinqing? This guy is at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. He must have been too. Arrogant just now. This Jinqing couldn't stand it and came up. Thinking of this, everyone was excited and looked carefully. One of them was a swordsman whose battle prowess was at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm, while the other was a true peak spirit-detecting realm martial artist. It would definitely be an intense battle. Make your move. Let me see what you're capable of. Jinqing sneered. His skin glowed and quickly transformed into a rock-like defense. In an instant, Jinqing's entire body turned into rock. He was like a stone man. This Jinqing was just as the rumors said. He could turn his body into rock to greatly increase his defense and strength. He was too powerful. With this method, he was already invincible. How could anyone fight him? Everyone was shocked. They shook their heads and exclaimed. Fierce rock, have an opening hand. Jinqing shouted in a low voice. Like a stone man, he quickly rushed forward. He waved his hand and it quickly grew. Layers of strange patterns appeared on his rock arm. An incomparably violent force surged out of his arm and tore the void apart. The air split apart and turned into rolling waves. The terrifying force shattered everything in front of it. It was like a giant mountain was moving quickly. He waved his arm and stabbed out with his sword. The sword curved like a ribbon, making it hard for people to see its trajectory. The sword stabbed out like a poisonous snake swinging its tail, quickly hitting the stone-like arm. Whoosh, the soft sword touched his arm, as if a ribbon was gently brushing past. Such weak strength. It has no effect on me at all. Jinqing sneered. With your strength, you're pitifully weak. I can blow you up with a single punch. However, just as he finished speaking, his body began to tremble. Then, a heart-wrenching pain came from his arm, causing his face to contort. Ah! Jinqing clutched his arm in pain. Like an injured beast, he charged around wildly. On the other side, he put away his flexible sword and sneered. What's going on? The crowd was in an uproar. They couldn't understand. Why did the powerful Jinqing suddenly become so crazy? It looks like he's seriously injured. What did Xiahe do? Was it that sword just now? But it didn't have any power. Xiaohi's sword had injured Jin Cheng's arm, causing a commotion. They couldn't see through the mysteries of that sword. In the arena, Xiaohi sneered with his hands behind his back. His face was full of arrogance. How could these stupid martial artists understand his move? Damn it. What method did that guy use to injure his opponent? Black Pearl was puzzled. It's internal energy. He must have mastered a very strange method of exerting force. He used internal energy to penetrate his opponent's defense and injure his arm, Lin Xian said in a low voice. If you don't know in advance, it's easy to be injured. Hearing Lin Xian's explanation, Black Pearl and Nan Gongseng finally understood. This guy just appeared recently. He must be a martial artist from another place. It looks like his potential isn't bad. I wonder how strong he really is. Nan Gongseng said while rubbing his chin. It looked like he was thinking of poaching people for his family again. His true strength should be at the peak of the spirit detecting realm. However, his method of exerting force is too strange. He can injure his opponent unexpectedly. If you can predict his defense, it'll be easy to defeat him, Lin Xian said with a smile. You speak as if it's true. If you have the ability, go and defeat him. Black Pearl snorted. Lin Xian shrugged and said nothing. His goal was the Wheel of Attrition challenge, so he wouldn't consider anything else. Moreover, he already knew about the opponent's strange attacks. If they really fought, he would put in more defense and not let the opponent succeed. At this moment, a black figure suddenly appeared in the corridor on the second floor like a ghost. This was an old man with a black robe and white hair. His skin was as smooth as a baby's, and at that moment, he smiled. To be able to challenge someone of a higher rank, his strength is not bad. When the competition is over, invite him over and see if he's willing to join our Wang clan. Yes. The surrounding guards replied respectfully. At this moment, on the central martial platform, the muscular man, Jin Cheng, was holding his arm with a ferocious expression. His heart was burning with rage. Originally, he wanted to destroy the other party's prestige, but he didn't expect that he would be hit by the other party's move. They had just exchanged blows, and one of his arms was almost crippled. This made him extremely angry. Brat, I'm going to kill you. Jin Cheng roared. You? An idiot who only knows how to use brute force. I'll give you a chance. Hurry up and admit defeat, or don't blame me for being impolite. Xiaohi sneered. Brat, you're courting death. Jin Cheng roared. He temporarily suppressed the injury to his right arm and quickly waved his left palm, blasting it forward. This time, he had learned his lesson. He didn't choose to fight in close range, but from a distance. As long as he didn't come into contact with the strange flexible sword, he wouldn't be injured. This time, he would use his cultivation to crush the other party. The void floated, and a 30-meter-long rock palm quickly formed. It was like a mountain of rock, sticking close to the ground and moving quickly. At the same time, his body released light, and strange patterns appeared on the surface of the rock. They quickly spread, forming a pressure that filled the sky and spread in all directions. In an instant, the halo covered half of the platform, and an extremely terrifying pressure was produced, as if it could crush everything. This power was extremely violent, and was produced by his rock body. It could suppress most peak spirit detecting experts, and its strength was incomparably strong. Two terrifying attacks were launched at almost the same time, enveloping Xiaohi. Bang, everywhere they passed, the ground collapsed, and the air cracked. Whoosh, when the two attacks were close, Xiaohi suddenly moved. He was like a ray of silver light, flashing quickly. His steps were very strange. He was like a silver ribbon, drifting unpredictably. Every time he appeared, he would appear in unexpected places. Jin Cheng's two terrifying attacks only brushed past his afterimage, and didn't cause him any damage. In the next moment, a silver light flashed, and Xiaohi's figure appeared, directly arriving beside Jin Cheng. The silver flexible sword stabbed out like a silver poisonous snake, vicious and fierce to the extreme. In an instant, the flexible sword slammed into Jin Cheng's chest. Like a poisonous snake, it was extremely fast. Not good. Jin Cheng's expression changed greatly. He quickly used his rock body, forming waves of rock that enveloped his body and constantly rotated. A thick and hard layer of defense formed in front of him. Even a martial artist of the same level would find it difficult to break through. Xia, he sneered disdainfully. The flexible sword surged like silver lightning, quickly slamming into the defense. Then, he withdrew his sword and quickly retreated. There was a trace of a victor's smile on his face. Stupid guy, you didn't even understand my attack before coming up. You're courting death. On the opposite side, Jin Cheng's pupils shrank. His body trembled rapidly, and then he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Just a moment ago, he said that he had extremely heavy internal injuries. However, what shocked him was that his body didn't suffer any external injuries. The attack seemed to have penetrated his defense and directly entered his body. What kind of attack is this? He was shocked. He had never seen such a strange attack before. At this moment, a deep sense of fear appeared in his heart. His opponent's attack had completely ignored his defense. How could he continue fighting? No matter how strong his defense was, it was useless. I admit defeat. Jin Cheng was terrified and quickly admitted defeat. Then, he quickly took out 2 healing pills and went to the side to recuperate. He didn't dare to continue fighting. He had already suffered heavy internal injuries. If he didn't recuperate, his body would be crippled. Humph. Useless trash. Who else? Xia, he snorted coldly. Everyone was shocked. Even a martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm like Jin Cheng had lost. No one else dared to go up. Moreover, they didn't understand Xiaohe's attack at all. It would be futile even if they went up. Seeing that no one wanted to fight, Xiaohe was disappointed. Then, he sneered and walked down the stage. After Xiaohe walked down the stage, an old man in a red robe appeared on the stage. The old man said loudly, "Everyone, you're in for a treat. The next martial artist has chosen to challenge you in turns." After the red-robed elder finished speaking, his figure flashed and he appeared to the side. Oh, someone actually chose to take turns fighting. I wonder who it is this time. I can't wait any longer. This time, I have to bet correctly. Everyone was excited and excited. The odds of this kind of fighting were much higher than other competitions. If they could win, they could even become rich overnight. At this moment, a sweet-looking servant girl wearing revealing clothes slowly walked in front of Lin Xian and respectfully said, "Young Master Lin, please go on stage." Lin Xian nodded to show that he understood. Then he took out a storage ring and threw it to Nan Gongsang. "Bet on me, 10 wins in a row, 10 wins in a row?" The servant girl was stunned. Shock appeared on her face. She had worked in the Wang family's arena for many years and rarely saw someone achieve 10 wins in a row. The youth in front of her was only at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm, yet he dared to boast like this. If he wasn't an expert, then he was an idiot. But looking at him, he didn't look like an expert. The beautiful girl recovered her composure and revealed a look of disdain. In her eyes, the youth in front of her was clearly boasting. The Black Pearl also snorted, 10 wins in a row? You? Dream on. No one believed that Lin Xian could achieve 10 wins in a row. It had to be known that very few people could achieve 10 wins in a row. Because 10 battles would exhaust a cultivator's stamina. Moreover, as the competition progressed, the bookmaker could clearly figure out the cultivator's patterns and habits. They would definitely choose different cultivators to restrain. Therefore, unless one was an extremely powerful cultivator, it would be very difficult for a normal person to achieve 10 wins in a row. However, Nan Gongsang still planned to follow Lin Xian's words. He held the storage ring in his hand and reached out with his soul perception. He was shocked. There were 10 boxes of mid-grade spirit stones inside, which probably amounted to around 300,000. This was not a small number. Moreover, he could take out so many spirit stones in one go with such a casual look. It was obvious that Lin Xian didn't care about these spirit stones at all. Where did this guy come from? Nan Gongsang was very curious. He was certain that Lin Xian definitely came from a large force, but he was still unclear as to which force it was. Little Pearl, I advise you to bet on Lin Xian. Why? Only he can win 10 times in a row. Black Pearl coldly snorted. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. In any case, I've already warned you. You should know that he's here to cause trouble. Do you think he'll compensate the Wang clan with spirit stones for nothing? How many spirit stones does he plan to bet? Black Pearl asked. Take a look for yourself. Nan Gongxing tossed the storage ring over. Black Pearl took it and quickly sensed it. Then, her small mouth opened in shock. How many bad things has this despicable bastard done? How could he have so many spirit stones? Black Pearl's eyes were filled with stars. Alright, the competition is about to start. Let's hurry up and place our bets. After that, the two of them quickly placed their bets and rushed back to watch the competition. They had all bet on Lin Xian. Among them, Lin Xian had bet 300,000 medium spiritual stones, Nan Gongxing 30,000, and Black Pearl 50,000. When they returned to their seats, Black Pearl looked at Nan Gongxing and said viciously while grinding her small canine teeth. Humph, I bet all my pocket money on the two of you. If the two of you dare to cheat me, don't blame me for being rude. Nan Gongxing's mouth twitched. To be honest, he had no confidence in Lin Xian. Of course, he didn't dare to be 100% sure. In the end, he could only change the topic. Stop talking. The competition is about to start. Black Pearl snorted softly and looked at the arena. Everyone, please be quiet. Let's invite the contestant of the wheel challenge, Lin Xian, to the arena. The old man in red robe said loudly. Lin Xian? I've never heard of him. He should be a newcomer. I wonder what kind of person he is. It's best if he's a powerhouse. Let's start quickly. I can't wait. Everyone was excited and looked forward to it. In the next moment, a figure appeared on the martial stage. It was a youth around 17 or 18 years old. He had a smile on his face and a calm expression. This is the challenger? Everyone was excited and looked at the youth. However, in the next moment, they were all shocked. Many people even exclaimed. What is going on? It's actually a martial artist at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm. Heavens, this is too childish. A martial artist at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm wants to participate in the wheel challenge? I'm afraid he'll lose in the first round. Many people sneered. They didn't think highly of the youth on the stage. Humph, so it's him. Kid, let me see what kind of ability you have. At this moment, there was an arrogant youth sitting in the VIP seats. He was the disciple of the Blackwood stronghold, Blackwood Mountain, who came to invite Lin Xian a few days ago. At this moment, he looked at the martial stage and sneered. The reason why his family had taken a fancy to Lin Xian was because of his potential. If his family were to nurture him, he would definitely be able to nurture him into an outstanding fighter in a few years. But right now, a martial artist at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm was too weak. Humph, what an arrogant kid. You dare to challenge him in a wheel challenge? You're courting death. Although the Wang family's battle arena is only a medium battle arena, not just anyone can behave atrociously here. Blackwood Mountain sneered. He was prepared to enjoy the scene of Lin Xian's defeat. At this moment, Lin Xian stood on the stage and looked around, taking in everyone's reaction. Facing everyone's doubtful and puzzled gazes, he didn't do anything extreme. Instead, he smiled and said in a clear voice. My goal today is 10 consecutive victories. I hope everyone can give me some guidance. What? 10 consecutive victories? Him? Is this kid crazy? Could it be that some idiot wants to come here to play to the gallery? I don't know. I think his registration fee of 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones is going to be wasted. Even the red-robed judge sneered and rolled his eyes. Blackwood Mountain laughed even more foolishly. In his opinion, this kid might not even be able to win one match, yet he dared to say that he wanted to win 10 matches. It seemed that this kid not only didn't know how to appreciate favors, but he was also a big idiot. Luckily, he didn't take him in, or he would be a disaster for his family. Blackwood Mountain rejoiced in his heart. Not only him, but the entire battle arena was about to explode. Mocking and disdainful voices could be heard everywhere. At this moment, the red-robed elder's voice sounded again. I believe everyone already knows the rules of the wheel challenge. Whoever defeats the challenger will win half of his reward. Don't miss this opportunity. I hope everyone doesn't miss it. Defeating the challenger and winning half of the reward was a method used by the banker to stimulate the other martial artists. Soon, a martial artist jumped onto the stage. This was a late-stage spirit detecting realm martial artist. He held 2 blades in his hands and had a cold smile on his face. "Begin," the red-robed elder said. The young martial artist laughed and waved the blades in his hands, forming a bright blade aura that swept out in a circle. This attack was powerful enough to split mountains and rivers. It was swift and fierce to the extreme. However, the blade aura was only halfway there when it suddenly shattered. Then, the dual-blade martial artist's body trembled and he was suddenly sent flying. What? This is impossible. The dual-blade martial artist landed on the ground, his body constantly twitching. Countless golden arcs of lightning danced on his body, releasing a terrifying power of thunder and lightning that made his body tremble rapidly. Everyone below was stunned, as if they were stone statues. The entire arena was terrifyingly silent. After a long time, everyone regained their senses. They looked ahead and sucked in a cold breath. Most of them didn't even see Lin Xian's movements. Who is this kid? He's so powerful. He actually sent a late-stage spirit detecting realm martial artist flying with one move. This is a challenge above his level. Everyone was shocked. It seemed that this youth was far more powerful than they had imagined. Even the red-robed judge was shocked. He looked at Lin Xian a few more times and said, "The challenger has won." The challenge continues. Once this voice was heard, many people cried out. Because in the first round, they had all bet on Lin Xian losing, but they didn't expect this result. Damn it, my spirit stones. No, this time I have to see clearly before I place my bet. Many people regretted and became cautious. In the VIP seats, Blackwood Mountain looked at Lin Xian on the stage with an extremely ugly expression. The challenge continues. The red-robed judge said in a deep voice. The crowd below was in an uproar. Soon, another martial artist walked onto the stage. "Kid, I'll fight you." It was a young man. Although he couldn't be considered handsome, he had a trace of cold arrogance. This person was also a late-stage spirit detecting realm martial artist, but his aura was even more powerful than the previous martial artist. Iron Chain River Blockade. The young man waved his hand and a spirit spear condensed in his hand. It carried an endless amount of violence as it swept over. The spear radiance was like a great river, flowing endlessly, instantly tearing the void apart. Lin Xian's figure swayed like duckweed, shuttling through the countless spear auras. Suddenly, he stretched out his palm and waved it continuously. Above the palm wind, golden electric arcs danced, forming a huge palm of lightning. It was 10 feet tall and spread out in all directions. Thunder and lightning exploded, instantly going out of control as lightning danced wildly. This golden lightning palm was too violent. It shattered all the spear lights in the sky with a single palm. Then, it blasted towards the other party in an even more violent manner. The young man dodged with extreme speed, retreating explosively. That huge lightning palm blossomed with a dazzling light. Lightning crackled on it, and golden snakes danced wildly. In the end, the young man was struck by the golden lightning palm and was sent flying, landing on the arena. He had defeated his opponent with one move again. Everyone cried out in alarm, unable to believe this. The martial artists who went up this time were much stronger than the previous ones, but they still couldn't escape the fate of being defeated in one move. On the other hand, Lin Xian's palm strike seemed very calm, as if he hadn't used much strength at all. Who is this guy? What terrifying strength! Heavens, could he be a genius martial artist from outside the realm? It's possible. Next time, we must bet on him to win. Although Lin Xian didn't display an overwhelming berserk aura, he had defeated his opponent cleanly in one move, which shocked everyone. The red-robed referee took a deep breath and loudly said, "The challenger has won." The challenge continues. The middle stage of the spirit detecting realm. To be able to defeat a late-stage spirit detecting realm martial artist in one move, his strength must be very close to the peak of the spirit detecting realm. Interesting. Let me have a go at you. A young man in white clothes walked out. This young man's eyes were sharp, and he was as fast as lightning. He left behind an afterimage as he quickly arrived on the arena. It's Lu Yun. He actually made a move. Lu Yun is at the late stage of the spirit detecting realm, but his strength is comparable to someone at the peak of the spirit detecting realm. He is indeed a terrifying opponent. Yes, especially his blood demon 8 blades. When he uses them, he completely disregards his life. Even a peak spirit detecting realm martial artist wouldn't dare to take them head on. It seems like this youth called Lin Xian is going to be unlucky. It's possible. With Lu Yun making a move, he should be able to snipe that youth. He can only blame himself for being too arrogant. He actually defeated his opponent in one move in the first 2 matches. I'm afraid many people won't be able to bear it. Quickly place your bets. The odds are very high this time. Everyone discussed. With Lu Yun making a move, they didn't have high hopes for Lin Xian. Brat, you're very arrogant. Lu Yun sneered. I'll tell you that this isn't a place where you can act wildly. Then he took out his blood-colored blade and quickly slashed down. This Lu Yun was very decisive and didn't have any intention of being sloppy. The blood-colored blade energy surged and swept out in all directions. It was like a blood-colored waterfall dancing in the air. Blood demon 8 blades. In an instant, 8 large rays of light shot out and blood mist filled the air. The entire space was dyed blood red. The blade energy was like a waterfall as it crisscrossed in the air. The 8 large blade energy tore through the void and condensed together to form a curtain of blood light that enveloped Lin Xian. It's the blood demon 8 blades. Lu Yun used his ultimate technique as soon as he came up. I'm afraid that Brad is finished. Yeah, I think Lu Yun also wants to defeat his opponent in one move and humiliate him. The crowd below exclaimed. The blood demon 8 blades was too stunning. The 8 bloody lights were like blood-colored dragons that tore through the sky. Lin Xian stood in place and didn't have any intention of dodging. He raised his right hand and the golden lightning on his arm jumped and quickly intertwined to form a 10-foot-long golden electric saw. Then, it crashed down. Lin Xian had already comprehended the concept of thunder. During this period of time, as he comprehended it, it became even more profound. Therefore, this move could be said to be extremely violent and fierce. It completely displayed the power of thunder and lightning. The golden electric saw fell and everything in front of it was ruthlessly sliced apart. The 8-blade energy shattered with a loud bang. Lu Yun's face turned pale. He felt an unprecedented pressure. All the bones in his body creaked as if they would break apart at any time. In the next moment, his body trembled as if he was struck by lightning. His body emitted a burnt smell as he flew out. Lu Yun was defeated in one move. The crowd was in an uproar. Many people rubbed their eyes. They couldn't believe what had just happened. This is impossible. Lu Yun was actually defeated and sent flying in one move. One had to know that Lu Yun was comparable to a martial artist at the peak of the spirit detecting realm. At this moment, he was defeated by Lin Xian in one move. Didn't this mean that Lin Xian's strength was comparable to a martial artist at the peak of the spirit detecting realm? If this was true, then it was too terrifying. Lin Xian was only at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm, but his strength was comparable to a martial artist at the peak of the spirit detecting realm. This was crossing 2 small realms. Genius, an absolute genius. Damn, I'm sure this brat is definitely a martial arts genius. I just don't know which force he is from. Damn, I was wrong again. This brat is too strange. Below, Black Pearl was filled with joy. She had bet 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones on Lin Xian. Now that Lin Xian had won 3 rounds in a row, her spirit stones had tripled, reaching 150,000. This kind of speed could be considered a windfall. Even Black Pearl's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Nan Gongsang straightened his body and stared at Lin Xian. His eyes shined brightly. He knew that this was just the beginning. Lin Xian's strength should be far greater than this. Of course, not everyone was cheering for Lin Xian. At this moment, Xiaohe was sitting there with a gloomy expression. Hearing everyone compare him to Lin Xian, Xiaohe's expression became more and more ferocious. He had come here to become famous. Previously, he had defeated a peak spirit detecting cultivator with his late-stage spirit detecting realm cultivation and won everyone's admiration and respect. He enjoyed this feeling a lot, but this feeling didn't last for long. Now a youth with a lower cultivation level than him had defeated a cultivator at the peak of the spirit detecting realm. His fame had surpassed his, and he couldn't accept it. Self-righteous brat. He only defeated a peak spirit detecting cultivator. He's not a true peak spirit detecting cultivator. The difference between the two is like heaven and earth. You dare to compare me to this brat? What a bunch of idiots. Xiaohe's expression was filled with disdain. In his eyes, Lin Xian's strength was only so and couldn't be compared to his. However, not long after, he was stunned. His handsome face became ferocious and his eyes were filled with killing intent. This was because Lin Xian had just defeated another martial artist at the peak of the spirit detecting realm. Xiaohe's expression suddenly became very ugly. Before, he had said that Lin Xian had only defeated a peak spirit detecting cultivator and couldn't compete with a true peak spirit detecting cultivator. Now, Lin Xian had defeated a true peak spirit detecting cultivator. This was a slap to his face. Not only Xiaohe, but everyone else was also stunned. Lin Xian's strength had once again exceeded everyone's expectations. The members of the Wang family were also stunned. The other party had easily obtained 4 consecutive victories. He was simply too powerful. Previously, they didn't think Lin Xian could win. After all, a mid-stage spirit detecting realm cultivator was too ordinary. However, he didn't expect that this seemingly unremarkable young man was actually a martial arts genius who could challenge someone of a higher level than him. Moreover, it was a gap of 2 levels. Pass down the order. If this brat obtains 5 consecutive victories, then begin to snipe him. The black-robed elder on the 2nd floor ordered. Immediately, the surrounding cultivators agreed respectfully and began to arrange the following matters. The challenger won, and the competition continued. The red-robed elder's voice was somewhat cold. He had already received orders from above. As long as the young man in front of him won another round, they would begin their operation. Xiaohe's eyes flashed as he looked at Lin Xian. After some thought, he decided not to attack for the time being. He knew the rules of the Colosseum, so the Wang clan should be even more anxious than him. He was waiting for an opportunity to make his move. At that time, he would let everyone know who the true martial arts genius was. The result of 4 consecutive victories shocked most of the cultivators. However, there were many experts in the Colosseum, so not everyone was afraid of Lin Xian. Soon, another person walked out and prepared to challenge. This youth's appearance was ordinary, and he was slightly chubby. However, his aura was more condensed and sharp. A powerful aura that belonged to someone at the peak of the spirit detecting realm filled the surroundings. The moment this youth stepped onto the stage, he floated in the air. His robes fluttered as the spirit energy around him twisted and quickly intertwined to form powerful spirit beasts. These spirit beasts roared ferociously with shocking momentum. It was as if they were real. Su Chao, a martial artist at the peak of the spirit detecting realm. He specializes in using spirit energy to form spirit beasts and combine them into a formation to attack. It can be said that his attack power is both strong and strange. Spirit beasts formed from spirit chi, and combined with the formation, they can display power several times greater than their own. This Su Chao is definitely a terrifying opponent. The people below discussed and began to place their bets. Most of them had seen Su Chao's power and naturally knew how strong he was. Therefore, they all believed that Su Chao would win this match. The void trembled as all kinds of powerful spirit beasts filled it. They quickly moved and stood in different positions, forming a strange formation. In an instant, the space around Lin Xian seemed to solidify. A dangerous aura spread out. At this moment, the distant Su Chao revealed a cold smile. Then, his fingers formed a seal and moved quickly. The spirit beasts began to move according to his control, and the entire formation was quickly activated. What an idiot. He actually didn't do anything and let me easily form the formation. Su Chao sneered. In the past, he was most worried about the time before he formed the formation because his opponent would do everything possible to stop him from forming the formation. However, the youth in front of him didn't do anything. He just stood there quietly and watched the formation form. Su Chao was ecstatic. As long as he formed the formation, he would be able to form a powerful force that would be several times stronger than his own. With the spirit beast formation, he had defeated many powerful opponents. This time, he believed that his formation would be able to work again. The youth in front of him wouldn't be able to withstand one of his attacks. "Brat, your good luck ends here. Lose for me." Su Chao sneered. Then, he put his palms together and activated the formation with all his strength. "Good luck?" Lin Xian sneered with disdain. Up until now, the other party still thought that he had gotten to where he was by luck. What a joke. Looking at the powerful spirit beasts pouncing at him, Lin Xian didn't do anything. Instead, he activated the great dragon sword soul. In the next moment, a low roar came from his body. The roar was desolate and dull. It seemed to have come from the distant wilderness. It carried endless pressure. It resounded in all directions. In an instant, the powerful spirit beasts around Lin Xian stopped in their tracks. Their eyes were filled with fear. Then, their bodies trembled rapidly and exploded. They turned into bits of spirit chi and dissipated in the air. What? That's impossible. In the distance, Su Chao was shocked. His face was full of horror. The spirit beasts that he had formed with his spirit chi were abnormally powerful. They were even more powerful than real demonic beasts. However, the other party only let out a roar and all the spirit beasts that he had formed were killed. What kind of technique is that? It's too heaven-defying. The martial artists below were even more shocked. That scene was too shocking. One had to know that those powerful spirit beasts were powerful and could crush an area. However, they couldn't even withstand a roar. No one would believe it. This young man was too mysterious. He probably hadn't used his full strength yet. Lin Xian revealed a mysterious smile. If the other party attacked, he might have to dodge or defend. However, the other party used spiritual energy to condense spiritual beasts, which was useless against him. Although those spiritual beasts were formed from spiritual energy, they were still limited by their species. The dragon sword soul in his body was the leader of all spiritual beasts. Just its aura alone was enough to kill them. He didn't even need to make a move, therefore, just now, he only released a trace of the dragon sword soul's aura and all the spiritual beasts around him were destroyed. Do you want to continue? Lin Xian looked at Su Chao and revealed a smile that wasn't a smile. Su Chao's body trembled and his heart beat wildly. How was he going to fight? His most powerful attack was shattered by the other party's roar. The two of them weren't on the same level. Thinking of the other party's terrifying attack, Su Chao felt bitter. He didn't have any chance of winning. Thinking of this, Su Chao smiled. Brother, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. You're very strong. I admit defeat. Facing such a strong opponent, he didn't need to fight a hopeless battle. He might as well form a good relationship with the other party. Moreover, losing to such a martial artist wasn't a loss of face. Su Chao had a premonition that the young man in front of him was going to create a miracle. Thanks for letting me win. Lin Xian smiled. Then, there was a deafening roar from below the stage. So far, Lin Xian had won 5 matches in a row. Every victory was quick and easy. These people weren't fools. They naturally knew how powerful Lin Xian was. As martial artists, they worshipped strength. Lin Xian's strength had already conquered them. Therefore, at this moment, the entire arena was filled with a sea of cheers. Lin Xian! Lin Xian! Lin Xian! Everyone shouted crazily, raising their arms and cheering. Their voices were like waves, each higher than the last, sweeping through the 9 heavens. Lin Xian's 5 consecutive victories brought the atmosphere of the arena to a climax. On the seats, Black Pearl was so happy that she danced with joy. Her little face was full of excitement. I didn't expect this bastard to be so powerful. But it's not bad. I've made a lot of money this time. Nan Gongxing exclaimed, Brother Lin is indeed Brother Lin. He is indeed powerful. The current situation had completely exceeded his expectations. Lin Xian's strength had already surpassed the majority of peak spirit detecting martial artists. It was definitely a powerful combat strength. Moreover, what was even more shocking was that Lin Xian seemed to be only 18 years old. He was so young and had such heaven-defying talent. If he was properly nurtured, he would definitely become a top young genius within a few years. This kind of genius was the target that countless major forces wanted to rope in. However, at this moment, the Wang family was unable to feel happy because this matter happened in their battle arena. If the opponent continued his winning streak, then the one who would become famous would be Lin Xian himself, and the one who would suffer would be the Wang family's dojo. Not only would they have to offer large amounts of resources as rewards, but they would also become Lin Xian's stepping stone to fame. At that time, the reputation of the Wang family's dojo would plummet, so the Wang family would not allow such a thing to happen. A mid-stage spirit detecting realm cultivator with 5 consecutive victories. He is indeed a martial arts genius, but it ends here. On the second floor, the black-robed elder's face was cold. Pass down the order. Start sniping. We cannot let him win again. Soon, a seductive woman passed through the guest area below. This woman was very beautiful and wore revealing clothes. She carried endless temptation as she walked. Her snake-like waist kept twisting, and she soon arrived in front of Xianxia. "Young Master Xia, my master invites you," the seductive woman said. Hearing this, Xianxia smiled. It seemed that the Wang family could no longer sit still. He stood up and slowly said, "Lead the way." Soon, Xianxia arrived at a VIP room. "Young Master Xia, please sit." In the VIP room, a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes smiled. "No, let's get straight to the point," Xianxia said. "Straightforward." The middle-aged man laughed. "In the future, young Master Xia should know what we are thinking. I wonder if young Master Xia is willing to fight?" "Oh? What benefits do I get if I fight?" Xianxia asked directly. The middle-aged man smiled and slowly said, "The opponent has already won 5 consecutive battles. It can be said that he is very strong. If young Master Xia fights now and defeats him, wouldn't it show off young Master's strength? Moreover, the Wang family will not mistreat young Master. From now on, you are a guest martial artist of the Wang family. As long as you defeat that brat, all the rewards he has accumulated from the previous 5 battles will belong to young Master. I believe young Master Xia will not refuse such a thing that can bring both fame and fortune." The rewards from the wheel challenge were very generous, and the rewards from the previous 5 battles were even more tempting. And now, the Wang family had offered such generous conditions in order to make Xianxia fight. It was indeed tempting. Since the Wang family is so sincere, how can I refuse? Xianxia smiled. "Don't worry. As long as I fight, I will definitely defeat that brat. Then I will have to trouble young Master Xia." The middle-aged man smiled. Then, he looked at the central arena, and his eyes darkened. It won't be that easy to win 5 consecutive battles in the Wang family. In the outside world, the arena was bustling with noise and excitement. Countless people were shouting Lin Xian's name and did not disperse for a long time. The red-robed judge's face was gloomy. He stood to the side and did not say a word. Suddenly, his eyebrows twitched as he received a voice transmission. Then, he grinned. "All right, everyone, let the challenges continue," the red-robed judge said loudly. Only then did the crowd quiet down. However, they were all curious. Who was going to fight this time? One had to know that Lin Xian was able to defeat a martial artist at the peak of the spirit detecting realm in one move. This meant that his strength was extremely strong even among martial artists at the peak of the spirit detecting realm. Some people even speculated that he was very close to a martial artist at the peak of the spirit detecting realm. Under such circumstances, to defeat Lin Xian, one would have to be an expert at the peak of the spirit detecting realm or an ultimate martial artist at the peak of the spirit detecting realm. However, ultimate martial artists were too strong, and they were existences that dominated the Wang family's arena. They would not easily make a move. Therefore, the person going to fight might be a powerful existence among martial artists at the peak of the spirit detecting realm. However, when the challenger walked out, the crowd was stunned. The person he was going to challenge was Xianxia. The crowd was stunned for a moment before they cried out in surprise. They would not forget the scene of Xianxia defeating a martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm in one move. Moreover, they still hadn't figured out what that strange attack was. This is too shocking. I didn't expect Xianxia to fight this time. Both of them are genius martial artists. It's hard to say who will win. That's right. Both of them are at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm, but Xiaohi's cultivation is a bit higher. He should be able to suppress Lin Xian. I don't think so. Up until now, Lin Xian has defeated his opponent with a single move. It's impossible to determine his true strength. Everyone was discussing animatedly. They were guessing who would win this competition. However, during the discussion, they realized that both of them were abnormally powerful. They couldn't guess who would win. Xiaohi's face was cold as he slowly walked onto the stage. Who do you think you are? How dare you compare yourself to me? Xiaohi shouted coldly. I'll give you one chance. Get out of here, or don't blame me for being impolite. Xiaohi's performance was quite domineering. Lin Xian frowned. He didn't know Xiaohi at all. Even if he wanted to challenge him, there was no need to humiliate him like this. However, since Xiaohi had done this, he had to pay a corresponding price. Then, there was a trace of coldness in his eyes. Apologize, or bear the consequences. Ha ha ha. Xiaohi laughed wildly. You? Kid, don't think that defeating a peak spirit-detecting realm martial artist is something amazing. In my eyes, you're not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Xiaohi's laughter echoed in the surroundings, his voice full of arrogance and disdain. The crowd below was excited. They didn't expect the atmosphere to be so tense. The Wang family members were relieved and smiled. Xiaohi's performance was enough to show that he had enough confidence to win this match. Nan Gongseng and the Black Pearl were nervous. Although Lin Xian was powerful, his opponent wasn't weak either. This was definitely going to be a fierce battle. In the VIP stands, Blackwood Mountain looked at the stage and sneered. Damn thief, let's see what you're going to do this time. Lin Xian looked at the arrogant Xiaohi and shook his head. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me. Cut the crap. Die. Xiaohi sneered. His body suddenly exploded, and he charged toward Lin Xian like a bolt of silver lightning. In an instant, his silver flexible sword was drawn and twisted in the air like a poisonous snake. The air was mercilessly sliced apart like a piece of cloth. An abnormally soft and strange energy flowed within the sword light. Not good, it's that strange attack again, the crowd exclaimed. Xiaohi's hidden energy attack from the start. His intention was obvious. He wanted to end this battle quickly and finish off Lin Xian to prove his strength. The silver sword light flashed and instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. Instead, a cold smile appeared on his face. And he already had a way to deal with it. Therefore, this strange hidden energy attack did not pose any threat to him at all. The golden lightning twos was to be replaced by a green cheese. Lin Xian waved his arm and the air around him started to swirl rapidly, forming a huge vortex. Two's to say, it's. In mid-air, the silver sword light was disturbed by this force and instantly rushed towards the vortex. Not long after, the silver sword entered the vortex. Countless streams of qi surged and instantly destroyed the hidden energy. Xiaohi's expression changed when he sensed the disappearance of the hidden energy. This hidden energy was related to his cultivation method. It could penetrate all defenses and directly attack a cultivator's body. This cultivation method was extremely sinister and vicious. It was very powerful. Every time he attacked, he could defeat his enemy. This was the reason why Xiaohi was so arrogant. But now, the hidden energy he was so proud of had been destroyed. This was something that he could not accept at all. He guessed. This kid must have guessed. Xiaohi retracted his sword and retreated to a safe place. As far as he was concerned, that was definitely a dream of the other party. Otherwise, no one would be able to break his hidden energy under normal circumstances. Humph, I don't believe you can be so accurate every time. Xiaohi snorted. I'll show you my ultimate skill this time. 9 Mysterious Silver Snake Sword. The silver longsword surged like silver poisonous snakes. The sword chi condensed into a huge silver phantom, emitting a cold aura. Above the silver phantom, there was an even more sinister and strange hidden energy attack. It's useless. All your attacks are useless against me. Lin Xian's voice was cold. Countless streams of green chi appeared around him. The concept of wind followed, causing the surrounding space to condense. Then, the air within 30 meters of Lin Xian quickly flowed according to his thoughts. Every place had a different flow of chi, strange and unpredictable. Under the effect of the concept of wind, the entire space was like an undercurrent, extremely dangerous. Every stream of chi was very dangerous. Not only did it have a swift and biting aura on the surface, but it also carried traces of inexplicable power. What? He also knows how to control hidden energy? How is that possible? Xiaohe was shocked. He wanted to retreat and attack, but Lin Xian didn't give him the chance. The air around him surged, forming a strange space that instantly pulled Xiaohe in. In the next moment, Xiaohe was trapped in a huge vortex. Soon, he felt a violent undercurrent rushing into his body, causing him to feel a strong sense of suffocation. In fact, the spatial storm even suppressed the hidden power of his silver shadow. Whoosh! Whoosh! Not only that, but huge green wind blades appeared around him, their sharpness comparable to bejeweled weapons. Under the support of the concept of wind, countless wind blades attacked, instantly tearing the silver phantom apart. In an instant, Xiaohe's heart trembled. His face turned pale, and his blood boiled. He finally couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew backwards. What? Xiaohe was actually injured. Looking at this scene, everyone was shocked. According to their expectations, this should be a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. Everyone even thought that Lin Xian couldn't win at all, and would even be suppressed by Xiaohe. However, they didn't expect Xiaohe to be suppressed, and the outcome of the battle was decided in one move. This Lin Xian is too powerful. He can actually suppress Xiaohe's strange attack. What is that green vortex? It's so terrifying. That's the concept of wind. I didn't expect that kid to have mastered the concept of wind. No wonder he's so powerful. An expert exclaimed. So it's a concept. No wonder he can suppress Xiaohe's hidden energy. Nan Gongseng was shocked. Concepts were extremely mysterious. Normal martial artists couldn't comprehend them. Only peerless geniuses could comprehend them. Moreover, any martial artist who comprehended a concept would have their attack power greatly increased, far surpassing others. Now, it seemed that Lin Xian was that kind of genius martial artist. Damn kid, he actually comprehended a concept. Haima Shan's face was cold. Such a genius can't be used by my Haima family. He must be eliminated. His tone was filled with killing intent. Originally, they thought that with Xiaohe's help, nothing would go wrong and they would be able to defeat Lin Xian. However, they did not expect the result to be the opposite. Not only did Lin Xian defeat Xiaohe, but he also displayed the concept of wind. Even their Wan family did not have many young geniuses like him. Xiaohe was half kneeling on the ground, using his silver flexible sword to support himself. Blood was constantly flowing from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, his hair was disheveled and he was in an extremely sorry state. Damn it, it's actually the concept of wind. No wonder it could break through my mysterious snake-hidden energy. Xiaohe's face was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The handsome and talented image he had built up was completely destroyed, and the one who caused this was this hateful brat in front of him. However, he did not think that if he had not been so arrogant and insulted Lin Xian, he would not have ended up like this. At this moment, Xiaohe had already fallen into a frenzy. His eyes were red as he looked at Lin Xian. He roared angrily, then used his cultivation technique to suppress his internal injuries and stood up with difficulty. Brat, you dare to hurt me? You're dead. I won't let you go today. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have a concept. In front of me, you don't have the qualifications to be arrogant. Xiaohe's tone was ferocious. Then, he used his flexible sword to cut open his palm. Blood flowed out and wrapped around the silver flexible sword. You've completely angered me. Today, I won't let you go. Xiaohe revealed a cruel smile. Next to him, the silver flexible sword was wrapped in his blood. Then, with a sucking sound, the blood was all sucked into the silver flexible sword. Then, the silver flexible sword rolled and spiraled. Finally, as if it had come to life, it turned into a 3-foot-long silver snake. Its silver eyes were cold as it constantly flickered its tongue. Go kill him. Xiaohe pointed at Lin Xian and shouted ferociously. Suddenly, the small snake formed by the silver flexible sword seemed to have received some kind of command. Its cold eyes stared at Lin Xian. Then, like a bolt of silver lightning, he disappeared. His speed was extremely fast, and at the same time, a cold aura spread out. When the warriors in the front row felt this aura, they trembled and kept retreating. This aura was too sinister, making people feel uncomfortable all over, as if they were being targeted by something. For a moment, Lin Xian also had the same feeling, as if there was a pair of eyes staring at him. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable, but he immediately let out a cold snort. The great dragon sword soul in his body surged, and a warm current flowed through his entire body. In the next moment, countless gusts of wind swirled around him, forming a violent current. At this moment, the concept of wind was completely displayed by him. Wisps of wind aura drifted around him, and under the effect of Lai Dalong's sword soul, they quickly formed a green vortex. This was an attack that he had formed by imitating the sword of devouring. Suddenly, a powerful devouring force was formed all around him, as if it was going to devour everything. Although this power could not be compared to the real sword of devouring, it was still extraordinarily powerful. After all, he had the great dragon sword soul as his foundation, and Lin Xian's concept of wind had already reached a very high level, fire monkey. Therefore, this move could be said to be infinitely useful. The silver snake was originally incomparably ferocious, but suddenly, it was pulled by the devouring force, and a look of panic appeared on its face. Furthermore, the pressure of the great dragon sword soul caused the small silver snake to dim significantly. Lin Xian used his finger as a sword, and a green sword light appeared on his fingertip. Wind Slayer. The sword light slashed through like a gust of wind. This sword was incomparably ethereal, like an antelope hanging its horn. It was unbelievable to the extreme. In an instant, the silver snake was cut into several pieces. This silver snake was formed by Xiaohe using his essence blood to activate a secret technique. After it was killed, Xiaohe naturally suffered a backlash from the technique, and he immediately vomited blood again. Impossible, this is impossible. How can you personally destroy my secret technique attack? Xiaohe's face was filled with madness, and he constantly tore at his hair. Right now, he looked like a madman. He could not help it, as this scene was too unbelievable for him. One had to know that his secret technique attack was extremely powerful, and it could even defeat experts at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. However, such a powerful attack seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow from Lin Xian. He could not accept this huge disparity in power. Lin Xian sneered. You think you're worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as me with this little bit of strength? I'll give you 2 choices. Get out of here, or be thrown out by me. Lin Xian's voice was abnormally cold, like a sharp sword slashing through. Xiaohe's body stiffened, and his expression became extremely ugly. Before the competition, he did not take Lin Xian seriously at all, so he used words to insult Lin Xian. However, he did not expect that he would not be able to defeat his opponent at all, and that his opponent would return the same words he had said. There was nothing uglier than this. He was simply slapping his own face. For a moment, Xiaohe was in a dilemma. His handsome face was twisted beyond recognition, and he wanted nothing more than to find a hole to crawl into. Everyone was also stunned. They had originally thought that this would be a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. However, they did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful, and he directly suppressed Xiaohe until he could not raise his head. Not only that, but Xiaohe also paid the price for his previous arrogance. It could be said that he had lost all his face. This Xiaohe is really unlucky. He was so strong before, but who would have thought that he would lose so badly? Sigh, it seems that one can't be too arrogant. Otherwise, who knows when he will be slapped in the face. And it's the kind that slaps his own face. Too sullen. Everyone discussed, and there was a hint of mockery in their words. They were just spectators, so of course they had to support the strong. Moreover, Xiaohe's arrogant attitude had made them feel extremely displeased. The Wang family members' faces were gloomy and ugly. Xiaohe was an expert that they had spent a lot of money to hire to snipe Lin Xian's record of all victories. However, they did not expect that the expert in their eyes could not even withstand a single blow, and was completely beaten up. Trash, you're simply trash. You can't even do a small thing well. On the second floor, the black-clothed elder was abnormally angry, and a terrifying aura rose from his body. This aura only floated around him, and did not spread out. Otherwise, the entire arena would not be able to withstand it. Elder, this is indeed my mistake this time. I will go and arrange for people to come, the middle-aged man said in a trembling voice. Go. This time, don't find outsiders. Call out the experts of our family. This kid is a little strange. I'm afraid that ordinary warriors will not be able to catch him. If you make another mistake this time, don't come and see me again. Yes. The middle-aged man trembled and quickly left. In the arena, Xiaohe's face was ferocious, and he was unwilling to accept this result. Plop, this kick was full of power. Lin Xian didn't hold back at all. Xiaohe was sent flying and fell flat on his face. Seeing Xiaohe's posture, the crowd burst into laughter. Hearing the laughter, Xiaohe was so angry that his body trembled. He spat out blood again and fainted. Men, carry him away. Don't make a fool of yourself here. The red-robed referee snorted, a trace of annoyance on his face. He originally thought that he had found an expert in his family, but he didn't expect him to be a piece of trash who couldn't even block a single attack. Actually, in the eyes of a normal person, Xiaohe was indeed an expert. However, he had met Lin Xian. The two of them weren't on the same level. One had to know that Lin Xian had killed a peak spirit. Detecting realm martial artist before. He could be said to be extremely powerful. Moreover, if this was a normal match, Xiaohe wouldn't have lost so miserably. However, he relied on his strength to be extremely arrogant. Moreover, his mouth was very cheap. He had insulted Lin Xian from the start, which was why he had ended up like this. It could be said that he had brought this upon himself. After defeating Xiaohe, Lin Xian won again. He had won 6 in a row now. The crowd was shocked and excited. They were all shouting crazily. Exciting, too exciting. They hadn't seen such an exciting match in a long time. Lin Xian was too powerful. Every time a new strong opponent appeared, and everyone thought that he would lose, Lin Xian would kill them in one move. Watching Lin Xian's matches, everyone's mood seemed to fluctuate between mountains and valleys. It was very exciting. Consecutive wins. Consecutive wins. Everyone shouted crazily. Now, they understood that Lin Xian's promise of 10 consecutive wins wasn't a joke. It could really happen. Lin Xian had already won 6 in a row. He only needed to defeat 4 more people to achieve 10 in a row. 10 in a row, this had rarely happened in the history of the Wang family's arena. One had to know that a martial artist's battle was very taxing on their mind and strength. Normal martial artists would be exhausted after 2 or 3 matches, let alone 10 in a row. However, Lin Xian was different. He finished every match in one move and didn't use much strength at all. Moreover, the Wang family members couldn't figure out Lin Xian's pattern and trajectory. They didn't even know the bottom line of Lin Xian's strength. However, although everyone was crazily shouting, they knew in their hearts that it wouldn't be easy for Lin Xian to achieve 10 in a row. In the following matches, the Wang clan would definitely send out true experts to stop Lin Xian from obtaining consecutive victories. Furthermore, the Wang family's battle arena had a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm overseeing it. That was a true expert. With such an expert, it was likely that no one would be able to achieve 10 consecutive victories. From their point of view, although Lin Xian was strong, there was no way he could fight against a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. Of others, Lin Xian's 6 consecutive victories caused a huge commotion. Not only did it shock the surrounding martial artists, but it also infuriated the Wang clan. Therefore, they decided to send out their family's experts. Soon, a cold youth went on stage. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "Brat, you dare to cause trouble in our Wang family? Today, you won't be able to leave." The youth's tone was cold like a cold wind. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face. A green light appeared on his body. The light was very hazy. It quickly covered his body, making him look very ethereal. Moreover, the air around him became heavy. Traces of air swirled rapidly, forming several large wind blades that floated in front of him. Concept of wind. This is the concept of wind. He's Wang Feng, the martial arts genius of the Wang family. He also comprehended the concept of wind. I didn't expect them to send him this time. Looks like the Wang family is serious. The two of them are both comprehenders of the concept of wind. I wonder whose strength is stronger. It's hard to say. Lin Xian's moves are too fast. I can't see how strong he is. However, it's said that the Wang family's genius already has a very high level of wind concept. I'm afraid that Lin Xian is out of luck. Not only is his cultivation at the peak of the spirit detecting realm, but his wind concept is also very strong. It has completely surpassed Lin Xian. The Wang family's Colosseum is indeed not to be trifled with. They found a way to suppress Lin Xian so quickly. Yeah, I'm afraid that Lin Xian is out of luck this time. Many people were worried because Wang Feng was too strong. Moreover, he had grasped the same concept as Lin Xian. He could be considered a very strong opponent. "Humph, brat, you're dead for sure." Wang Feng was very ferocious. He revealed an evil smile. Concept of wind? Interesting. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect the Wang family to find a martial artist with the same concept as him. However, he wasn't worried at all because his concept had completely surpassed his opponent. The two weren't on the same level at all. As for his opponent's cultivation, he directly ignored it. There were many opponents stronger than Wang Feng, but none of them were his opponent, let alone this Wang Feng in front of him. Seeing Lin Xi's provocative smile, Wang Feng's face immediately sank. "You're about to die, yet you still dare to smile like this. You really don't want to live anymore." Wang Feng's voice was cold. "I won't kill you immediately. I'm going to peel off your flesh bit by bit. I'll let you know that offending the Wang family is the stupidest choice. Cut the crap. Show me what you've got." Lin Xian's voice was slightly lazy, as if he didn't care at all. Below the stage, when the Wang family saw Lin Xian's appearance, they all sneered. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. "You dare look down on Wang Feng? You're courting death. He's not some random dog or cat, but a true genius of the family." Wang Feng's strength was enough to rank in the top 5 in their Wang family. He could be said to be extremely powerful. Moreover, he grasped the concept of wind. Presumably, dealing with Lin Xian was completely an easy matter. In the seats, Nan Gongsheng and Black Pearl both had worried faces. They had also heard of Wang Feng's name. The other party was definitely not some ordinary person. Is that guy going to lose? No, I have to change the wager. Black Pearl had a worried look. What she was worried about was not Lin Xian's safety, but her own spirit stones. Her previous victories had allowed her to accumulate hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, which was more than 10 times her original amount. If she lost this match, all of her previous savings would be exhausted. At that time, it would be an empty joy. "No, don't move. I believe in Brother Lin," Nan Gongsheng said in a deep voice. He had always been extremely confident in his vision. Although Wang Feng displayed great strength, in his opinion, Lin Xi's potential was still limitless. Moreover, he still couldn't see the bottom line of Lin Xi's strength. In the stands, the blue qi flow on Wang Feng's body spun rapidly, forming several huge wind blades. Each of them was about 30 meters long. These wind blades connected together, forming a strange attack, quickly killing Lin Xian. The void split as if it was mercilessly torn apart. The surrounding qi flow spun rapidly, sealing off all directions. A horrifying aura spread out, making everyone shudder. Seeing this, everyone in the Wang family let out a sigh of relief. They could see that Wang Feng's wind mentality was far more powerful than Lin Xian's. Therefore, they believed that Wang Feng's wind mentality was definitely above Lin Xian's. Little bastard, you dare to provoke the Wang family. This time, you will die a horrible death. Everyone in the Wang family sneered. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. Wang Feng's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. It seemed that Wang Feng's concept of wind had already reached 70%. Moreover, Wang Feng was using it very freely, far surpassing the average cultivator. If it were anyone else, they would definitely not be able to block these wind blades. However, Lin Xian was different. He was not afraid at all. He also used his wind mentality. The surrounding chi flow spun and shone brightly, quickly forming a blue lotus flower, blooming in front of him. The huge blue lotus was as big as a house. Each petal was crystal clear, emitting a strong wind aura. The blue lotus spun and scattered light, forming a light screen, blocking the wind blades in front of him. Ding ding. Ding ding, countless wind blades hit the light screen, creating countless sparks. The sound was like metal clashing, very ear-piercing. Eh? He blocked it. Everyone below was surprised. They did not expect Lin Xian to block Wang Feng's attack. This was a little out of their expectations. Just a small trick. Wang Feng saw that his attack was blocked, but he was not angry. Instead, he revealed an even bigger smile. This was just a casual attack from him, so it wasn't surprising that it was blocked by his opponent. Moreover, he believed that Lin Xian must have used all of his strength to block his casual attack. Moreover, the light screen was shaking violently, as if it would break at any moment. How could that little defense block his next attack? Kid, if this is your strength, then you can go die. Wang Feng grinned. Next, I will let you have a taste of fear. As soon as he finished speaking, he clenched his fists and circulated the concept of wind. It spun rapidly in front of him and condensed into the shape of a bow and arrow. The bow was very simple and unadorned. Clear light swirled around it, indicating its extraordinariness. On the surface, there were strange patterns that emitted an aura that made one's heart palpitate. What a terrifying aura. What is that? Everyone sighed. They looked at the green bow and arrow, continuously trembling. Clear wind bow. Someone exclaimed. Supposedly, this is an ultimate skill that can only be executed when one's wind concept has reached an extremely profound level. I didn't expect Wang Fengzhong to have such a skill. As expected of a genius from the Wang clan. The members of the Wang family looked at the arena and smiled. Fenger actually used the clear wind bow. Isn't that making a mountain out of a molehill? Asked a Wang clan disciple. Nothing? Just in time to let this brat know the true strength of our Wang clan's disciples. The middle-aged man said with a smile. On the stage, Wang Feng held the clear wind bow, and his aura became abnormally strong. Brat, dying under the clear wind bow is enough for you to be proud. After saying this, he held the bow in his left hand. The wind concept revolved, forming another green arrow. Finally, he pointed at Lin Xian, and a terrifying killing intent surged from his body. As soon as this aura appeared, it immediately swept in all directions. The terrifying aura enveloped the entire arena. At this moment, everyone in the audience felt a wave of trembling. It was as if the bow and arrow were aimed at them. Too terrifying. Just one aura is so terrifying. This clear wind bow is just too domineering. Yeah, just this aura alone seems to be able to tear through everything. Perhaps even a spirit-detecting realm expert might not be able to withstand it, right? That Lin Xian is finished. Facing this kind of attack, he might not even have the slightest chance of escaping. I originally thought that a genius had appeared and could break the legend of consecutive victories. I didn't expect him to fall like this. It really is a pity. Everyone discussed. Quite a few people sneered, and some people shook their heads and sighed. The people from the Wang family revealed sinister expressions. They wanted to carefully admire the moment Lin Xi's head exploded. Only then could they get rid of their previous sullenness. In the VIP seats, Blackwood Mountain sat in the center. He shook the wine in his hand and revealed a satisfied smile. Hee hee, the arrogant brat is finally going to die. It seems like my Blackwood family doesn't need to do anything. This is really easy. That's fine. A dead genius is nothing anyway. This is the consequence of rejecting the Blackwood family. Blackwood Mountain was very happy. As long as Lin Xian died, there would be one less hidden danger in his heart. Looking at the clear wind bow, Lin Xian's expression became serious. He could feel a dangerous aura from it. This aura had already surpassed the wind concept itself. Wang Feng's wind concept alone could not display such an aura. Moreover, the patterns on the clear wind bow were very strange. It was definitely not something a peak spirit detecting realm expert could display. Brat, the origin of this clear wind bow is a bit unusual. You have to be careful. The dark red dragon hid in his sleeve and said. Lin Xian nodded. He could naturally feel the danger. In the next moment, his expression became serious. He used a soul power and deeply imprinted the appearance of the clear wind bow in his mind. Then, his body swayed and turned into a series of afterimages, disappearing from where he stood. In an instant, Lin Xian's speed reached the extreme. The entire stage was filled with his afterimages. The afterimages were perfect as if they were real. It was impossible to distinguish between reality and illusion. The audience below the stage exclaimed. Lin Xian's speed surpassed most of them. Even some peak spirit detecting realm experts frowned because they could not distinguish between reality and illusion. The people from the Wang family all had serious expressions. The middle-aged man coldly snorted, I didn't expect this brat's movement technique to be so strange. It would be a pity to kill him directly. Hearing this, the surrounding people were stunned. Then, their eyes lit up. They naturally understood the middle-aged man's words. If they could capture Lin Xian, they would definitely be able to find out about this movement technique. At that time, their Wang family would have another secret technique. However, the only thing that worried them was Lin Xian's identity. This kind of genius youth's identity was probably not low. Therefore, to be safe, they could only kill Lin Xian. If he died on the stage, even the other party's sect would not be able to say anything. On the stage, Wang Feng looked around with a trace of disdain. Useless brat. If it were anyone else, your movement technique would be a huge threat. However, against me, you're dead for sure. Because the clear wind bow automatically locks onto its target. No matter how many clones you have, you won't be able to escape death. In an instant, dozens of phantoms were pierced. However, the green light did not stop and quickly flew toward a certain corner of the sky. That was where Lin Xian was. It's over, he's been locked on, the crowd below exclaimed. This is bad. Even if he doesn't die after being hit by this arrow, he'll be half dead. I didn't expect Lin Xian to be so amazing. After winning 6 matches in a row, he's going to fall in the end. What a pity. Sigh, there's no other way. Who told him to offend the Wang family? The Wang family definitely won't let anyone win 10 matches in a row. The crowd shook their heads and sighed. The streak of light quickly arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. An unusually sharp aura enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian coldly snorted. The green aura in his hand moved, forming a green dragon claw that grabbed forward. This dragon claw was huge, as if it was real. One could even see the green scales on it. The moment Lin Xian attacked, the space in front of him was torn apart. The entire space could not withstand it. The green dragon claw reached out, tearing apart the opponent's wind concept and grabbing the green arrow. What? He's been caught. The crowd was shocked. Wang Feng's pupils shrank, revealing a trace of shock. He knew the power of the clear wind bow. That arrow was impossible to catch. Even a warrior at the limit of the spirit detecting realm would not dare to resist. And now, his ultimate skill had been caught by the opponent. This made him feel like he was dreaming. Impossible. No one can resist my ultimate skill. Dream, I must be dreaming. Wang Feng shrieked. He couldn't accept this reality. The Wang family was even more shocked. They knew Wang Feng's strength. They had even seen Wang Feng injure a warrior at the limit of the spirit detecting realm with one arrow. This was why they had sent Wang Feng out. Moreover, they were confident that as long as Wang Feng attacked, he would definitely be able to take down Lin Xian. However, they never expected that Wang Feng's ultimate skill would be caught by the opponent. They had not expected such a scene at all. Damn brat, who was he to be able to catch the clear wind bow with his bare hands? What dragon claw is that? It feels so real. Everyone in the Wang clan had a bad premonition. Their expressions were grim as they stared at the arena. They hoped that Wang Feng would be able to recover from his shock. Wang Feng looked at Lin Xian in the air and took a deep breath, trying his best to calm down. He couldn't afford to lose. This battle not only concerned the reputation of the Wang clan, but also his own. If he lost, not only would the Wang family's reputation be tarnished, her reputation would also be tarnished. He believed that it wouldn't be long before the entire Quicksand City knew that he had been defeated by a brat at the mid-stage of the spirit-detecting realm. If that happened, he might as well die, therefore, he could not lose. But now, the outcome wasn't too bad. This was because the other party had only grabbed the clear wind bow and did not shatter it. Although he was shocked, he was still able to control the clear wind bow. Boy, I don't know who you are, and I don't know what means you used to catch my ultimate skill. But if you think you can win like this, then you are too naive. Things are not that simple. The show is about to begin. You are destined to die in my hands. Clear wind arrows, explode. Wang Feng roared as he activated the secret technique with all his might. He believed that with the power of the arrow, it would definitely be able to shatter the other party at such a close distance. It didn't matter if the other party had caught his ultimate skill or not, the final result would be the same. He was still a genius of the Wang family. And the other party was a dead man. No matter how dazzling the other party's achievements were, a dead man was a dead man. He would no longer be a threat. Following Wang Feng's order, the aura of the clear wind bow gradually became violent and unstable. It was as if it could explode at any moment. Everyone was shocked and their expressions became extremely tense. The people of the Wang family also had serious expressions, but they had already regained their composure. They believed that the power of the explosion would definitely be able to shatter Lin Xian. Lin Xian also felt the change in the aura of the clear wind arrow. He let out a cold snort and the dragon claw formed by his 5 fingers suddenly exerted force. Like an azure dragon attacking, the violent force from his palm hit the weak spot of the arrow. No matter what, he wouldn't let it explode. In everyone's eyes, the azure arrow continued to grow larger and its aura became more and more powerful. It looked like it was about to explode. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian exerted force in his palm. Time seemed to stop and the scene froze. The changes in the clear wind arrow stopped and the violent aura also stopped. It quickly disappeared as if it had never happened. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, the azure arrow shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. What? He actually shattered the cyan arrow? Everyone was stunned. It didn't explode? How is that possible? Wang Feng was dumbfounded. Even his mind was stuck. He knew the power of the clear wind arrow, and he had clearly given the order. He had also clearly felt the change in the arrow, which meant that his order had taken effect. However, the azure arrow didn't explode. This meant that at the last moment, the explosion had been forcefully stopped by the other party. However, he still didn't believe that a brat at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm could stop his ultimate skill. It has to be said that the attack could even injure a peak spirit-detecting realm cultivator. Could it be that the brat's strength had already reached the peak of the spirit-detecting realm? But even if he had reached the peak of the spirit-detecting realm, it was impossible for him to destroy his ultimate skill so easily. This was because he had obtained it from an ancient ruin. Its power was beyond imagination. Impossible, what method did you use? You actually destroyed an ancient ultimate skill? Wang Feng went crazy. He had just said that the other party wouldn't be able to block it, but the other party had easily destroyed it. This was a slap to his face. It's just a small trick. Show me what you have. Lin Xian stood in the air like a god of war. No one could stop him. Humph, so what if you can destroy it? At most, you'll be able to save your life. Wang Feng's expression was ferocious. I don't believe you can block my second or third arrow. Although he didn't know what method the other party had used to break it, Wang Feng believed that if he attacked with all his strength, the other party wouldn't be able to withstand it. After all, no one could block the power of an ancient ultimate skill multiple times. Brat, you've completely angered me. No one can save you today. Wang Feng was furious. He had used his ultimate skill, but he couldn't kill a brat at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm. This made him lose all face. Therefore, he decided to no longer hold back and kill the other party with all his strength. Wang Feng was furious. He had used his ultimate skill, but he couldn't kill a brat at the mid-stage of the spirit detecting realm. This made him lose all face. Therefore, he no longer held back and decided to kill Lin Feng with all his strength. With that, he raised his left hand and formed the clear wind bow again. An even more violent aura spread out and the shadow of the bow became even more solid. Clear wind bow? It's an ultimate skill, but it's a waste in your hands. Lin Xian's contemptuous voice came from the sky and clearly spread out in all directions. Everyone was shocked once more. Lin Xian's words seemed to confirm the power of the clear wind bow, but there was another meaning in his tone. It was disdain. He was actually looking down on Wang Feng. Everyone was shocked and felt like this wasn't real. Who was Wang Feng? He was an expert at the peak of the spirit detecting realm and a genius of the Wang family. He also had an ancient ultimate skill like the clear wind bow and was extremely powerful. However, such a genius was being looked down on by someone. Wang Feng's face became even more gloomy. No one had ever dared to look down on him since he became famous, but now a little thief dared to speak such arrogant words. He couldn't stand it. Ah! His black hair danced in the wind as he let out a roar. He crazily cycled his spirit force and pushed the concept of wind to the extreme. The clear wind bow in his hand became even more solid. Humph, if you still don't believe me, then I'll let you see what the true son of wind domain is. Lin Xian's voice was cold. The next moment, he also raised his left hand and cycled the concept of wind. A green aura quickly cycled in his hand and gradually condensed. A green shadow quickly appeared and gradually solidified. Soon, a green bow appeared in his hand. The aura it gave off was exactly the same as the clear wind bow in Wang Feng's hand. What? Lin Xian also knows the clear wind bow. Everyone was stunned and dumbfounded. Wang Feng was even more shocked. He even began to doubt himself. Lin Feng actually knew his ultimate skill? How was this possible? It has to be said that his ultimate skill was something he had obtained by chance in an ancient ruin. He had been studying it for many years and had never spread it to anyone else. Even the people in his family didn't know how to use it. However, the brat in front of him had actually used his ultimate skill. This was too shocking. Illusion, it must be an illusion. This brat is using illusions to confuse my mind and make me reveal a flaw so that he can make a move. Wang Feng guessed. Then, he shouted loudly, "Brat, don't think that you can mess with my mind by using illusions to create the appearance of the clear wind bow. I will show you what a true ancient lost art is. You, on the other hand, are just a facade." After hearing Wang Feng's angry roar, everyone realized that it was just an illusion. You scared me to death. So it was an illusion. I thought that he had also learned the clear wind bow. That's right, it was really a false alarm. The clear wind bow is an ancient lost skill. How could other people know it? Everyone heaved a sigh of relief and prepared to watch what would happen next. The expressions of the Wang clan's members were not very good. Regardless of whether it was the clear wind bow or not, the strength that the other party had displayed had already made their Wang clan look bad. If they couldn't take down Lin Xian this time, their Wang clan's reputation would suffer greatly. In the VIP seating area, MT Blackwood's expression turned ugly. Humph, what bullshit Wang clan. They can't even take down a middle-stage spirit realm brat. What trash. If it was in our Blackwood arena, any martial artist would be able to kill this little bastard. MT Blackwood coldly snorted. The level of the Wang clan's martial artists had disappointed him. At the same time, his killing intent towards Lin Xian became even stronger. The more outstanding Lin Xian's performance was, the more he wanted to kill him. Lin Xian's use of the clear wind bow had shocked everyone. However, they all thought that Lin Xian was only imitating the appearance of the clear wind bow and couldn't display its true power. Wang Feng thought the same. He didn't believe that Lin Xian knew his ultimate skill. However, Lin Xian's actions were undoubtedly a slap to his face. Therefore, he had to quickly kill Lin Xian to prove himself. Holding the clear wind bow in his hand, Wang Feng pushed his strength to the extreme. An arrow that looked like a real arrow quickly formed. This arrow was 3 times more powerful than the previous ones. The huge green arrow was like a green flood that swept out in all directions. The terrifying aura caused everyone to be shocked. This arrow was too stunning. Even a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm would not be able to face it head-on. Looking at the arrow that was rapidly flying towards him, Lin Xian's expression became serious. He tightly gripped the bow in his hand and pulled it back. The wind-sun concept crazily revolved and a green arrow appeared in his hand. Lin Xian didn't know the ultimate skill of the clear wind bow, but he had the great dragon sword spirit. It was an offensive saint technique that could imitate anything. Therefore, he could easily imitate the appearance of the clear wind bow. Even the patterns on it were exactly the same. Lin Xian discovered that the arrow imitated by the patterns contained a mysterious power. It was as if it was naturally there. Therefore, when Lin Xian imitated the clear wind bow with the great dragon sword spirit, its power was not inferior to Wang Feng's. In fact, it was even stronger. Moreover, with the addition of the great dragon sword spirit, Lin Xian's attack power far exceeded Wang Feng's. Therefore, when Lin Xian condensed the green arrow, the surrounding crowd was in an uproar. They could feel that the arrow condensed by Lin Xian was even stronger than Wang Feng's. Comparing the two, it was as if Lin Xian's clear wind bow was the true ancient technique. Impossible. How can he have such a powerful aura? Wang Feng looked at the figure in the air and cried out in shock. It was too shocking. The clear wind bow that Lin Xian used was even stronger than his. He couldn't believe it. It had to be known that he had truly grasped the ancient technique. His opponent was only imitating it. Little thief, even now you still want to use an illusion to deceive me. How laughable. Wang Feng clenched his teeth and said. Illusion? Lin Xian chuckled. You'll soon find out whether or not this is an illusion. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Wang Feng's expression became very ugly. Cold sweat even dripped down his forehead. This aura was too strong, causing his body to tremble slightly. It was obvious that this wasn't an illusion. However, he didn't believe that the other party could surpass him. Therefore, in his subconscious, he would rather believe that everything Lin Xian did was an illusion to deceive him. If he didn't think so, he wouldn't be able to bear it. He would probably go crazy immediately. Die for me. Wang Feng loosened his grip. The bow in his hand shone, and it turned into an aurora as it quickly flew out. This arrow contained all of his strength and endless killing intent. He wanted to kill this hateful brat in front of him. Only then could he relieve the hatred in his heart. Humph. Today, I will let you see what the true concept of wind is. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He also launched an attack. An even larger arrow fell from the sky like a green meteor, quickly crashing into the ground. The two forces were too strong. Sun Jian tore the void apart, and countless violent currents swept out in all directions. Fortunately, there was a defensive array around the stage. Otherwise, everyone in the arena would have been injured by this green aura. Everyone was shocked and looked nervously at the martial stage. The two of them were too strong. They weren't people that they could contend against. They couldn't even withstand that aura. Pung, the two enormous forces collided and exploded with a green light. It instantly enveloped the entire stage. The power of the violent waves hit the defensive array, causing a deafening explosion. The entire arena was instantly submerged by the azure aura. Everyone waited nervously, wanting to know the result of the battle. In particular, the people of the Wang family were so nervous that they were covered in cold sweat. They had long lost their previous calmness and were now filled with panic. Lin Xian's performance was too powerful. Not only did he use an ancient skill like the clear wind bow, but his power was even stronger than Wang Feng's. So they had no confidence at all. They could only pray that luck favored their Wang family. Nan Gongseng and the Black Pearl were also filled with anticipation. Their expressions showed that they completely believed in Lin Xian's strength. Time passed slowly. At this moment, the green airflow on the arena was raging wildly. It was incomparably violent and showed no signs of weakening. The red-robed referee gloomily stared at the arena. Then he took out a disc and quickly controlled the defensive formation. The formation changed, creating a force that blew away the azure aura. Suddenly, the scene on the arena became clear. Everyone was nervous and focused on the arena. They knew that the result would be out soon. But when they saw the result, they were still stunned. On the arena, Lin Xian had a calm expression. He stood with his hands behind his back like a god of war. As for Wang Feng, he was half kneeling on the ground. His body was constantly trembling, and there was a bloody hole in his shoulder. That cave was very terrifying. If it had been a bit further away, his heart would have been injured. Not only was Wang Feng's body injured, but his mind had also collapsed. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. I'm clearly the only one who knows the true primordial lost art. How could you possibly use it? Wang Feng roared like a madman. He couldn't believe that a mid-stage spirit-detecting brat could injure him. Moreover, he had used the same ancient skill as him. This was naked mockery, but he was powerless to fight back. He could only endure it. Now he was even a bit angry. Why did his family send him out? Wouldn't it be better to send a peak spirit-detecting cultivator? Not only would he be able to keep his family's reputation, but he wouldn't have to lose face. And now, it wouldn't be long before he became the laughingstock of the entire Quicksand City. I'll kill you. Wang Feng howled like a wounded beast. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared viciously at Lin Xian, as if he wanted to pierce through him. In the next moment, he suddenly burst forth, burning all of his spiritual energy to unleash his strongest attack. He was overestimating himself. Lin Xian snorted coldly and disappeared in a flash. Then, he appeared beside Wang Feng and slapped Wang Feng's face, sending him flying. Wang Feng smashed into the defense and fell to the ground. His face was almost rotten, and his teeth were broken. When the red-robed judge saw this, he immediately shouted out in anger. Stop, he stared at Lin Xian, emitting a cold aura. The red-robed judge was an expert at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm and was abnormally powerful. As soon as his aura appeared, it enveloped the entire dueling ground. It was as if a sharp blade had appeared in the surroundings, ready to fall at any moment. Everyone was trembling as they watched on nervously. If the red packet-robed judge were to make a move, Lin Xiaohui would have lost his life on the spot. Nan Gongseng and the Black Pearl were also nervous. The two of them paid close attention, ready to reveal their identities at any moment to save Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian felt the red-robed judge's cold gaze and sharp killing intent, but he only smiled indifferently. On the stage, life and death are up to fate. I was just defending myself. What, did you forget the rules of the dueling ground and want to attack me? Lin Xian said in a deep voice. His voice was very clear and spread out in all directions. Humph. The red-robed judge's gaze was gloomy as he stared at Lin Xian. He wanted to attack several times, but he restrained himself in the end. He really wanted to slap Lin Xian to death, but the rules of the dueling ground prevented him from doing so. If he really killed Lin Xian, then his Wang family's dueling ground would no longer be open. Because no martial artist would dare to come here in the future. No one would come to a dueling ground that killed a contestant. With a cold snort, the red-robed judge withdrew his aura, but his cold gaze was still fixed on Lin Xian. In his eyes, Lin Xian was already a dead man. No matter what the result was, he had to get rid of this scourge in front of him. Feeling the red-robed judge's killing intent, Lin Xian sneered in his heart. A peak spirit-detecting realm expert was very strong, but he had killed more than one of them. If the Wang family dared to kill him, he wouldn't mind killing them. Moreover, the red-robed judge's actions had strengthened his conviction. He had to destroy the Wang family's dueling ground. Someone come, take Wang Feng away for treatment. The red-robed judge said in a deep voice. Immediately, Wang family disciples quickly came to the stage and carried Wang Feng away. Only then did everyone recover from their shock. Cries of surprise could be heard all around. Lin Xian had won 7 consecutive matches, and his opponent this time was very strong. However, he still wasn't a match for Lin Xian. Heavens, this Lin Xian is too terrifying, isn't he? He actually defeated Wang Feng. Damn. Does this Lin Xian know any ancient techniques? Why do I feel that the clear wind bow he uses is much stronger than Wang Fengfeng's? There are only 3 matches left before he can win 10 consecutive matches. I wonder if he can succeed. It would be very difficult. The Wang family wouldn't let him win 10 consecutive matches. Yes, although Wang Feng was strong, he wasn't the top genius of the Wang family. There were still 2 or 3 peerless geniuses above him, and those people would probably ruthlessly attack him. Moreover, the Wang family had a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. It was impossible for them to achieve 10 consecutive victories. However, 7 consecutive matches was already very terrifying. The rewards would be very generous. Even a peak spirit-detecting realm expert would be jealous. Everyone discussed and analyzed the upcoming matches. Nan Gongseng and Black Pearl were overjoyed, especially Black Pearl. She was so happy that she was dancing. This time, her spirit stones had increased by several times. She was simply too happy. Nan Gongseng took a deep breath. His eyes flashed. Even if he couldn't recruit a genius like Lin Xian into the family, he had to have a good relationship with him. He decided that if Lin Xian was in danger, he would immediately reveal his identity as a member of the Nan Gongseng and protect him. He knew that the Wang family wouldn't give up so easily. In the VIP seats, Blackwood Mountain's face was ashen. He crushed the exquisite wine cup and the spirit wine instantly evaporated. This brat had to be eliminated. Blackwood Mountain decided to quickly contact the family's experts and secretly eliminate Lin Xian. If his Blackwood Mountain couldn't get such a genius, he definitely couldn't let other powers get him. The Wang family members were like vicious wolves as they stared at Lin Xian. They wanted nothing more than to kill him. Not long after, Lin Xian defeated 2 more geniuses from the Wang family and obtained 9 consecutive victories. 9 consecutive victories. How long had it been since someone had obtained such a record, and now, it had happened to a youth at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it. The Wang family members' expressions were extremely ugly. After Wang Feng, they sent out their family's young experts. The 2 of them were very strong, even stronger than Wang Feng. But even so, they still lost to Lin Xian. Lin Xian was like a bottomless pit. No matter how strong the young experts were, he could still win. Moreover, he was very calm. The Wang family members were terrified. They found that the stronger the opponent, the stronger Lin Xian became. It was as if there was no upper limit. This was simply too terrifying. Unless the other party's strength was extremely profound, it was impossible for them to do this. But the 2 martial artists they sent out were very close to the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. Even so, they still lost to Lin Xian. This could only mean one thing: Lin Xian's strength was equivalent to a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. Understanding this point, everyone gasped in shock. Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm, but his strength was at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. This gap was too big. Very few people could have this kind of battle strength. At this moment, the way everyone looked at Lin Xian changed. It was a kind of reverence. The limit of the spirit-detecting realm represented the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. Normal martial artists couldn't reach it. And the most terrifying thing about Lin Xian was that not only had his strength reached the limit of the spirit-detecting realm, he was also terrifyingly young. This kind of talent was too shocking. It probably surpassed the majority of martial artists. Even the top geniuses of the Sand region couldn't compare to Lin Xian. Now, Lin Xian was looking forward to seeing what kind of battle Lin Xian would have if he met a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. Thinking of this, they couldn't wait anymore. However, the members of the Wang family didn't think so. One had to know that they had already sent out all the geniuses of their family, yet they still weren't able to stop Lin Xian's winning streak. They also discovered that Lin Xian's strength was equivalent to a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. This was very bad news for them. It had to be known that the strongest person in the Colosseum was a peak spirit-detecting realm martial artist. This martial artist was extremely valiant. He had always been overseeing the Wang family's battle arena, ensuring that the Wang family's battle arena could develop smoothly and not be challenged by others. Normally, the extreme spirit detecting realm martial artist rarely made a move. Many people didn't even know who he was. Given the current situation, the Wang clan had no choice but to send him out. The elders of the Wang family were discussing countermeasures in a secret room on the second floor. Then, they came up with a better plan, which was to negotiate with Lin Xian and ask him to give up his 10 consecutive victories. Then, they would send someone to secretly kill Lin Xian. This way, there was no need for the extreme spirit detecting realm martial artist to make a move. Moreover, they would be able to snatch back the rewards they had lost and get rid of a potential opponent like Lin Xian. It was killing two birds with one stone. Moreover, unless it was absolutely necessary, they wouldn't let the extreme spirit detecting realm martial artist make a move. This was because the extreme spirit detecting realm martial artist represented the strongest fighting force in the Colosseum. It was related to their face and reputation. These people were not allowed to lose. In the past, they weren't worried at all. However, now that Lin Xian was too strange, they had to be careful. If they failed miserably, the Wang family would suffer an even greater loss. Therefore, they decided to negotiate with Lin Xian. Soon, these people made a move. The black-robed elder began to send a voice transmission to Lin Xian. "Young friend, you have already won 9 consecutive battles. Why don't you stop now? Don't worry, we will give you the rewards for your 9 consecutive victories and the spirit stones that you bet. In addition, we will also give you a big gift as compensation. Actually, we don't have to fight at all. Isn't it better to be friends and mutually benefit?" The black-robed elder said. "With 9 consecutive victories, you are already famous. Presumably, it won't be long before the entire Quicksand City knows your name. Isn't this a matter of fame and fortune very fast?" The black-robed elder quickly proposed an attractive price. However, Lin Xian only sneered. If it were any other martial artist, facing such an attractive reward, perhaps they would have agreed. However, Lin Xian was different. He didn't challenge the Wang family for fame and resources. Previously, the Wang family disciples had done everything possible to frame him. Of course, he wanted to vent his anger. Therefore, his goal was to destroy the Wang family's Colosseum. Therefore, no matter what price the other party offered, he wouldn't agree. "The conditions are very attractive, but I can't agree. I think there is nothing better than 10 consecutive victories to gain both fame and fortune." Lin Xian directly refused. Hearing Lin Xian's refusal, the black-robed elder's face immediately darkened. "Kid, don't be too arrogant. Our Wang family has an extreme spirit detecting realm martial artist. You can't win 10 consecutive battles. At that time, you won't even get a single spirit stone. If you know what's good for you, then agree to my request. Otherwise, your end will be very miserable." The black-robed elder's words were filled with a strong killing intent. "No need to threaten me." Lin Xian sneered. "If you were confident, then just do it. Why negotiate with me? Since you want to negotiate, that means you don't have any confidence. A martial artist who doesn't even have confidence in himself isn't worthy of being my opponent." Lin Xian's voice was cold and even had a trace of mockery. It wasn't that he was arrogant, but that his strength had indeed surpassed an extreme spirit detecting realm martial artist. Therefore, he didn't put the Wang family in his eyes. "Kid, you're courting death. Just you wait, you'll die a horrible death." The black-robed elder snorted. Since negotiations had broken down, then there was no need to hold back. He would inform the extreme spirit detecting realm martial artist to quickly kill the other party. Soon, a youth walked onto the stage. This youth looked ordinary, but his expression was somewhat cold. Especially his eyes, which were like sharp swords that could pierce through people. Moreover, there was an extremely violent aura on his body that seemed to be able to crush the surroundings. Once this aura appeared, the surrounding people immediately tensed up and couldn't breathe. This was the aura of an extreme spirit detecting realm martial artist. It could crush any extreme spirit detecting realm martial artist. This was the power of an extreme spirit detecting realm martial artist. Just a strand of his aura could suppress the opponent. How terrifying. Just a strand of his aura could kill the opponent. How could they fight? Everyone was terrified. An extreme spirit detecting realm martial artist was too terrifying. They didn't dare to make an enemy of him. Perhaps only Lin Xian dared to challenge an extreme spirit detecting realm martial artist. No one else had the guts. The gloomy young man looked at Lin Xian with a look of disdain. You're the martial artist with 9 consecutive victories? I heard that you can fight above your level, and your strength is comparable to an extreme spirit detecting realm martial artist? The gloomy youth's words were filled with killing intent. He had been in charge of the Wang family's battle arena for many years and had always lived in peace. He didn't expect someone to recklessly challenge him today. Even in the end, he was alarmed. He originally thought it would be another genius expert at the peak of the spirit detecting realm, but he didn't expect it to be a mid-stage spirit detecting realm brat. The gloomy youth had already received orders from the Wang family elder to not hold back and kill his opponent. Therefore, he looked at Lin Xian as if he was looking at a dead person. Brat, you should be proud of your 9 consecutive victories, but it's important to know your own limits. Since you don't know how to appreciate favors and want 10 consecutive victories, I'll let you know what regret is. The gloomy youth, Huashao, stared at Lin Xian with a gloomy gaze. Then his figure flickered and he quickly charged out like a shadow. With one step, he was like a bolt of lightning and instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian. He raised his right hand, and his arm was like a blade. It flickered with a sharp light as it quickly slashed down. A resplendent blade light flashed past like a cold moonlight enveloping Lin Xian. Although Huashao looked down on Lin Xian, he didn't hold back at all when he really attacked. After all, his opponent was a martial artist who had obtained 9 consecutive victories. Moreover, he had been warned by the Wang family elder to use his full strength. Therefore, he didn't plan on holding back from the start. His palm fell like a sharp saber, quickly chopping out. If this saber was hit, it would probably be split in half. Lin Xian's footsteps were light and he moved with the wind. He was like a willow in the wind, drifting erratically. His figure was extremely ghostly. With the concept of wind, Lin Xian's speed had increased by a level. Therefore, he easily dodged Huaxiao's hand blade. Huaxiao didn't show any emotion after his attack missed. He moved like a shadow and quickly chased after Lin Xian. His 5 fingers formed a claw, condensing into a giant demonic beast. Claw that quickly grabbed at Lin Xian. Huaxiao was worthy of being an expert at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. His mentality, moves, and experience were not something that Wang Feng and the others could compare to. Every move of his was very stunning. He caught Lin Xian's flaws and could even predict the path of Lin Xian's attack. After the previous match, he knew that Lin Xian's strength was the concept of wind, which was his advantage of speed. Thus, he quickly closed in on Lin Xian and engaged him in close combat. As long as he could stick close to Lin Xian, he would be able to suppress Lin Xian's speed advantage and win half the battle. For the next half, he would need to use his experience and strength to find opportunities in battle. If Lin Xian was an ordinary martial artist, then Huaxiao's strategy would be very correct. It would even have a high chance of success. However, Lin Xian could not be judged by common sense. Even the Wang clan's estimation of Lin Xian's strength was wrong. Lin Xian knew the concept of wind, but it was not his only concept. He also knew the concept of thunder and the dragon sword spirit. Of course, Lin Xian did not plan to use his full strength. That would be a very stupid move. Moreover, he liked to keep some trump cards and use them at a critical moment. Perhaps they could turn the situation around. However, when he saw Huaxiao impatiently running over to fight him in close combat, he still smiled. With a smile, Lin Xian's figure suddenly stopped and stood in the air. Then, his whole body surged with lightning. On his right fist, golden arcs of lightning jumped, filled with a violent aura. He threw out a punch, and the sky was filled with golden light. The golden fist quickly enlarged and rushed forward. Boom, it was like 2 mountains had collided. A terrifying sound echoed in all directions. The violent power exploded, and the shockwave spread out like a wave. The dazzling light burst out, making people unable to open their eyes. The surrounding people were shocked. The 2 of them were too terrifying. The shockwave shocked them. It could be imagined how much energy the 2 of them were enduring. This was something they did not dare to imagine. This Lin Xian was too powerful. He could actually fight against a peak spirit detecting realm martial artist. Was he still human? Genius? He was definitely a genius. That attack just now was too terrifying. Lin Xian could actually control the power of two elements. It was too inconceivable. Everyone discussed and exclaimed in their hearts. On the stage, Lin Xian and Huashao collided. Then, the two of them separated like lightning. Huashao was shocked. He had not held back in that attack, but Lin Xian had been able to block it. This made him very shocked. Then he let out a long roar. His black hair fluttered as he quickly charged at Lin Xian. Lin Xian coldly snorted and also quickly met him. The two of them exchanged blows once again. Their figures were like lightning as they intertwined with each other. Everyone was dazzled by the scene. They couldn't catch a trace of them at all. They could only see the terrifying energy wave after wave spreading in all directions, followed by the earth-shattering sound. Below, the Wang and Wang family members' expressions were very ugly when they saw the two of them entangled. Lin Xian was actually able to fight against a peak spirit detecting realm martial artist. This situation was very unfavorable for them. It had to be known that Huashao was the strongest person in their great martial arena. If he could not take down Lin Xian, then no one else could. Unless it was an older generation martial artist that stepped in. However, if the older generation really did step in, then the Wang family would become the laughingstock of Quicksand City in half a day. This was because this was a battle between the younger generation. If the older generation stepped in, they would definitely be ridiculed. Their Wang family could not afford to lose this face. Therefore, the elders and the older generation could not step in. They could only place their hopes on Huashao, the number one young expert of the Wang family. Although the two of them seemed to be evenly matched, Huaxiao's strength and experience far surpassed his opponent's. As time passed, he would definitely be able to suppress his opponent. The black-robed elder said in a deep voice. That's right, Huaxiao still had not used his ultimate move. It seemed like he was still confident. The Wang family members prayed. On the field, Huaxiao attacked wildly. Every attack was like a resplendent blade that slashed in all directions. However, Lin Xian caught all of these ferocious attacks and blasted them back with even more ferocious power. Lin Xian's body bloomed with light. Blue arcs of lightning danced like golden dragons, roaring fiercely in all directions. Every punch was filled with violent power, and the entire void was unable to withstand it. Moreover, this was only a portion of his strength. Lin Xian did not use any sword arts, nor did he use any sword intent. He was only using the concept of wind and the power of lightning to fight. He was tempering himself, increasing his battle experience and tempering his strength. On the opposite side, Huashao did not know that Lin Xian was suppressing his strength. However, the strength he had displayed so far had already shocked him. He did not intend to hold back anymore. He had to quickly finish off his opponent. The violent spirit energy in his body erupted once more. 10,000 Beast Fist, Huashao roared to the sky and sent out a punch. A layer of blood-red lines appeared on his fist. A fierce aura surged out, as if a peerless beast had awakened. As his fist danced, a ferocious demonic bear quickly formed in the void. Its huge figure covered the sky. The blood-red demonic bear phantom hammered the ground with both hands and quickly blasted in all directions. 10,000 Beast Fist. Huaxiao's ultimate technique is extremely powerful. It can be considered a half-earth rank technique. I didn't expect him to use the 10,000 Beast Fist here. It seems like he wants to end this quickly. I wonder how Lin Xian is going to receive it. One must know that as long as it is related to an earth rank martial art, its power is extremely terrifying. If Lin Xian doesn't have a corresponding technique, he'll be in danger. Huaxiao's use of the 10,000 Beast Fist made the audience exclaim. It couldn't be helped. The 10,000 Beast Fist was a half-earth rank technique, which was very rare. Most of the martial artists present used spirit rank techniques. Very few of them had come into contact with half-earth rank techniques, which was why they were so shocked. When the Wang family and the others saw this scene, they relaxed and smiled. Huashao used the 10,000 Beast Fist. It seems like the match is about to end. Yes, Hu Xiao has already practiced 5 variations of the 10,000 Beast Fist. Lin Xian is no match for him. A group of Wang family elders sneered. In the sky, the giant demonic bear roared and charged at Lin Xian with an aura that could tear apart mountains and rivers. At the same time, there was a dense baleful aura on its body as if it was a real demonic beast. That kind of power could easily tear apart a peak spirit detecting realm martial artist. Even a peak spirit detecting realm martial artist wouldn't dare to take it head-on. Looking at the demonic bear, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He let out a low roar and golden lightning surged around his body, forming a golden lightning beast on his fist. The golden lightning beast quickly grew and filled the sky. Golden lightning flashed all over its body and quickly formed a lightning pattern. It was as if it was made of gold. It was extraordinarily heroic. The two spirit beasts collided in the air and tore at each other. The terrifying energy wave after wave caused the sky to collapse. What? He caught it. That Lin Xian actually caught the 10,000 Beast Fist. Everyone was shocked. The Wang family elder was also shocked. Impossible, the 10,000 Beast Fist is a half-earth rank technique. It's extremely powerful. How could that little bastard catch it? Does he also have a half-earth rank technique? The group of people's faces darkened. Seeing that his 10,000 Beasts Fist was blocked, Hu Zhao's expression turned cold. He snorted and punched again. This time, the shadow of the fist flickered and formed a huge poisonous scorpion. It was black all over and black gas was swirling around it, making it look extremely demonic. As soon as the scorpion appeared, it pounced on the golden lightning beast. The two poisonous pincers and the poisonous tail quickly stabbed in. The poisonous tail, in particular, was extremely poisonous. It quickly scattered the golden lightning beast. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, Hu Xiao laughed complacently. Kid, my 10,000 Beast Fist has 5 variations. What are you going to use to fight me? Today, I will torture you to death and let you know that there are some people you can't mess with. Seeing the golden thunder beast destroyed, Lin Xian's expression remained calm. That was just a casual strike from him. Moreover, he had a general understanding of the 10,000 Beast Fist's strength. Although in the eyes of outsiders, the 10,000 Beast Fist was very powerful, Lin Xian disdained it. What was a half-earth rank technique? He had grasped a real earth rank technique. Moreover, the opponent's 5 variations were still weak in his eyes. He had the great dragon sword spirit and could evolve thousands of variations to attack at will. The two of them were not on the same level. Moreover, Lin Xian had lost interest in this match. Hu Xiao could not arouse the fighting spirit in his heart. 10,000 Beast Fist, is this your trump card? Then let's end this match. Lin Xian's voice was calm as if he was talking about something insignificant. And? With just you? Hu Xiao snorted. There was a trace of anger in his voice. He had already used a half-earth rank technique and shattered the opponent's attack. It could be said that he had the upper hand. However, the opponent's expression remained the same as if nothing had happened. There were no fluctuations in his emotions. This made him feel as if he had punched cotton. He was very unhappy. It was reasonable to say that he had defeated the opponent's attack. Lin Xian should be panicking. This was what he wanted, but now, Lin Xian did not have any expression at all. He did not even take it seriously. This was completely different from what he had expected. This made Hu Xiao feel a deep sense of defeat. Pretentious, you must be pretentious. Wait until I beat you to the ground. Let's see how you will pretend. Hu Xiao snorted in his heart. He was sure that Lin Xian was pretending to be calm. In fact, he did not have much battle strength left. Whether it ends or not, I have the final say. Do you think you still have the right to decide? Hu Xiao sneered. Then, he quickly punched out and condensed another ferocious beast. 3 terrifying beasts circled around him, forming a terrifying aura. It was as if a demon king had come out. Brat, I'm tired of playing. Go to hell. Hu Xiao sneered. The 3 beasts behind him all pounced at Lin Xian. Lin Xian raised his left hand. He used the concept of wind and quickly condensed the clear wind bow. His right hand used the concept of thunder. Golden lightning danced and intertwined to form a golden arrow. Then, he knocked the golden arrow on the clear wind bow and aimed it at Huashao. At that moment, a shocking killing intent came from the golden arrow. A terrifying power swept out in all directions. The powerful aura that was emitted from his body stunned everyone present. Heavens, Lin Xian is using an ancient technique again. What a violent aura of thunder. Could it be that he has grasped other concepts besides the concept of wind? The Wang family elders were also shocked. They had already sensed that there were two powerful concepts surrounding Lin Xian. Damn little thief, how can he grasp two concepts at the same time? Is he really a peerless genius? Not good, I'm afraid Huashao is in danger. On the stage, ever since the clear wind bow and the golden arrow appeared, Huaxiao's entire body tensed up. He felt as if he was being stared at by the god of death. It was a kind of trembling that came from his soul. Especially when Lin Xian aimed the bow at him, that feeling became even more intense. It was as if his soul would scatter in the next moment. This is impossible. Huashao was horrified. A spirit-detecting brat could actually bring him the feeling of death. This was inconceivable. It had to be known that he had used the longevity fist to suppress his opponent. But in just a moment, the situation had reversed. The concept of wind and thunder. Damn it, he actually has two concepts. At this moment, Huaxiao's expression was extremely ugly. He could sense that there were two powerful concepts on Lin Xian's body. Each concept was extremely powerful on its own, and now that they were combined together, they were even more powerful. Am I going to lose? A sense of helplessness rose in his heart. The golden arrow was too powerful. It suppressed him to the point that he couldn't even lift his head. But he was unwilling. He was an extreme spirit-detecting realm martial artist and the master of the Wang family's battle arena. If he admitted defeat like this, then he would become a laughingstock. That was why he couldn't admit defeat. However, if he didn't admit defeat, he would very likely be hit by the golden arrow. With that kind of terrifying aura, even if he didn't die, he would still be half dead. If he didn't have the power of a peak spirit-detecting realm cultivator, the Wang family's battle arena wouldn't want him anymore. That was why he was in a dilemma. Whether he surrendered or not, the result would be the same. A single golden arrow had forced Huashao into a life-and-death situation. Huashao was extremely angry. In the end, he decided to go all out. Circulating all the spirit energy in his body, two more demonic beast phantoms appeared beside Huashao. 5 demonic beast phantoms circled around him and attacked with the 10,000 beast fist. At this moment, he didn't hold back and used his strongest power. The 5 demonic beasts roared and released a powerful force that caused the space in front of them to collapse. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Huashao to use 5 demonic beasts at the same time. 5 variations of the 10,000 beast fist. It seems like Huashao is desperate. That Lin Xian is too terrifying. Especially that golden arrow, it makes me feel like my heart is being torn apart. I wonder what the final result will be. Everyone discussed and paid attention. Lin Xian smirked when he saw the 5 ferocious beasts roaring. He circulated his spirit energy and used the 2 domains of wind and lightning. The clear wind bow and the golden arrow released a bright light as the 2 domains circled around them. In the next moment, Lin Xian attacked. The golden arrow was like a bolt of golden lightning as it shot out. Not only was there Lin Xian's golden lightning, but there was also the power of wind from the clear wind bow. The 2 energies intertwined and formed a terrifying force. In an instant, the 5 demonic beast phantoms were mercilessly pierced through without any pause. The 2 of them weren't even on the same level. What? It was pierced through in one move. Seeing that his strongest attack couldn't even block a single arrow, Huaxiao's heart was filled with despair. Only now did he realize that Lin Xian's calmness wasn't an act, but a genuine confidence. This was because he and Lin Xian weren't on the same level. Feeling the threat to his life, Huashao no longer cared about anything else. Right now, preserving his life was the most important thing. At worst, he would just leave Quicksand City in the future. Therefore, he did not stop. His body flashed and turned into a shadow as he quickly ran out of the arena. At that moment, the demeanor of an expert and a genius was all gone. He was like a stray dog, miserable and pitiful. Looking at Hu Zhao's fleeing figure, everyone sighed. They didn't expect that the incomparably powerful expert of the Wang clan would actually flee at this moment. This situation was really ironic. The faces of those from the Wang clan were terrifyingly dark. This was definitely a huge humiliation. Their number one expert actually ran away at the last moment. This made them want to die. Whoosh, Hu Xiao transformed into a blur of light and quickly fled. However, the golden arrow behind him was even faster. In an instant, it had arrived behind Hu Xiao. Hu Xiao felt the shocking power coming from behind him, and his face was filled with shock. He couldn't withstand such a terrifying aura. Ah! The next moment, he condensed all the spiritual energy in his body, and 5 demonic beast phantoms quickly appeared behind him. They merged together to form the strongest defense. However, he had still underestimated the power of the golden arrow. The 5 phantoms didn't have any effect and were quickly pierced through. Then the golden arrow pierced Hu Zhao's body and nailed him to the ground. Pung! Hu Zhao's entire body was nailed to the ground. Traces of blood flowed out from the wound and soon dyed the ground red. Hu Zhao's body trembled and his expression was one of terror. Almost, just a bit more and it would have pierced his heart. If that happened, he would have really died. Although he wasn't dead, he was seriously injured. It would be a long time before he could display the power of a spirit-detecting realm cultivator. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Hu Xiao used the last of his strength to roar. Once these words were spoken, everyone was in an uproar. The number one expert of the Wang clan had lost, and in such a sorry state at that. They had never thought that this would happen. The faces of those from the Wang clan darkened, and many disciples collapsed to the ground. There was a sense of despair in their hearts. How long had it been since someone had won 10 consecutive battles? Moreover, the number one expert they had always admired was nailed to the ground like a dead dog. This scene was simply too shocking. Yes, we won. This is great. Below, Black Pearl was so excited that she danced with joy. Her eyes narrowed into crescents. She was truly too excited. It has to be said that the payout for the last round was 1 to 10, which meant that her spirit stones had increased by 10 times. This was a great fortune for her. Nan Gongsang was also filled with joy. Aside from earning spirit stones, he had also made a friend with limitless potential like Lin Xian. This would be very good for him and his clan in the future. Lin Xian stepped through the air and walked down step by step. Finally, he landed on the stage and looked at the red-robed referee. I say, you can announce the results now. Hearing this, the red-robed referee's face sank and a strong killing intent appeared in his eyes. What? Could it be that the Wang clan's casino can't afford to lose? Or are you unwilling to part with the rewards? Lin Xian shrugged. If that's the case, then forget it. It's just a competition. My Wang clan's child can afford to lose. The red-robed old man gritted his teeth. This brat in front of him was simply too despicable. He wanted to slap him to death. Oh, is that so? Then I've already won 10 in a row. Hurry up and give me the rewards and spirit stones. Lin Xian smiled. He was really afraid that the Wang clan would cheat him of his rewards. However, in front of everyone, the Wang clan would definitely not dare to hide it. The Wang clan's faces darkened as they gritted their teeth and looked at Lin Xian. However, in front of so many people, they could not go back on their words. Soon, someone handed over the rewards for winning 10 in a row and the spirit stones that Lin Xian had bet. Lin Xian had bet 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones at the beginning. Now that he had 5 million spirit stones in his hands, it had increased by more than 10 times. The speed of earning money was simply too fast. Moreover, the rewards for winning 10 in a row were even more generous. Even a peak spirit-detecting realm martial artist would be jealous. After putting away the rewards and spirit stones, Lin Xian put away the golden arrow. Seeing the smile on Lin Xian's face, the Wang clan's elder was furious. He had decided that as soon as Lin Xian walked out of the Wang clan's arena, they would assassinate him. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian's words caused their bodies to tremble and they almost fell to the ground. The rewards are not bad. Then, I'll be back tomorrow. Lin Xian smiled. Hearing this, the Wang clan's elder's body twitched and he almost fainted. Come back tomorrow? Everyone was stunned. Their mouths twitched as they looked at Lin Xian with a strange expression. Come again tomorrow? Immediately, many people became excited. One had to know that the Wang family's expert had just been defeated, which meant that there were no experts left in the Wang family's arena. If Lin Xian came again tomorrow, no one would be able to resist him. If the Wang family couldn't handle this matter well, their status might plummet. One had to know that many people were eyeing the Wang family's arena. On the second floor, the black-robed elder's face was gloomy. Send someone to kill this kid tonight. We can't let him live to see tomorrow's sun. The black-robed elder ordered. His voice was cold and emotionless. No matter what the other party did, as long as they could kill him, he wouldn't be able to come again tomorrow. At that time, the Wang family's crisis would be resolved. Lin Xian's words angered the Wang family members, and the surrounding crowd was in an uproar. These people were too excited. Today's battle was too exciting. Every battle could be called a classic. Moreover, they had witnessed the rise of a peerless genius like Lin Xian. Because of the arrival of Goddess Murong, many geniuses from outside the domain had come to Quicksand City. Now that a genius like Lin Xian had appeared, there would definitely be an intense battle. Just thinking about it made people excited. Lin Xian collected the spirit stones and left the Wang family's arena with Nan Gongseng and Black Pearl. Brother Lin, you must have angered the Wang family by obtaining 10 consecutive victories. I don't think they'll let this go. Why don't you stay at my Nan Gongseng tonight? Thank you for your kindness, brother Nan Gongseng. I don't care about a mere Wang family. Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. Don't worry. If there's any danger, I'll definitely ask for your help. Lin Xian was very strong now. He didn't fear martial artists below the Venerable Realm. Even if a Venerable Realm martial artist attacked, he had a certain degree of confidence that he could escape. That was why he had the courage to stay alone. After temporarily bidding farewell to Nan Gongseng and Black Pearl, Lin Xian returned to the mansion he had just bought. Although this exquisite courtyard was in a bustling city, it was filled with tranquility. Lin Xian walked in and quickly forgot about the previous battle. His heart was calm. The battle during the day had deepened his comprehension of the concepts of wind and lightning. Moreover, he had unexpectedly obtained an ancient lost skill, the clear wind bow. The clear wind bow combined with the golden arrow could fully display the power of the two concepts of wind and lightning. It could be said to be an extremely powerful killing move. Lin Xian sat cross-legged under an ancient tree and began to comprehend in silence. While Lin Xian was cultivating, the Wang clan was also moving in secret. When Lin Xian walked out of the Wang family's coliseum, they sent a martial practitioner who was skilled in concealment and tracking to follow him. That martial artist was truly amazing. He had managed to hide from Lin Xian's perception and secretly followed them. In the end, he found Lin Xian's residence, so he went back to report. When they found out that Lin Xian was living alone, everyone in the Wang clan revealed sinister smiles. Damned little thief. This time, I must kill him here. I'll go kill him. The red-robed judge's voice was cold. Before, he had personally witnessed Lin Xian defeating the Wang clan's geniuses one by one. Needless to say, his mood was extremely sullen. Now that he had a chance to kill Lin Xian, he naturally wouldn't miss it. This matter must be kept a secret. Otherwise, my Wang clan will be in big trouble, the black-robed elder said. Killing a contestant was a great taboo, especially a genius like Lin Xian. First, these geniuses all had powerful forces behind them. Second, other martial practitioners would be furious. If they really angered everyone, the Wang clan would be in big trouble. That was why the black-robed elder was so cautious. Don't worry. I'll bring an illusion array to completely seal that place. When the time comes, that little thief won't be able to escape. The red-robed elder sneered. After discussing the countermeasures, the red-robed elder set off. In order to avoid being discovered, he went alone this time. The red-robed elder was also a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. However, he had been in this realm for many years and was abnormally powerful. He was far from someone of the younger generation like Huashao. Therefore, the Wang clan was very relieved to send him this time. At night, the cold moon shone alone. It was the latter half of the night and there were very few people on the road. The moment the red-robed elder came out, he turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the sky. His speed was very fast and it didn't take long for him to arrive at Lin Xian's courtyard. With a wave of his hand, the red-robed elder threw out an illusion array that covered the entire courtyard. Below, Lin Xian was sitting under an ancient tree and cultivating. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes were very sharp. They were like two rays of sword light that pierced into the void. Haha, damn little thief. Let's see how you'll escape this time. An old man sneered. This voice was very arrogant and didn't hide it at all. Then, the red-robed elder's figure appeared in the void. What followed was an endless pressure that covered the sky and the earth, enveloping the entire courtyard. Lin Xian looked at the figure above. He didn't need to think to know that the other party was definitely here to kill him. However, he didn't expect such a big move. As if he had seen through Lin Xian's doubts, the red-robed old man sneered and said, "Don't even think about escaping. No one will come to save you because I've already set up the illusory spirit defensive formation. The outside world will not know anything that happens here. So, just wait for your death obediently." The red-robed elder was very confident. He was very powerful and didn't put Lin Xian in his eyes at all. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't fight in the arena, he would have killed this despicable little thief with a slap. I see. A defensive array is exactly what I want. This way, I don't have to worry about anything. Lin Xian smiled. You're about to die and you still dare to be so arrogant. You really don't know how to write the word death. The red-robed elder snorted. He didn't see Lin Xian's helpless and frightened expression, which made him very unhappy. Therefore, he planned to use all the torture methods in the world until he tortured Lin Xian to death. Little thief, I'll let you know the consequences of offending the Wang family. The red-robed elder sneered and quickly rushed over. In his hand, a blood-red spear was condensed. It was full of murderous intent and there were even drops of blood dripping from it. This aura was abnormally strong, far stronger than Huizhao's. The entire void couldn't withstand it and countless small black cracks appeared. The red-robed elder's face was ferocious. He seemed to have seen Lin Xian being pierced by the blood-red spear. However, the next moment, he was stunned. This was because he saw a sword, a blood-red sword. It was scarlet, demonic, bloodthirsty, and murderous. The powerful murderous aura shrouded the surroundings and dyed the surroundings blood-red. It was like hell. The red-robed elder's heart trembled. The blood-red sword was too terrifying. It was far stronger than his blood-red spear. It even made him feel like he was facing death. Impossible. How can you have such a powerful martial skill? The red-robed elder cried out. He was stunned. Lin Xian's blood-colored sword was too terrifying. Its power far exceeded that of a peak spirit-detecting realm martial artist. Did you hide your strength? The red-robed elder screamed. If that was the case, then it was too terrifying. The youth in front of him was only at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm, but his strength surpassed his. This was too terrifying. This youth was probably very close to the top geniuses of the Sand region. No, I have to send the news back to the family. The red-robed elder was anxious. Their previous analysis was wrong. This youth's strength had completely exceeded their expectations. Run. This was his only thought. He couldn't resist that blood-colored sword. You want to leave? Don't you think it's too late? Lin Xian sneered. This Wang family was indeed sinister. Just because he obtained 10 consecutive victories, they wanted to kill him. This kind of family didn't deserve to come to the arena, since they wanted his life, he didn't plan to let them go. Therefore, he used the sword of slaughter from the start. Looking at the red-robed elder who had turned into a blur, Lin Xian raised the sword of slaughter and quickly swung it down. The blood-colored sword aura surged and instantly submerged the red-robed elder. No. The red-robed elder roared unwillingly. He struggled with all his might, but it was useless. In the end, he was completely submerged. The next moment, the blood-colored sword aura disappeared, and the red-robed elder's corpse fell from the sky. Lin Xian waved his arm and sent out a ball of spirit flame, burning the corpse. Then, he stepped into the air and used his soul power to sense the illusion array outside. Relying on his outstanding soul power and knowledge of array formations, he quickly collected this illusion array. Then, he sat cross-legged under the ancient tree to cultivate. In the Wang family's arena, a group of people were anxiously waiting. It's been so long. Why isn't he back yet? Did something happen? He's just a little thief. What could happen? Many people snorted. In their eyes, the red-robed elder can easily kill Lin Xian. Yeah, maybe the elder is torturing that kid. Someone laughed. Okay, let's wait patiently, the black-robed elder said. However, as time passed, the Wang family's disdain turned into suspicion. Finally, they all frowned. Did something really happen? This time, no one answered. Why don't I go take a look? An elder said. The black-robed elder nodded. The sack-robed elder was stronger than the red-robed judge. Therefore, no one objected to the sack-robed elder's decision. Seeing that the black-robed elder had agreed, the hemp-robed elder did not linger. He quickly turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. Soon, he arrived at Lin Xian's residence. Then, he frowned because it was too quiet. It was quiet all around. There was not a single sound, and the surrounding buildings were in perfect condition. There were no traces of fighting. The hemp-robed old man was puzzled. Then, he reached out with his soul. With doubts in his heart, the old man decided to go down and take a look. In any case, even if a thief had some tricks up his sleeve, it was impossible for him to harm him. With a snort, the elder quickly landed in the courtyard. However, as soon as he landed, the spiritual energy in the surroundings surged. An illusory spirit defense array appeared and covered the surroundings. The family's illusory spirit array? The elder frowned. He had a bad feeling. Old 8, are you there? The old man in linen robes shouted. However, no one answered. At that moment, a voice said, "Stop shouting. He won't answer you." The old man's heart shook when he heard this, and he swiftly turned around and cried out involuntarily. "It's you?" He was stunned when he saw the figure behind him. "You're not dead?" The old man's heart was in turmoil. Naturally, he saw Lin Xian. If Lin Xian was still alive, then the red-robed elder might be. "You're right, that guy is dead," Lin Xian said in a low voice. "Thief, what trick did you use? How dare you kill an elder of the Wang family?" The elder shouted. "You're dead. I'm going to rip your tendons out and refine your soul. I'll make you wish you were dead." Cut the crap. You'll join him soon. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. "Don't think that the Wang family can do whatever you want. Since you want to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed." "Killed? You?" The elder sneered. "Kid, I don't know how you killed old 8, but if you think you can kill me, you're too naive." The old man laughed maniacally, but soon, his laughter stopped. It was as if someone had grabbed him by the neck and stopped abruptly. That was because he saw a sword. A pitch-black sword. Gloomy, cold, silent, and dead. That kind of aura made one despair. Impossible. What kind of move is this? The elder screamed. He realized that the aura was too strong. He could not resist it at all. Now, he suddenly understood that old 8 might not have been assassinated, but killed in an instant. The young man in front of him was too strange. His strength was beyond everyone's expectations. Damn it. The elder's face was ferocious. He did not care about anything else and ran away. However, that pitch-black sword suddenly appeared in front of him. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. The elder squeezed out an ugly smile. However, Lin Xian did not care at all. The silent sword continued to descend. "If you dare to kill me, the Wang family will not let you go." The elder saw that begging for mercy was useless and immediately became ferocious. However, no matter what, he could not escape. Poochie, the silent sword pierced the elder's chest and took away all of his life force. A single sword strike had killed the hemp-robed elder. The Wang family had sent 2 elders at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm, but they were both killed. The next time they sent someone, it might be a group attack. Lin Xian guessed that the possibility of sending a supremacy was not high, so he was not too worried. Compared to Lin Xian, the Wang family was in a terrible mood. They had already sent out 2 elders, but there was no news from the 2 of them. This gave them a very bad premonition in their hearts. In the end, the black-robed elder could not help but send someone to investigate. Soon, someone reported back. "Elder, that thief's courtyard is very quiet, and there are no signs of fighting," a warrior said. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. They felt as if the 2 elders had disappeared. If that was the case, it was too terrifying. Impossible, the 2 elders are very powerful. How could that thief be a match for them? Since that thief can't be killed, there is only one possibility. There must be an expert by his side. According to the Wang family's analysis, they discovered that there was likely a mysterious expert behind Lin Xian. If that was the case, then things would become very troublesome. Based on the current situation, the mysterious expert behind Lin Xian was very powerful. His strength might be above the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. As for whether he had reached the venerable realm, it was unknown. They could not assassinate Lin Xian at all in the face of such a powerhouse. Thinking of this, the Wang family's faces darkened. Damn it, are we just going to let it go like this? Someone was unwilling to give up. Lin Xian had injured several of their experts, causing the Wang clan's battle arena to lose face in front of everyone, making them unable to raise their heads. Every time they thought of this, they had the urge to vomit blood. Therefore, they had to get rid of Lin Xian. Only then would they feel at ease. We'll also send out venerables. I don't believe that mysterious expert can fight against our entire Wang family. No. The black-robed elder shook his head. The combat strength of a venerable is too terrifying. If we act rashly, it will definitely attract the attention of other forces. If this matter is exposed, it will be very disadvantageous to the Wang family. That would be extremely disadvantageous to our Wang clan. So, we absolutely can't dispatch Exalt Realm experts unless we have no other choice. As for that thief, of course we can't let him go. Let's close the dojo for a few days and recruit some powerful young martial artists. Firstly, our Wang family lost many experts in this battle, and it also exposed the weakness of our dojo. Especially this time, many geniuses from other regions have come. We must be prepared. Isn't that thief going to come again? When we find enough battle strength, we'll directly kill him in the arena. At that time, even the mysterious expert behind him would not be able to stop him. The black-robed elder's voice was cold. Everyone nodded in agreement. Not only could this method kill that detestable thief, but it could also increase the strength of their dojo. It could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Soon, these people began to act. The next day, the news that the Wang family's dojo was temporarily closed spread. Immediately, everyone was shocked. The Wang family's dojo was considered a medium-sized dojo, and its business was usually good. When it suddenly closed this time, many people were stunned. Very soon, news of Lin Xian's 10 consecutive victories and the defeat of the Wang family's experts spread like wildfire. Many people were shocked. For a moment, Lin Xian and the Wang clan's battle arena were pushed into the center of the storm. When Lin Xian heard about this, he was also stunned. He didn't expect the Wang family's dojo to be closed. Soon after, he shook his head and stopped paying attention to it. It seemed like the Wang family had been dealt a heavy blow, so they wouldn't make a move against him for a while. He could use this time to exchange some of the resources he had on him. Although he wasn't very familiar with Quicksand City, with Nan Gongseng's help, things should go smoothly. When Lin Xian found Nan Gongseng and told him his idea, Nan Gongseng's eyes lit up and he slapped his thigh. This is fate, Brother Lin. I just happened to know of a small-scale exchange meeting, and its standards can be said to be the highest beneath the Exalt realm. I'll take you there in a few days. Hearing Nan Gongseng's introduction, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. This exchange meeting was held between the major forces of Quicksand City and was very secretive. Moreover, it was generally not open to the public. If one wasn't invited, they definitely wouldn't be able to enter. Moreover, this exchange meeting was conducted by bartering. Generally, the items that appeared were relatively rare resources, which was completely in line with Lin Xian's requirements. After bidding farewell to Nan Gongseng, Lin Xian returned to his courtyard and began to prepare the items he wanted to exchange. Lin Xian prepared to sell some of the useless spirit-grade artifacts. In addition, he also planned to sell a 3,000-year-old spirit herb and two 1,000-year-old spirit herbs. As for what he wanted to exchange, he hadn't thought about it yet. He could only wait until the time of the exchange to choose. In addition, he had many primal yang stones on him, but he didn't plan to take them out. He, the dark red dragon, and the snow-white monkey all needed primal yang stones. Moreover, primal yang stones were too important. If he took them out, it would definitely attract the attention of others. Lin Xian didn't want to cause trouble for himself. 3 days later, Nan Gongseng came to find him. The two didn't stop and immediately set off. Nan Gongseng led the way in the city. Soon, they arrived at a secret place. Nan Gongseng took out an ancient token and poured his spirit energy into it. Then, he shone it at the high wall in front of them. Suddenly, the ancient token bloomed with light and a huge ancient character appeared. The high wall in front of them became hazy and ripples appeared. Then, the scene in front of them changed and an illusory door appeared. It's a strange space. The dark red dragon hid in Lin Xian's sleeve and was surprised. Upon hearing the dark red divine dragon's voice transmission, Lin Xian was also surprised. He took a few more glances at the front. Brother Lin, the small exchange meeting is inside. Let's go in. Nan Gongseng took back the token and said with a smile. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. Then, the two entered the illusory door. After entering, Lin Xian found that the scenery inside was very different. It was different from the quicksand and rocks outside. The buildings inside could be said to be very exquisite. There were tall halls, exquisite pavilions, rockeries, flying stones, and waterfalls everywhere. It was like a paradise on earth. Who are you? Suddenly, a cold voice came from the front. Lin Xian squinted his eyes and looked forward. He saw a few figures flying over from a pavilion in the distance. They were very fast and arrived in front of the two in an instant. Whoosh! 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 A few silhouettes landed. Their bodies carried a sharp aura, and their eyes were filled with vigilance. We are from the Nan Gongseng family. Nan Gongseng handed over the token. That's right. The token is correct. You may enter. Those people quickly left after checking. Lin Xian was speechless. No wonder Nan Gongseng said that they couldn't enter without proof. The checks were very strict and these people were very strong. Normal people wouldn't be able to force their way in. I hope I can find something useful here. Lin Xian was excited. The two of them quickly walked inside. It's Nan Gongseng. Along the way, many people greeted Nan Gongseng, but even more people looked at Lin Xian. First of all, Lin Xian was a new face. They had never seen him before. Also, Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the mid-stage of the spirit detecting realm. Although it was not bad outside, it was too low here. Even if he was a disciple of a large family, he wouldn't be qualified to come here. Therefore, everyone looked at Lin Xian with doubt. Some people looked at him with disdain. No matter how Lin Xian came in, his strength wasn't enough. He wasn't even comparable to the servants here. Such a person wouldn't cooperate with them. Brother Nan Gongseng, you're finally here. Brother Nangong, you're finally here. A loud laugh rang out. The newcomer was a burly man with bronze skin that was filled with explosive power. Behind him was a silver spear that was shining with silver light. This person's aura was as powerful as a mountain. Although he didn't deliberately release it, the pressure still made many people's hearts tremble. Brother Rulong, long time no see. Your strength has improved a lot. Nan Gongseng said with a smile. The two exchanged a few words before the burly man looked at Lin Xian and asked, Brother Nangong, who is this? Hearing this, the surrounding martial artists all turned their heads with a trace of curiosity. This is Lin Xian, Brother Lin. He's also a young genius. Oh, is that so? To be praised by Brother Nangong, he must be extraordinary. The burly man was stunned for a moment before greeting Lin Xian with a smile. Lin Xian returned the greeting with a smile. However, the surrounding people weren't so polite. Many of them snorted. They clearly didn't believe that Lin Xian was a young genius. Otherwise, why would he only be at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm? Please come in. The burly man, Ma Rulong, said. Then, Lin Xian and Nan Gongxing walked in. This space was much larger than they had imagined. There were many palaces around them. Ma Rulong led Lin Xian and Nan Gongxing to a silver palace. Brother Nangong, Brother Lin, please fill in what you want to exchange here. I'll go greet another guest. Oh? Guest? What guest? Nan Gongxing was puzzled. He knew Ma Rulong's identity. He was also a disciple of one of the top forces in Quicksand City. Even this small space belonged to his family. A guest that he had to personally greet must be extraordinary. Speaking of which, this is also an important guest. I'm sure you've heard of his name. Ma Rulong said, his name is Xianxia. Xianxia? Nan Gongxing was stunned for a moment before exclaiming, is it that Xin family? That's right. He's from the Xin clan of the Sky Martial region. This Xianxia is very strong. His cultivation base is extremely high. He can even fight against those geniuses. Rumor has it that he's following the heavenly daughter of the Murong family. Since he's passing by this time, it just so happens that he wants to participate in the rare treasures exchange. Lin Xian was astonished. He had heard of the geniuses from the Sand region, and they could be said to be extremely powerful existences. He had never thought that Xianxia would be able to contend with them. He was definitely a terrifying figure. I didn't expect that the Xin family would also come. It seems that Quicksand City will be interesting this time. Nan Gongxing smiled. The Xin family? Lin Xian frowned as he recalled a figure from his memories. The Xin family is a super family in the central region of the Sky Martial continent. They have a King Realm expert as their leader. They are one of the top existences in the Sky Martial region. And this Xianxia is one of the more outstanding members of the Xin family's younger generation. King Clan. Lin Xian sucked in a cold breath. In the Tiannan region, Venerables were the strongest fighting force and could dominate a region. However, the Sky Martial region was different. Although Venerables were part of the upper echelons, they were not the top. The top warriors were King Realm experts, only those with King Realm experts were the top existences in the continent. And the Xin family was such an existence. The two of you can sit in the tranquil palace for a while. I'll be back soon. Ma Rulong said. Then, he turned around and left. Lin Xian and Nan Gongxing walked into the silver palace behind him. Brother Lin, what are you going to exchange this time? Nan Gongxing asked. Just now, he had pretended to pay attention to Xianyaotian's news and did not pay attention to Lin Xian's information. Nothing much. There are some spiritual treasures and 3 spiritual herbs. Lin Xian did not plan to hide it. After all, he had already filled in the information. It would not take long for those people to find out. Oh, spiritual herbs? What kind of spiritual herbs? Nan Gongxing asked. Obviously, he had ignored the spiritual treasures. Instead, he was very interested in the spiritual herbs. A 3,000-year-old purple sunflower and 2 1,000-year-old blood ginseng. What? 3,000-year-old purple sunflower. Nan Gongxing exclaimed and jumped up. His expression was even more surprised than when he heard about Xianyaotian. Seeing Nan Gongxing's reaction, Lin Xian was stunned. Although 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs were rare, there was no need for such a reaction. Seeing Lin Xian's confused expression, Nan Gongxing tried his best to calm himself down. After a long time, he slowly exhaled. Brother Lin, it seems like you really don't know much about the Sand region. Nan Gongxing said, the Sand region's climate is abnormal. It lacks water, so some spiritual herbs cannot grow here. Not to mention 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs, even 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs are rare. With Nan Gongxing's explanation, Lin Xian finally understood. Although the Tianwu region was vast, it was divided into regions. For example, in the Sand region, spiritual herbs were rare. On the other hand, precious stones and ores were abundant. Therefore, when Lin Xian said 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs, Nan Gongxing had such a big reaction. Not to mention Nan Gongxing, even the patriarch of the Nan Gongxing family would be tempted. After hearing this news, Lin Xian frowned. He did not know the importance of spiritual herbs in the Sand region, so he took out 3 spiritual herbs, one of which was 3,000-year-old. But now, it seemed that this was a little troublesome. He did not believe that the people from the big factions could restrain their desires. As if sensing Lin Xian's worry, Nan Gongxing comforted him, "Brother Lin, don't worry. The standards of this exchange are very high and the rules are strict. No one will cause trouble." "I hope so." Lin Xian sighed heavily. He realized that in the Sand region, he could not reveal any other spiritual herbs. At this moment, a group of people suddenly landed in front of the main hall and quickly walked over. These people were all outstanding and had extraordinary bearings. Powerful auras flowed around their bodies. It was obvious that they were young experts. One of them was even more powerful. He had blue hair and his eyes were as bright as the stars. There were blue halos around his body, making him look like an immortal king. "This is Xin Yaotian from the Xin family. People call him Young Master Yaotian," Ma Rulong introduced. The blue-haired youth looked at Lin Xian and Nan Gongxing with a deep gaze and nodded slightly as a greeting. However, his arrogant expression made Nan Gongxing unhappy. Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that Xin Yaotian was also an arrogant and conceited person. Then, Ma Rulong started to introduce Nan Gongxing and Lin Xian. Xin Yaotian did not react to Nan Gongxing. Instead, he stared at Lin Xian. "Are you the one who wants to sell the 3,000-year-old violet sunflower?" Xin Yaotian asked in a deep voice. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Then, they looked at Lin Xian with burning eyes. No wonder he was in such a hurry to come here. It seemed like his target was the 3,000-year-old purple sunflower. Seeing everyone's gaze, Lin Xian nodded. There was no point in denying it now. He might as well admit it openly. "Very well, kneel down and offer the purple sunflower to me. I can consider letting you become the Xin family's battle servant," Xin Yaotian said condescendingly. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Then, they all looked at Lin Xian. Especially those who came with Xin Yaotian, they all had mocking expressions. Lin Xian's face darkened. He secretly activated the great dragon sword soul in his body, ready to attack at any time. Nan Gongxing also roared angrily. "Xin Yaotian, what is the meaning of this?" Xin Yaotian's condescending attitude just now made him unhappy. Now, Xin Yaotian actually wanted Xian to kneel down and offer a 3,000-year-old spirit herb. This was simply bullying. What is the meaning of this? Don't you understand? Xin Yaotian revealed a disdainful smile. He turned and stared at Lin Xian. "Looks like you still don't understand the strength of my aunt's Xin family. Not just anyone can become the Xin family's battle servant. So many people want to join the Xin family. Now that you have received a great benefit, why aren't you kneeling down and thanking us?" Xin Yaotian's face was full of arrogance. It was as if he had bestowed Lin Xian a great favor. Lin Xian's eyes darkened. This Xin Yaotian was too much. Not only did he want him to offer a 3,000-year-old spirit herb for free, but he also wanted him to become the Xin family's servant. Not only that, in Xin Yaotian's eyes, he even wanted him to kneel down and thank him. At this moment, Lin Xian's heart was burning with anger. Cold sword intent surged in his body as if it would rush out at any time. "What if I don't give it to you?" Lin Xian's voice was cold. He suppressed the anger in his heart and did not attack. "Don't give it to you?" Xin Yaotian laughed. "Do you think you have the ability to decide this matter?" He looked very arrogant and did not put Lin Xian in his eyes at all. "Brother Shen, the rules of the rare treasures exchange are to exchange items. If you really want the 3,000-year-old purple sunflower, why don't you exchange it with something else?" Ma Rulong said. He was the host of this rare treasures exchange meeting, so naturally, he didn't want things to get out of hand. "Exchange? Xianxia revealed a faint smile. Brother Ma, you think too highly of this brat. He is just an ant at the mid-stage of the spirit-detecting realm. Being able to enter this exchange is already a great gift for him, yet he still wants to trade? This was simply a fantasy story. The martial artists following behind Xianxia also laughed foolishly. Humph, a piece of trash who came in through connections actually dares to reject young Master Akash. He really does not know how to spell the word death. Brat, hurry up and hand over the 3,000-year-old violet sunflower, or else you won't be able to bear the consequences. All of you are looking down on my Ma family. Ma Rulong's face sank. Brother Ma has misunderstood. Xianxia laughed. Our actions aren't targeted at Brother Ma, it's just that this ant isn't willing to exchange with us. I don't want to affect our relationship because of a piece of trash at the mid-stage of the spirit-detecting realm. Xianxia's voice was flat, but there was a hint of threat in his words. Humph, such a nice social exchange was actually ruined by a bunch of random people. It's fine if I don't participate in this social exchange, Brother Lin, let's go, Nan Gongxing snorted coldly. His handsome face was a little ferocious. Brother Rulong, I'll take my leave. I'll visit you another day. Nan Gongxing pulled Lin Xian and was about to leave. It won't be that easy to leave. Several martial artists blocked the door, blocking Lin Xian and Nan Gongxing's path. You can leave, but he can't. Those people pointed at Lin Xian with a sharp aura. F***ck. Nan Gongxing was so angry that his body trembled. Brother Shen, I hope you won't break the rules of the rare treasure gathering. Ma Rulong's expression was very ugly. Don't worry, Brother Rulong. I'll quickly solve this problem. Xianxia's body was surrounded by blue rings, and he was very confident. Now you have two choices. One is to kneel down and offer up the violet sunflower. I can let you become the Shen family's battle servant. The second choice? You can refuse, but the violet sunflower will still be mine in the end. As for you, those who dare to disobey my orders have never lived past the second day. At the end of his words, Xianxia's body emitted a powerful killing intent that surrounded the entire hall. Nan Gongxing was so angry that he stomped his feet. Xianxia was too overbearing and shameless. He wanted to snatch Lin Xian's spirit herb. There was no room for negotiation. How was he a disciple of a big family? He was clearly a robber. Lin Xian's expression was cold. The sword intent in his body surged as if it would burst out at any time. Xianxia smiled disdainfully as if he had sensed Lin Xian's aura. Don't even think about attacking. You don't have the qualifications. Fine, I'll tell you. Let us show you the difference between us. Xianxia said. I've already reached the half-step venerable realm. You only need a finger to kill you. Xianxia looked at Lin Xian like a dragon looking at an ant. Brother Shen, why do you have to do this? With your status, it shouldn't be difficult for you to exchange for this 3,000-year-old violet sunflower. Ma Rulong sighed. Xianxia smiled. It's indeed not difficult for me to exchange for a 3,000-year-old spirit herb. But an ant isn't worthy of my exchange. His star rings shone and emitted a terrifying aura. He was a Star War god walking in the mortal world. Moreover, I've already given him a choice. If he can join the Shen family, it'll be a great gift to him. Damn, this is too much. Nan Gongxing's face was ashen. He couldn't stand it anymore. Lin Xian was his friend, but Xianxia kept looking for trouble. He didn't put him in his eyes at all. So what if I'm bullying you? Xianxia took a step forward, and the rings of stars around him shone brightly. They were like huge stars floating around him. A terrifying aura enveloped the surroundings as if it could tear the world apart at any time. Xianxia was too strong. He didn't care about Ma Rulong's warning at all. His aura was like the sea of stars. If he didn't agree with him, Xianxia would probably kill him immediately. Ma Rulong's face was gloomy. He was the host of this rare treasure gathering. If he allowed someone to break the rules here, he wouldn't be able to stay in the quicksand stratum anymore. Even if the other party was a genius of the Shen family, he had to stop him. In the next moment, he stepped forward. Silver light appeared behind him and formed a silver spear that pierced through the sky. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Endless killing intent surrounded them. Xianxia's star ring shone. His sharp aura made many tremble. His gaze was like a star that pierced Lin Xian. Wherever it passed, the void shattered. Xianxia was too strong. As expected of a half-step venerable realm expert. Xianxia's body was covered in blue stars, and he was filled with the power of the Decepticon sect. He pointed his finger at Lin Xian. The finger was like a shooting star, and its power could kill any extreme spirit-detecting realm martial artist. Xianxia did not hold back. He wanted to kill Lin Xian and take the 3,000-year-old spiritual herb. The others sneered. In their opinion, Lin Xian had no chance of surviving. Whoosh, at this moment, Ma Rulong made his move. The silver spear on his back surged and emitted a dazzling spear radiance that collided with the star finger. Although Ma Rulong had not reached the half-step honorable realm, he was still very powerful. Therefore, his spear radiance exploded with terrifying energy when it collided with the star finger. The energy was so powerful that it could destroy the entire palace. Fortunately, the two of them stopped and dispersed the energy to avoid disaster. Brother Rulong, don't stop me. I've made up my mind. Xianxia's voice was cold. Then, his body shone like a huge star as he charged at Lin Xian. Humph! Ma Rulong shouted angrily. Spiritual energy surged out of his body and condensed into the shadow of a silver spear. Then, the spear swung and stabbed forward. It was like a silver lightning bolt that flew in the air. On the other side, Nan Gongseng also rushed forward. He waved his palms and formed a palm shadow. Although he knew that he could not defeat Xianxian, he still wanted to attack because he was too angry. It's useless. You can't stop me. Xianxia's voice was cold. He suddenly exerted his strength and his body shone brightly, forming a huge star power. Star Fist. He punched out and a terrifying force surged forward, sending Ma Rulong and Nan Gongseng flying. Lin Xian's pupil shrank. He was shocked. Ma Rulong was very powerful, but he could not stop Xianxia's attack. It was unbelievable. It seemed that Xianxian was stronger than he had imagined. After sending Ma Rulong and Nan Gongseng flying with one punch, Xianxian looked around and reached out a hand to grab Lin Xian. He looked very casual and did not take Lin Xian seriously at all. Ma Rulong's heart sank. Nan Gongseng's expression also changed greatly. Although he had seen how powerful Lin Xian was, he did not think that Lin Xian could compete with Xianxian. After all, even a powerful figure like Ma Rulong was sent flying with a single punch. The strength of a half-step venerable one could be said to be heaven-defying. Perhaps in the entire Sand region, only a few monstrous geniuses could contend with him. Brother Lin, run! Nan Gongseng shouted. You want to leave? Too late. Xianxian snorted coldly. His 5 fingers were like a cage, aiming at Lin Xian. In an instant, 5 heavenly pillars appeared in the void, tearing the sky apart. Ant, this is your own choice. Die. Xianxia's blue hair fluttered in the wind. He was like an astral war god, powerful to the extreme. His hand was like a mountain, pressing down on Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression was cold. In the next moment, he pulled out the wind shadow sword and activated his sword intent to the large success stage. His entire body was like an unsheathed sword, sharp to the extreme. With a swing of his sword, the bright sword energy was like a rainbow that quickly slashed through the void. Lin Xian used the great dragon sword intent in this sword. It could be said to be sharp to the extreme. The terrifying sword energy tore through everything as it slashed toward the mountain-like hand. Clang, rumble rumble rumble, the void trembled and the sound waves spread out in all directions. Extremely unstable cracks appeared in the void and quickly spread in all directions. The resplendent sword chi shattered and disappeared in the air. The giant hand that blotted out the sky also paused and became somewhat dim. What? He actually resisted it? That's impossible. The surrounding martial artists were all stunned. They kept rubbing their eyes, not daring to believe what they had just seen. A mid-stage spirit detecting realm brat had actually resisted Xianxia's attack with a single sword. If this was told to others, no one would believe it. Who was Xianxian? He was a genius of a king family. Even if he came to Sand Valley, he would be a peak existence. Such a person could kill a group of peak spirit detecting realm martial artists with a raise of his hand. However, a mid-stage spirit detecting realm brat had actually blocked his attack. This was too unbelievable. Even if it was just a casual attack from Xianxia, no one could accept it. Xianxia was also slightly startled. You actually blocked it. Interesting. It looks like you're not a complete piece of trash. Brat, I'm someone who cherishes talent. I'll give you one more chance. Kneel down and offer me 3,000 years of violet sunflowers. Then, become a battle servant of the Shin family and I'll spare your life. In 100 years, you might have a chance to enter the sovereign realm. Xianxia's voice was cold. He still didn't put Lin Xian in his eyes. Join your grandpa. Lin Xian was furious. He waved his sword and released a terrifying sword energy. Rays of sword energy tore through the void and slashed forward. He was indeed angry. Xianxia's expression was asking for a beating. He decided to beat Xianxia into a pig's head. Too weak. This little bit of attack has no effect on me at all. Xianxia's expression was disdainful. His body was surrounded by a halo of stars, making him look like a starry sky war god. Blue fists were swung out and the entire void cracked. Every punch was like a meteorite smashing into the void. The strength was enough to make one's heart tremble. Boom! Boom! Terrifying fist shadows were swung out and collided with the sword energy. Violent energy waves burst out and swept out in all directions. Ma Rulong recovered from his initial shock. He took out the silver spear on his back and used all his strength to eliminate the energy waves. Otherwise, the entire silver palace would be turned into ashes in an instant. One had to admit that Xianxia was too powerful. As expected of a genius disciple of a sovereign family. Those fist shadows all accurately collided with the sword energy and shattered it. Is this your attack? Brat, you're too weak. Die. Xianxia's expression was cold. In his opinion, although Lin Xian had exceeded his expectations, he still couldn't withstand a single blow. Lin Xian frowned slightly. Xianxia's strength was beyond his expectations. As expected of a top genius. However, it wouldn't be so easy to take his life. In the next moment, he withdrew the wind shadow sword. He reached out with his right hand and a pitch-black sword appeared in front of him. Sword of Nirvana. Lin Xian held the sword. Then, the aura on his body changed. In addition to the overflowing sword intent, it also emitted an aura of death and nirvana. It was as if the god of death had just appeared, making one feel despair. Once this aura appeared, it immediately spread out in all directions of the palace. When the martial artists below felt this aura, they were so shocked that their bodies trembled. Many of them revealed looks of horror. Especially those martial artists who had mocked Lin Xian before. Their expressions were very ugly at this moment. Lin Xian's strength was beyond their expectations. Even among them, none of them could withstand this deathly aura. Who is this brat? How can he have such a powerful martial skill? When did such a person appear in Quicksand City? I don't know. He might be a prodigy from another region. Ma Rulong was also shocked. He had thought that Lin Xian had a good relationship with Nan Gongseng, which was why he had come to the rare treasure exchange. Now it seemed that this was not the case at all. Nan Gongseng probably already knew about Lin Xian's strength, which was why he had brought him here. Furthermore, what shocked him even more was that the pitch-black sword in the void made his heart palpitate. Ma Rulong was shocked. For him to feel this way, it was enough to show how strong Lin Xian was. It has to be said that he had only felt this way when facing Xianxia. Comparing the two made him even more shocked. This Lin Xian was simply too unbelievable. He was only at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm, but his strength had already surpassed the limit of the spirit detecting realm. Looking at the pitch-black sword in the air, Xianxia also frowned. For the first time, his expression became serious. That pitch-black sword made him feel a trace of danger. He hadn't felt this in a long time, but now he felt it from a small cultivator at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm. Xianxia suddenly felt a trace of anger. He decided that he had to get rid of Lin Xian. The star rings on his body shined even brighter and a terrifying aura spread out from his body. This time, the power was even stronger than before. Lin Xian also held the Nirvana sword. A deathly aura spread out from his body as if it was going to suck away all the vitality around him. The two powerful forces continued to rise as if they could collide at any moment. These two forces were too terrifying and had already surpassed the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. The surrounding cultivators all retreated and left the Silver Palace. They didn't dare to stay any longer. If they were even a step late, they would all be sucked into that violent vortex. Lin Xian held the Nirvana sword in his hand as his black hair fluttered in the wind. He was like an Azura from hell, bringing with him a destructive aura. On the other side, Xianxia was surrounded by stars. He was like a god of war and was extremely fierce. Just as the battle was about to break out, an even more powerful force appeared above the palace and enveloped the two of them. Lin Xian frowned and was shocked. He felt that the Nirvana sword was being suppressed and couldn't be swung at all. On the other side, Xianxia's expression was equally ugly. His astral halo was also greatly suppressed, so much so that he couldn't even swing his fist. This was too inconceivable. One had to know that the two of them were already at the peak of the psychic realm. However, someone was actually able to suppress them with just their aura. One could only imagine the terrifying strength of this person. There was only one kind of person who could have such strength, and that was a venerable one. Moreover, they were not ordinary venerable ones. Sure enough, after the enormous pressure appeared, an aged voice resounded in the hall. Haha, two little friends, please stop. Otherwise, my hall will be torn down by you. An old figure appeared in the void, looking at the two of them with a smile. At that moment, the people that had left earlier followed Ma Rulong in again. However, their expressions were filled with astonishment. Elder! Ma Rulong exclaimed when he saw the old man floating in the air. The old man in the air was an elder of their family. Who would have thought that he would make a move here? The elder of the Ma family chuckled and said, "Little friends, I know why you're making a move. How about this? This old man will settle it for you. Why don't you give the spiritual herb to me?" Hearing that, Lin Xian and Xianxia fell silent. Soon, Lin Xian said, "Since Senior wants it, I'll naturally comply." In fact, Lin Xian had thought about it carefully. This old man's identity was special, and he was an elder of the Ma family. He probably wouldn't do something like snatch it by force. Moreover, with the relationship between Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong, he should be able to obtain the corresponding exchange item. Therefore, Lin Xian was very straightforward and directly gave the spiritual herb to the elder. Seeing that Lin Xian had spoken, the elder of the Ma family immediately smiled in satisfaction. On the other hand, Xianxia's face was gloomy and somewhat ugly. He had previously said that he would definitely obtain the 3,000-year-old violet sunflower and even take Lin Xian as his battle servant. Yet now, Lin Xian had displayed shocking combat strength and was even able to fight him. Moreover, the most detestable thing was that the spiritual herb didn't belong to him anymore. If it was in the past, then he would have slapped that person to death if they dared to fight him for the spiritual herb. However, it was an Exalt Realm elder who wanted the spiritual herb now. Moreover, the elder was an expert amongst Exalt Realm experts. He couldn't defeat the elder at all. So, he could only admit defeat this time. Since Senior wants it, then I naturally won't fight for it. Xianxia spoke in a low voice, and then he turned around and gazed at Lin Xian while a strand of icy cold killing intent erupted from his eyes. "Kid, you better not let me see you again. Otherwise, it'll be the day of your death. Let's go." Xianxia grunted coldly, and then he led all the cultivators away swiftly. Ma Rulong and the others heaved sighs of relief. Xianxia was arrogant and untamed. If he really attacked, then the situation would be extremely troublesome. Even though their elder was very strong, he didn't dare to injure Xianxia. After all, Xianxia was from a sovereign clan. However, fortunately, Xianxia didn't attack and left instead. The others heaved sighs of relief as well, and their faces were filled with lingering fear. Lin Xian's heart sank slightly. Xianxia was a strong enemy, and he had to improve his strength. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to defeat Xianxia. The elder descended from the sky and gazed at Lin Xian with a smile. Young friend, what do you intend to exchange for? Lin Xian took out the 3,000-year-old violet sunflower and smiled. Yes, I don't have any special requests. Senior, you can give me whatever you want. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian handed the violet sunflower over. Young friend, you really are straightforward. The Ma clan elder quickly took the spiritual herb and carefully inspected it. In next to no time, his old face was filled with extreme excitement. That's right, it really is a 3,000-year-old spiritual herb. I never expected that I would finally be able to obtain a 3,000-year-old spiritual herb in my lifetime. The Ma clan elder's voice trembled, and he seemed to be extremely excited. The sand region's climate was dry, and it wasn't suitable for spiritual herbs to grow. Therefore, spiritual herbs in this area were very rare, let alone a 3,000-year-old spiritual herb. Although the Ma clan elder was an honorable one, he was already very old. If he didn't have any fortuitous encounters, he wouldn't be able to break through at all. It was very likely that he would reach the end of his life in the near future. However, now that he had this spiritual herb, it was very different. At least he could extend his life a little. By then, he might have a chance of breaking through. It could be said that the effect of this spiritual herb was much greater for him than for other young warriors. That was why he was so excited. Since young friend is so straightforward, I won't mistreat you. The Ma clan elder kept the spiritual herb and flipped his palm, taking out a fist-sized golden stone. This is a metal elemental origin crystal. It can upgrade a bejeweled weapon by 1 grade. The Ma family elder said with a smile. Upgrade by 1 grade. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He looked at the pale golden stone in front of him in surprise. That old man was right. It is indeed a metal elemental origin crystal. I didn't expect him to be so generous, the dark red dragon muttered. Lin Xian was relieved to hear the dragon's words. Ruffian dragon was an old demon. If even he thought it was fine, then it must be true. Lin Xian nodded and smiled at the Ma family elder. Soon, the Ma family elder took out another item. This is a battle armor drawing. It is very powerful. It is said that if it can be made, even a venerable would find it difficult to break its defense. Even a venerable would not be able to break it? Lin Xian was stunned. Then, he showed a suspicious look. The Ma family elder smiled and explained, the requirements for making such a powerful battle armor are definitely not simple. In fact, they are very strict. Not only does it require a grandmaster blacksmith, but the materials required are also extremely precious. However, once it is made, its power will definitely be heaven-defying. I want to use it to exchange for the other 2,000-year-old spiritual herbs. What do you think? The Ma family elder looked expectant. It was obvious that he cared a lot about the spiritual herbs. Lin Xian pondered. Although the Ma family elder's description was very tempting, it was not certain if it could be made. It was like drawing a pie in the sky. However, Lin Xian was very curious about the battle armor. Okay, I'll trade. In the end, Lin Xian clenched his fist and said. Haha, my young friend Lin is really straightforward. The Ma family elder laughed. From now on, you are the Ma family's distinguished guest. If anyone dares to bully you, just tell them the Ma family's name. The Ma family elder was too excited. He quickly exchanged the items with Lin Xian and left excitedly. It could not be helped. For an old monster who did not have much time left, a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb was too tempting. However, Lin Xian did not feel the pinch. Not to mention 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, he still had a few 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs, he even had a 5,000-year-old spirit herb in his possession. That was the real treasure. Lin Xian took the ancient scroll and quickly opened it. Red lotus armor. 4 ancient seals appeared. Soon after, exquisite diagrams appeared one after another. The records on the diagrams were extremely detailed, making people gasp in amazement. The dark red divine dragon stole a few glances and then sent a voice transmission. That old man wasn't lying. The effect of this armor is indeed very strong. Even an ordinary venerable one might not be able to break it. However, it's also very difficult to make it. This is an ancient armor, and some of the materials on it are about to disappear. The dark red divine dragon shook its head. Kid, this is just the information on the surface. The real thing needs to be explored with your soul. Hearing this, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. He sent a wisp of his soul into the painting. Soon, his body shook, and a strange expression appeared on his face. The information inside was even more detailed. He even saw a complete shadow of the red lotus armor. Lin Xian's heart was stirred. He had a vague idea of what was going on. Although the materials to make the armor were difficult to find, he could use another method to condense the armor. That was the Great Dragon Sword Soul. The Great Dragon Sword Soul was very special. It was an offensive saint technique, so it should be able to simulate the red lotus armor. If that was the case, he would be rich. Thinking of this, Lin Xian was overjoyed. The Ma family elder had given away such a precious treasure so casually. He must have thought that the armor was something impossible to make. However, he did not know that Lin Xian had the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Otherwise, he would not have taken out such a heaven-defying treasure. I've really hit the jackpot this time. Lin Xian was so excited that he wanted to shout. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Xian followed Nan Gongsheng and the others to participate in the rare treasure exchange. Half a day later, he left the strange space. He quickly returned to the quiet courtyard. He could not use the metal element origin crystal for the time being because he had to find a grandmaster blacksmith to use the origin crystal to upgrade the artifact's grade. However, he could give the red lotus armor a try. Lin Xian took out the illusory spirit defense formation that he had obtained from the Wang family elder and enveloped the entire courtyard, forming an illusory defense formation. Then, he summoned the little white monkey and the dark red dragon. After ensuring that it was safe, Lin Xian extended his soul and entered the ancient scroll. He skipped the production process and went straight to the final image of the armor. Amidst the hazy white mist, a bright red battlesuit appeared in the void. Lin Xian could feel a frightening aura just by looking at the scene. If he could really make it, its power would definitely be extremely powerful. However, what he needed to do now was not to make it. Instead, he needed to carefully comprehend the inscriptions on it and simulate it with the Great Dragon Sword Soul. The image of the armor was very real. Every inscription on it was clearly visible. The inscriptions intersected with each other and finally formed a demonic red lotus that bloomed brightly. He did not know what grade the red lotus armor was. However, it was definitely extraordinary because the inscriptions on it were very complicated. Even with Lin Xian's soul power, he felt a headache coming on. However, hard work paid off. After 3 days, he finally grasped all the inscriptions. Next, he would use the Great Dragon Sword Soul to simulate the red lotus armor. This process was very difficult because the slightest mistake in the inscriptions would cause the entire armor to be scrapped. Fortunately, Lin Xian's soul power was strong and his willpower was tenacious. Finally, after 5 days, he successfully condensed the red lotus armor. The spiritual power in his body surged and quickly intersected on the surface of his body, forming mysterious patterns. Soon, a bright red armor appeared and covered Lin Xian's body. On it, a demonic red lotus bloomed brightly. Lin Xian tested the armor and found that it was better than he had imagined. Its defense had already surpassed his Gold Thunder body. This result made him very excited. One had to know that it was already so powerful when condensed with spiritual power. If it was really forged, it would definitely be a heaven-defying existence. Moreover, the red lotus armor also made up for Lin Xian's lack of defense. Although the Gold Thunder body was powerful, it could not be of much use now. Against ordinary warriors, there was no need for him to activate the Gold Thunder body. However, against top geniuses, the Gold Thunder body was useless. For example, when he faced Xianxia previously, his Gold Thunder body could not be of use. However, the Red Lotus armor solved this problem. Its defense had already surpassed the Gold Thunder body. Lin Xian was confident that if he faced Xianxia again, he could definitely withstand his opponent's attacks with the Red Lotus armor. Next, as long as his cultivation broke through another level, he would be able to contend with Xianxia in terms of combat power. Lin Xian put away the Red Lotus armor and went into seclusion to cultivate again. Holding a high-grade primal yang stone with both hands, Lin Xian circulated the longevity art with all his strength. Pure yang energy quickly entered his body. This primal yang stone was truly worthy of being a top-grade ore. Its effect was much better than spirit stones. Furthermore, the pure yang energy inside was extremely pure. He didn't need to use much strength to convert it into his own energy. This greatly increased Lin Xian's cultivation speed. It wasn't just him. The dragon and the white monkey were also absorbing primal yang stones. However, the white monkey was too strange. Even after absorbing so many primal yang stones, it didn't change at all. On the other hand, the dragon's body had undergone a shocking change. It hadn't stopped absorbing primal yang stones in the past few days. Originally, it had only been at the early stage of the spirit detecting realm, but now it had reached the late stage. Even its body had doubled in size. Seeing its breakthrough, the dark red divine dragon held in excitement. Then it looked at the palm-sized monkey and sneered, "Little guy, you're too stupid. Even after absorbing so much primal yang stones, you haven't changed at all." The white monkey stared at the small bull with disdain. Then its body flickered and it turned into a ray of white light. It arrived in front of the dragon and slammed its furry paw down. Bang, the dragon saw stars and fainted. Fuck. A moment later, the dragon recovered and angrily cursed. Its cultivation base had broken through and its strength had increased, but it still hadn't been able to dodge the white monkey's paw. This was too hateful. The dragon was depressed. It no longer dared to provoke the white monkey and obediently went to absorb the primal yang stones. Within the courtyard, one man and two beasts were rapidly cultivating. One primal yang stone after another dimmed. Lin Xian quickly exchanged for more. This time, he had to break through to the late stage of the spirit detecting realm. Just as Lin Xian was cultivating, Quicksand City became lively once more. Xianxia was a genius, and he was quickly recognized by everyone. Furthermore, he was creating one legend after another. There was even news that Xianxia had secretly fought against a certain Sand Region's heavenly genius. As for the result, no one knew. However, to be able to fight against the Sand Region's peak heavenly genius was enough to prove Xianxia's strength. "Who do you guys think Xianxia fought against?" someone asked. Xiao Gan, He Muya, Jiao Su, Qin Yang, any of the four masters could be him. Everyone was discussing excitedly. It wasn't just Xianxia. More and more geniuses flooded into Quicksand City, beginning to challenge the various arenas. After a period of recuperation, the Wang family's battle arena became active again. This time, they had spent a lot of money to hire a group of experts. These people were far more powerful than Huashao. It could be said that not only did the strength of the Wang clan's battle arena not decrease, it had instead increased. They were even looking forward to Lin Xian's visit. "Humph, damned thief, you actually disappeared. Damn it. This kind of person is trash. If he dares to come to the arena again, he will definitely not be able to return." The disciples of the Wang family sneered. They hated Lin Xian to the core. Originally, they feared Lin Xian's strength. During that time, they were even living in fear, afraid that Lin Xian would come knocking on their door. However, their family had invested a lot and brought in a group of experts, greatly increasing the strength of their battle arena. Therefore, the disciples of the Wang family became arrogant again. "What kind of genius is he? He's actually a coward. That's just an undeserved reputation. Rumors can't be trusted. What Lin Xian? He's just a piece of trash. If he comes, I'll beat him with one hand." Those who had just joined the Wang family's battle arena sneered. They had just joined, so naturally, they wanted to start with Lin Xian. Beat him with one hand? What arrogance. "I'm here. Why don't you try?" A cold snort sounded. Immediately after, a figure appeared in the center of the battle arena like a ghost. Whoosh, everyone was shocked. They only felt a black shadow float past. That speed was so fast that their eyes couldn't catch up at all. "Lin Xian, it's Lin Xian. What, he's really here? Damn, it's going to be lively after class." Everyone exclaimed, their expressions excited. They wouldn't forget that it was this youth who had challenged the Wang family's experts and obtained 10 consecutive victories. And now, this genius youth had appeared again. "Humph, you're Lin Xian? There's nothing special about you. Brat, you dare to come out? You're courting death. On the other side, the martial artists invited by the Wang family had cold expressions as they stared at Lin Xian. They had naturally heard of Lin Xian's 10 consecutive victories, and it was because of this that they were invited. Therefore, these people all wanted to kill Lin Xian. As long as they killed Lin Xian, not only would they obtain the astronomical reward from the Wang family, but they would also immediately become famous in Quicksand City. This was definitely the best opportunity to gain both fame and fortune. Brat, let this young master fight you. Come up and die. I can beat you with one hand. The group of people clamored as their spirit energy surged, forming a terrifying aura. These people were all martial artists at the limit of the spirit detecting realm. They were even stronger than Huashao and could be said to be very powerful. The surrounding people were shocked and couldn't help but worry for Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian had defeated Huashao before, the other party was only one person. Now, there were 5 or 6 martial artists at the limit of the spirit detecting realm. This was on a completely different level from the previous lineup. In their view, no matter how strong Lin Xian was, it was impossible for him to defeat so many spirit detecting realm martial artists. When the Wang family saw Lin Xian, their expressions were cold and their bodies were filled with killing intent. Not only had they been challenged, but they had also lost 2 elders. At this moment, when they saw Lin Xian, their eyes were exceptionally red. Damn it, this time we must kill this despicable thief. Don't worry, this time we invited 5 spirit detecting realm martial artists. That thief definitely won't be able to escape. I'll let him know the consequences of offending the Wang family. Pass down the order, prepare the martial stage for the battle. In front, the 5 spirit detecting realm martial artists sneered and stared at Lin Xian like fierce wolves. Lin Xian's face was calm as he said indifferently, "You don't have to fight. Come at me together." What? Together? Everyone was stunned. They suspected that there was something wrong with their ears. Those were 5 spirit detecting realm martial artists. Wasn't it too crazy to ask them to come at him together? Other than those top prodigies, no one would dare to say such a thing. Everyone was stunned as they looked at Lin Xian. The 5 spirit detecting realm martial artists' faces were even more gloomy. They wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Xian apart. Humiliation, this was definitely an undisguised humiliation. A mid-stage spirit detecting realm brat dared to speak to them like this. Brat, you're courting death. You dare to challenge the dignity of an ultimate martial artist? No one can stop you. Very good, you've successfully angered me. I'll torture you to death in a while. The spirit detecting realm martial artists were filled with killing intent. Being looked down on in front of so many people made them go crazy. The group of extreme masters invited by the Wang family's Colosseum were all staring at Lin Xian with murderous intent. One of them was very angry. His figure flashed and he instantly appeared in the arena. Kid, come and die. This voice was full of murderous intent. Lin Xian looked up and saw that the young man in the arena had a pale face and thin cheeks. From afar, he looked like a bamboo. You can come, Lin Xian said with a smile. But you're so thin. You won't be blown away by my wind concept, right? Hearing this, the surrounding warriors could not help but laugh. However, the thin and tall young man in the arena was so angry that he shouted. You're pissing me off. Kid, hurry up and die. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His figure flashed and he instantly appeared in the arena. His speed was astonishing. The bamboo young man was shocked. Based on this speed alone, his opponent was not inferior to him. It seemed that this kid had some skills, but it was impossible to beat him. Take my move, Water Moon Slash. The bamboo young man's voice sounded. His body suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura. It was like a wave that swept out in all directions. At this moment, the surrounding warriors no longer dared to laugh because that aura made their hearts tremble. Swoosh! Swoosh! The bamboo young man slashed down with his saber. A dazzling saber light filled the air and scattered in all directions. The void split open and a terrifying crack appeared. It was a shocking sight. On the arena, the dazzling saber light was like a waterfall. It was dozens of feet long and covered most of the arena. Not bad. The opponent this time is much stronger than before. It seems that the Wang family really put in a lot of effort. A slightly joking voice sounded from the arena. In the next moment, a green light appeared in front of the dazzling saber light. It quickly spun and formed a hurricane. The crystal-clear green wind whirled and whistled. Lin Xian's figure could be vaguely seen in the hurricane. Furious wind. Accompanied by a deep voice, the crystal-clear green wind quickly spread out like a violent hurricane. It spread out in all directions. The terrifying wind was sharper than a treasure and mercilessly cut everything. With Lin Xian as the epicenter, the terrifying azure wind quickly spread throughout the entire arena. Clang! Clang! The bamboo youth's dazzling saber light collided with the raging wind, and a crisp cracking sound echoed in the air. In the blink of an eye, countless saber auras split apart and scattered all over the ground. What? This is impossible. The bamboo youth roared as he stared blankly at the scene before him. That was his ultimate move. Originally, he had planned to make a sudden move right from the start and smoothly take down Lin Xian. That would definitely increase his fame. However, he did not expect that his attack would actually be broken. Not a single attack landed on Lin Xian. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly as he floated in the air, surrounded by countless raging winds. In the next moment, under his command, countless gusts of wind swept towards the bamboo youth. Soon, the bamboo youth was blown out of the window by the strong wind. It was not that he did not want to resist, but that the azure wind was too terrifying. The concept contained within was very profound and was several times stronger than other attacks. He did not dare to resist at all. I already said that you were too thin and would be blown away. You didn't believe me. Lin Xian shrugged with a smile. Hearing this, the bamboo youth's mouth twitched. His body trembled and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was ashen as he gritted his teeth and quickly left the Wang family's arena. Shameful, too shameful. He probably would not dare to return here in the future. Everyone was shocked as they stared blankly at Lin Xian. To defeat a martial artist at the peak of the spirit detecting realm in one move, it seemed that Lin Xian's strength had improved a lot. Everyone exclaimed with a trace of fear in their voices. It must be known that the bamboo youth was even stronger than Hu Xiao from before. However, he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Lin Xian and was directly blown away. This Lin Xian is too terrifying. Every time he appears, he brings a new shock. Didn't you notice? His aura is no longer at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm. An expert said this piece of news. Immediately, everyone carefully sensed it and revealed shocked expressions. The late stage of the spirit detecting realm. Heavens, he actually broke through again. When he was at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm, Lin Xian was already very powerful. Now that he had broken through to the late stage, his strength should have increased exponentially. No wonder the bamboo youth was defeated in one move. The Wang family's faces were ashen as they trembled with anger. Damn it, how could it be like this? They could not believe it. They had spent a lot of effort to bring in 5 martial artists at the peak of the spirit detecting realm to increase the strength of the arena. They did not expect to be mercilessly slapped in the face in the first battle. Moreover, it was the same youth who slapped them in the face. How could they survive in the future? In the arena, the faces of the martial artists invited by the Wang family also darkened. Previously, they had said that they would kill Lin Xian with one hand. Now, one of their companions had been sent flying with one palm. This was a huge irony. Kid, I'll fight you. A loud voice rang out, causing the void to tremble. Then, a muscular figure appeared in front of everyone. He was tall, and his muscles were entrenched like dragons. His entire body was like an iron tower, and every step he took caused the ground to tremble. This was definitely a strength-type expert. The Iron Tower youth carried a huge battle axe on his back. At this moment, he pulled out the battle axe with one hand and raised it to the sky. His entire body was like a barbaric war god, emitting a terrifying aura. Take my strongest attack, dominating sky axe. The Iron Tower youth roared. Then, he held the giant axe with both hands and quickly slashed downwards. Suddenly, countless sparks appeared in the air, and there was an ear-piercing demonic sound. This was caused by the friction between the giant axe and the air. This axe could be said to be extremely domineering. The attack was like a thunderstorm, carrying with it an earth-shattering force as it slashed towards Lin Xian. Wherever it passed, the ground and the void were split in half, and terrifying cracks appeared. Even the surrounding defensive shield trembled violently, as if it could not withstand it. Lin Xian's expression was calm. He raised his right hand, and golden electric arcs danced on it. The sky was filled with golden lightning and intertwined, forming a huge palm of lightning. It was dozens of feet long and emitted a golden light. On the palm of light, there were complicated inscriptions entwined, revealing traces of inexplicable power. The golden palm of light fell and quickly streaked across the void. Sparks flew everywhere, and there was a burning smell in the void, accompanied by the shocking sound of thunder and a dazzling light. Boom! The golden palm of light roared and collided with the opponent's giant battle axe, causing a wild explosion in the void. In an instant, with Lin Xian and his companion as the center, violent lightning and terrifying energy quickly impacted and covered the entire arena. The scene was extremely terrifying, as if it was the end of the world. Everyone was shocked. They could feel the terror inside even though they were separated by the defensive shield. What will the result be? Who will win? Everyone looked at the arena with anticipation. The dust cloud dissipated and a figure flew out. Everyone was shocked. When they looked carefully, they sucked in a breath of cold air. The figure that flew out was the tower-like young man from before. His body was surrounded by golden lightning. His hair was messy and there were many burn marks on his body. The tower-like young man landed on the ground and looked at Lin Xian in horror. His strength was tyrannical, and he had never lost to anyone in close combat. But today, he was defeated by a young man. Moreover, if his opponent had not held back, he would have been killed by the lightning. He had looked down on Lin Xian and thought that it was just a rumor. Now that he had experienced it himself, he knew how terrifying Lin Xian was. After defeating the tower-like young man with one palm, Lin Xian stood proudly and looked down. The three of you can come at me together. Don't waste time. Hearing that, the crowd was in an uproar. Domineering, too domineering, Lin Xian wanted to take on 3 ultimate powerhouses by himself. That was crazy. If it had been before, they would not have believed it. However, they had seen Lin Xian defeat 2 ultimate powerhouses in 2 moves. His strength was too strong. Below, the 3 ultimate powerhouses had ugly looks on their faces. They were all powerhouses in their own right. Usually, they looked down on everyone and did not take anyone seriously. Now, someone dared to look down on them. The 3 of them were furious. However, if they were to face Lin Xian alone, they were not confident. After all, although they were strong, their combat strength was about the same as the previous 2. The defeat of the previous 2 had deeply affected them. Therefore, they did not dare to go up alone. The Wang family elder saw this and his face darkened. They knew that Lin Xian's strength had increased. An ultimate spiritual detecting realm martial artist alone would not be his match. Pass down the order. Let the 3 of them come at him together. The black-robed elder said in a deep voice. Together? The Wang family disciples trembled. A group attack was something that had never happened before. Moreover, to let 3 ultimate powerhouses attack a late-stage spiritual detecting realm martial artist, they would be laughed at. Seemingly knowing what the Wang clan disciples were thinking, the black-robed elder harumphed coldly, "Do you think that you won't be mocked if you go up alone? At that time, we will lose even more miserably. Why don't we let the 3 of them join forces and directly kill that little bastard on the arena? Even though we'll lose some reputation this way, we'll be able to cut off any future troubles." Yes. The Wang clan disciple replied respectfully. Soon after, the 3 extreme spirit detecting martial artists received the news. The 3 of them had heavy hearts. They never thought that the Wang clan would really send all 3 of them at the same time. Taking deep breaths, the 3 of them exchanged glances. Right now, they had no other choice. It would be better for the 3 of them to fight together. If they won, they could even become heroes of the Wang clan. "Brat, you're the one courting death. Don't blame us." The 3 of them grinned maliciously and jumped onto the stage. What? The 3 of them are really going to attack together? F***ck, this is too crazy. Everyone was shocked. They had never seen such a scene before. For a time, the entire great martial stage was thrown into chaos. Not only that, but this news quickly spread out. After the martial artists of Quicksand City heard this news, they quickly rushed over. This is crazy. In the history of Quicksand City, I don't think anyone has done this before. Seeing the three of them join forces, Lin Xian's lips curled in disdain. Hurry up and make your move. Don't waste my time. You're courting death. The three of them were enraged. At this time, Lin Xian still dared to look down on them. This caused their hearts to burn with rage. It had to be known that the three of them were extreme spirit-detecting martial artists. With the three of them joining forces, they had the confidence to challenge a genius. Dealing with a single Lin Xian was a simple matter. Silver River Waterfall. The youth in the middle roared. His hands danced, and rays of dazzling light flowed out from his fingertips, forming a hazy water bottle. He held the water bottle with both hands and raised it high in the air. Suddenly, a silver waterfall flew out and surged in the air. The river surged, and the water crashed into each other. The crisp sound spread out in all directions, as if a real waterfall was flowing in the air. Every drop of water contained a terrifying amount of energy. As they collided with each other, they constantly superimposed their strength. The silver waterfall surged and quickly flew toward Lin Xian. Wind slash. Lin Xian waved one of his arms, and a ball of green light appeared, forming a dazzling green wind blade. With a swift and fierce aura, it was like a green flood that quickly slashed forward. Puff, crack, the two collided, creating a huge collision. Sparks flew everywhere, and energy surged. The void was in chaos. In the end, the sharp wind blade exploded, cutting the silver waterfall into several pieces. All of this happened in an instant. By the time everyone reacted, the battle had already ended. Attack together, the youth in the middle roared. Immediately, the martial artists on both sides also quickly attacked. The three of them joined forces, creating a terrifying momentum. Silver River Waterfall. Purple Flame Ball. Flickering Light Shadow. In an instant, three terrifying attacks shot out, rushing toward Lin Xian from three directions, sealing him in the void. The three attacks were too fierce, and they carried a vast amount of energy as they streaked across the void. Wind Thunder Cut. Lin Xian was not afraid. The power of wind and thunder surged in his hand, intertwining to form a wind thunder light blade that whizzed out. The light blade whizzed, and it emitted a powerful aura as soon as it appeared. The entire void rumbled, and countless raging winds and thunder exploded, sweeping out in all directions. Lin Xian held the wind thunder light blade in his hand and swept it in front of him. Streaks of wind and thunder splashed, quickly cutting the void in front of him. The terrifying momentum was monstrous. He was fighting 1 against 3 like a god of war. The four of them moved quickly in the air, constantly exchanging blows. Their speed was extremely fast. In the crowd below, only a few experts could see the four's movements clearly. The others could only see the occasional energy explosion in the void, but they could not see the figures at all. At this time, more and more martial artists rushed into the Wang family's arena. When they saw the battle in the void, they immediately exclaimed. When they heard that someone was fighting 1 against 3, they did not believe it at all. They thought that it was a rumor. But now, it seemed that there really was a madman fighting. Who is this person? He's so strong, so arrogant. Many newcomers asked. Not long after, they found out that the madman was called Lin Xian, an 18-year-old youth. Just as everyone was exclaiming, someone else arrived. Nan Gongseng, Ma Rulong, and the others arrived. When they saw the scene in the arena, they were slightly surprised. Black Pearl went to bed happily. She would not miss out on Lin Xian's match. What? This D***MN guy actually bet 5 million spiritual stones. When Black Pearl heard that Lin Xian had bet 5 million spiritual stones, she exclaimed. Her seductive little mouth was wide open. She had just bet and found out that the odds were 1 to 8. In other words, if Lin Xian won, he would receive 40 million spiritual stones. That was a shocking number. Lin Xian was fighting 1 against 3, which shocked everyone. However, the Wang family was still the most depressed. It could be said that at this moment, they were extremely nervous. If the three of them could kill Lin Xian, it would be a happy ending. If they failed, the Wang family's dojo would fall into the abyss. The situation was not good. The black-robed elder frowned. He did not expect Lin Xian to be so strong that he could fight against three spiritual detecting realm martial artists. Before this, Lin Xian's performance was very dazzling. However, he did not expect the three spiritual detecting realm martial artists to be unable to take him down. However, the battle before them was like a sharp sword that pierced deeply into the hearts of the Wang family members. The three ultimate warriors were even more shocked. The three of them had used all their strength and used their strongest techniques, but they were still unable to take down Lin Xian. They did not even manage to injure him. Lin Xian's speed was too fast. Not only did he control the concept of wind, but he also had an earth-rank movement technique. The combination of the two made his speed extremely fast. There were probably very few people below the Venerable Realm who could compare to him. Although the three of them worked together and had extremely powerful attacks, they were unable to catch up to Lin Xian's speed. If they could not injure him, their moves were useless. No matter how violent they would be useless. Lin Xian used the illusory demonic steps. His body was like a flickering shadow as he shuttled through the dense attacks. He was very confident and at ease. There was even a hint of contempt in his expression. This time, he must completely defeat the Wang family's dojo. Sensing the contempt in Lin Xian's expression, the three ultimate warriors roared madly. Don't hold back anymore. Use your strongest attack. We must kill this little bastard here. A martial artist roared madly. His black hair fluttered, and the spiritual energy in his body surged like divine flames. Okay. The other two martial artists also responded. The three of them worked together and decided to use their strongest attack. I wanted to play with you for a while. Since you're in a hurry to die, let's end it. Lin Xian's voice was cold as if he was playing a game. You're courting death. How dare you? Die, brat. The three of them roared, wishing they could cut Lin Xian down with their swords. Crack, Lin Xian's figure swayed, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the air. On his body, the two concepts of wind and thunder burst out at the same time, blooming with dazzling light. Balls of green air intertwined with golden lightning, forming the power of wind and thunder that circled around him. Countless gusts of wind and electric blades shuttled back and forth, creating a terrifying scene. The power of wind and thunder surged, forming a huge formation that pressed down on the three of them. In an instant, the three of them tensed up. They felt a powerful wind and thunder force enveloping their surroundings. The terrifying aura made their bodies tremble slightly. Damn it, break for me. Milky Way Dragon Transformation. In the air, the silver waterfall surged, splitting into countless silver flood dragons. They roared ferociously as they shuttled back and forth, trying to break through the wind and thunder diagram. Lin Xian smiled disdainfully. With a tap of his foot, he instantly appeared in front of an ultimate powerhouse like a bolt of lightning. He threw out a palm strike that carried the power of wind and lightning, surging towards that cultivator. Boom, the shadow of the palm carried the power of wind and thunder as it whizzed past, crashing into that cultivator in an instant. That ultimate powerhouse was shocked. He did not expect Lin Xian's speed to be so fast. In a panic, he hurriedly threw out a punch. As the fist and palm collided, the terrifying power of wind and thunder exploded. The violent aura was like a ripple that spread out in all directions. In an instant, that ultimate powerhouse was hit by the wind and thunder, his body twitching non-stop. On his body, waves of powerful lightning destroyed his body. The power of wind formed a strong resistance, slowing down his movements. In an instant, he was stunned on the spot. His body twitched non-stop, emitting black smoke. With another palm strike, that ultimate powerhouse fell to the ground like a meteor. So fast. What? Someone was taken care of. The people below were shocked, while the remaining two ultimate spirituality realm martial artists' hearts were beating wildly. However, Lin Xian did not give them any time to think. He left a trail of afterimages and quickly attacked the other ultimate powerhouse. As his palm fell, a gigantic palm of wind and thunder formed in the void. It was like a giant hand that covered the sky, pressing down on that martial artist. Before the palm landed, the martial artist below began to tremble. An astonishing aura enveloped him, and the terrifying lightning caused him to twitch incessantly. Retreat. Faced with such a violent attack, that ultimate powerhouse did not dare to take it head-on. He could only choose to retreat. However, Lin Xian's wind concept caused the surrounding air to freeze. That ultimate powerhouse's speed was greatly reduced, and he could not escape at all. In an instant, another person was defeated. The crowd exclaimed, and countless people went crazy. The Wang family elder and the others' faces darkened. They knew that they had lost this battle. The remaining martial artist would not be of much use. As expected, that last martial artist still wanted to struggle, but Lin Xian's fingers flicked, and a ball of wind and thunder appeared in his hand. As he waved his hand, the ball of wind and thunder quickly expanded. Finally, it covered half of the arena and destroyed all the silver dragons. That martial artist was also sent flying while vomiting blood. In the blink of an eye, all three ultimate powerhouses were defeated. This scene was too shocking. Lin Xian fought 1 against 3 and won a complete victory. Lin Xian! Lin Xian! Many martial artists shouted excitedly. They had all bet on Lin Xian's victory. At this moment, they had all received 8 times the amount of their spirit stones. Those who lost kept cursing. They blamed the Wang family's arena, and at the same time, they were deeply shocked by Lin Xian's strength. Humph! Suddenly, a cold snort came from the depths of the Wang family's arena. The voice was like a clap of thunder. It was not loud at first, but it exploded in the air. The martial artists below turned pale and were on the verge of collapse. Oh no, it's a venerable. A venerable is about to attack. Nan Gongsang's expression changed. The other martial artists were also frightened. They did not expect the Wang family's venerable to attack. The Wang family was stunned, then they were overjoyed. Although Lin Xian was strong, he was definitely not a match for a venerable. Brat, I'll let you be arrogant again. Die. You can't escape death after offending the Wang family. The black-robed elder sneered. Following that cold snort, a monstrous pressure spread out in all directions. It was as if thousands of mountains were pressing down on everyone's heads, making it difficult for them to breathe. Especially Lin Xian. He felt a powerful force fill the surroundings as if it was going to crush him. Venerable. Lin Xian's expression was gloomy, and his eyes shone with a shocking light. He channeled the great dragon sword soul in his body, wanting to unleash his strongest attack to escape the venerable's cage. However, before he could move, a loud laugh was heard, and the venerable's cage around him was shattered. Ha 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 ha, when did the Wang family become so shameless? A venerable one actually dares to bully a junior. How capable! Everyone was shocked. Someone actually dared to mock a venerable one. Was he tired of living? However, there were also some people who were solemn because they noticed that the other person's aura was also very powerful. It was obvious that the other party was also a venerable one. 2 venerable ones had appeared for Lin Xian. This was too shocking. One had to know that venerable ones usually would not participate in the matters of the arena. Now, a young man had attracted the attention of 2 venerable ones. This was definitely big news. The Wang family's venerable one was mocked and immediately snorted coldly. A beam of light shot down from the sky like a world-destroying divine light and quickly pierced towards Lin Xian. Wherever it passed, a turbulent airwave was created. This attack was very ferocious. A trace of it could kill a martial artist below the venerable realm. At this moment, it was charging towards Lin Xian with the determination to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian's heart was solemn. He was still unable to fight against a venerable one, but if he wanted to leave, the Wang family's venerable one would not be able to stop him. However, he did not leave because the other venerable one had made a move. A sea of blue light formed beside him. It was like an endless sea, and it carried a vast amount of power as it protected Lin Xian. Boom! Bang! The attacks of the venerable ones collided, creating a terrifying storm. Fortunately, the 2 of them stopped in time and quickly restrained themselves. Otherwise, the entire arena would have been razed to the ground. Humph, old Ma, This young man doesn't seem to be from your Ma family, right? It doesn't seem appropriate for you to attack like this. The Wang family's venerable one snorted coldly. Inappropriate? What's inappropriate about it? An old man appeared in the void. It was the elder of the Ma family who had exchanged spiritual herbs with Lin Xian that day. The one who broke the rules seems to be your Wang family. Elder Ma said with a smile, I'll definitely protect Lin Xian. Also, let the young people settle their matters. This is the rule of Quicksand City. Although Elder Ma's voice was not loud, it was sonorous and powerful, causing the Wang family's disciples to tremble. The group of people's expressions were ugly as they stared fiercely at the void. However, they could not resist a venerable one. They could only place their hopes on their clan's venerable realm elders. However, to their disappointment, their venerable one elder was indeed silent this time, as if he agreed with what the Ma family elder said. Elder, the Wang family disciples were unwilling to accept this. If they could solve this problem themselves, why would they look for a supreme expert? It was obvious that they couldn't solve the current situation, the Wang family's venerable coldly snorted. If you can't even deal with a spirit-detecting realm brat, how are you going to manage the family in the future? I'll give you a chance to resolve this matter. Otherwise, you don't have to come back. With that, the venerable one fell silent. The faces of the Wang family members darkened. They did not expect that the venerable ones and elders of their clan would not care about them anymore. For a moment, they were all stunned. The other martial artists were also shocked. The Wang family's supreme expert had actually retreated. Was it over just like that? In fact, those who were paying attention were all looking at the old figure in the sky with a trace of fear. It was obvious that the venerable one from the Wang family had fallen to the lower ranks. This was the real reason why the venerable one from the Wang family retreated. Otherwise, the rule that a venerable one could not attack a junior would not make a dignified venerable one retreat. The Ma family elder looked old, but he was an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years. His cultivation was abnormally powerful, and he was also a very powerful existence among the venerables. At this moment, he had personally stepped forward to protect Lin Xian. Perhaps no one in Quicksand City would dare to attack Lin Xian. Of course, that was only limited to the old monsters. They could not and would not care about the matters of the younger generation. Thank you, Senior, for your help. Lin Xian looked up and thanked him. He did not expect the Ma family elder to step in at the last moment. This was also good. Not only was he safe, but he also did not have to expose his trump card. Haha, little friend, you're too serious. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for giving me this chance. The Ma family elder smiled, and then his figure gradually disappeared. Don't worry. After this, I don't think the old monsters of Quicksand City will attack you again. The old voice was still echoing, but the figure had already disappeared. Everyone was shocked. No one knew how the figure disappeared. However, they were even more shocked by the Ma family elder's words. Listening to it, Lin Xian seemed to have helped this venerables. If this was true, then it was too unbelievable. One had to know that venerables were true powerhouses. They were the overlords of a region. Basically, there was nothing in the world that could trouble them. And the things that could trouble them must be extremely difficult. And Lin Xian could occasionally help a venerables. This was too shocking. For a moment, Lin Xian not only became powerful in the hearts of everyone, but also incomparably mysterious. Countless people wanted to know Lin Xian's background, but they found that Lin Xian was like a mystery. They could not find any information at all. Lin Xian stood on the martial stage. His gaze swept and he asked in a deep voice, "Is there anyone else from the Wang family who wants to fight? Of course, if you feel that your strength is not enough, you can come together." Lin Xian's voice echoed in the surroundings, and it did not dissipate for a long time. Arrogant, too arrogant, to challenge the entire Wang clan single-handedly, this scene was too shocking. The surrounding people were excited. They could only feel their blood boiling. They were all ordinary people. Usually, they could only look up to such a powerful force. Even if they were bullied by such a force, they did not dare to fight back. They could only swallow their anger. And now, someone dared to challenge such a powerful force, and even succeeded. To everyone, this was simply a miracle. a rage that could shatter mountains and rivers, and one person that could suppress a group of heroes. This was something that countless martial artists dreamed of. Now, Lin Xian had helped them realize it. The Wang family disciples' feelings were the complete opposite. They even wanted to die. Ever since the venerables in the family retreated, they had lost all their strength. Even the venerables could not do anything to Lin Xian, so they had no way to do anything. Now, they felt a trace of regret in their hearts. Why did they provoke the assassin Lin Xian? If they had followed the rules back then, there would not be such a disaster now. However, there was no use in regretting some things. The Wang family was now on a path of no return. Now, they had no combat power. The 5 ultimate powerhouses they invited had all been defeated, and the rest were no match for him. Young man, there's no need to fight anymore. You've won. The black-robed elder appeared, and his voice was cold. Everyone was shocked. The Wang family's martial arts arena had admitted defeat. This news was too shocking. Oh, is that so? Lin Xian shrugged. I bet 5 million spiritual stones. In that case, I'll get 40 million mid-grade spiritual stones. Can the Wang family afford that? What? 40 million mid-grade spiritual stones. Everyone exclaimed and gasped. This was definitely an astronomical figure. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so bold. He dared to bet 5 million spiritual stones. Was he not afraid of losing? However, behind this boldness was a great temptation. The odds of 1 to 8 allowed Lin Xian to get 40 million spiritual stones. Hearing this, the black-robed elder's mouth twitched. 40 million mid-grade spiritual stones was not a small sum. Even the Wang family could not afford it in such a short time. With a cold snort, the black-robed elder looked at Lin Xian with undisguised killing intent. He knew that Lin Xian had bet 5 million spiritual stones. However, he did not think that Lin Xian could win, so he did not care about the 5 million spiritual stones. However, he did not expect that Lin Xian would win, and the odds were 1-8. As a result, the Wang family had to pay 40 million mid-grade spiritual stones. The black-robed elder felt his heart bleeding. Moreover, what made it even more difficult for him was that if Lin Xian wanted to exchange the spiritual stones immediately, the Wang family would not be able to afford it. By then, they would definitely become the laughingstock of Quicksand City. Lin Xian saw the black-robed elder's ugly expression and smiled. He did not need to guess to know the Wang family's current predicament. However, this was good news for him because it was very beneficial for what he was going to do next. With a smile, Lin Xian looked at the black-robed elder. Now there is a chance to save the Wang family. Chance? What chance? The black-robed elder frowned. He did not know what Lin Xian was playing. Do you dare to make a bet with me? Bet on what? You and I will fight. If you lose 40 million spiritual stones, I will not take a single cent. Moreover, I will give the 5 million mid-grade spiritual stones to the Wang family. Hearing this, the black-robed elder frowned with a trace of surprise. He did not believe that there would be such a good deal in the world. What do you want? The black-robed elder asked in a deep voice. Very simple. If you lose, the Wang family's battle arena will belong to me. You are courting death. The black-robed elder was furious. He did not expect that Lin Xian would dare to have designs on their battle arena. The surrounding crowd was also in an uproar. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so bold as to make such a shocking bet. One had to know that 40 million spirit stones was a huge amount of wealth. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to use it as a wager. Seeing the black-robed old man's reaction, Lin Xian wasn't angry at all. He shrugged and casually said, "It's fine if you don't want to bet. Then take out 40 million mid-grade spirit stones. I need them urgently." Hearing this, everyone from the Wang family felt their eyelids twitch. 40 million mid-grade spiritual stones was not something that could be found anywhere. How could they take it out so quickly? The black-robed elder frowned. They were indeed in a predicament. Then, he began to carefully consider what Lin Xian had just said. After some analysis, he realized that it was not impossible to defeat Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian was strong, his true battle power was only at the peak of the spirit detecting realm. He was only at the peak of the spirit detecting realm. As an elder of the Wang family, he had been at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm for almost 100 years. His strength and foundation were extremely powerful, and normal peak spirit-detecting realm martial artists were not his match. He could have easily won against the three ultimate powerhouses from before. Therefore, he was still confident that he could defeat Lin Xian. Moreover, as an elder, his wealth couldn't be compared to those normal young martial artists. He had extremely good treasures and secret techniques in his hands. As long as he used his full strength, he could definitely defeat Lin Xian. "I can accept your challenge, but I don't know if you'll keep your word," the black-robed elder asked. "Of course," Lin Xian said. "How can I go back on my word when I've said it in front of so many people?" "Okay, I agree to your request." Hearing this, everyone below was shocked. They didn't expect the Wang family to actually agree to such a challenge. If they lost, the Wang family's dojo would change owners. This was definitely the biggest bet in Quicksand City in the past 100 years. "If you want to fight, you can, but first you have to sign the contract," Lin Xian said. The black-robed elder's face darkened. He said in a low voice, "You don't trust our Wang family." "I don't trust you. With your style, it's inevitable that you'll go back on your word when you lose, so it's better to write it clearly in advance." The black-robed elder was trembling with anger. The Wang family members were also furious. Lin Xian didn't care about the Wang family's reaction. Instead, he threw out 2 blank scrolls and let them float in the air. Then, he quickly wrote down the contents of the battle, as well as the rewards for winning or losing. He said in a clear voice, "Today, I'll have a duel with the Wang family. If I win, then the 5 battles of the Wang family will belong to me. If I lose, then the 40 million spirit stones that I won and the 5 million spirit stones that I originally had will all belong to the Wang family." It's written in black and white. "Now, let's invite Nan Gongxing from the Nangong family and Ma Rulong from the Ma family to be the witnesses." Lin Xian looked at the black-robed elder. "With the Nangong family and the Ma family as witnesses, I don't think you have any objections, right?" The black-robed elder's face darkened. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be acquainted with the disciples of the 2 top families. He snorted and said in a low voice, "I have no objections." "If you have no objections, then let's use your blood as a witness." With that, Lin Xian pricked the tip of his finger and flicked a stream of blood onto the scroll. The black-robed elder also made a blood mark. Then, the 2 scrolls fell into the hands of Nan Gongxing and Ma Rulong. "Brother Nan Gongxing, Brother Ma, thank you for your trouble." Lin Xian cupped his fists and said. Seeing this, Nan Gongxing and Ma Rulong nodded and said in a clear voice, "Today's duel is voluntary. No matter the outcome, I hope that both sides will abide by the agreement. Otherwise, the Ma family and the Nangong family will be the first to come after him." Ma Rulong said in a clear voice. His voice spread in all directions. The reason why he said this was because they had full confidence in Lin Xian. Not long ago, they had seen Lin Xian fight with Xianyao Tian with their own eyes. Lin Xian's strength was definitely incomparable. Even if the Wang family sent out an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years, the 2 of them believed that Lin Xian would definitely win. "Now, let's invite the 2 participants onto the stage." Hearing this, Lin Xian and the black-robed elder's figures flickered and appeared on the stage at the same time. Everyone held their breaths and watched carefully. Who do you think will win? It's hard to say. Lin Xian is currently very strong and can challenge multiple extreme spirit-detecting realm martial artists. However, his opponent is also an old monster who has lived for hundreds of years. His strength is unfathomable and definitely not below Lin Xian. So, it's hard to say who will win, someone analyzed. The Wang family did not agree. They firmly believed that the black-robed elder would win. Because the outcome of a battle was not just determined by cultivation strength. Experience, tactics, treasures, secret techniques, and other means could all determine the outcome of a battle. The black-robed elder had lived for hundreds of years and definitely had rich battle experience. Moreover, in terms of secret techniques and treasures, he could definitely suppress Lin Xian, therefore, the Wang family would definitely win this battle. "Brat, I'll let you know that even the peak of the spirit-detecting realm has a huge gap. You will regret today's decision." The black-robed elder's voice was cold and filled with endless killing intent. There's no point in talking. Show me what you have. Lin Xian wasn't afraid. Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill your wish. The black-robed elder sneered and pointed his finger. Streaks of abnormally ferocious deep blue finger lights, like vicious poisonous snakes, quickly streaked through the air with an endless amount of berserk power. Xiao xiao. Xiao, in an instant, several rays of light appeared in the sky. They were like rainbows in the sky, causing people to tremble. As expected of a veteran expert. Such terrifying power. The crowd below exclaimed. The dark blue light made them tremble. Even the peak spirit detecting realm martial artists were shocked. Lin Xian stood in the air. The dark blue light in front of him made him feel the pressure of a giant wave. It was as if a crazy wave was roaring. Lin Xian clenched his right hand into a fist. He circulated his spirit energy and quickly punched out. A dazzling golden light flashed like the light of the sun. It was accompanied by the sound of thunder as it blasted forward. Boom! 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 The golden fist and the dark blue light collided in the air. Two ferocious energies exploded. This little thief is indeed terrifying. The black-robed elder's face sank. His finger seemed casual, but it contained 80% of his power. A normal peak spirit detecting realm martial artist would die upon contact. However, Lin Xian blocked it. Even from far away, he could still feel the berserk power of the golden lightning. Humph, the show has just begun. The black-robed elder snorted and his spirit energy surged again. The surrounding spirit energy trembled and formed a vortex that poured into the finger. The dark blue light flashed and seemed to have turned into an unfathomable ocean. It surged in the air and emitted a vast amount of energy. Boundless ocean. The black-robed elder circulated his spirit energy with all his might and roared. Boom! The dark blue ocean exploded and huge waves crashed against the shore. It was as if it could devour the world. Waves of energy surged towards Lin Xian at high speed. Thunder roar. Lin Xian's expression was cold. His entire body was bathed in lightning, as if he was the god of thunder. At this moment, the throbbing lightning all rushed towards the waves. The other party was a water-attributed martial artist, and who could transmit electricity. Therefore, the power of his thunder and lightning could be completely transmitted through the other party's attack, thus injuring the other party's body. Lin Xian did the same. Streaks of golden lightning transformed into lightning dragons that swam through the huge waves and charged towards the black-robed old man. The black-robed elder revealed a sinister smile. He flicked his storage ring and a wood-type armor appeared, quickly covering his entire body. The armor's grade wasn't high. It was only a mid-grade spirit rank armor, but it was the nemesis of lightning. Sure enough, the golden lightning dragon roared and bombarded the wood-type armor, but it didn't cause much damage. Ha 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 ha. Brat, let's see what you're going to do. The black-robed elder laughed. He had lived for hundreds of years and was very experienced. Even before the competition, he had already thought of a way to restrain Lin Xian. This was only the first step. He wanted to make Lin Xian despair and make him suffer a fate worse than death, the black-robed elder sneered. Wearing the wood-type armor, he rushed towards Lin Xian with the power of the waves. The crowd below was in an uproar. Oh no, Lin Xian is being restrained. As expected of a veteran powerhouse. He's really powerful. Is Lin Xian finished? Not necessarily. He still has the concept of wind. The crowd discussed and watched nervously. Wood-type armor? Lin Xian looked at the black-robed elder rushing towards him and raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the other party had really put in a lot of effort to defeat him, however, he didn't only have the power of thunder and lightning. Furious wind. A ball of sparkling and translucent wind surged on his body and spun rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it formed a hurricane. With the power of wind surging, Lin Xian became extremely agile at this moment. A cool breeze blew and Lin Xian disappeared in the air. Where is he? The crowd below was shocked. They quickly searched but couldn't find him. The black-robed elder's face darkened. His opponent's speed made him wary. He clasped his palms together and activated the power of water. Huge waves roared around him, forming a tight defense. At the same time, water ripples spread out and formed a carpet attack that quickly spread throughout the entire space. The black-robed elder attacked and defended at the same time. He was very careful and decisive. Whoosh, Lin Xian's figure appeared not far away from the black-robed elder. The black-robed elder was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be so fast. He almost reached him. However, it was fortunate that he reacted quickly enough to make the other party reveal himself. Die, brat! The black-robed elder sneered and endless waves roared. Wind slash! Lin Xian's aura suddenly became fierce. The balls of wind rotated and formed sharp wind blades that swept in all directions. Suddenly, the sky was filled with a murderous aura and the surrounding air froze. Puff puff puff, the wind blades that were dozens of feet long slashed horizontally and split the incoming waves. However, the sea was formless and could be both hard and soft. The waves that were split quickly gathered together and pounced on Lin Xian again. Wind slash! Lin Xian's voice was calm and steady as he changed his move again. The wind blades disappeared and the sky was filled with raging winds. The entire void was filled with whistling sounds. Endless raging winds blew the waves away. Lin Xian's surroundings formed a storm zone that no attack could reach. The black-robed elder's face was gloomy. His opponent's power of wind was indeed difficult to break. However, it wasn't as if he had no other way. His storage ring flashed and a green feather appeared in his hand. Since he couldn't break it, he would fight it. Fight wind with wind, the appearance of the green feather caused the void to tremble. Even Lin Xian's wind was affected. Divine Bird Palace? Lin Xian frowned and a murderous look appeared in his eyes. He had fought with the Divine Bird Palace several times and was naturally familiar with their aura. The feather in the black-robed elder's hand should be from the Divine Bird Palace. However, what was the relationship between the Wang family and the Divine Bird Palace? Kid, don't think that you're the only one who knows the power of wind. The black-robed elder snorted, I'll let you know that there's always someone better than you. Today is the day you die. Then he waved the feather in his hand and stirred up the wind and clouds. The wind blew and another storm was formed, filling the sky. This green feather was very magical. It contained a strange power of wind. Coupled with the black-robed elder's full power, it formed a terrifying scene. Kill! Resisting Lin Xian's power of wind, the black-robed elder roared and quickly rushed forward. At the same time, a long saber appeared in his hand again, shining with a cold light. A high-grade spirit-level treasure, the black-robed elder was determined to kill this time, so he used a high-grade treasure. A bright light lit up and appeared in the void like a divine light, tearing the sky apart. The black-robed old man used his upper-grade spiritual class artifact and quickly slashed at Lin Xian. The dazzling blade light was almost 100 feet long as it whizzed down. Under that enormous saber light, Lin Xian seemed incomparably tiny. The crowd below also exclaimed. This blade light was too stunning, and it was supported by an upper-grade spiritual artifact. It was absolutely powerful. Humph, despicable brat, go to hell. The black-robed old man looked up and laughed. He used all his strength in this attack, and with the help of an upper-grade artifact, it was definitely enough to kill the little thief. Fusion of wind and thunder. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered as he stood in the void. Two types of intent realm revolved around his body, and a terrifying aura spread out. Soon, the power of wind and thunder merged, forming the power of wind and thunder. A violent and abnormal aura gushed out from Lin Xian's body like a thunderstorm, causing people's hearts to tremble. Not far away, the black-robed old man's body trembled as he sucked in a breath of cold air. He felt a shocking force oppressing him. This force was too powerful, faintly surpassing his strength. Even the 100 feet long blade light he sent out was greatly obstructed. Wind and thunder cut. Lin Xian roared as he waved his arm. The power of wind and thunder intertwined, forming a huge blade light that quickly slashed down. Swoosh! Swoosh! A green-gold light flew out from Lin Xian's arm and crashed down. Along with it was an endless gale and violent thunder that instantly enveloped the entire arena. In an instant, the black-robed old man felt the terrifying power of wind and thunder. He felt the surrounding air condense, forming a huge resistance. Not only that, but the wood element armor on his body also cracked, as if it would break apart at any time. This is impossible. The black-robed old man was horrified as he struggled with all his might. He did not believe that Lin Xian had such powerful strength. In fact, if it was an ordinary fusion of wind and thunder, it might not be so powerful. However, Lin Xian was different. He did not only fuse the power of wind and thunder, but also two types of intent realm. In other words, the light blade contained the concepts of wind and lightning. This was too terrifying. It was absolutely not something that the black-robed old man could withstand. The huge wind and thunder light blade fell down. Wherever it passed, the green air current would move and thunder and lightning would intertwine. The wind and thunder combined to form a terrifying aura. Not only the black-robed old man, perhaps no one present would be able to withstand this attack. Damn it! The black-robed old man was alarmed, because the wood element armor on his body had already cracked, and the power of wind and thunder had drilled into his body, causing his entire body to go numb. Even the circulation of the spiritual energy in his body had slowed down and even showed signs of stopping. If it were any other time, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, they were in the middle of a battle right now, and the slightest mistake could lead to a huge change in the situation. Lin Xian was also a seasoned veteran. Naturally, he would not let go of such an opportunity. With a wave of his hand, a huge wind lightning palm shot out. It was like a huge mountain moving in the air. The black-robed old man's face was ferocious. He roared and circulated the spiritual energy in his body with all his might, wanting to escape. In the end, he even cruelly burned his spiritual energy, erupting with a temporary burst of power and finally breaking free from the control of the wind and thunder power. The wind lightning palm fell, shattering most of the stage. A terrifying hole appeared in the ground, so deep that the bottom could not be seen. Even the surrounding defensive light barrier was on the verge of collapse, as if it could not withstand it. This palm was too terrifying. If a peak spirit detecting martial artist was hit by it, their body and soul would definitely be destroyed. The black-robed old man fled, his body covered in cold sweat. Fortunately, he did not care about the cost at the last moment and burned his spiritual energy to escape. Then, he looked at Lin Xian, his eyes filled with dread. Although the youth in front of him was young, his strength was not inferior to his. Even his battle experience was very rich. This kind of person could be called a battle genius. He sighed. If only his Wang family had such a genius. However, now was not the time to sigh. He would not let Lin Xian win. The black-robed old man took out a blood-colored pill the size of a longan fruit from his storage ring and quickly swallowed it. Kid, I admit that you are very strong, but let's end this. The black-robed old man's voice trembled, and there was even a trace of pain. Finally, he roared into the sky. His black robe suddenly split open, and a layer of blood-red light covered his body. Following that was a shocking aura. Demon blood pill, I didn't think that the elder would be forced to this step. The Wang family disciples were shocked. They knew that this was the black-robed old man's final trump card. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not use it. Although the secret technique was powerful, it also caused great damage to the body. Once the effect of the pill wore off, the martial artist's combat strength would be halved for the next 3 months, and they would suffer great pain. If it was not handled well, it would leave behind hidden injuries that would affect the martial artist's future. Under normal circumstances, the black-robed old man would not use it. However, he had used it today, which meant that he was forced into a desperate situation. After taking the demon blood pill, the black-robed old man's body began to change. His originally skinny body was rapidly growing. Layers of fine scales even appeared on his skin, making him look ferocious and terrifying. I know, this is a demon blood pill, and it's the blood of an armored berserk ape. A martial artist exclaimed. The Sky Martial region was prosperous, and martial artists pursued strength. They developed a type of pill that fused the blood of a demon beast into the pill. After a martial artist took it, their combat strength would increase explosively for a short period of time. The pill in the black-robed old man's hand was a demon blood pill, and it was the blood of an armored berserk ape. The armored berserk ape was an extremely powerful demon beast. Its strength was even 30% stronger than a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. Furthermore, this demon beast's defense was extremely strong, and it could be said to be the king of close combat. At this moment, after the black-robed old man took the demon blood pill, his entire body became abnormally ferocious. His body was filled with a terrifying power, and there was also a dense demonic aura. On his body, there was a layer of cold scales that flickered with a cold light, like cold steel. Whoosh, the black-robed old man took a step forward and instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Lin Xian. Boom, the demonic palm waved and grabbed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly and used golden lightning body. At the same time, he used wind lightning palm. Boom. Boom, Lin Xian and the black-robed old man's palms collided, and the surging power collided. Both of them took a step back, and a terrifying black hole appeared between them. It was a shocking sight. An abnormally powerful force tore apart the power of wind and lightning, and attacked Lin Xian's arm. Lin Xian's body surged with the power of wind and lightning once again, and only then did he neutralize it. What a powerful force, to be able to break through the power of wind and lightning. Lin Xian was moved. It seemed that the power of the demon blood pill was above his expectations. However, in the next moment, his face turned ugly. The power of the demon blood pill exceeded Lin Xian's expectations. After the black-robed old man consumed it, he was able to tear apart Lin Xian's golden lightning body. One had to know that the golden lightning body was extremely powerful. Up until now, only Xianxia Tian had managed to break it. Now, it was broken once again. However, this situation caused the Wang family disciples to exclaim. Many of them shouted excitedly. They had been too sullen previously as they had been suppressed by Lin Xian. Now, they could finally hold their heads high. Although it was caused by the pills of the older generation, at least they had done it. The other martial artists were also shocked. This was the first time someone had broken through Lin Xian's defense. This meant that the black-robed old man was likely to injure Lin Xian in the next few moments. As expected of a veteran powerhouse. He's indeed sharp. The demon blood pill is so powerful. It can actually raise one's combat strength by so much. Everyone exclaimed. Lin Xian frowned. From the previous attack, the black-robed old man's attack had at least doubled. It seemed like he had to be serious and stop playing around. Ha ha ha, kid, die. The black-robed old man laughed sinisterly. He was like a monster. His body was terrifying and his appearance was terrifying. When he laughed, it was even more terrifying. The originally withered arm became huge, and the palm was covered with scales. There were also long nails that shone with a cold light, like daggers. Although you're neither human nor ghost now, I have to admit that you've become stronger. You're worthy of me taking you seriously, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. What? Take him seriously? Everyone was stunned. They did not understand what Lin Xian meant. Could it be that he was just playing around? Everyone could not believe it. Of course, more people thought that Lin Xian was bragging. Especially the Wang family disciples, they booed. Humph, kid, you're still so stubborn when you're about to die. The black-robed old man snorted. No matter what you say, it won't change your fate. Streaks of blood-red light appeared on his claws. Its power was terrifying. Whether I'm stubborn or not, you'll know soon enough. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He slid his palm to his storage belt and a black scabbard appeared. Sword. Everyone exclaimed, and the black-robed old man frowned. Brat, don't think that you can scare me with that sword. To tell you the truth, in my current state, even if you use a high-grade spirit-ranked artifact, you won't be able to break through my defense. The black-robed old man sneered, his expression filled with disdain. However, Lin Xian didn't have any reaction. He held the wind shadow sword and his entire body changed. At this moment, he became abnormally fierce, like a divine sword that had been unsheathed, unstoppable. With the sword in hand, Lin Xian's aura rose to the peak. He was like a mountain that stood above the 9 heavens. The black-robed elder's expression finally changed. This aura was enough to threaten him. Die. The black-robed old man suddenly launched an attack. He would not allow Lin Xian's imposing aura to continue growing. Streaks of blood-red baleful aura pulsed and spun in front of him, forming a huge beast claw. Puff. Puff. Under the activation of the secret technique, the beast claw's power increased greatly. It was ferocious and terrifying, as if it was real. It quickly grabbed at Lin Xian. For this attack, the black-robed old man exerted his strength to the extreme. Whoosh! Lin Xian activated his sword intent, and the wind shadow sword turned illusory in front of him, slashing forward. A flash of sword light lit up, like the aurora in the sky, extremely dazzling. In the end, the entire sky lost its color, and only the sword light was left under the sky. No, the black-robed old man was enveloped by the sword light, and fear appeared in his eyes. At this moment, he roared unwillingly, as if he had encountered something terrifying and wanted to escape. However, his voice soon stopped, and so did his demonic beast body. In the void, the black-robed old man's body trembled slightly, and there was still a look of fear on his face. However, blood was flowing out from between his eyebrows, and his entire body was split in half. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere, exploding in the air. No, impossible, Elder. The group of people was stunned, and the Wang family disciples were even more terrified. The black-robed elder who was still majestic just a moment ago was now split in half, and he couldn't be more dead. The contrast between before and after was simply too great. Everyone was in disbelief. Indeed, the demonic beast black-robed old man was very powerful, and he even suppressed Lin Xian for a while. However, everything changed when Lin Xian took out his long sword. One move, just one move, and he instantly killed the powerful black-robed elder. This kind of strength could no longer be described as terrifying. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian with fear in their eyes. Even Ma Rulong and the others were shocked. That sword strike just now made him feel a sense of apprehension. Putting away the wind shadow sword, Lin Xian looked at the Wang family disciples. The outcome has been decided. From now on, this arena belongs to me. Lin Xian's voice echoed in the void, and it was filled with dominance. The Wang family disciples were in despair, and they shouted, "Elder, venerable elder." However, no one responded to them. In fact, it was useless even if the venerable elder came out, because someone would definitely jump out to stop him. The venerable elder of the Wang family must have known that, so he didn't come out. However, in the end, he still spoke up. After all, losing the arena was a big deal, and ordinary disciples couldn't make the decision. Good, very good. The venerable elder of the Wang family said coldly, "Kid, this won't end like this. The Wang family will accompany you to the end. Now, everyone, leave this place and return to the family," the venerable elder said. Immediately, all the Wang family disciples left with gloomy expressions, like stray dogs. Lin Xian wasn't afraid of the venerable elder's threat at all. His cultivation had broken through, and he had obtained the red lotus armor, so his strength had increased greatly. He could escape from the venerable elder in the past, let alone now. Therefore, Lin Xian calmly took over the Wang family's arena. Everyone was shocked. The change of ownership of the Wang family's arena was definitely a big deal in Quicksand City. They believed that it wouldn't be long before Lin Xian became famous in Quicksand City. "Brother Lin, congratulations." Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong congratulated him. "Thank you." Lin Xian smiled. "I wonder if the two of you are interested in running this arena together." Hearing this, Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong were stunned for a moment, then they were pleasantly surprised. "Brother Lin, is what you said true?" "Of course. Actually, I'm not familiar with the arena, and my main goal is to destroy the Wang family's arena, and I've already done that." Indeed, Lin Xian wasn't good at running an arena, and he couldn't stay in Quicksand City for a long time, so it was better to partner with Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong. This way, not only could he ensure the arena's normal operation, but he could also get two powerful assistants. It was killing two birds with one stone. Moreover, the arena's income was considerable, and he might even be able to contribute to the search for materials for the Red Lotus armor in the future. Lin Xian invited the Nan Gongseng duo to join him, and they quickly agreed. Therefore, the handover procedures were all handed over to Nan Gongseng. He was familiar with these things anyway, and he liked doing it. Nan Gongseng was too excited. Although he was a disciple of the Nangong family, it was impossible for him to own an arena. With his current situation, it would be good enough if he could become an elder of an arena in a few decades. Now, however, he had the opportunity to own his own arena. Although he was partnered with Lin Xian, he was still the owner. This was something he would never have dared to imagine in the past. The Wang family's arena was not bad. It was a medium-sized arena and had a certain reputation in Quicksand City. With his talent, if he developed it well, it was very likely that the arena would improve. By then, his status would rise again. Perhaps only the top geniuses in the family could compete with him in the future. As for the venerable ones, Ma Rulong would take care of it. The Ma family's venerable ones from before was his great-grandfather, so he could totally invite them. The three of them discussed and felt that there was not much of a problem. Then let's call it the Divine Dragon Pavilion Arena. What do you think? Lin Xian asked. All right. Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong agreed. I must make the Divine Dragon Pavilion Arena #1 in Quicksand City. Nan Gongseng was full of ambition. The news of the Wang family's arena changing owners was like a gust of wind, quickly sweeping through the entire Quicksand City. Instantly, everyone was shocked. They did not expect the dignified Wang family's arena to fall in the hands of a young man. This was too unbelievable. Of course, while everyone was shocked, there were also people who were furious. In Blackwood Fort, Blackwood Mountain's face was ashen. He originally wanted to send people to help the Wang family suppress Lin Xian, but he did not expect that before he could do anything, the other party had already taken over the Wang family's arena. Trash, the Wang family is really trash. Blackwood Mountain roared angrily, damn thief, I won't let you accept it so easily. Blackwood Mountain's face was ferocious. He decided to use his methods to destroy the arena that Lin Xian took over. However, the following news made him tremble in anger and freeze in place. This was because he had received news that the Wang family's martial arts arena had officially changed its name to the Divine Dragon Pavilion's Martial Arts Arena. At the same time, Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong had joined the martial arts arena. The three of them were in charge of the martial arts arena. At the same time, the Ma clan and the Nangong clan announced that they would treat the Divine Dragon Pavilion's martial arts arena as an alliance. At the same time, they also said that an unparalleled supremacy would appear to hold the fort. Every piece of news was like a heavy bomb that knocked Blackwood Mountain unconscious. Mother of Kerr, damn little thief, how could he be so lucky? Hey Mushin was so angry that he screamed and smashed everything in the room. It wasn't just him, but many of the other powers of Quicksand City were shocked. They hadn't expected these three youths to be so fast and complete the task in such a short time. Time flew by and half a month had passed. Under the management of Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong, the Divine Dragon Pavilion's martial arts arena was developing rapidly. On the other hand, Lin Xian, the major shareholder, was hiding in a quiet courtyard to cultivate. To him, the Colosseum was just an accessory. What he truly cared about was the path of martial arts. The power of an ultimate powerhouse was what he pursued. After half a month of silence, Quicksand City was bustling with activity again because the city lord of Quicksand City was celebrating his 300th birthday. Quicksand City belonged to the Sand Nation. Although the aristocratic families in the city were powerful, they were still nominally under the rule of the city lord. Therefore, for the city lord's birthday this time, basically all the powers in the city returned. The Divine Dragon Pavilion's martial arts arena had also received an invitation to the birthday banquet. Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong came to Lin Xian's courtyard to discuss countermeasures. In the past, they would attend such important occasions as disciples. However, it was different this time. They would be attending as the martial arts arena's managers. It could be said that their identities had changed greatly. What should we pay attention to? Lin Xian asked. Martial arts duels are prevalent in Quicksand City. Therefore, it's very likely that we will be challenged at the birthday banquet. After all, the Divine Dragon Pavilion's martial arts arena was just established not long ago. There will definitely be people who will step in to stop us. This was what Nan Gongseng was most worried about. This birthday banquet standards were very high. All the major powers in the city had returned, and the genius warriors from each family would also be attending. Those disciples were very powerful. They were far from what the Wang family could compare to. Many of them were stronger than the Wang family's black-robed old man. It could be said that they were abnormally powerful. Therefore, they had to be careful. If you really want to challenge them, I'll leave it to you. After all, I can't help you in this aspect. Nan Gongxing sighed. Don't worry. I'll take on all of them. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Even if they are the Sand Regent's prodigies, I'll help you stop them. His cultivation had improved a lot over the past few days. Therefore, he was very confident. There's no need for the prodigies. I don't think those freaks will go. However, you must stop the others. Nan Gongxing said. I want everyone to know how powerful the Divine Dragon Pavilion's martial arts arena is. The city lord's birthday banquet was set to be held 10 days later. During this period, everyone had been preparing gifts. This matter was difficult for Nan Gongxing. He had picked many gifts, but he was not satisfied. They were either too expensive and they could not afford it. Otherwise, they were too inferior and they could not afford it. In the end, he had no choice but to ask Lin Xian for help. According to him, it would be great if he could find a precious spiritual grass. Lin Xian rolled his eyes at him. Do you think 1,000-year-old spiritual herb is a cabbage? Although he still had it in his storage belt, he would not take it out. Nan Gongxing was a little disappointed. At that moment, the snow-white monkey suddenly jumped out and ate a peach of immortality nonstop. The peach of immortality was very strange. It was wrapped in a ball of spiritual energy. The moment it was taken out, the entire air was filled with spirituality. This is... Nan Gongxing's eyes were wide open. He had never seen such a strange spiritual fruit. It seemed that it was a peerless treasure. Even supremacies would be jealous if they saw it. However, it was being eaten by a monkey so casually. For a moment, Nan Gongxing was stunned. The snow-white monkey's big eyes narrowed into crescents. Soon, it finished eating the peach. Then, it threw the peach pit on the ground and burped. Damn it, little guy. That's 1,000-year-old peach of immortality. The peach pit is also a rare treasure. How dare you throw it away? A dark red snake suddenly slithered out and roared with an exasperated expression. If you don't want it, you can give it to me. Nan Gongxing's eyes widened. What did he see? A talking snake? Slap. He slapped himself twice and found that he was not dreaming. The dark red dragon looked at him strangely and roared, Is this kid stupid? He actually slapped himself. Ha 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 ha. This roar directly woke Nan Gongxing up. He suddenly remembered the ruffian dragon's words. Then, he quickly looked at the ground. If that was really 1,000-year-old peach of immortality, the peach pit was definitely a treasure. Nan Gongxing's body trembled. The pit on the ground was the pit of 1,000-year-old Saturn peach. His first reaction was disbelief. However, when he recalled the light that the peach emitted, it was definitely not an ordinary spiritual fruit. It might really be 1,000-year-old Saturn peach. Nan Gongxing dashed towards the peach pit with the mentality that he would rather miss out than let it go. What are you doing? How dare you snatch something from me? I'll bite you to death. The dark red dragon was anxious. He did not expect someone to snatch the pit of a peach from him. With a sway of its body, it turned into a red beam of light and quickly charged forward. However, Nan Gongxing was not slow either. In addition, he was close to the pit, so he quickly snatched it. Damn you! Put down the pit and I'll spare your life. Nan Gongxing ignored him. He grabbed the pit tightly and felt the rich spiritual energy coming from it. He was ecstatic. 1,000-year-old Saturn peach. It's really 1,000-year-old Saturn peach. Haha. I'm rich. This is definitely the best birthday present. Nan Gongxing was wild with joy, dancing with joy. Damn it. I'm talking to you. The dark red dragon was furious. Eh? A talking snake? It's really a rare treasure. If it's a birthday gift, it might be even more shocking. Nan Gongxing looked at the dark red dragon with shining eyes. Damn it. Come here. I promise I won't beat you to death. The dark red dragon was so angry that he stomped his feet. Lin Xian covered his forehead and was speechless. Okay, brother Lin, the gift is ready. How are we going to go? You guys go first. I might need to cultivate for a while. Don't worry, I won't delay things. Lin Xian smiled. Okay, cultivation fanatic. Nan Gongsang shrugged helplessly and left. Lin Xian then went into seclusion to cultivate again. Time flew. Soon, the day of the city governor's birthday banquet arrived. The entire Quicksand City was bustling with noise and excitement. On this day, the city governor's mansion was decorated with lanterns and banners. The wide road was crowded with people. There was an endless stream of people in front of the city governor's mansion. Lin Xian also ended his cultivation early and brought the dragon and monkey to the city lord's mansion. However, just as he walked out of the mansion, a cold and gloomy light quickly attacked him from behind like a poisonous snake. This light was very fast as lightning, and it carried a terrifying force. Lin Xian was shocked. His body swayed and he quickly moved away. The cold light brushed past his body, and the cold aura it emitted made his hair stand on end. This attack was soundless and extremely insidious. If it wasn't for his powerful soul, he would have lost his life by now. Someone had actually set up an ambush in front of his house, wanting to take his life. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's heart burned with anger. He abruptly turned around and reached out with his soul to search the surroundings. You are indeed worthy of being called a genius warrior. You were actually able to dodge my attack. Interesting. A slightly mocking voice was heard. Then, a figure appeared in Lin Xian's field of vision. Not far away, a middle-aged man stood with a gloomy expression. At this moment, he was playing with a crescent-shaped flying knife in his hand. This middle-aged man stood in the middle of the road, blocking Lin Xian's path. You finally came out. I have been waiting for you for a long time. The middle-aged man's expression was cold, and his voice was slightly hoarse. Waiting for me? Lin Xian frowned. What's the matter? To kill you, of course. Kill me? I'm afraid you don't have the ability. I know you are very strong, but people stronger than you have died at my hands, so I am confident. The middle-aged man was very confident. Lin Xian frowned. With his warrior's instinct, he could feel a sinister aura coming from the middle-aged man in front of him. This aura was abnormally terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the black-robed old man who had consumed the demon blood pill. The other party must be an extremely terrifying figure. I don't have time to waste with you. Scram or die. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He really didn't have time now because he had to attend the city governor's birthday banquet. Ha 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 ha, you are indeed as arrogant as the rumors say. The middle-aged man laughed. I know where you want to go, but don't even think about it. You won't be going anywhere today. With that, the middle-aged man stomped on the ground, and the ground under his feet began to tremble rapidly. Like a wave, it spread out in all directions. In the next moment, the surrounding scene changed drastically. A dark and gloomy forest appeared, replacing the houses and streets from before. This is an illusion array? Lin Xian frowned. His expression was filled with caution. The middle-aged man in front of him was too strange, so he had to be careful. Illusion array? The middle-aged man sneered. You can think of it that way, but I prefer to call it the assassination forest. Before he finished his sentence, the middle-aged man's figure had already disappeared, completely merging into the dark forest. Whoosh, a dark and gloomy light flew out from the forest, shooting towards Lin Xian's back. This attack was soundless, and even the light had disappeared. Lin Xian only sensed it when the flying knife approached. His face was gloomy as he quickly dodged. Who sent you? He had a bad premonition. This middle-aged man's strength was beyond imagination, and his methods were very strange. It belonged to the path of assassination. Ha 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 ha, are you afraid? A fleeting voice came from all directions. The moment you die, I will tell you. Afraid? Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly. I still don't know what fear is. Then, Lin Xian used the concept of wind, and a ball of crystal clear wind appeared, circling around him. Although he had not figured out the situation around him, with the concept of wind, he could probably block the attack of the hidden weapon. The concept of wind is indeed a good method. However, it's useless. With this voice, the surroundings became silent again. Lin Xian looked around cautiously. Suddenly, his body swayed and shot into the air. The ground where he was originally standing cracked open, and a cold light shot out, shattering the void. That was close. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad, it's indeed fun. The middle-aged man's figure appeared again. He was like a cloud, floating on the leaves. Kid, this should not be an illusion array, but a very strange space. Be careful. The dark red divine dragon warned. It's not an illusion array. Lin Xian was vigilant. He then nodded and summoned the snow-white monkey. Although the middle-aged man's attacks were strange, the frequency of his attacks was not dense. It was possible that the other party wanted to toy with him. There was another possibility, and that was to stall for time. After all, today was the city lord's birthday banquet, and he was also invited. If he was late, the city lord would be unhappy. At that time, the other hostile forces would add fuel to the fire, and it was very likely that the arena he had just won would be destroyed. Lin Xian was bitterly disappointed by their sinister intentions. Since that was the case, he could only use the long sword in his hand to break open the cage. Lin Xian snorted and released a ray of sword chi towards the surrounding dark forest. Puff, puff. The dazzling sword chi fell into the forest and created a layer of ripples before disappearing. Don't waste your energy. You can't break open this assassination forest. The middle-aged man laughed disdainfully. Surrender and I'll give you a quick death. The middle-aged man stood at the top of a tree and looked down at Lin Xian. Lin Xian squinted his eyes and sent a message to the little white monkey. Whoosh, the little white monkey disappeared in a flash of white light and appeared in front of the middle-aged man. You sent a monkey? What a joke. I think you're crazy. The middle-aged man stretched out his large hands and tried to grab the little white monkey. However, he only caught a white shadow. So fast. The middle-aged man was shocked. The little white monkey's speed was beyond his imagination. However, this made him even more interested. Bam, however, before he could react, the snow-white little monkey's furry little claws slapped his face, instantly stunning him. The middle-aged man felt dizzy for a moment. This is my chance. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He used all his speed and rushed upwards. At the same time, the wind shadow sword was unsheathed and a terrifying sword essence filled the air. Whoosh, a ray of sword radiance shot out diagonally and pierced the middle-aged man's body. Ah, the middle-aged man screamed in pain. At the same time, he recovered from his dizzy state. Bam, enduring the pain, the middle-aged man's body sank and quickly descended. He instantly disappeared in the air. Only a string of blood was left floating in the air. Ha 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 ha, the little guy succeeded again. What a surprise. The dark red divine dragon also flew out with a mocking look. Kid, you dare to hurt me? You're asking for it. The middle-aged man's voice was filled with killing intent. What's wrong with hurting you? I want to kill you. Lin Xian snorted. Those who block me will die. Humph, I was careless this time. You have no chance. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Stay in this assassination forest forever. The middle-aged man disappeared completely, and then the surrounding black trees began to dance. Like a demon, it danced wildly. Every branch was filled with oppressive pressure. They moved through the air and stabbed toward Lin Xian. A series of ear-piercing sounds pierced through the air, like a demonic sound, causing people to tremble. Mother Long, dodge. The dark red divine dragon screamed and flew away quickly. Lin Xian also used his movement technique, turning into countless afterimages as he dodged with extreme speed. On the other hand, the snow-white little monkey had a face full of joy, as if it was very excited. One man and two beasts shuttled through the forest, and the sound of air being torn apart could be heard. 10,000 trees descend. The middle-aged man's venomous voice rang out. Immediately, the entire forest seemed to have come alive as a group of demons danced wildly. Massive tree trunks intertwined, forming a sharp attack that descended downwards. An eerie and terrifying aura enveloped the surroundings. Below, countless vines danced like divine whips, tearing through the void. Some of the vines bloomed blood-red flowers, like the mouths of demonic beasts. They were ferocious and terrifying, swallowing everything in their path. Lin Xian was shocked. The scene was too terrifying. It was as if he had arrived at a gathering place of demons. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, in the void, all kinds of vines and branches danced. Lin Xian was extremely fast, but the space he could move in was getting smaller and smaller. I can't dodge anymore. A fierce look appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. He had to make a move. The wind shadow sword in his hand drew a trajectory in front of him. Streaks of sword chi danced, turning into streaks of divine light that slashed in all directions. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the surrounding branches and vines broke, but more vines lashed out. Bang, Lin Xian was caught off guard and was hit by a vine. Fortunately, he used the golden thunder body in time to block the attack. However, the violent force still caused his body to move sideways. Kid, I will make you lose your life in pain. The middle-aged man's voice sounded again. The vines became even crazier. In an instant, they had wrapped around Lin Xian and the others. Break! The blazing sword chi revolved around Lin Xian. The vast power was like a long river, sweeping through the heavens and earth. A ball of sword chi formed and enveloped Lin Xian, saving him from danger. The snow-white monkey's body was like lightning. Its speed was even faster than Lin Xian's. Those attacks couldn't even touch it. However, the dark red dragon was unlucky. It had lost most of its power and was pitifully weak. It didn't have Lin Xian's powerful attacks, nor did it have the speed of the snow-white monkey. In the end, it was entangled by a group of vines. Ah, it hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Those vines climbed onto the dark red dragon's body and quickly wrapped around it, forming a strangling force. The force was very shocking. Even a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm would not be able to withstand it. However, the dark red dragon only screamed crazily. Its body was not injured at all. Humph. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man's face was terrifyingly gloomy. One man and two beasts. He had finally caught one with great difficulty, but he didn't expect that he couldn't hurt them at all. This made him feel like he was going crazy. One had to know that he was an existence that had killed countless martial artists at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. This forest of assassinations was even more terrifying. It was enough to kill any martial artist below the spirit-detecting realm. However, it seemed to have lost its effectiveness today. Damn it! The middle-aged man was furious. He swore that he would definitely kill Lin Xian and the others. Ruffian, can you still do it? Lin Xian asked. Damn it, I'm angry. The dark red dragon was furious. If I don't show my power, you really think I'm a little snake? I'll bite, bite, bite. The dark red dragon's head turned and bit at those vines. Although it didn't look good, the effect was very good. This was very normal. Although the dark red dragon's attack power was not strong, it was still a peerless existence. Its life force had reached an extremely high level. Not to mention these vines, even a spirit-detecting realm expert might not be able to hurt its body. Seeing that the dark red dragon had escaped, Lin Xian let out a long roar and waved his long sword, slashing in all directions. Just as Lin Xian was fighting fiercely, the city lord mansion was bustling with noise and excitement. Beautiful women were dancing and singing. It was very lively, accompanied by beautiful women and gathered powerhouses. At this moment, most of the representatives of Quicksand City's forces were gathered in the main hall. Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong sat at the end, feeling anxious. Aya, why isn't Brother Lin here yet? Nan Gongseng was anxious. Did he forget? Ma Rulong was also worried. Impossible. Although Brother Lin is a cultivation maniac, he won't forget this matter. Did something happen on the way? The two of them were extremely anxious. The birthday banquet had already begun, but Lin Xian was not here yet. If they were discovered, they might offend the city lord mansion's people. At that time, they might even alarm the city lord. Hey, aren't these the heroes of the Divine Dragon Pavilion's arena? Why is one person missing? A mocking voice was heard. Hearing that, Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong's hearts skipped a beat. Just as Nan Gongseng was worrying, someone suddenly asked. Moreover, there was a hint of mockery in that voice. Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong immediately looked up and saw that it was Blackwood Fort's disciple, Blackwood Mountain. Damn it, this guy is definitely doing it on purpose. Seeing Blackwood Mountain's expression, Nan Gongseng was furious. Ma Rulong also shouted coldly, "You seem to be very concerned about our Divine Dragon Pavilion's arena." Not at all, not at all. Blackwood Mountain said with a smile. He was in a good mood and naturally wanted to avoid Ma Rulong and Ma Rulong. I advise the two of you not to wait because that kid will definitely not come. Blackwood Mountain revealed a sinister smile. What? Hearing that, the two of them were shocked and looked at Blackwood Mountain. Why are you looking at me? I don't know anything. Blackwood Mountain sneered, I think you should worry about yourself. How dare you refuse the city governor's invitation? You must be tired of living. After saying that, Blackwood Mountain left with a smug look. Damn it, this is definitely related to him. Nan Gongseng was anxious. Don't worry, let's wait. With Brother Lin's ability, ordinary people can't hurt him. Ma Rulong's face was also gloomy. The two of them sat with a sullen face and did not say a word. Assassination Forest. The middle-aged man used all his strength to control the black trees and formed a strangling attack that stabbed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He did not know how many times he had swung his sword, but the trees seemed to be endless. He could not kill them all. Ha 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 ha, kid, stop struggling and become my nourishment. Humph. Wind Thunder Cut. Lin Xian swung his sword and a Wind Thunder sword chi slashed out. The violent and swift power swept out in all directions. The surrounding demonized trees were all sent flying, making cracking sounds. However, in the next moment, they sank into the ground and became nourishment for the forest. Instantly, even more branches flew over. Kid, don't fight recklessly. The dark red divine dragon said, this should be the demonic cloud vine. Demonic cloud vine? Lin Xian was puzzled, what is that? It's a very abnormal plant. Unless we find its main body, it's impossible to kill it. The dark red divine dragon said, sense it carefully. You must find its main body. Otherwise, I'm afraid we won't be able to get out. Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. He then used all of his soul power to sense the middle-aged man's presence. According to his guess, the middle-aged man must be on the main body. However, the vines that filled the sky were actually able to affect the perception of soul power. Even though Lin Xian's soul power was strong, it was still extremely difficult for him to sense anything. Damn it! Lin Xian was infuriated. If it were any other day, he could have fought a war of attrition. However, he was in a hurry and could not afford to do so. Wooji Wooji, the little white monkey shouted from the side. You can find it? Lin Xian was delighted. The little white monkey squinted its crescent-shaped eyes and nodded continuously. Then, it turned into a white light and disappeared into the depths of the forest. Soon, the little white monkey arrived in front of a towering tree. The tree was very large, with a diameter of more than 10 meters. It was pitch black and looked like a small mountain. At this moment, in the middle of the tree trunk, there was a human face stuck on it. If one looked closely, they would find that it was the face of the middle-aged man. This scene was too strange. A man had merged with a tree and could control the entire forest. It was unbelievable. However, the little white monkey ignored all of this. It raised its furry paw and slapped at the illusory face. The paw slapped the tree trunk and left a beast claw mark. Ha 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 ha, it's useless. I won't faint this time. The middle-aged man laughed maniacally. Little thing, I'll kill you in a while. Is that so? You won't have a chance. A cold voice sounded. What? The middle-aged man was shocked. The illusory face suddenly revealed a shocked expression because he saw a figure suddenly appear in front of him. It was a young man with a sword in his hand. He looked extremely fierce. Humph, boy, you're good. You actually found this place. The illusory face snorted coldly. So what if you found it? The demonic cloud vine is an ancient strange creature. You can't hurt it at all. Now, go to hell. The middle-aged man suddenly roared. Suddenly, countless purplish-black vines flew out and pierced through the void like heavenly spears. Buzz buzz buzz, the entire space trembled. The vines spun rapidly and turned into powerful shockwaves that swept across the land. Chi-chi, in an instant, they pierced through Lin Xian's figure. However, the figure quickly turned into bubbles and disappeared. After image. The middle-aged man was shocked and then snorted coldly. However, in the next moment, he was shocked again because Lin Xian had already arrived in front of him. A pitch-black long sword appeared and hung in the void. The long sword was filled with the intent of death and nirvana. It was as if the sword could take away all life. End this. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He waved the nirvana sword and stabbed it into the giant black tree. An invisible force of nirvana gushed out and quickly absorbed the vitality of the giant black tree. No, the middle-aged man's illusory face screamed in horror. He could feel the vitality of the black tree quickly draining away and the branches were aging. That's impossible. His face was distorted. The demonic cloud vine was an ancient demonic creature. It was very powerful and had a strong vitality. It could be said that it was very difficult to eliminate. An adult demonic cloud vine could easily suck a supremacy dry. Although the middle-aged man's demonic cloud vine had yet to mature, it was already very powerful. Even martial artists below the supremacy realm couldn't escape from it. Now, someone could actually hurt his demonic cloud vine, and the other party was only a youth in the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm. It was too unbelievable. Stop. We can talk about this. The middle-aged man screamed. It was very difficult to cultivate the demonic cloud vine. He had spent a lot of effort to make the demonic cloud vine grow to its current state. But now, his beloved demonic cloud vine was rapidly losing its vitality. This was undoubtedly taking his life. The middle-aged man's heart was bleeding. Stop? Lin Xian sneered. Why didn't you say that before? Don't you think it's too late to stop now that you can't beat me? I was wrong. I'll let you go now and won't make things difficult for you. The middle-aged man begged for mercy. Is that so? Didn't you want to kill me just now and use me as fertilizer? Lin Xian sneered. You don't have a chance. I said, either get lost or die. Since you want to stay, then die. Kid, I'll fight it out with you. The middle-aged man went crazy. However, Lin Xian didn't give him a chance at all. He activated the sword of nirvana with all his might. A powerful force of nirvana gushed out and instantly covered the sky. The entire forest was withering and aging. As if it had reached the end of its life, countless tree trunks turned into ashes. In the end, the surrounding forest gradually disappeared, revealing the outside world. Lin Xian used the nirvana sword and finally destroyed the demonic cloud vine's attack. Not only that, but he also destroyed the entire forest. The boundless darkness disappeared and the outside world appeared. The middle-aged man's illusory face also appeared beside Lin Xian. However, he was abnormally pale and in a sorry state. Please spare my life. I'll tell you who sent me. The middle-aged man's voice trembled. He was no longer as arrogant as before. At this moment, he didn't look like an assassin but more like a stray dog. No need. I already know. Lin Xian's expression was cold. Blackwood Stronghold, right? Hearing this, the middle-aged man's pupils constricted. He was horrified. However, he still wanted to say something, but the nirvana sword quickly pierced his chest and took away all his vitality. Then, all the dark forest disappeared and a purplish-black seed fell to the ground. The seed was as big as a fist and covered with patterns like a purple cloud. That was close. The dark red dragon heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the demonic cloud vine hasn't fully grown yet. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to escape. Demonic cloud vine. Lin Xian was deep in thought. He then took the seed into his hand. This seed should still be alive, right? Kid, what are you doing? Are you trying to cultivate the demonic cloud vine? The dark red dragon was shocked. I'm reminding you that the demonic cloud vine is very difficult to cultivate. Ordinary people can't cultivate it. Moreover, it's too dangerous. There was once a king who cultivated one, but he was devoured by it. In ancient times, the demonic cloud vine represented disaster. The dark red dragon reminded. Don't worry, I know. I won't use it before I'm sure, Lin Xian said and then put it into his storage belt. Lin Xian was shocked after seeing the demonic cloud vine's strange power. However, he wasn't strong enough to control the demonic cloud vine. When he was stronger in the future, he might be able to cultivate the demonic cloud vine again. Let's go quickly. I'm afraid we'll be late. Lin Xian called the little white monkey and the dark red dragon and quickly walked toward the city lord's mansion. At this time, the city lord's mansion was still singing and dancing, bustling with noise and excitement. However, Nan Gongxing and Ma Rulong were extremely anxious in their hearts. Lin Xian had yet to arrive, but MT Blackwood had already started to make things difficult for them. I've often heard of the Holy Dragon Arena's name. Now that I've seen it today, the two of you are indeed young heroes. However, I wonder where that young genius with 10 consecutive victories is. That's right. Why didn't he appear on such an important occasion like the city lord's birthday? Doesn't he want to come here? Many people frowned when they heard those words. Those words were very sharp, as if they were trying to sow discord. Nan Gongxing and Ma Rulong's eyelids twitched. Haha, how could that be? Brother Lin isn't feeling well, so he went out to rest. He'll be back soon. Oh, really? Where did he go to rest? Our Blackwood family's best quality pills are very effective. They can definitely cure his body. MT Blackwood refused to let go because he knew that it was impossible for Lin Xian to come. No need. Brother Lin will be back soon. Ma Rulong's voice was cold. While the two sides were arguing, the city lord's mansion's people frowned. Today was their city lord's birthday and they had invited all the forces in Flozhen City. However, someone actually dared to not come. This was simply not giving them any face. Moreover, the top forces were all here, yet a young man dared to not come? This was simply not putting the city lord's mansion in his eyes, especially the young disciples. Their expressions were cold and their eyes were unfriendly. They had powerful cultivations and were at the age where they were proud and arrogant. Now, everyone was praising another young man. This made them feel indignant. The old city lord sat in the main hall. He was surrounded by colorful clouds and couldn't be seen clearly. At this moment, when he heard the discussion below, he put down his wine cup and remained silent. A somewhat oppressive aura spread out and reverberated in the main hall. Nan Gongxing was shocked. It seemed that he had alarmed the powerful city lord. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and quickly stood up. Junior Nan Gongxing is truly fortunate to be invited by the city lord's mansion today. I hereby present a birthday gift. I hope the city lord will like it. Humph. You? What kind of gift can a small battle arena bring out to make the city lord like it? What a joke. Blackwood Mountain sneered. Immediately, a group of people echoed and laughed. Nan Gongxing's expression didn't change as he stood with a smile. If it was something else, he would be a little worried. However, he had absolute confidence in this gift. Present it. A dignified voice sounded. Immediately, an old man walked down and stood in the void. He grabbed the purple sandalwood box with both hands. Then, he quickly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already above the main hall. Standing beside the city lord, the old man presented it with both hands with a respectful expression. The city lord took the sandalwood box and slowly opened it. Then, he revealed a look of surprise. I obtained this by chance. It's a 1,000-year-old immortality peach seed. I hope the city lord will like it, said Nan Gongxing. What? A 1,000-year-old immortality peach seed. Everyone was shocked and in an uproar. One had to know that Flozhen City's climate was special and there was a lack of water. Therefore, the spiritual herbs here were rare and most of them were not old. The seeds of 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs were very rare, even a supremacy might not have one. Now, a spirit-detecting kid had presented such a big gift. The surrounding people exclaimed, and the way they looked at Nan Gongsang and the others changed. The people of the Nangong family were also surprised. They didn't know when Nan Gongsang had such a treasure. Blackwood Mountain and the other disciples of the Blackwood family had dark expressions. They had just mocked Nan Gongsang for not taking out anything good. In the end, Nan Gongsang took out a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb seed. At that moment, they felt a burning sensation on their faces as if they had been slapped hard. Not bad. It does look like a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb seed. It's full of spirituality. It's a high-grade spiritual herb. The city lord smiled. Immediately, the air that was originally condensed dissipated and was replaced by a gentle aura. It's indeed a big gift. You're very thoughtful. The city lord's attitude was obviously much better. There was even a trace of a smile on his face. Immediately, everyone was shocked again. It was not easy to get the city lord's praise. One had to know that before this, the city lord had only shown such an attitude when interacting with the older generation. The younger generation had never been appreciated by the city lord. But now, Nan Gongsang was being praised. The young disciples present were very shocked, especially the disciples of the Blackwood family. Their faces were extremely gloomy. Don't think that you can escape the crime of looking down on the city lord with a gift. Blackwood Mountain sneered with a trace of malevolence in his voice. Lin Xian dared to not attend the birthday banquet. This is a challenge and an insult to the city lord's mansion. This voice was unusually sharp and immediately intensified the conflict. Hei Mushin's words silenced the hall once again. Many people were shocked. It seemed like the Hei Mushin family and the Holy Dragon Arena were at odds. Brother Hei Mushin is right. That kid is too despicable. How dare he not come to the banquet? A young man snorted coldly. Instantly, the crowd was shocked. Many of them revealed gloating expressions. Nan Gongsang frowned and felt uneasy. Because the young man who spoke was from the city governor's estate. Moreover, he was a young master of the city governor's estate and had a high status. At this moment, he expressed his dissatisfaction. Naturally, he stood on Hei Mushin's side. Young Master Qi is right. I think we should capture Lin Xian and teach him a lesson. Hei Mushin sneered. Don't worry, I'll send someone. The young man said in a deep voice. No need, I'm here. A calm voice was heard, and a figure appeared in the main hall. Everyone looked over and saw that the person who came was Lin Xian. Phew, Nan Gongsang and Ma Rulong both breathed a sigh of relief. They could finally put their hearts at ease. Hei Mushin's pupils constricted and he stood up in shock. You're fine? Why? Do you really want something to happen to me? Lin Xian sneered, or did your plan fail? Hei Mushin's face changed when he heard this. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't understand. He did send an expert to assassinate Lin Xian, but he would never admit to it even if he was beaten to death. However, the fact that Lin Xian was able to make it here was beyond his expectations. Damn it, how is he still alive? Hei Mushin couldn't understand. After all, he had hired a top assassin, a martial artist known as the Dark Hunters. Ordinary martial artists below the Venerable Realm couldn't escape from him. However, Lin Xian had actually managed to escape. Hei Mushin didn't know what happened, but he wouldn't let Lin Xian go. Lin Xian, how dare you? How dare you be late for the city governor's birthday banquet? I think you're deliberately provoking the city governor's dignity. Hei Mushin snorted. He wanted to show Lin Xian his power. Provoking the city lord? Lin Xian looked at Blackwood Mountain and sneered. I'm very curious. Are you a roundworm in my stomach? You actually know what I'm thinking. Or are you just making wild guesses? Blackwood Mountain, this is the city lord's mansion. It's not a place for you, a member of the Blackwood Castle, to behave atrociously. Lin Xian's voice was firm and resolute. Hei Mushin was so angry that his face turned red and his whole body trembled. A little martial artist actually dared to berate him to his face. This was courting death, no one had ever dared to treat him like this. Blackwood Mountain's eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Where did this wild brat come from? This is not a place for you to behave atrociously. Get out. An elder of the Blackwood family coldly snorted. What, the young one can't do it, so the old one can? Lin Xian was not afraid. This is the city lord's birthday celebration. You want to fight? You've come to the wrong place, haven't you? After the city lord's birthday celebration, the Divine Dragon Pavilion's battle arena will welcome you at any time. However, please take note now. Do not disturb the city lord's birthday celebration. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. Instantly, the entire Blackwood family was so angry that their faces turned black. The surrounding people were also shocked. This Lin Xian was so valiant. To be able to turn this situation around under such unfavorable conditions, he was indeed powerful. After a few words, Lin Xian covered up the fact that he was late. Instead, he seized the weakness of the Blackwood family and quickly counterattacked. It was really beautiful. What a sharp-tongued brat. However, it's useless. The Blackwood family can't control you, but I can. Young Master Qi coldly snorted. He looked at Lin Xian with a trace of coldness in his eyes. There were two reasons why he was hostile to Lin Xian. Firstly, he was on good terms with the Blackwood family. At this moment, of course, he would stand with the Blackwood family to suppress Lin Xian. Secondly, as a young expert, he was very conceited. Other than a few great prodigies, he didn't put anyone else in his eyes. And these days, the entire Quicksand City was talking about Lin Xian. This made him very unhappy. Even he didn't have this kind of fame. What right did a small spirit-detecting martial artist have to receive this kind of treatment? Therefore, when he saw Lin Xian today, he had a desire to suppress him. Seeing young Master Qi's attitude, Lin Xian frowned. The other party was from the city lord's residence, so he couldn't openly oppose him. Especially on this special day of the city lord's birthday. However, he wasn't someone who would be bullied. He really didn't care about young Master Qi's attitude. What he cared about was the city lord's attitude. However, the city lord was wrapped in a hazy light and couldn't be seen clearly. On the other hand, Nan Gongxing transmitted a message and told him about what had happened. After Lin Xian heard this, he felt more confident. Since the city lord had accepted the 1,000-year immortality peach seed, his attitude shouldn't be too bad. Thinking of this, he smiled slightly. You're also from the city lord's residence. Saying this is too hurtful. Lin Xian's face was full of regret. I wasn't late for no reason. I had a reason. Reason? Young Master Qi snorted. Of course there's a reason. I was late because I went to prepare a gift for the city lord. Gift? Everyone was stunned. Didn't the Divine Dragon Pavilion's arena just give him a 1,000-year spirit fruit seed? Why was there a gift? Nan Gongxing and the others were also stunned. They didn't know what Lin Xian was up to. Blackwood Mountain and the others sneered with a look of disbelief. Young Master Qi also snorted. The gift must be a treasure for such a long time. If you can't take it out, I'll take your head. Hearing this, Lin Xian revealed a mysterious smile. Although he had been cultivating these days, he also learned from Nan Gongxing that although the city lord was a supremacy, he had a hobby. And that was drinking. Therefore, Lin Xian brewed a pot of spirit wine in advance. Lin Xian had learned a lot about spirit wine from Wine Lord. His technique could be said to be shocking. Other than Wine Lord, no one could beat him. With a flip of his palm, a pot of spirit wine appeared in his hand. I know that the city lord loves to drink, so I brewed a pot for city lord Qing to taste. Lin Xian smiled. Taste? Young Master Qi snorted. Who do you think you are? You should know that the city lord has a body of gold. Why would he drink your lousy wine? The surrounding warriors sneered. They knew that the city lord loved to drink, but not many people gave him wine. Not only did the city lord love wine, but his taste was also tricky. He didn't like ordinary spirit wine at all. Only spirit wine brewed by wine masters could match the city lord's taste. Therefore, although others wanted to give him wine, they couldn't. Sigh, this kid is going to be unlucky. How can a small warrior like him have good wine? I guess he's going to be unlucky this time. Hee, serves him right. Spirit wine isn't that easy to give away. Nan Gongxing and Blackwood Mountain were also surprised. They didn't know that Lin Xian brewed spirit wine. Blackwood Mountain sneered. Idiot, he's courting death. Originally, he couldn't find a way to deal with Lin Xian, but he didn't expect that Lin Xian would take the initiative to deliver himself to him. The city lord would definitely refuse. When that happened, he would probably be angry. At that time, it would be Lin Xian's death. Lin Xian took in everyone's reaction, but he was very confident. Lin Xian opened the lid of the wine jug. A rich wine aroma wafted out and filled the hall. The aroma was very rich, making people intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. It smells so good. What kind of spirit wine is this? Everyone exclaimed. Top quality. I didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a spirit wine. Who is this kid? Why does he have so many good things? Blackwood Mountain and young Master Qi were also stunned. The two of them were stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a high-quality spirit wine. Good wine. The city lord also let out a loud laugh. This time, the city lord personally took action. The colorful light around him surged and formed a colorful waterfall. He threw it into the air and took away the wine jug in Lin Xian's hand. Good wine, it really is good wine. The city lord drank a cup, then clapped his hands and laughed. Since 100 years ago, when a spirit wine grandmaster left, I haven't had such a delicious spirit wine. Good. 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 Everyone was shocked. They had never seen the city lord so excited before. Even when he received the 1,000-year-old spirit herb seed, he wasn't so excited. But now, Lin Xian's jug of spirit wine made the city lord excited like a child. Ha 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 ha. Little friend Lin, please sit. Thank you, city lord. Lin Xian smiled indifferently and then sat beside Nan Gongseng. Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong looked at Lin Xian with strange expressions. What's wrong with me? Lin Xian helplessly rubbed his nose. He was a little scared by the two of them looking at him. Why do I feel like you're a monster? How do you have so many rare treasures? It's not that exaggerated. I only have these things. It's just that they're being used. Lin Xian's jug of spirit wine made the city lord very happy, and Lin Xian himself was admired by the city lord. Obviously, Lin Xian and the others were the biggest winners of this birthday banquet. The Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong were also happy. After all, Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong were the sons of their families. However, the other powers were unhappy, especially the people from the Blackwood stronghold. Their expressions were terrifyingly gloomy. They had originally planned to suppress Lin Xian, but they didn't expect that not only did they fail to suppress him, the other party had even received the city lord's recognition. This made them feel gloomy. In the distance, young Master Qi also snorted coldly. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. Previously, he had even mocked the other party, saying that the other party had brought out a lousy wine. He had even wanted to use his authority to take the other party down. However, he did not expect that Lin Xian would actually take out a top-grade spirit wine. Not only that, even the city lord was very happy. This was unacceptable to him, and he felt as if he had been slapped in the face. Thinking of this, his eyes became even more gloomy. Brat, don't be too proud. I'll definitely kill you. Young Master Qi snorted coldly in his heart and said respectfully to the city lord. Ancestor, although we have good wine, the singing and dancing are a bit boring. The men of my quicksand city are all hot-blooded and warlike. Why don't we invite someone to come up and fight? All right. Then I'll leave it to you. The city lord said indifferently. His mind was now completely focused on Lin Xian's spirit wine. Thank you, ancestor. Qi Tian's face was filled with joy. Then, the corner of his mouth raised into a smile as he looked down. Today is the ancestor's birthday banquet. Why don't we have a martial arts competition to liven things up and make the city lord happy? Hearing this, the various forces began to discuss. Many people thought that this was an opportunity. Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong were vigilant. They knew that a difficult problem was coming. Qi Tian smiled and asked, I have a servant with decent strength. I wonder which young talent is willing to come up and fight. Is there even a need to choose? Black Miazan sneered, we have someone here who has won 10 consecutive battles in the arena. Why don't we let him come up? Suddenly, the surrounding crowd was shocked, and they all looked at him with a curious expression. Brat, I heard that you have won 10 consecutive battles. Come up and fight. A bald young man stood out, with a shocking aura on his body. Lin Xian naturally knew what these people were thinking. He raised his head and casually glanced at the bald young man, then said indifferently, you win. To be honest, he had no interest in fighting at this kind of banquet. Everyone was surprised. They did not expect Lin Xian to admit defeat. This was too illogical. Qi Tian frowned. This result was also out of his expectations. The bald young man was a battle servant that he had trained. He was very powerful and had once won 10 consecutive battles in a medium-sized arena. It could be said that he did not lose to Lin Xian at all. Originally, he wanted the bald young man to defeat Lin Xian, but he did not expect Lin Xian to admit defeat. Although this was still considered a win, he was very unhappy. He did not just want a sentence, he wanted Lin Xian to suffer a crushing defeat in front of everyone. He wanted him to never be able to raise his head again, therefore, he had to let Lin Xian fight. Qi Tian's face was gloomy as he gave Haima-san a look. Haima-san smiled knowingly and said, Lin Xian, you're not giving him any face by doing this. Today is the city lord's birthday banquet. Letting you fight is already giving you face. You're refusing so perfunctorily. It seems like you don't give the city lord any respect. Haima-san once again pinned a crime on Lin Xian. Oh, so you want me to fight by name? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. Of course, not accepting the challenge is disrespect to the city lord. Haima-san smiled. I understand. Lin Xian nodded. Now, I challenge you by name. Come up. What? Everyone was stunned. Haima-san was also stunned. At that moment, his mind went blank. Then, his face turned gloomy. Although he was also a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm, he could not defeat Lin Xian. One had to know that Lin Xian had defeated a veteran expert who had taken the demon blood pill. He was no match for him. What, you don't dare to fight? Or admit defeat? Lin Xian's face was full of sarcasm. Haima-san was trembling with anger. Originally, he wanted to use the situation to pressure Lin Xian into accepting the challenge. But he did not expect that he would accidentally fall into his opponent's trap. Now, he was in a difficult position. He was very sullen. For a moment, Haima-san was stunned. What, scared? Who was the one who said that not accepting the challenge was disrespect to the city lord? Lin Xian sneered. Are you going to be disrespectful to the city lord? Haima-san's face was ugly as he complained in his heart. The Haima family members behind him were also furious. You don't even dare to refuse. You piece of trash. Hurry up and go back. Don't embarrass yourself. Lin Xian mocked mercilessly. Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong were excited. This feeling was too good. I didn't expect the Haima family to produce a piece of trash. You're still talking when you can't do it. What an idiot. Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong both sneered. Haima-san's face was ashen with anger. He almost fainted. The Haima family elders' beards were also sticking up. They glared fiercely at Lin Xian's group, wishing they could tear them apart. Qi Tian's face was full of anger. He said darkly, Lin Xian, logically speaking, you should be competing with my battle servant. Why are you looking for Brother Haimu? That's not very appropriate, right? Qi Tian appeared in time to stop Lin Xian. Haima-san also reacted. He had almost fainted from being angered by Lin Xian just now. Now that he had the chance, he naturally retaliated quickly. That's right. Young Master Qi called out first. If you want to fight, you'll have to fight him first. Haima-san sneered. It won't be too late to fight me after you win. He was very familiar with Qi Tian's battle servants. He knew that they were a group of madmen who had undergone hellish training since they were young. Moreover, the bald youth was even more impressive. He had once won 10 consecutive victories and was not inferior to Lin Xian at all. In fact, he was even stronger than Lin Xian, therefore, Haimishan was confident that the bald youth could defeat Lin Xian. Even if Lin Xian won in the worst-case scenario, he would have exhausted too much of his spiritual power. He might even be seriously injured. If he attacked again, he would definitely be able to defeat Lin Xian easily. At that thought, Haimishan revealed a sinister smile. Lin Xian naturally saw the other party's reaction. He said calmly, "After I fight him, can I fight you?" "Of course." Haimishan smiled confidently. "With so many seniors here, I hope you remember what you said and don't embarrass the family." Lin Xian laughed and stood up. "Come." Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian really accepted the challenge. From the looks of it, he seemed very confident. However, those present were all old foxes. They naturally knew that the battle servants of the city lord mansion were very powerful and did not lose to the geniuses outside. Therefore, they did not know the outcome of this battle. The hall was very spacious. At that moment, the singers in the center had already retreated, leaving enough space. At that moment, the bald youth stood in the middle of the field like a ferocious beast. "Kid, let me see how good your 10 consecutive victories are." At the end of his sentence, a terrifying aura rose from his body. Like a wave, it swept in all directions. There was a dull sound in the air like a storm. The bald youth threw out a punch. All the momentum in the sky condensed on his fist, and it quickly blasted towards Lin Xian. Nan Gongseng and the others were shocked. This punch was too violent, and a normal peak spirit detecting realm cultivator would not be able to withstand it. It seemed like the other side was going all out. Lin Xian didn't have any scruples. He used the concept of wind and condensed a green jade sword. With a slash of the sword, a fierce wind tore through the earth and quickly slashed forward. Boom! The bald youth's fist collided with Lin Xian's green jade longsword, creating an earth-shaking sound. In the next moment, the bald young man's body trembled, and he took 4 or 5 steps back. What? He was pushed back. Many people were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. Qi Tian's face turned gloomy, but he still wanted to believe in his battle servant. Lin Xian pushed back the bald youth with a single slash of his sword. His body rushed forward like a gust of wind, and his longsword stabbed out again. The surrounding air quickly rotated, forming a spiral wind blade. This kind of spiral attack was even more powerful. It directly caused the air to split apart like a piece of cloth, emitting a chi-chi sound. Many young experts' expressions changed. This kind of attack made their hearts tremble. Pung! Before the bald youth could stabilize his body, he was hit by the green jade longsword again. This time, he was directly sent flying and smashed into the ground. There was a sword hole on his shoulder. It was sinister and terrifying, and blood was quickly flowing out. "You lost." Lin Xian shrugged, looking very relaxed. Qi Tian's face was ashen. He quickly transmitted, "Kill him." "Kill." The bald youth roared. Originally, he didn't care about Lin Xian. Although the other party was very famous, he thought it was only a rumor and couldn't be trusted. Moreover, he was very confident in his own strength. Therefore, he thought this battle would be very easy. However, he didn't expect that he would be suppressed and even injured. Ah! With a roar, the bald youth quickly stopped the injury on his shoulder. Then, he looked at Lin Xian gloomily. In his eyes, a ball of anger was burning, as if it could burn Lin Xian to ashes. He stomped his foot, and like a meteor, he pounced forward again. This time, he punched out with both fists. The violent power was enough to tear an ultimate warrior apart. However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He held the green jade sword and quickly slashed down. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, forming countless green sword shadows. These sword shadows, under Lin Xian's control, quickly stabbed towards the bald youth. Ding 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 ding, the defensive armor in front of the bald youth was pierced in an instant. Suddenly, countless sword chi hit his body and sent him flying again. When the sky full of sword shadows disappeared, everyone looked over anxiously and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. They saw the bald youth lying on the ground. His body was covered with sword scars. They were so densely packed that it made their hearts beat wildly. However, these sword scars were very controlled. Although they were terrifying, they weren't fatal. It was obvious that Lin Xian had shown mercy. Everyone present was an expert. They naturally knew that Lin Xian was giving face to the city lord. Otherwise, the bald youth would have died thousands of times. Even so, everyone still gasped. One had to know that the city lord's mansion's battle servants were very strong. Take this bald youth for example. He was definitely an expert among the ultimate warriors of the spirit-detecting realm. However, such an expert couldn't even fight back in front of Lin Xian. This kind of super strength made those young martial artists feel apprehensive. Lin Xian was too powerful. He was definitely a top-notch figure. Qi Tian was so angry that he was trembling. He didn't expect his subordinate to be so pale. This made him feel like he was going crazy. At the same time, he was also shocked by Lin Xian's strength. The bald young man was ranked in the top 3 amongst his combat servants, yet even such a person had been unable to resist a single attack from Lin Xian. So, there was probably no one amongst his combat servants who could be a match for Lin Xian. After Lin Xian defeated the bald youth, he turned to look at Blackwood Mountain. Suddenly, the latter's body trembled and his face became very ugly. Lin Xian was too strong. He wasn't a match for him at all. However, Blackwood Mountain wasn't going to sit still and wait for death. He roared, "How dare you! The city lord's birthday banquet was supposed to be a spar. How dare you use such a killer move? Are you trying to rebel?" He wanted to use this opportunity to suppress Lin Xian. Killer? Lin Xian snorted. If I wanted to kill him, he would have died long ago. I'm afraid all the experts here can see that. Your strength isn't enough, and your eyesight isn't good either. It's best if you don't jump out and embarrass yourself. Hearing this, Blackwood Mountain trembled in anger and spat out a mouthful of blood. He naturally knew that Lin Xian was holding back, but he couldn't say it out loud. Now, he was being mocked for being weak and having poor eyesight. This made him want to die. Words are useless. Now, it's your turn. Come on, let me see what kind of ability you have to yell here. Now, it's time for us to fight. Lin Xian stared at Mt. Haimu. Putting the past aside, Mt. Haimu had repeatedly pressured Lin Xian during the banquet. He even wanted to take the opportunity to pin a crime on him and get rid of Lin Xian. There was no way Lin Xian would let such an enemy go. Mt. Haimu's body trembled as fear appeared in his eyes. He was no match for Lin Xian at all. Yet, he dared to boast like that before. He originally thought that the battle between Lin Xian and the bald youth would end in a lose-lose situation. However, he did not expect it to turn out like this. He was momentarily stunned as he did not know what to do. Are you afraid now? Where's your arrogance from before? Nan Gongseng sneered. You said such bold words before and even swore in front of so many seniors. If you don't fight now, I'm afraid you'll embarrass the Haimu family. Ma Long snorted. Hearing that, the disciples of the Nangong family and Ma family mocked. They were competitors with the Haimu family. Furthermore, Mt. Haimu had repeatedly suppressed the Divine Dragon Pavilion's arena. This made them very unhappy. One should know that Lin Xian was not the only one in the Divine Dragon Pavilion's arena. Their family's disciples were there too. Therefore, they were furious. Now that they seized this opportunity, they naturally had to mock Mt. Haimu. Hearing that, the surrounding martial artists looked at the Haimu family with a different expression. Their eyes were filled with mockery and sarcasm. The faces of the Haimu family's disciples turned red. They wished they could find a hole to hide in. Elder Ansho's expression was even worse. Many elders looked at Mt. Haimu with rage in their eyes. Mt. Haimu sensed the anger in the elder's eyes and his body trembled even more. Useless thing, you brought shame to the clan. Accept the challenge. The Haimu family's elder shouted coldly. Hearing that, Mt. Haimu's face fell and he almost cried. He had the urge to curse. He did it for the family. However, the family did not care about his life and death. For the sake of their dignity, they forced him to fight Lin Xian. It gave him a feeling of abandonment. He still wanted to struggle. However, an elder coldly snorted and waved his hand. Bringing forth a gale, he pushed Mount Blackwood to the center of the stage. It seemed that in order to preserve their dignity, the Darkwood clan had decided to give up on Blackwood Mountain. Blackwood Mountain was pushed to the center of the field. He was panicking. He still wanted to escape, but Lin Xian blocked his path. The surrounding cultivators cheered even louder. What a beautiful movement technique. I didn't expect Brother Heimu to be so impatient. What a surprise. Lin Xian said with a smile. Accident my ass. MT Blackwood's expression turned extremely ugly. He was on the verge of tears. He knew that there was no point in running away now, so he might as well fight to his heart's content. In any case, he believed that Lin Xian would not dare to kill him in this kind of situation. He would only suffer a little pain. As long as he could survive this, he would definitely find his family's elders and kill Lin Xian in secret. Die, you little bastard. MT Blackwood waved both of his palms. A large amount of light surged, forming a rain of light that quickly shot forward. Lin Xian used the concept of wind to form a sword of wind and quickly slashed down. With one slash, he destroyed all of the attacks. At that moment, MT Blackwood had already retreated several dozen meters. He was wearing a purple gold armor that emitted a hazy light that wrapped around his body. At the same time, he was holding two treasured artifacts. In his left hand was a golden-colored round shield that was as heavy as a rock. In his right hand was a long blade. On the blade, a cold light shone. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary item. Among the three weapons, two of them were upper spirit rank treasured artifacts. They were extremely powerful. It seemed that MT Blackwood was extremely careful. Seeing MT Blackwood wrapped his body like a tortoise's shell, everyone laughed. This guy is truly afraid of death. Ma Rulong shook his head. Humph, he's so arrogant when he doesn't have the guts. What an idiot. Nan Gongseng sneered in disdain. Seeing MT Blackwood's actions, Lin Xian also laughed. He removed the concept of wind and replaced it with the concept of thunder. In his hand, a sword of thunder appeared. The golden-colored long sword shone with a dazzling light like the sun. The long sword was filled with a berserk power. It was the power of thunder. The concept of wind was proficient in speed and strange changes. As for the concept of thunder, it was the symbol of berserk and power. As for the sword of thunder, it was able to display the berserk power to the pinnacle. As the sword slashed down, a golden sword aura swept out. It was like a sudden clap of thunder that exploded in the air. The entire space started to boil. It was as if it could not withstand the power and started to emit buzzing sounds. In an instant, the sky was filled with thunder and lightning. The golden sword aura quickly slashed toward MT Blackwood. With MT Blackwood's strength, it was naturally impossible for him to withstand the attack. Thus, he placed all of his hopes on the two defensive treasured artifacts. He pushed his spiritual power with all his might and frantically gathered the surrounding spiritual energy. He quickly poured it into the two defensive treasured artifacts. The air surged and countless spiritual energy surged. Immediately, the purple gold battle armor and golden shield shone with light and rapidly changed. The purple gold battle armor appeared and formed many patterns that quickly covered MT Blackwood's entire body. As for the golden shield, it expanded infinitely and formed a wall of light. It stood above MT Blackwood, forming the strongest defense. Those two treasured artifacts were both high spiritual rank treasured artifacts. Thus, MT Blackwood was absolutely confident that Lin Xian would not be able to injure him. Although such a battle was somewhat dishonorable, as long as he could withstand Lin Xian's attack, everything would be worth it. Boom, the thunder sword aura struck down and collided with MT Blackwood's defense. It created an earth-shattering sound and the entire palace was nearly blown away. Struck by the berserk power, Montana Blackwood was continuously pushed back and left deep grooves on the ground. However, he finally managed to withstand Lin Xian's attack. Ha 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 ha, brat, let's see how you're going to injure me. MT Blackwood rubbed his numb arm and became arrogant again. A sneer appeared on Lin Xian's face. Everything was within his expectations. After all, those two treasured artifacts were high spiritual rank treasured artifacts. If he did not use his true strength, he would not be able to break through their defense. However, MT Blackwood was not worthy of him using his full strength. Furthermore, he had other methods to break through the defense of those two high spiritual rank treasured artifacts. Previously, he had fought against a martial artist. That martial artist knew how to use hidden power. Only a body refinement defense could withstand the defense of treasured artifacts. MT Blackwood clearly did not have a body refinement defense. Thus, this move was most suitable for him. Furthermore, Lin Xian had the Great Dragon Sword soul and could easily imitate that hidden power attack. Thus, no matter how much defense MT Blackwood used, it was completely useless. Soon, the golden sword image condensed again and slashed down fiercely. It's useless. You can't break through my defense. MT Blackwood said disdainfully. The golden sword surged and quickly slashed down again. This time, there was no earth-shattering explosion like before. The golden sword aura seemed to be sticking to the light screen. Its movement was extremely gentle. This scene stunned everyone. They did not know what Lin Xian was doing. That was because he felt a berserk aura pass through his defensive shield and slash towards him. He was shocked and confused. He could not understand how Lin Xian's sword aura could pass through his defense. But now, he could not care about that at all. He could only activate his defensive armor with all his might. Purple gold radiance flickered as the mysterious armor stuck to his body, forming a solid defense. However, none of that had any effect. In the next moment, that terrifying aura once again ignored the armor's defense and directly entered Blackwood Mountain's body. Ah! Blackwood Mountain's face twisted as he crazily screamed. Everyone was shocked. Looking at the scene before them, their hearts turned cold. This Lin Xian was too strong and decisive. He actually dared to injure Blackwood Mountain in front of so many elders of the Blackwood family. He was too bold, moreover, his attack was too strange. Even two high-grade spiritual artifacts could not defend against it. Blackwood Mountain screamed as he vomited blood and fell to the ground. He was extremely weak. Everyone from the Blackwood family was nervous. Among them, a few elders had gloomy expressions. Lin Xian really dared to attack. Wasn't he looking down on them too much? However, they could not stop all of this. They could only bring Blackwood Mountain back with gloomy expressions. Although Blackwood Mountain was vomiting blood, his injuries were not serious. This allowed the Blackwood family to breathe a sigh of relief. Damn it, I'll definitely kill you. Blackwood Mountain gritted his teeth and said. He knew that Lin Xian did not dare to be ruthless. However, he would definitely take revenge. Lin Xian shrugged with a nonchalant look on his face. However, he was sneering in his heart. Since Blackwood Mountain wanted to kill him, he naturally would not let him go. However, in front of so many people, he naturally could not be ruthless. Otherwise, those old guys from the Blackwood fort would have an excuse to attack. Thus, he had only symbolically injured Blackwood Mountain. However, he had left behind a hidden sword energy in his body. This hidden sword aura was very hidden. Unless a venerable personally investigated, no one would be able to discover it. After the birthday banquet, he would let this hidden sword aura explode. This way, he would be able to cripple Blackwood Mountain's cultivation. Moreover, even if the Blackwood clan was furious, they couldn't find any evidence. Lin Xian was confident that he could retreat safely as long as he wasn't surrounded by some old monsters at the same time. The members of the Blackwood family looked at Lin Xian with gloomy and cold expressions, but no one dared to clamor again. The reason for that was because they did not bring their best disciples with them this time. The disciples that came with them all possessed cultivations similar to those from Blackwood Mountain. Although he was strong in the eyes of others, he was nothing but trash in front of Lin Xian. If he continued to clamor, he would undoubtedly be asking for humiliation. Humph, my big brother Muya didn't come, otherwise I would have suppressed you with one hand. Black Pearl was also a little angry. After all, Lin Xian had embarrassed her family. That's right, kid. You're too arrogant. Compared to big brother Muya, you're just trash. The disciples of the Blackwood fort snorted coldly. Even though they were no match for Lin Xian, they wouldn't let Lin Xian steal the limelight either. Moreover, their clansmen, Muya, were really powerful. Lin Xian had heard of the name Muya more than once. He believed that the other party must be a peerless genius. Thinking of this, he felt a trace of excitement in his heart. A warrior like Blackwood Mountain could no longer arouse his interest. Only a more powerful opponent could make his blood boil. Hee hee, little friend, your strength is outstanding. You're just as the rumors say. At this moment, City Lord Qi said with a chuckle. City Lord is overpraising me. Lin Xian cupped his fists and said. He was a person who knew his limits. In front of a powerful supremacy like the City Lord, he would not put on a strong front. That would undoubtedly be courting death. With your strength, I believe that you'll be able to shine in the Alliance combat meet 2 months later. Alliance combat meet? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He had been in seclusion these days and did not know about this matter. However, Nan Gongseng quickly told him. This was a combat meet that was jointly held in Quicksand City. Because there were too many foreign martial artists that came during this period of time, many shocking experts had appeared. These people were all here to follow Goddess Morong. Not long ago, there was news that the major forces in the city had received orders from Goddess Morong to hold an unusual combat meet. The winner would obtain the qualifications to pursue Goddess Morong. This was undoubtedly an explosive piece of news that caused the entire Quicksand City to go crazy. Morong Qingqing was known as one of the most beautiful women in the Sky Martial continent. Moreover, she was the pearl of the Morong family. If one could obtain the favor of Morong Qingqing, not only would they be able to obtain the beauty, they would also be able to obtain the support of the Morong family. This was definitely a great harvest. One had to know that the Morong family was an extremely powerful king family. In the Sky Martial continent, they were an overlord existence. Beauty, power, these were all things that made men go crazy. Therefore, this alliance combat meet was so exciting. Moreover, in order to promote the alliance combat meet, the major families of Quicksand City also took out several treasures as rewards for the winner. One of them was the Divine Dream Bone, which was the material needed to create the Red Lotus battle armor. After Lin Xian found out about this, he made up his mind to participate in the alliance combat meet. This was because the materials needed to create the Red Lotus battle armor were extremely precious and difficult to find. Since he had encountered it this time, he could not give up, otherwise, he did not know when he would encounter it again. Overall, this birthday banquet was very successful. Not only did he obtain the City Lord's recognition, but he also knew the whereabouts of the Divine Dream Bone. It could be said that Lin Xian was very satisfied. This is great. With the City Lord, I'm afraid that no one will dare to touch our Divine Dragon Pavilion's battle arena. Nan Gongseng shouted excitedly. His dream was to make the battle arena the #1 battle arena in Quicksand City. Ma Rulong was a little worried. We should be careful. I'm afraid that the Blackwood family will not let this matter rest. Moreover, I'm afraid that Ji Tian will not let this matter rest so easily. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. If Ji Tian were to take action, it would be a little troublesome. As for the Blackwood family, he already had a feud with them. It was not something that could be resolved with 1 or 2 matters. Moreover, he did not expect to resolve it. Half a day later, the birthday banquet ended and everyone left. The Blackwood family members stared at Lin Xian and the other two with murderous intent in their eyes. Humph, the show is about to begin. Lin Xian transmitted his voice to Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong. When the two of them heard this, they revealed a surprised expression. Then, they looked at Blackwood Mountain with joy. Damn it, brat, I will never. Blackwood Mountain's face was ferocious. However, before he could finish his words, his body suddenly exploded. An extremely violent energy rampaged through his body, quickly destroying his spiritual sea cyclone. Ah! My body! Blackwood Mountain screamed in horror and immediately vomited blood. Shaner! What's going on? The Blackwood family members were shocked. They did not see anyone attack. Cultivation, that was the lifeblood of a martial artist. It was also the guarantee of everything. Only with strength could one have status and status. If one's strength and cultivation were gone, then everything would cease to exist, but now, Blackwood Mountain had been crippled. His cultivation and strength were all gone. From now on, he was nothing more than a cripple. Blackwood Mountain crazily shouted. He simply couldn't accept this reality. He knew what a cripple's fate was. His fate wouldn't be much better than a dog's. Lin Xian, it must have been Lin Xian who did this. Blackwood Mountain crazily shouted, I will kill you. The Blackwood family clan members were also filled with killing intent. Their disciple had been crippled by someone, and this was in front of their very eyes. This was the same as slapping their faces. In that instant, countless eyes locked onto Lin Xian. That damned brat. The Blackwood family clan members were enraged. Although they knew that it was Lin Xian who did this, they had no evidence. Moreover, Lin Xian had just obtained the city lord's recognition. If they touched him now, the city lord wouldn't agree. Unless they could produce irrefutable evidence that Lin Xian was the culprit. However, several elders carefully examined Blackwood Mountain's body and didn't discover anything strange. This result left them feeling even more uncomfortable. Thus, the Blackwood family clan members could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger. The surrounding martial artists were shocked. To be able to cause the people of Blackwood Fort to suffer a loss, this Lin Xian was far too skilled. It was best not to provoke such a person. Let's go. The few elders of the Blackwood family gave Lin Xian a fierce glare, then quickly left with the crowd. Let's go too. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and left with Nan Gongsang. Blackwood Mountain had received his just punishment. There was no need for him to stay. In the following days, Lin Xian lived in seclusion, preparing for the Alliance Martial Arts Tournament. He had to obtain the Divine Dream Bone no matter what. Thus, he had to obtain an extremely good ranking in this tournament. Even if he had to expose some of his hidden cards, he wouldn't hesitate. After returning from the city lord's mansion, Lin Xian consolidated his cultivation. His cultivation had reached the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm, and he was only one step away from the peak. This step was not easy. At the very least, Lin Xian was still unable to break through. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He had just broken through to the late stage and needed to consolidate his foundation. Moreover, his strength wasn't based on his cultivation, so it didn't matter if he couldn't break through for the time being. In terms of sword intent, it was still at the great accomplishment realm. However, he guessed that there should be a consummation realm above it. As for those above perfection, one would need to be a venerable one to cultivate them. In other words, in the spirit-detecting state, the strongest sword intent was complete. However, Lin Xian had asked the Dark Crimson Dragon and found out that Exalt Realm cultivators didn't cultivate intent but martial soul. In other words, above the intent realm was the martial spirit. For example, above the sword intent was the sword soul, a power that was even more powerful than the sword intent. Moreover, according to the Dark Crimson Dragon's description, the martial spirit was very important. It could be said that it determined whether a cultivator could enter the Exalt realm or not. Lin Xian was surprised when he heard this. Only by condensing the embryonic form of the martial soul would a cultivator at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm have the possibility of entering the Exalt realm. In other words, the martial spirit was a necessary condition to enter the Exalt realm. Sword soul. Lin Xian muttered. His sword intent was only at the great accomplishment realm and was still quite a distance away from the sword soul. However, he lacked the great dragon sword soul in his body, an even more powerful existence. I wonder if the great dragon sword soul belongs to the sword soul. Kid, you've only merged with the great dragon sword soul, but you haven't turned it into your own power. The Dark Crimson Dragon sneered. Right now, you can only use a little bit of its power. You can't even use 1/10,000th of the great dragon sword soul. Rubbing his head, Lin Xian knew that the Dark Crimson Dragon was telling the truth. To fully activate the great dragon sword soul, one needed an extremely high cultivation. That requirement even exceeded that of a venerable one. With Lin Xian's current cultivation, it was impossible for him to reach that level. Is there no other way? Lin Xian frowned. There is a way. The Dark Crimson Dragon rolled its eyes. What is it? Lin Xian asked anxiously. Refine the great dragon sword soul into your sword soul. Hearing this, Lin Xian rolled his eyes. That was as good as not saying anything. F***ck, kid. What's with that expression? The Dark Crimson Dragon was unhappy. You have a way? Lin Xian was puzzled. Of course. Don't you know who I am? The Dark Crimson Dragon was proud. When I was ruling the world, your ancestors weren't even born yet. What is it? Tell me. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Hee hee. The dark crimson dragon laughed sinisterly. If you want to know, beg me. You don't want to tell me? Lin Xian grabbed the little white monkey. Be careful, I'll release little white. Hearing this, the dark crimson dragon drooped its head. It was afraid of the little white monkey's claws. The dizziness made it feel disgusted. Forget it, I'll be kind and tell you for free. Disperse the power of the great dragon sword soul and leave behind its origin. Then, refine the city's origin martial spirit. This will allow you to completely possess the great dragon sword soul. Disperse the power? Lin Xian was surprised. The great dragon sword is an offensive saint technique. In the ancient times, it was the strongest saint weapon. Although only the great dragon sword soul is left, the power it contains is extremely shocking. If a real almighty person obtains it, he can split the entire sky martial continent in one sword. Split the continent in one sword? Lin Xian's eyelids twitched. He did not dare to imagine how powerful the ancient warriors were. Moreover, he was even more puzzled. How could such a powerful great dragon sword be broken? Of course, this was not the time for him to think about. Although the power of the great dragon sword soul was terrifying, Lin Xian could not use it. It was better to disperse it. This would allow him to refine the great dragon sword soul and turn it into an origin martial spirit. How can I disperse its power? Lin Xian asked. It seems that you have already made a decision. The dark red divine dragon said, I'll teach you a technique to disperse your power. This way, you can disperse the power of the great dragon sword soul. At the end, the dark red divine dragon's expression had a trace of excitement. Lin Xian frowned and looked at the dark red divine dragon with a vigilant expression. Then, he received the cultivation technique from the dark red divine dragon. After carefully studying it, Lin Xian did not find any flaws. Although he was not at ease with the dark red divine dragon, Lin Xian could not find a better way. Therefore, after thinking for a while, he decided to give it a try. According to the cultivation technique, Lin Xian began to activate it. Sure enough, the energy fluctuations in the great dragon sword soul emitted an uneasy aura. Waves of energy overflowed and spread out to Lin Xian's body, forming a substantial tide of spirit energy. It was very spectacular. The dark red divine dragon waved its dragon claws and set up a set of array around the courtyard to prevent the spirit energy from leaking out. Then, it felt the spirit energy in the air and laughed excitedly. What a powerful spirit energy! After absorbing this spirit energy, I will definitely be able to recover to my peak state. The dark red divine dragon wanted to absorb the overflowing spiritual energy to recover its cultivation. No wonder it was so attentive and even gave Lin Xian ideas for free. It was trying to secretly strengthen itself. If it really succeeded, then it would be able to recover its previous cultivation level. At that time, perhaps no one would be able to suppress it. Wooji Wooji the little white monkey was furious. It turned into a ray of white light and rushed over. Humph, little one, I've already prepared for this. The dark red divine dragon smiled proudly. Ever since the little white monkey could knock it out, it had been thinking of a countermeasure. Finally, it created a formation. It was completely possible to trap the little white monkey for a period of time with its current strength. Whoosh, a colorful light flashed. The dark red divine dragon threw out the formation and enveloped the little white monkey. The formation was very strange. It only trapped the little white monkey and limited its speed. It did not cause any harm. However, for the dark red divine dragon, it was very successful to limit the little white monkey's speed. Ha 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 ha, I'm coming. The dark red divine dragon shouted and began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Lin Xian formed a seal and entered a state of cultivation. At this moment, he was completely focused on the great dragon sword soul and did not know what was happening in the outside world. The energy in the great dragon sword soul quickly spread out. However, in the next moment, all the energy returned to his body. This change surprised Lin Xian. In the outside world, the dark red divine dragon was even more furious. It was originally absorbing the spiritual energy quickly in an attempt to recover its cultivation. However, not long after, the surrounding spiritual energy receded like the tide and entered Lin Xian's body. Damn it, what happened? Does that kid know? the dark red divine dragon was uneasy and nervous. However, after careful investigation, it found that Lin Xian did not wake up. Moreover, his handsome little face was slightly frowning. Damn, what's going on? When it found out that it was not Lin Xian's doing, the dark red divine dragon was furious. The situation was too strange. The energy had actually retreated, which made its plan fail. Woogie at the side, the little snow-white monkey mocked him mercilessly. Damn it, little guy, don't laugh. The dark red dragon was furious. Then, it stared at Lin Xian, trying to figure out what was going on. Lin Xian was also flabbergasted. The energy was coming back to him, which caught him off guard. However, what made him even more surprised was that this huge amount of energy did not flow back into the great dragon sword's soul. Instead, it entered the mysterious small sword in his body. This, Lin Xian was stunned. The small glazed sword in his body was very mysterious. It sat firmly on top of the cyclone in his spiritual sea. Even the great dragon sword's soul could not shake it. And now, it actually began to absorb the energy within the great dragon sword's soul. This was too inconceivable. In the end, Lin Xian didn't even need to use his cultivation technique as the mysterious little sword began to absorb the energy on its own. Roar! Suddenly, the great dragon sword's soul let out an unwilling roar. A low dragon's roar sounded out and reverberated within Lin Xian's body. At the same time, Lin Xian's body gave off light as countless rays of light revolved around him. F***ck, what happened? Seeing this scene, the dark red dragon exclaimed. The great dragon sword's soul went berserk. What did this brat do? The great dragon sword's soul exploded, and terrifying energy filled Lin Xian's body. Holy light sprinkled down, and a vast amount of energy surged. At this time, a mysterious energy appeared on Lin Xian's body again. It was like a demonic abyss that quickly absorbed the energy of the great dragon sword's soul. It appeared again. The dark red dragon was stunned. It didn't know that Lin Xian had a mysterious energy in his body. This brat was really strange. He actually had so many secrets on him. The two forces intertwined, and in the end, the great dragon sword's soul was suppressed. Mother dragon, what did I just see? The dark red dragon slammed the ground in disbelief. This process lasted for a long time. In the end, the two balls of light gradually disappeared. When everything returned to normal, the small courtyard regained its tranquility. It was as if everything before was just a dream. Gradually, Lin Xian still didn't open his eyes. His soul force was still in his body. At this time, the great dragon sword's soul had turned into a mini dragon. It was very cute. As for the mysterious small sword, there was still no change. It was as if the energy had no effect on it. However, in the depths of the mysterious world, there was a huge mountain in the shape of an azure dragon. From afar, it looked like a real dragon lying on the ground. Lin Xian was delighted. The great dragon sword's soul had returned to its original form. This meant that he could refine it. As long as his sword intent reached perfection, he could take the next step. The so-called martial spirit was a martial spirit formed by the fusion of the concept and the martial artist's soul force. Lin Xian already had the embryonic form of a martial spirit. As long as his concept reached perfection, he could fuse it. At that time, the great dragon sword's soul would become his origin martial spirit. Just thinking about it made him excited. According to the dark red dragon, the martial spirit was very important. Not only did it have a great impact on one's strength, but it also had a great impact on one's future path of martial arts. Therefore, when choosing a martial spirit, one must be extremely cautious. The great dragon sword's soul was a strange object between heaven and earth. If one used it as a martial spirit, it would be extremely powerful. Suppressing his joy, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Then, he saw the dark red dragon with an uneasy look on its face. Hee, kid, you're awake. The dark red dragon crossed its dragon claws. Well, I'm thirsty. I'm going to drink some water. Stop. Lin Xian said with a smile. He realized that the dark red dragon was too abnormal. This guy must have done something shameful. Woogie, the snow-white monkey ran over and jumped in front of Lin Xian. It started to gesture. Seeing the vivid description, the dark red dragon had a guilty look on its face while Lin Xian's face darkened. Damn it, I was tricked. Lin Xian was very unhappy. He had almost been tricked by this ruffian dragon. Fortunately, he had the mysterious small sword in his body. Otherwise, this guy would have succeeded. If the dark red dragon recovered its cultivation, he was afraid that the first one to suffer would be him. Lin Xian's eyes lit up as he looked at the dark red dragon. Hee hee, little Xian, let's talk nicely. The dark red dragon laughed dryly. Its face was very ugly. From now on, I'll restrain your primal young stone. Lin Xian's face turned cold. What? The dark red dragon jumped up. The primal young stone was a good thing. It could help it condense its dragon essence again. This thing is its lifeblood. However, it quickly became listless. It had just tricked Lin Xian. Lin Xian must be angry. It was already good that Lin Xian didn't torture it immediately. Forget it. I'll wait until this kid calms down. The dark red dragon looked depressed. Lin Xian sighed inwardly. This ruffian dragon really needed to be taught a lesson. Otherwise, it would be tricked again. In the following days, Lin Xian continued to temper his sword intent. He wanted to reach the peak as soon as possible so that he could condense a martial spirit. While Lin Xian was cultivating his sword intent, something happened at the Divine Dragon Pavilion's arena. Nan Gongseng hurried over to look for Lin Xian. This is so infuriating, so infuriating. Nan Gongseng screamed. What's wrong? What happened? Lin Xian asked. The Colosseum has been challenged by someone. Even Ma Rulong is injured. What? Rulong is injured? Lin Xian was shocked. He knew Ma Rulong's strength. He was considered a top-notch existence. If even Ma Rulong was injured, one could only imagine how strong the opponent was. Brother Xian, you don't know. This is definitely against our arena. Damn it, Qi Tian and the Darkwood clan brought experts here to challenge us. They're clearly going against our Colosseum. Nan Gongseng was furious. Lin Xian's face darkened when he heard this. It was the Darkwood clan again, and Qi Tian was also involved. Lin Xian knew that this was definitely not the governor's idea. It was most likely Qi Tian's personal jealousy. This was because Qi Tian had clearly stood on the Darkwood clan's side and suppressed them during the birthday banquet. And now, he actually brought people to pick a fight. This was simply looking down on them. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Due to the governor's relationship, he would not touch Qi Tian for the time being. However, he would definitely not let the Darkwood clan and their warriors go. Wait, I'll go too. The dark red dragon held. It would not miss such a show. Nan Gongseng was already used to this talking red snake. He pulled Lin Xian and ran towards the arena. At this moment, the Xingxing Longxian's arena was in chaos. The staff were panicking. Seeing Nan Gongseng and the others return, they were relieved. Young Master Xing, young Master Lin, you're back. What's the situation? Lin Xian asked. The people who came to challenge us have left. They said that they will come again tomorrow. Young Master Rulong is injured, so I temporarily closed the arena. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Then, the deacon led the way. Soon, they entered an exquisite bedroom. You're here. When Ma Rulong saw Lin Xian and Nan Gongseng, he struggled to get up from the bed. Don't move. You haven't recovered yet. Lin Xian walked over and supported Ma Rulong. Then, he took out a few pills and fed them to Ma Rulong. The quality of these pills might not be as good as the best pills outside, but their healing effects were definitely top-notch. Sure enough, not long after, Ma Rulong's complexion improved a lot. Who was it that could injure you? Lin Xian frowned. Luo Lai, the outstanding talent of the Sand region. He is extremely powerful. Rumor has it that he has never been defeated since his debut. Moreover, he has comprehended the metal attribute. His attack power is extremely powerful. Luo Lai. Lin Xian repeated the name, committing it to memory. Metal attribute attacks, he has never been defeated. It seems that the opponent is indeed very powerful. No wonder he was able to injure Ma Rulong. Have a good rest. Leave the rest to us, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Then, he and Nan Gongseng left. Brother Xian, how is it? Are you confident? Nan Gongseng asked after they came out. He is very nervous now. Ma Rulong has already fallen from the top 2 experts of the martial arts arena. Now, only Lin Xian is left. If Lin Xian also loses, then the martial arts arena will not be able to hold on. At that time, they might end up like the Wang family's martial arts arena. Don't worry, there won't be a problem. Lin Xian smiled indifferently. Although Luo Lai is rumored to be very powerful, he is not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, his cultivation has increased recently and his strength has increased again. Therefore, he is confident in this battle. That night, Lin Xian stayed in the martial arts arena. He knows that the other party will not let this matter rest and will come again. Sure enough, the next day, Qi Tian brought a group of people to the martial arts arena again. The leader is Qi Tian and a young man with a gloomy face. He is the disciple of the Darkwood family, He Muyue. Behind them were 7 extremely powerful martial artists. Each of them had an abnormally powerful aura, as if they were gods of war. Seeing this group of people, the people in the martial arts arena looked nervous. Many of the warriors felt bitter. They were still injured by these people yesterday. And now, they are here again. Hee, I'm afraid the martial arts arena of the Divine Dragon Pavilion will become history today. He Muyue's face was ferocious. Their Darkwood family was humiliated by Lin Xian a few days ago. Today, they can finally get back at him. Thinking of this, he felt a sense of relief. Let's go. He Muyue waved his hand. He and Qi Tian led a group of powerful warriors into the martial arts arena of the Divine Dragon Pavilion. Soon, all the warriors in Quicksand City knew about it. Many people came to watch. They already knew about what happened at the Divine Dragon Pavilion. At this moment, most of them came to watch the show. Among them were many disciples of the Wang family. These people looked ferocious. They wanted to see the destruction of the martial arts arena of the Divine Dragon Pavilion with their own eyes. Seeing more and more people rushing into the martial arts arena, Nan Gongseng's face was gloomy. Today's battle was crucial. If they lost, the martial arts arena would not be able to establish itself in Quicksand City. These days, after Nan Gongseng's development, the martial arts arena of the Divine Dragon Pavilion was running well. It also attracted many warriors to hold down the fort. Although these warriors were powerful, they were much weaker compared to a peerless genius like Luo Lai. Therefore, many of the warriors in the martial arts arena were beaten up badly yesterday. Looking at the warriors who were beaten up, Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He gave each warrior a healing elixir and asked them to recuperate. Then, he said in a deep voice, "You don't have to fight today. Just watch." Hearing that, everyone was shocked and looked at Lin Xian. They all knew that this young man was powerful. Originally, they only wanted Lin Xian to fight against the Sand region's outstanding talent, Luo Lai. However, they did not expect that Lin Xian would take over all the battles. Don't worry. I will avenge all the suffering you have suffered. Lin Xian clenched his fists and said in a sonorous voice. Remember, no one can bully our martial arts arena of the Divine Dragon Pavilion. Hearing that, everyone's hearts trembled. They looked at Lin Xian and felt their blood boil. They were the most dazzling and tragic group of warriors in the martial arts arena. Usually, they would be well taken care of. However, once they failed, they would be mercilessly kicked out of the martial arts arena. However, although they were defeated this time, Lin Xian and the rest did not make things difficult for them. They even gave them top-notch elixirs to heal their injuries. Now, they even wanted to avenge them. Thinking of this, they were excited. They all felt that entering the martial arts arena of the Divine Dragon Pavilion was the best choice. Young Master Lin, we believe in you. Young Master Lin, go for it. Defeat them all. Trash from the Divine Dragon Pavilion's arena, come out now. I'm here again. Trash, come out and face your death. One after another, extremely arrogant voices rang out and reverberated in the air above the arena. The crowd was shocked. It seemed like the Divine Dragon Pavilion's arena was in for a bad time. Haimei Yu and Qi Tian led their men and stood arrogantly in the arena, looking down on everyone. At that moment, Lin Xian and Nan Gongseng led a group of martial artists out. They were very quiet, but there was a murderous aura around them. Lin Xian, you're really here. Haimei Yu and Qi Tian looked ferocious when they saw Lin Xian. Kid, today is the day you die. There's no need for the Divine Dragon Pavilion's arena to exist anymore. Humph, don't think that you'll be safe and sound after pleasing the governor. The governor won't interfere with the younger generation's affairs. The group of people sneered as if they had everything under control. Upon hearing that, the people of the Divine Dragon Pavilion were infuriated, while Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He never expected the governor to protect everything. He would be satisfied as long as he could intimidate those old guys. As for the younger generation, he was never afraid of anyone. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled into a cold smile. These people were really arrogant. However, he would make them pay the price. I'm here. Show me what you've got. Lin Xian floated to the arena and said loudly. Go to hell. In the next moment, a burly man came out from behind Haimei Yu and dashed toward the arena. At the same time, he drew the long saber from his back and slashed down. The dazzling saber gleam tore through the sky like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, the horrifying saber gleam slashed toward Lin Xian. How terrifying! The crowd was shocked. This was definitely an elite among the ultimate powerhouses. They did not expect the Haimei family to be such a powerful person. As the crowd exclaimed, Lin Xian raised his arm. He put two fingers together and pinched the saber gleam in the air. Arrogant! You're courting death. Seeing Lin Xian's behavior, Haimei Yu and the others sneered. The surrounding crowd was also shocked. This kind of attack could already kill a peak spirit detecting cultivator. Although Lin Xian was strong, wasn't using two fingers a bit too much, the burly man became even more furious. He roared angrily and exerted even more strength. How dare he underestimate him? He would make them pay the price. The sword-wielding man was furious. No one dared to look down on him. Those who dared to look down on him had already paid the price in blood. Clang, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Lin Xian stretched out two fingers and easily caught the resplendent blade light. He exerted a little force, and the blade light emitted a cracking sound. Then, it cracked and turned into a rain of light. What? That's impossible. Everyone was shocked. The blade-wielding man was even more terrified. His blade was extremely sharp, and a normal peak spirit detecting martial artist would die upon contact. However, Lin Xian was able to easily shatter his attack with just two fingers. Is he still human? After shattering the opponent's attack with two fingers, Lin Xian bent his fingers and flicked out a sword wave. The sword wave was as fast as the wind and as powerful as lightning. It quickly struck the burly man's chest and sent him flying. The burly man spat out blood and flew back. There was a terrifying sword hole in his chest. All of this happened in an instant. By the time the crowd regained their senses, the battle was already over. How terrifying. As expected of a genius with 10 consecutive victories. Everyone exclaimed. Haimei Yu and Qi Tian's expressions were gloomy. They hadn't seen him for a few days, but he seemed to have become even stronger. They had never heard of such a speed of improvement before. Qi Tian clenched his teeth and said, "Damn you, is he even human?" The burly man just now was even stronger than his battle servant, but such an expert was still easily defeated. This made him feel like he was going crazy. Haimei Yu's face was gloomy as he shouted, "Go, kill him." Suddenly, another warrior quickly rushed out with a long spear in his hand. He stabbed out with the spear, and the spear light was like a silver waterfall. It produced a thunderous sound in the void. The air was like a wave that was mercilessly cut open and flew to both sides. Everyone was horrified. This warrior was too powerful. His aura seemed to be able to tear the sky apart. Whoosh, looking at the spear user rushing over, Lin Xian bent his fingers and flicked out another sword wave. Bang, the sword wave was like lightning and instantly hit the spear head. Suddenly, the void was like boiling water, trembling violently. What followed was a terrifying explosion. The spear user was forced back. He moved horizontally in the void with a look of horror. Lin Xian didn't stop. His fingers flicked out another sword wave. Chi-chi, ripples appeared in the void. It was mercilessly cut open, and there were even terrifying cracks in some places. Everyone's expression changed. Lin Xian was too powerful. Facing such a powerful opponent, he didn't even move an inch. He only flicked out 2 sword waves and repelled his opponent. This kind of powerful technique was definitely rare in the world. Moreover, what shocked everyone even more was that this youth was only 18 years old, and his cultivation was only at the late stage of the spirit detecting realm. However, most ultimate warriors were no match for him. This kind of person was definitely a heaven-defying existence. In the void, the spear user was still retreating. He was hit by the second sword wave that Lin Xian flicked out and slid back dozens of feet. His armor, which had been shining with holy light, had now dimmed. It was easy to imagine just how powerful the attack had been. Moreover, the sword wave was too powerful. It contained a terrifying sword intent that made his blood boil, and blood kept flowing from the corner of his mouth. "This is the expert you found?" Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. "You have the nerve to cause trouble with this little strength?" Lin Xian stood on the stage and looked down at He Muyue and Qi Tian. His eyes were full of contempt. Damn it, damn it. He Muyue and Qi Tian were furious. Their faces were pale, and their bodies trembled. They emitted a biting cold killing intent. Damn it, this is too much. They brought a group of experts here. They originally wanted to take down Lin Xian and destroy the Divine Dragon Pavilion's arena to relieve the resentment in their hearts. However, they didn't expect to lose 2 matches in a row as soon as they arrived. Moreover, they were mercilessly despised in public. This feeling was very embarrassing. "Ah, kid, go to hell." The spear user was furious. He roared into the sky, and an even more violent aura rose from his body. He became one with his spear, forming a terrifying aura. With a thrust of his spear, the spiritual energy in the sky was driven, forming a ferocious roaring dragon that enveloped the surroundings. Wherever it passed, cracks appeared on the ground. The windows, tables, and chairs on both sides were all turned into powder. This spear was the full force of the spear user's attack. In the face of such a violent attack, Lin Xian's expression was cold. He repeated his previous actions, flicking out sword waves one after another. Ka ka ka. Lin Xian flicked his fingers and shot out sword waves one after another, all of which were aimed at the spearman. Every wave of sword energy pierced through the void, forcing the spearman to retreat. In the end, his body was filled with terrifying sword holes. Poof, the spearman fell to the ground, severely injured. Blood splattered everywhere. This was too shocking. That spearman was extremely powerful, especially that spear attack just now. It could definitely pierce through any ultimate warrior. There were probably not many people present who could withstand it. However, such a powerhouse was still defeated by Lin Xian. And it was a crushing defeat. A bunch of trash. Is this what gives you two the right to be so arrogant? Lin Xian shouted angrily, looking disdainfully at everyone. He Muyue and Qi Tian were trembling with anger. This was a slap to their faces. Luo Lai, kill him. Qi Tian screamed, his face ferocious. He was about to go crazy. Only Lin Xian's death could calm him down. A young man walked out. He was tall and wore a red robe, like the sun. His expression was cold, but there was a hint of ruthlessness between his brows. It was frightening. Luo Lai, it's really him. The outstanding talent of the Sand region, the undefeated legend. I didn't expect such a talent to appear. Everyone gasped in shock. They had no choice. Luo Lai's reputation was too great. He was like the scorching sun, high up in the sky, pressuring them until they could not breathe. Although Luo Lai was not among the 4 great prodigies, everyone knew that his strength was not inferior to any of them. At least, according to what they knew, he had never been defeated. Among those of the same level, he had almost instantly defeated his opponents. Even some of the powerful elders had been defeated by him. Such a person could be said to be a top powerhouse. Other than the few recognized prodigies, There were probably only 1 or 2 people in the entire sand region who could match him. As for whether Lin Xian could match him, they did not know. Lin Xian, you're not bad. You're the first person I've seen who has such combat strength at the late stage of cultivation, Luo Lai said calmly. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Luo Lai to give such an evaluation of Lin Xian. Qi Tian was also stunned. He frowned. What was Luo Lai doing? He actually praised the other party. He was dissatisfied, but he didn't show it. Luo Lai was a top-notch expert, but he was not his servant. The two of them only had a business relationship, and their status was equal. Therefore, he could only watch. However, with your strength, you have no chance of winning against me. Luo Lai's voice was calm as if he was talking about something very normal. Admitting defeat is the best and wisest choice for you. With a calm expression, he looked at Lin Xian. Even though he had never displayed any arrogant and domineering behavior from the beginning to the end, his calm words revealed an unquestionable tone. This was not a suggestion, but an order. Everyone was shocked. If someone else had said something like this, they might have laughed because Lin Xian would definitely have slapped them. However, Luo Lai was different. No one would doubt his words. Qi Tian smiled. This was the effect he wanted. Humph, kid, in front of Luo Lai, you can only wait for your death. He Muyue was also relieved. You are very confident. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. However, it seems that you are overconfident. You are wrong. My words have always been accurate. Luo Lai's eyes shone brightly. You will soon know that everything will go according to my plan. Come, I am looking forward to the result of this battle. Lin Xian's body also shone brightly. He immediately activated his sword intent. This time, he felt an unprecedented pressure from Luo Lai. It was obvious that Luo Lai was a strong opponent. That pressure was definitely not weaker than Xin Yaoyan's. Humph, stubborn. Luo Lai snorted. He was disdainful of Lin Xian's stubbornness. It seemed that only by using his fist would he be able to wake him up. Whoosh, Luo Lai took a step forward. His body suddenly exploded with an imposing aura. A ball of blazing light, like a blood-red sun, suddenly exploded. His fist blasted out, carrying an extremely strong force. It instantly blasted towards Lin Xian. This fist was as fast as thunder. Coupled with the strong force, it directly stunned everyone. Lin Xian's expression was cold. The sword light in his eyes flickered. The sword intent in his body exploded, setting off a strong aura. Like a peerless divine sword unsheathed, it was unstoppable. That swift and fierce stance caused the surrounding martial artists to be aghast. Sword intent, it is actually sword intent. Oh my god, it is the third concept. This is too heaven-defying. Everyone was shocked. They had already seen Lin Xian's wind and thunder concepts. However, no one expected him to have a third concept. Moreover, it was an extremely rare sword intent. This sword intent is so sharp. It definitely surpasses the previous 2 concepts. Could this be Lin Xian's true strength? No wonder he is not afraid of Luo Lai. Everyone was shocked. They had never seen a genius who had comprehended 3 concepts. Humph. Luo Lai snorted coldly. A cold light flickered in his eyes. It was like a sharp blade that slashed across the void. His opponent had actually concealed his strength. This surprised him and angered him even more. He would let Lin Xian know what it meant to be an undefeatable king. The light on his body became even brighter. Rays of golden light shone and covered his entire body, giving off a metallic texture. A cold metallic aura emanated from his body, making him look like a King Kong. Swoosh, in the void, a bright sword chi flashed across and quickly slashed towards Luo Lai. Boom. Boom boom, an earth-shattering sound reverberated, causing the entire arena to collapse. Nan Gongxing was shocked. He quickly brought his men to reinforce the defensive array to prevent the violent energy from leaking out. This sword slashed viciously on Luo Lai's body. However, it was like metal clashing against stone, giving off a clanging sound. Luo Lai was like a King Kong war god. His body was extremely tough and he took Lin Xian's sword head-on. Shocking, too shocking, Luo Lai's body was probably stronger than an upper spiritual rank defensive weapon. However, it did not leave a single scratch on his body. However, Luo Lai's heart sank. His opponent's sword essence had exceeded his expectations. It was extremely sharp and it caused his blood to churn. If he did not have the powerful King Kong flame demon body, he would not have been able to take that sword. However, this made him even more furious. A lad could actually threaten him. He could not let such a person live. Flaming metal fist. Luo Lai threw out a punch. The golden light was like a blade as it rushed towards Lin Xian. The aura was fierce and it did not belong to Lin Xian's sword essence at all. An absolute expert, Luo Lai's every move was extremely powerful. His sharpness far exceeded that of an ordinary swordsman. This must be the power brought about by the metal spiritual energy. Lin Xian did not dare to be careless. He swung out his long sword and the power of wind and lightning merged to form a wind and lightning sword chi. Wind and lightning cut. Countless wind and lightning forces intertwined to form a huge wind and lightning sword chi that shone in the air. As the sword slashed down, the huge sword aura seemed to split open the void. With a sharp aura, it whizzed towards Luo Lai. The power of this sword was terrifying. The sword essence it contained was even more terrifying. In an instant, the space where Luo Lai was seemed to have been split open. The sword aura of countless thin swords was extremely violent. Feeling the terror of this sword, Luo Lai's face turned gloomy. He shouted and waved his fists. The golden light on his body shone brightly. Metal element fist. He used the power of metal. The metal runes on the surface of his body shone with golden light and clanged. His fist blasted out and exploded the area. The entire defensive light screen trembled rapidly as if it could not withstand it. The sword aura and the fist shadow collided and burst out with monstrous energy. The two forces did not give way to each other and were in a stalemate. What a strong sword essence. It can actually withstand my metal element fist. Luo Lai was shocked. He comprehended the concept of metal and his body contained the power of metal. It could be said that his attack power was extremely strong. Among the younger generation in the entire Sand region, there were few who could match him. However, this powerful punch did not shatter his opponent's sword aura. It was almost split open by his opponent. This Lin Xian was indeed more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. At this moment, Lin Xian shouted. Explode. Rumble, the wind and lightning sword aura exploded and produced a destructive energy that instantly annihilated Luo Lai. In an instant, the entire arena was filled with wind and lightning. The sea of lightning spread and was terrifying. Fortunately, there was a defensive light screen. Otherwise, the entire arena would have been turned into dust. Looking at the destructive energy, the crowd was shocked. These two people were too terrifying. If there were no restrictions, they could have destroyed half of the city in an instant. Even with the defensive light screen, the martial artists still felt their hearts palpitate. Boom, a golden pillar of light burst forth, stirring up the explosive energy. Luo Lai's figure appeared. His body was shining with golden light like a god of war. However, his face was extremely gloomy. The explosion just now had threatened him. Although he was not injured in the end, he was at a disadvantage. Kid, you have completely angered me. Luo Lai's expression was ferocious. He was like a ferocious beast that was quickly awakening. Lin Xian held his sword. His aura was even sharper. Such an opponent was what he longed for. Metal element fist, sky splitter. Luo Lai waved his fist again. The golden radiance was like thousands of swords, forming a huge air current that surged towards Lin Xian. Wherever it passed, the air was torn apart like a piece of cloth. This is one of the killing moves of the Fist of Metal. Looks like Luo Lai is going to go all out. Everyone to Luo Lai, Qi Tian and Luo Lai. Lin Xian was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. His pupils shrank as he felt the surging power in front of him. That power was too powerful. That golden flood was like a sun, carrying with it a blazing aura. The sharpness in it was even more powerful, and it seemed to be no weaker than his sword intent. Metal Luo different intents would contain different amounts of energy. The metal intent was the main offensive element. That was why Luo Lai's attack was so powerful. However, how could Lin Xian be afraid? He was someone who possessed an offensive saint art like the great dragon sword spirit. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and he looked like a peerless sword immortal. His entire body exuded spiritual power and sword intent. Luo 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 Luo. Heaven sealing sword. Since his opponent's attack was Sky Splitter, he would seal the sky. Lin Xian held the wind shadow sword and rushed out. His long sword swung, forming a sword screen. In the void, a curved sword screen was formed, covering half the sky. Countless sword auras intertwined within the screen, forming a strangulation technique. The sword screen fell and covered the golden torrent. Suddenly, an ear-piercing sound could be heard in the void. In an instant, the two forces collided fiercely, and small cracks appeared in the void. A piercing demonic sound could be heard. It was the sound of sword auras slicing through the air. Luo 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 roared like a giant beast. The sharp impact seemed to break the sword screen. Behind Luo Luo Lai roared. His body shone with golden light. Endless spiritual energy rolled and quickly merged with the golden torrent. The metal element fist seemed to be nourished and became even more violent. Lin Xian's sword veil kept retreating as it was being squeezed out of shape. Seeing this, everyone was shocked and speechless. On the other hand, Qi Tian and the rest smiled with satisfaction. Feeling Luo Lai's strength, Lin Xian's eyes darkened. Then, he raised his long sword and shouted. Wind Lightning Dragon. Roar, a deep roar could be heard, shaking the surroundings. The sword screen rotated and changed in the air, forming a wind lightning dragon. The dragon head was ferocious. It roared at the sky and a powerful force exploded. The wind lightning dragon roared and rushed forward. Its huge dragon claws tore everything in front of it apart. Chi, the claw tore the metal element fist into a terrifying crack. What? It was torn apart. Everyone was shocked. The powerful fist of metal was actually torn apart. Luo Lai's pupil shrank. The power of the wind lightning dragon shocked him. While he was in a daze, his opponent had completely destroyed his metal element fist. Humph, golden flame wave. Seeing the wind lightning dragon charging at him, Luo Lai revealed a sinister smile. His right fist turned into a palm. On his palm, a thick golden ball appeared. The golden ball was small, but it emitted a monstrous energy. The moment it appeared, everyone trembled. He waved his hand. The golden ball spun and a golden light wave flew out as fast as lightning. The void rippled. The golden light beam flickered like the sharpest spear in the world, piercing forward. Roar, the wind lightning light dragon was pierced and instantly exploded. Violent energy overflowed, but it couldn't stop the golden light wave. On the surface of the golden light beam, there were balls of golden flames burning. The scorching energy distorted the void. Lin Xian's expression changed. This golden light was enough to threaten him. He didn't take it head-on. Instead, he used his mystical footwork and dodged with extreme speed. At the same time, the wind concept played its greatest role, forming a green airflow under his feet. Whoosh, at this moment, Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. The golden light beam brushed past him. The terrifying energy made his blood boil. But fortunately, he dodged it. Puff, the golden light beam leaped and didn't slow down. It quickly hit the defensive light screen. However, the light screen only lasted for a moment. It couldn't withstand it and shattered. Behind him, Nan Gongxing and the rest were shocked. The light beam was coming toward them. The entire arena fell into fear. They couldn't escape, and they didn't have the strength to resist. Facing such an attack, Lin Xian didn't choose to take it head-on. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Seeing this, Luo Lai revealed a sinister smile. Originally, he was depressed that Lin Xian could dodge his killer move. But now, it seemed to be more interesting. The golden flame wave was extremely powerful. It hit the defensive light screen and tore it apart. Moreover, the terrifying light wave rushed towards Nan Gongxing and the others. If they were hit, Nan Gongxing and the others in the casino would be turned into ashes. Seeing this scene, Qi Tian Xiao, Mu Yu and the others laughed wildly, their faces sinister. Although they didn't expect this result, they were overjoyed. Lin Xian's face changed when he saw this. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen if this attack hit. Perhaps those people would leave him forever. After these days of interaction, he had already treated Nan Gongseng as a brother. Now that his brother was in trouble, he couldn't ignore it. With a roar, Lin Xian didn't hide his strength anymore. He unleashed all of his spiritual energy. He used the illusory demonic steps to the extreme. His body disappeared in the air as he flew quickly. However, the golden light was too fast. It reached Nan Gongseng and the others in the blink of an eye. Not enough. Faster. Faster. Lin Xian roared. He didn't want to see a tragedy happen. With a roar, the spiritual energy in his body exploded again. At the same time, the wind and thunder essences formed a pair of wind and thunder wings on his back. The wind and thunder wings flapped and the two essences exploded. Together with his extreme movement technique, his speed broke through the limit. In an instant, he was beside Nan Gongseng and the others. Run! Lin Xian waved his hand and formed a palm of light that pushed Nan Gongseng and the others away. As for himself, he was facing the terrifying golden flame wave. Lin Xian! Nan Gongseng retreated to a safe distance. When he saw this, he roared crazily. He wanted to rush forward, but the terrifying golden flame wave had already swallowed Lin Xian. No! Nan Gongseng roared crazily. His handsome face was filled with pain. The group of people behind him also roared angrily. They were unwilling to accept this. In order to save them, Lin Xian put himself in great danger. This made them extremely grateful. At the same time, they were filled with regret. Brother Xian, why are you so stupid? Nan Gongseng was in pain. He didn't dare to imagine the consequences of being hit. He was in extreme pain. It was as if he had lost his soul. Luo Lai. If my brother gets hurt, I won't let you off easily, Nan Gongseng roared as he glared at the golden figure in the sky. You? You're not qualified. Luo Lai sneered, completely ignoring Nan Gongseng's threat. Down below, Qi Tianxiao, Muyu Shua, and the others laughed loudly. Great! This scourge is finally gone. If he was hit by that terrifying golden flame wave, even if he didn't die, he would definitely be seriously injured. When the time came, they would definitely be able to take the other party's life with a few stabs. Up ahead, golden light flickered and raging flames burned. All of the nearby buildings were destroyed, forming a terrifying scene. Not only that, but that space had also fallen into an extremely unstable state, as if it could collapse at any moment. At this moment, a ray of red light shone like a red sun, piercing through the clouds. What? Everyone was shocked as they stared ahead. Luo Lai's face was also gloomy because he could sense that Lin Xian's aura had not weakened. In fact, it had become even stronger. This is impossible. Luo Lai did not believe that no one could resist the golden flame wave head-on, not even a prodigy. However, the aura in front of him made him more and more uneasy. Originally, that space was extremely unstable. Golden light and raging flames burned, forming a cloud-like energy that enveloped everything. However, at this moment, a ball of red light pierced through the clouds as if a red sun had risen. The red light intertwined to form a red lotus that was born from the flames. It was extremely dazzling. As soon as the red lotus appeared, the surrounding golden flames suddenly dimmed. They did not even dare to approach it. What is that? Everyone was shocked. They could not believe that there was such a powerful red lotus in the world. However, an even more shocking scene unfolded. From the huge red lotus shadow, a figure slowly walked out. The figure was slender and exuded a majestic aura. It was as if an immortal king had crossed time and space. As the figure walked out, the red lotus shadow in the sky quickly condensed and finally imprinted itself on the figure. Finally, the figure was completely revealed in front of everyone. Black wind fluttered, and his eyes were filled with determination. He was wearing a fiery red battle suit with a red lotus blooming on it. It was incomparably beautiful. Lin Xian, he's still alive, the crowd exclaimed. Heavens, he's not injured. He took the golden flame wave head-on and didn't suffer any damage. I'm afraid no one in the spirit detecting realm can do that. Who is this guy? How can he have such a powerful defense? Luo Lai also had a face of disbelief. He did not believe that his killing move would fail. However, everything in front of him had subverted his understanding. Damn it, what is that Red Lotus battle suit? Luo Lai's face was ferocious. Even a high-grade spiritual treasure could not have such a powerful defense. Unless it was an even higher grade spiritual treasure, however, spiritual treasures were extremely rare. Even supremacies might not have one. How could a late-stage spirit-detecting realm cultivator have such a treasure? Luo Lai was shocked and puzzled. He could not understand. Down below, Qi Tian, Mount Kirawood and the others all had terrified expressions on their faces. As they looked at Lin Xian's silhouette, they revealed terrified expressions. This person was too powerful. He was definitely a peerless genius on par with Loli. This was especially true for Qi Tian. He was filled with regret. He could not provoke such an outstanding person, even if he was from the city lord's mansion. One had to know that as long as such a genius did not die, he would definitely enter the supremacy realm and become a powerful expert. Therefore, the city lord's mansion would not provoke such a person. You dare to hurt my brother? No one can save you. Lin Xian wore the Red Lotus battle suit and looked like a fiery war god. His voice rang out in the air like countless sharp swords stabbing into everyone's hearts. Stop boasting. Defeat me first. Luo Lai coldly snorted. Although his opponent's defense was powerful, he would not be afraid. After all, he was the undefeatable king of the entire Sand region. Other than those few geniuses, no one was his match. Golden light flickered on Luo Lai's body and formed a golden battle suit that covered his body. On the battle suit, there were layers of flames that flickered, making him look extraordinary. Brat, I'm tired of playing with you. Go to hell. Luo Lai raised his right hand and golden light flickered on his palm. A golden spear quickly condensed in the air. The light it emitted was even more dazzling than the sun. Radiant spear. This is Luo Lai's famous battle skill. Everyone exclaimed. Rumor has it that he once used this radiant spear to kill an extremely powerful elder. The spear of light was unstoppable and could kill opponents stronger than itself. Luo Lai wielded the spear of light like a killing god. The terrifying aura caused everyone to tremble. Brat, you can die peacefully after forcing me to use this move. Luo Lai was very confident. This was the technique that made him famous and was also one of his strongest killing moves. Under this move, no one could block it. Lin Xuexuan's expression turned cold as he felt the powerful force coming from the other side. The Red Lotus battle armor on his body shone with a demonic light. Spiritual energy fluctuated in front of him and quickly condensed into a long sword that floated in the air. It was a blood-red longsword. The moment it appeared, the air was filled with blood-red killing intent. It was as if the entire space had turned into hell. Sword of slaughter. Facing a strong opponent like Luo Lai, Lin Xian did not hold back. Lin Xian was like an Asura from hell with his blood-red armor and blood-red longsword. He was filled with killing intent. Below, everyone was shocked. They trembled and quickly retreated. The auras of the two were too shocking. It was not something they could withstand. Luo Lai floated in the air with the spear of light in his hand. He looked extraordinary, but his heart was filled with shock. The opponent's blood-red longsword was too tyrannical. It made his heart jump. Moreover, the aura was not any weaker than his spear of light. Damn it, how could this brat have such a powerful martial skill? Luo Lai was furious. A martial artist at the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm not only had a powerful defense, but also a shocking attack. This was hard for him to accept. If he did not get rid of this person, it would only take a few years for him to completely surpass him. He would not allow such a person to exist, therefore, at this moment, it was not only for the agreement with Qi Tian. Luo Lai's killing intent sword. He was determined to get rid of Lin Xian. Die. As the spear of light descended, it was like a blazing sun streaking through the void, shattering the void wherever it passed. A large number of houses collapsed. Half of the arena was destroyed and turned into dust. This attack was too powerful. It was like a meteor crashing into the ground. The terrifying power spread out in all directions. The people below screamed and fled the arena. Those martial artists who were too slow were swept by the blazing light and vomited blood in the air. Seeing the spear of light rushing towards him, Lin Xian coldly snorted. He held the sword of slaughter tightly and slowly slashed to the left. This sword seemed to be very slow, but it contained shocking killing intent. The blood-red sword chi struck down, and boundless killing intent spread out, surging out like waves. Wherever it passed, everything was annihilated. This was the sword of slaughter, which represented a powerful blood-red killing intent. At this moment, Lin Xian faced Luo Lai with murderous intent in his heart. He displayed the essence of this sword completely. More than half of the void was dyed red, and the entire arena was sent flying. Countless rocks fell from the sky. Boom, the blood-red sword chi and the golden spear collided in the air, and then a dazzling light burst out. Balls of berserk energy quickly moved, forming an incomparably huge energy ball that enveloped the entire area. Everything that was touched by the energy ball was turned into ashes. And it was like the end of the world. It was terrifying. This scene caused a sensation throughout the entirety of Quicksand City. Countless cultivators looked over, horrified expressions on their faces. Suddenly, a colorful light lit up in the air. A rectangular colorful light pillar quickly descended and covered the terrifying energy ball. At the same time, Luo Lai and Lin Xian were covered. This colorful energy pillar formed an enclosed space for the battle. The Venerable has made his move. Everyone was terrified. The colorful aura not only represented the Venerable, but it was also a symbol of status. The city lord had made his move, however, he did not stop the two from fighting. He only separated the two to prevent Quicksand City from being destroyed again. Everyone fled and hid in a safe place to watch the battle. Inside the colorful defensive space, the violent energy was rampant. The entire space was gray and abnormally chaotic. At this moment, a shocking blood-red light pierced through the sky like a rainbow. Following it was a violent blood-red killing aura. The sword of slaughter, in the violent energy, it rose up again. It slashed forward with the intent to destroy everything. The golden spear was sent flying. It screeched in the air and flew out. At the same time, Luo Lai groaned and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The spear of light was sent flying? How is this possible? The spectating martial artists were shocked. That is Luo Lai's famous martial skill. It is also a martial skill that can kill high-level martial artists. However, such a powerful martial skill was defeated by Lin Xian. What is that blood-red longsword? Even the spear of light was sent flying. This Lin Xian is too scary. We can't provoke him. After sending the spear of light flying, Lin Xian's fighting spirit increased. He held the sword of slaughter and quickly attacked. The blood-red sword aura slashed toward Luo Lai. At this moment, Lin Xian turned into a killing god, killing in all directions. Luo Lai could not withstand the shocking blood-red killing aura and could only dodge quickly. However, Lin Xian was faster. With a slash, the terrifying sword aura enveloped Luo Lai. Open for me! Luo Lai shouted angrily. The terrifying energy in his body surged and his whole body turned into metal. He could not escape and could only take it head-on. He punched out with both fists that shone with a metallic luster. They were like powerful weapons. Boom, an earth-shaking sound reverberated and Luo Lai was sent flying. His arms, which were like treasured weapons, were now dull and lifeless. They were filled with blood-red sword marks. Not only that, but there was also a ghastly sword wound on his chest that had almost cut him in half. His concept of metal had been broken. How can this be? I can't lose. Luo Lai was furious, but more than that, he was terrified. He had never been defeated since his debut and thought that he was not weaker than those peerless geniuses. This time, he came to Quicksand City to fight with those geniuses. However, he was now defeated by a martial artist in the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm. He could not accept this. Impossible, I don't believe it. Luo Lai stopped his body and roared to the sky. Golden light shone around him like a golden sea. With a roar, a huge spiritual chi vortex formed above his head and quickly entered his body, repairing the wounds on his body. However, the blood-red killing aura was too strong. He could not get rid of it immediately and could only suppress it temporarily. I will not lose. Brat, I will kill you. Luo Lai roared like an injured beast. He no longer had the calmness from before. Now, he had no choice but to use his trump card. Otherwise, he would be defeated by Lin Xian today. I have to admit that you are strong. However, under my trump card, you have no chance of survival. Luo Lai became confident again. This time, he was going to use his strongest trump card. He had prepared this for challenging prodigies. He did not expect to use it here. However, he did not regret it. Lin Xian's combat power was indeed worthy of him using this move. This was originally prepared for Blackwood Cliff. I did not expect to use it on you. You should be honored to be the first witness. Luo Lai's voice was cold. Prepared for Blackwood Cliff? The surrounding warriors were shocked. Blackwood Cliff was a prodigy-level warrior from the Sand region. His strength was unfathomable. He had long surpassed the limits of ordinary ultimate warriors. Other than a few other prodigies, no one could suppress him. Now, Luo Lai's trump card was prepared to go against Blackwood Cliff. One could imagine how terrifying this trump card was. I'm afraid this Lin Xian is finished. This was the thought of many people. A trump card to go against prodigies? Lin Xian frowned. Looking at his opponent's confident look, it must not be simple. However, he was not afraid. He also had a trump card, more than one, therefore, Lin Xian appeared quite calm. If you have a trump card, hurry up and use it. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Lin Xian appeared very calm. This Lin Xian is really arrogant. He's still talking big. Humph, this will only speed up his death. He Muyue and the rest sneered. Ignorant. Luo Lai snorted disdainfully. He believed that as long as he used his trump card, his opponent would be scared silly. A ball of golden flame appeared and pulsated in his palm. It was like a heart, beating non-stop. In the middle of the flame, there was a pure golden flame. It was unusually lively. It was pulsating as if it was alive. This pulsation was accompanied by a hot and sharp aura that quickly spread in all directions. The aura was very shocking, causing the surrounding warriors to tremble. It was a tremor that came from the soul. In fact, the hearts of some weaker martial artists started to beat along with the flames. It was as if they could not control it. What kind of flame is this? It's too scary. It can actually affect a warrior's heartbeat. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian was also shocked. His whole body tensed up because he sensed a great danger coming from the golden flames in front of him. This feeling was very strong, making him feel as if he was facing a venerable one. However, he quickly calmed down because he knew that the other party's cultivation was only at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm and not a venerable martial spirit. He actually managed to condense a trace of his martial soul. The surrounding martial artists cried out in alarm. What? That flame is actually a martial spirit. Everyone was astonished, because martial spirits were unique to venerables. The power of a martial soul was extremely strong, and it was definitely beyond what a spirit-detecting realm martial artist could endure. Who would have thought that Luo Lai would be able to condense a trace of his martial spirit? How terrifying, everyone was incomparably shocked. If a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm wanted to enter the higher realm of the venerable realm, they had to first achieve perfection in their intent realm and comprehend and condense the embryonic form of a martial soul. Only then would they have the qualifications to enter the venerable realm. Therefore, the embryonic form of a martial soul was something that all martial artists yearned for. However, Luo Lai had actually condensed a trace of his martial soul. Although it was very small, it was indeed an embryonic form of a martial soul. Lin Xian was also shocked. He did not think that Luo Lai would be able to reach this step. He was indeed a top genius. That's not right. Didn't he comprehend the concept of gold? Why is the embryonic form of a flame? Someone asked doubtfully. In fact, everyone was puzzled. Lin Xian also frowned, but his soul force was outstanding. He keenly noticed that there was a trace of pure gold light within the golden flame. It did not seem to be a flame, but a small knife. It's a knife. Lin Xian was shocked. He realized that the flame outside was not the embryonic form of a martial soul. Only the small pure gold knife in the center was Luo Lai's martial soul. Although it was small, the pressure it emitted covered everything. Kid, I have already comprehended a trace of the embryonic form of a martial soul. I am unrivaled in the same realm. Therefore, you can die now. Luo Lai's voice was cold as he looked down at Lin Xian. The embryonic form of a martial soul. He did not expect Luo Lai to have condensed the embryonic form of a martial soul. He Muyue laughed wildly. This was great. That kid surnamed Lin was dead for sure. Ji Tian also let out a sigh of relief. Lin Xian gave him too much pressure, so he was eager to kill Lin Xian. The current situation was just right for him to fulfill his wish. A trace of the embryonic form of a martial soul is indeed powerful. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He did not underestimate his opponent. However, he was not afraid at all. Not long ago, he had returned the dragon sword soul to its origin. Although he had not completely refined the dragon sword soul, if he fully activated it, its power would be enough to contend with Luo Lai. It might even be stronger. You are the strongest opponent I have encountered so far. Therefore, you are worthy of my full strength. Lin Xian's voice was calm and steady. There was no trace of panic. Luo Lai smiled contemptuously. After releasing the trace of his martial soul, he did not put Lin Xian in his eyes at all. Luo Lai raised his right hand and held the golden flame in front of his chest. The golden knife in the middle of the flame was spinning rapidly, emitting a shocking power. With a push of his palm, the flame quickly flew out, carrying the golden knife. It was like a ray of golden light, rushing quickly towards Lin Xian. This attack, regardless of whether it was speed or power, surpassed all the previous attacks. It could be said that martial artists who had not condensed the embryonic form of a martial soul would not be able to withstand it. This was because this was a qualitative change. It was a change in the nature of the attack. It was not something that could be countered by numbers. This was why Luo Lai was so confident. Looking at the flame rushing towards him, Lin Xian was extremely calm. At this moment, he had entered a very strange state. He fully activated the dragon sword soul in his body and quickly slashed out with the slaughter sword in his hand. The mini-true dragon in his body roared and emitted an unfathomable power. It merged with the slaughter sword in his hand and quickly slashed out. The blood-red sword aura surged and evolved into a red true dragon in the air, roaring towards the sky. At this moment, the true dragon sword aura was very lively, as if it had a soul. With a roar, the red true dragon sword aura quickly rushed towards the golden flame in front of him. This attack that was full of spirituality caused a stir as soon as it appeared. This was because everyone felt the same aura from Lin Xian as Luo Lai. It was the aura of an embryonic form of a martial soul. Embryonic form of a martial soul? How is this possible? Luo Lai was also shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief. It had to be known that the embryonic form of a martial soul could only be condensed when one's cultivation had reached the peak of the spirit-detecting realm and their intent had reached perfection. However, this youth in front of him was clearly at the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm. How could he have an embryonic form of a martial soul? Luo Lai was a little confused. He could not believe what was happening in front of him. The crowd below was even more shocked. They could not understand how Lin Xian could have an embryonic form of a martial soul. He Muyue and Qi Tian were even more shocked. The two of them looked as if they had seen a ghost. They would probably never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. From now on, they would never dare to cause trouble for Lin Xian. It was not just the martial artists. There were many venerables in Quicksand City who were silently watching the battle. At this moment, when they saw Lin Xian use an attack similar to an embryonic form of a martial soul, they were also shocked. Lin Xian's attack, which was similar to the embryonic form of a martial soul, had shocked everyone. Moreover, the power of that sword was even more shocking. In the void, the golden saber contained in the golden flame spun rapidly and shook the surroundings. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were trampling through the void. That aura was too violent. It was like a raging wave that quickly spread over. On the other side, Lin Xian's blood-red sword qi was even more terrifying. The roar was like a violent torrent that poured out in torrents. One was the embryonic form of a golden saber formed by the sublimation of the concept of metal. The other was a true dragon sword qi that was filled with blood-red killing intent and the greater success of the sword intent. The two clashed, and the void boiled and quickly split open. At the point of intersection, a chaotic fog was emitted. The golden saber flashed and swept in all directions. At the same time, a sea of blood spread and the roar of a true dragon was endless. Collision, an intense collision, the terrifying momentum was unforgettable for the surrounding martial artists. Fortunately, there were venerables to create a unique battle space. Otherwise, the two's attack would probably destroy half of Quicksand City. This was just a trace of the embryonic form of a martial soul. If it was a real martial soul, a casual attack could destroy the entire Quicksand City. One had to know that Quicksand City was not an ordinary city. It was a huge city in the sand country that covered thousands of miles. It was very vast. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the power of a martial soul was. In the void, the two forces collided, creating a terrifying wave that wrapped around Luo Lai and Lin Xian. The surrounding people were nervous and watched closely. When the violent energy dissipated, the figures of the two were revealed. Luo Lai's body flew out as if he had been struck by lightning. The golden armor on his body was broken in many places, and he looked miserable. Every time he took a step back, he would step into the void. It was as if a giant hammer was striking a drum, creating a violent sound. Moreover, the surrounding air was like a wave, quickly spreading out. Lin Xian was also sent flying. However, the red lotus battle robe on his body shone with an enchanting light, forming the strongest defense. It seemed that he did not suffer much impact. Everyone was shocked. The scene in front of them showed that Lin Xian seemed to have the upper hand. This was too shocking. The young man in front of them was too powerful. He could actually suppress Luo Lai, who was known as the Invincible King. Just how strong was his strength? Could it be that he was already on par with those geniuses? This was what everyone was wondering. This was because Luo Lai was too powerful. Among the younger generation of the Sand region, only a few geniuses could defeat Luo Lai. But now, Lin Quanqian was suppressing the little girl. Did this mean that his strength had reached the level of a prodigy? If that was really the case, then it was too terrifying. Most of these geniuses were around 30 years old, and their cultivations were all at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. That was why they were able to comprehend the embryonic form of a martial soul and stand above everyone else. As for Lin Xian, he was only 18 years old and his cultivation base was at the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm. However, his battle prowess was not any weaker than a prodigy's. This had never happened in the history of the Sand region. Lin Xian steadied himself and rushed out once again. He was like a ray of resplendent sword light, instantly arriving in front of Luo Lai. The blood-red sword of slaughter stabbed out once again. This time, he didn't use his martial soul embryonic form because using the great dragon sword soul had consumed a lot of his energy. Moreover, he could see that his opponent didn't have the possibility of using his martial soul embryonic form. Therefore, he only used the sword of slaughter and a great success sword intent to the extreme. However, this was already very terrifying. It was far from what an ultimate warrior could withstand. You are the strongest opponent I have met so far. Thank you for allowing me to have a deeper understanding of my martial soul embryonic form. Now, let's end this. With a slash of the sword, Luo Lai was sent flying and heavily crashed into the ground. Suddenly, a human-shaped crater appeared on the ground. Countless shocking cracks spread out in all directions, as if a huge earthquake had occurred. Luo Lai fell to the ground, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. His expression was a little crazy, a little dejected, and a little disappointed. Defeated. He has been defeated. Ever since he started his martial arts career, he had never been defeated. He thought that he was a peerless prodigy, but now he had been defeated. It wasn't because he was careless or made a mistake. He had truly been defeated. Fang's strength had already surpassed his. The power of his martial soul embryonic form was even stronger than his. Therefore, there was no need for him to continue fighting, nor was there a chance for him to continue. This was because at this moment, his body was filled with violent killing intent and sharp sword will. This made his injuries even more serious. He couldn't even unleash half of his combat strength. Roaring to the sky, Luo Lai quickly swallowed a few pills. Then, he endured the pain all over his body and quickly fled. Everyone was shocked and stood rooted to the ground. Luo Lai, known as the undefeatable king of Sand region, had been defeated and left like a stray dog. A legend had fallen in front of them, while another legend had quickly risen. Lin Xian had defeated the undefeatable king. The powerful strength he had displayed had shocked everyone. Some attentive people had noticed that ever since Lin Xian had appeared in Quicksand City, he had won every battle. They didn't know if this was the rise of another undefeatable king. However, they knew that Lin Xian's strength was definitely comparable to a prodigy's. Such a person was still above everyone else. Whoosh, the colorful light screen disappeared. It was obvious that the city master had withdrawn the energy. However, with his powerful soul perception, Lin Xian knew that the surrounding sovereign's divine sense was still there. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian looked down. Today's matter had to be settled. Sensing Lin Xian's gaze, Yamaguchi and Qi Tian trembled and almost wet themselves. Lin Xian was too powerful. Even Luo Lai was no match for him, let alone the two of them. "You, what do you want?" Yamaguchi asked with a trembling voice. "You brought people to cause trouble and even tried to kill me. Now that I've beaten them away, do you think this is the end?" "What a joke!" Lin Xian snorted. Others wanted to kill him. How could he be lenient? However, the situation was very special. The other sovereigns were watching, so he couldn't be too ruthless. At the very least, he couldn't offend everyone. Lin Xian looked at Qi Tian and said, "For the sake of the city master, I'll let you go today. I hope you won't participate in this kind of thing in the future. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." Qi Tian quickly nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He was greatly relieved. He knew that this time, it was fine. Moreover, even without Lin Xian's reminder, he wouldn't dare participate in this kind of thing in the future even if he was beaten to death. "As for you..." Lin Xian looked at Yamaguchi and the others again. "Just because I didn't want to join your Blackwood Castle's arena, you and Yamaguchi tried to get rid of me? Your Blackwood family is truly shameless. For the sake of your sovereigns, I won't kill you today. Chop off an arm." Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian let Qi Tian off, but he wanted to punish Heimuyue and the others. This was obviously going against the Blackwood stronghold. However, from Lin Xian's words, everyone understood the grudge between him and the Blackwood stronghold. From this point of view, it was indeed the Blackwood stronghold that was too arrogant and in the wrong. However, the Blackwood stronghold had always been so overbearing and arrogant. Those who were related to Wu Enai and the others had all been mercilessly assassinated. But this time, they seemed to have kicked an iron plate. Not only were the martial artists below shocked, but even the supreme experts in the surroundings were greatly surprised. The supreme experts of the Blackwood stronghold were present in the soul spirit perception of the nearby area. Right now, a 5th stage spirit detection realm martial artist actually wanted to kill a disciple of the Blackwood stronghold in front of a supreme expert. This was a blatant slap to the face. Deep in the clouds, an elder stood in the void. That elder was wearing a green robe, and the word battle was drawn with golden thread on his chest. The dragon and phoenix were dancing and emitting an indescribable aura. At this moment, the elder smiled as he looked at the scene below and nodded slightly. "Not bad, this kid has some character." Beside the elder was a young lady wearing a green gauze dress. The young lady had an elegant appearance and emitted a different aura. Especially that pair of eyes which were like gemstones and abnormally spirited. She curled her lips and said with disdain, trying to be brave in front of a supreme expert. "What an idiot. But old man, didn't you notice anything? How many times have I told you to call me master? Why are you so disobedient?" The green-robed elder had an unhappy expression. "Humph." The young lady in the green gauze dress snorted and ignored the green-robed elder's dissatisfaction. She then said again, "Don't you think that he is very similar to the person in the portrait in the palace?" Hearing that, the green-robed elder was slightly startled and looked carefully. You don't say. There are some similarities, but this youth's age is slightly older than the one in the portrait. No way. Could it really be that person? The young lady in the green gauze dress covered her mouth and exclaimed. Interesting. If it is really him, then it will be even more interesting. The elder and the young lady discussed softly and paid close attention to the situation below. When the venerable from Blackwood Stronghold heard Lin's words, he immediately snorted in dissatisfaction. Although his real body had not arrived, and it was only the aura of his soul, his voice was filled with the pressure of a venerable one. However, the great dragon sword soul in his body roared ferociously and quickly neutralized the pressure. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. Like a sudden clap of thunder, everyone staggered and couldn't stand steadily. Countless people revealed terrified expressions. It was too terrifying. They could not withstand the aura of a supreme expert at all, and many of them suffered internal injuries. Lin Xian was also affected, and his eyes flickered. He dared to do so because he was confident that he could escape from the Venerable One. If he was really forced into a corner, he would just have to leave Quicksand City. Moreover, there was no need for him to worry about Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong. Both of them were disciples of large families and were definitely safer than him. Therefore, Lin Xian directly chose to ignore the warning of the Blackwood Stronghold's venerable. Are you going to do it yourselves, or do you want me to do it? Hearing Lin Xian's words, everyone was dumbfounded and dumbstruck. Is this guy crazy? He actually dares to make a move. One had to know that the cold snort just now was very threatening. Did he really dare to make a move under the nose of a venerable one? Blackwood Yu and the three martial artists behind him were even more terrified. Just now, when they heard the cold snort from their family's elder, they were wild with joy as if they had been pardoned. Because they knew that a venerable one could definitely protect their safety. However, Lin Xian still wanted to make a move at this moment. This was too insolent, too arrogant. However, they forgot that they were the ones who were arrogant first, and Lin Xian was only forced to counterattack. Seeing the expressions of Blackwood Yu and the others, Lin Xian sneered. Looks like you guys don't want to do it yourselves. Fine, I'll do it myself. After saying that, he once again grasped the sword of slaughter in his hand. A shocking killing intent surged and swept out in all directions. It was as if countless sword lights were raining down, and it was extremely sharp. The surrounding martial artists trembled. They felt a tremor coming from the depths of their souls. Lin Xian held the sword of slaughter in his hand, and his entire body was filled with killing intent. He was like a god of death that came from hell. He raised his arm, and a blood-red sword of slaughter rushed out, quickly slashing towards Blackwood Yu and the others. No! Ancestor, save me! Blackwood Yu screamed in horror. He's scared, he's really scared. Lin Xian was a madman. He actually dared to attack them in front of a venerable one. In the void, the voice sounded again. Then, a huge palm of light fell, shattering the blood-red sword of slaughter. Junior, enough is enough. One must know when to advance and when to retreat. Don't you understand this principle? The huge hand that covered the sky floated, and then quickly condensed into an old figure. This figure was completely formed by spiritual power, and it contained a trace of the Venerable One's soul imprint. On his body, there was a faint Venerable One's aura. Young man, it's better to be careful. Otherwise, it would be a pity if you fall. The Venerable One's voice was cold, and the threat in it was very strong. According to the rules of Quicksand City, the older generation generally did not interfere in the affairs of the younger generation. Moreover, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, it was even more inappropriate for a Venerable One to do such a thing. Therefore, the Venerable One of Blackwood Stronghold condensed this clone. However, his killing intent towards Lin Xian was not weak at all. Enough is enough? Lin Xian sneered. When you tried to assassinate me time and time again, did you think of this principle? Don't you think it's ridiculous to try to reason with me now? Facing a Venerable One, Lin Xian was not afraid. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Although Lin Xian's words made sense, openly confronting a Venerable One was not a wise choice. Junior, you're very arrogant. You should know that dead geniuses are nothing. The Venerable One's clone's face was gloomy, and his voice was filled with killing intent. Arrogant? You flatter me. Compared to your Blackwood stronghold, I'm still far inferior. Lin Xian smiled indifferently. Impudent. Hearing Lin Xian's mocking words, the Venerable One's clone flew into a rage. He shouted coldly, and the void quickly exploded, forming a terrifying wave of air that enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupil shrank. He activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul again, forming a biting cold sword chi that slashed in all directions, instantly destroying the wave of air. A dignified Venerable One actually attacked a junior. How impressive, how powerful. Lin Xian sneered. The other party was a Venerable One, and he actually dared to attack him in public. Lin Xian's killing intent was biting cold. Since the other party did not care about his identity, he could not care less. He must cut off an arm of Blackwood stronghold and the others. The Venerable One's clone coldly snorted, then stood with his hands behind his back and said arrogantly, "Who do you think you are? You're not worthy of me killing you. Today's matter ends here. I'm going to take them back now. I said that I'll cut off an arm of theirs today, so I must do it." Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, not backing down an inch. His body emitted a shocking battle intent. Then, he gripped the slaughter sword and roared. He quickly slashed out a blood-red sword chi, like a wave of blood, rolling out. "Junior, you're courting death." The Venerable One's clone sneered. He pointed a finger, colliding with the blood-red slaughter sword chi. The two collided, creating a loud explosion, forming a rain of light and a sea of blood. But at this time, Lin Xian's lips curled into a sneer. His large success sword intent crazily surged out, quickly covering all directions. This sword intent was very shocking, immediately causing the surrounding martial artists' weapons to rapidly tremble. In the next moment, the weapons on Blackwood stronghold and the three martial artists behind him all slashed out, quickly turning around and slashing at their right arms. Puchi! Ah! He Muyue and the other three screamed miserably. At the same time, their right arms were chopped off. Blood splattered, and swords clashed. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. The Supremacy's clone was also stunned, then he flew into a rage. "Thief, you're courting death." A palm of light blasted over, and a terrifying energy surged out. He was too angry. A spirit-detecting thief dared to kill his tribesmen in front of him. This was completely looking down on him. Moreover, before this, he had said that he would protect the safety of the four of them. Lin Xian's actions were not only to punish He Muyue and the others, but also to slap his face, especially in front of so many people. The Supremacy felt like his lungs were about to explode. The people below were even more shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so fierce. He did not care about the Supremacy at all. Moreover, not only did he do it, but he also succeeded. In front of the Supremacy, he chopped off the right arms of He Muyue and the others. This was too shocking. Lin Xian's figure floated and quickly dodged the palm of light. At the same time, he quickly pulled away and prepared to retreat. The Supremacy snorted coldly. His eyes were like rainbows as he stared at Lin Xian, preventing him from attacking again. If Lin Xian went crazy and killed He Muyue and the others, then he would lose even more face. Lin Xian's heart sank when he was stared at by the Supremacy. The power was too terrifying. It was far from what a spirit-detecting martial artist could withstand. Even if the other party was just a clone, it still brought about endless pressure. Moreover, he had the Dragon Sword soul in his body to be able to withstand it. It seemed that it was still too difficult to face the Supremacy now. Lin Xian sighed and prepared to leave. At this moment, the Supremacy's clone attacked again. An incomparably powerful force surged over like a surging river. Those energy ribbons contained extremely terrifying energy. They were like a vast sea that flickered with light. It was too powerful. The Supremacy's attack was terrifying. It was enough to kill any spirit-detecting martial artist. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He could not resist, but he was confident that he could escape. Just as he was about to retreat, the 5 energy ribbons in the sky suddenly fluctuated violently, as if they had suffered a great attack. This is... Lin Xian frowned, but did not act rashly. The Supreme Expert's heart sank. Someone actually dared to make a move against him. Could it be that they were not afraid of the Blackwood family's revenge? Thinking of this, he snorted coldly, and killing intent erupted from his eyes. At this time, a violent explosion suddenly occurred in the void. The 5 energy ribbons completely exploded, turning into a rain of energy. What? The venerable from the Blackwood fort was startled. He didn't expect his attack to be broken so quickly. It seemed that the opponent was also a venerable like him. Who? Get out here. You actually dare to meddle in the affairs of Blackwood Castle. Hee, Blackwood Castle, how impressive. A dignified venerable actually dares to attack a junior. How capable. A mocking voice was heard. Then, the rain of light in the sky fluttered and quickly formed a word in the air. Fight. The characters were flamboyant and contained immeasurable energy. Seeing the word fight, the surrounding venerable's divine senses were all startled. The pupils of the Blackwood fort's venerable shrank. Palace of Ares, it's actually someone from the Palace of Ares. He was astonished, and his expression became extremely ugly. The Palace of Ares was a powerful force. There were kings in the palace, and they were an overlord in the Sky Martial continent. Although their foundation was not in the Sand region, they were not to be underestimated. One must know that not long ago, the primordial Yang stone mine appeared in the setting sun desert. Their Blackwood fort had once fought with the Palace of Ares for it, but they lost in the end. And now, the people from the Palace of Ares appeared again. He didn't know what the other party was planning, and he didn't know why they would protect Lin Xian. He quickly sent a message, wanting his main body to rush over. Otherwise, a clone wouldn't be enough. At this time, a 5-colored figure appeared and said in a clear voice, I didn't expect a friend from the Palace of Ares to come. Why don't you come out for a chat? That 5-colored figure was City Lord Qi. The crowd below was shocked. They had heard of the Palace of Ares' reputation. It was the overlord of the entire Sky Martial continent. They didn't expect the other parties honorable to appear here and even save Lin Xian. Could it be that Lin Xian is from the Palace of Ares? The crowd guessed. Otherwise, why would the honorable of the Palace of Ares help? Moreover, a monstrous genius like Lin Xian could only be nurtured by the Palace of Ares. It wasn't just one person who thought so. Almost everyone thought so. Nan Gongsang and the rest also heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian had given them too much shock, and they didn't need to worry at all. City Lord Qi's words were still echoing when 2 figures appeared from the clouds and flew down quickly. It was an old man, and beside him was a beautiful young lady in a green dress. She exuded a unique aura. The old man and the young lady were like immortals as they floated down. Hee, City Lord Qi, greetings. The old man in green smiled. Senior, thank you for your help. Lin Xian said. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the crowd was stirred again. It seemed like Lin Xian wasn't from the Palace of Ares. The Honorable of Blackwood Stronghold snorted, this is my Blackwood Stronghold's matter. As a member of the Palace of Ares, aren't you overstepping your boundaries? The old man in green nodded kindly at Lin Xian, then looked at the Honorable of the Blackwood Stronghold. If you encounter something shameless, this old man will intervene. Moreover, who said this is your Blackwood Stronghold's matter? This young man is fated with our Palace of Ares. Hearing this, the crowd was stunned and puzzled. The Honorable of Blackwood Stronghold's face turned black. He snorted and didn't say anything else, but waited for his true body to descend. The old man in green knew his intentions, but he didn't care and didn't stop him. Soon, 2 powerful auras appeared and rushed over from afar. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, 2 figures appeared in the void. An enormous pressure enveloped the surroundings like a wave. Honorable, too honorable, the crowd trembled, their faces full of fear. 2 honorable appeared in the Blackwood stronghold. It seemed like they were really afraid of the Palace of Ares. One of the honorable was a middle-aged man, and the other was an old man. The old man was the one who manifested his clone. The 2 of them stood in the void, facing the honorable of the Palace of Ares with vigilance. Lin Xian frowned. 2 honorable was already beyond his tolerance. He wanted to leave. However, the old man in green sent a voice transmission to guarantee his safety. Looking at the 2 honorable of Blackwood stronghold, the old man in green snorted, my Palace of Ares will protect this young man. If your Blackwood stronghold dares to touch him, just wait for your clan to be exterminated. At the end, his voice was like a clap of thunder that exploded in the void, stunning the crowd. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The Honorable of the Palace of Ares was actually so powerful that he wanted to protect Lin Xian. The two Honorable of Blackwood stronghold had gloomy expressions and were trembling with anger. It was a threat, a blatant threat. Not only did he threaten the two of them, but he also threatened the entire Blackwood fort. They were very angry. As the top forces of Quicksand City, when had they ever been threatened like this? However, they could only endure it. Because the other party was from the Palace of War. That was a real giant. If they angered him, there might really be a disaster. However, they were really unwilling to admit defeat just like that. As if he understood both sides, the green-clothed old man smiled indifferently. How about this? I'll give you a chance to save your face. Use your strongest attacks. If you can make me take a step back, then I won't interfere in this matter anymore. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. This was too arrogant, too domineering. The two venerables of the Blackwood fort were so angry that their faces turned black. This person had underestimated them too much. The two of them looked at each other and prepared to attack. Let me remind you, you can attack together, the green-clothed old man said casually. Hearing this, even the corners of City Lord Qi's mouth twitched slightly. He sighed and didn't say anything else. The two venerables of the Blackwood fort were so angry that their bodies trembled. How dare he underestimate them? However, after discussing, they decided to attack together. In any case, this was the other party's request. They could seize the opportunity to ruthlessly dampen the other party's limelight. They wanted to let everyone know who was the true overlord of Quicksand City. Since fellow Daoist has requested it, then we will definitely fulfill it. The two of them sneered. Their auras surged, and waves of energy belonging to venerables surged out. Lin Xian frowned and flew to a safe place. However, he was also uneasy. Wasn't it a bit too arrogant to face two venerables alone? However, he didn't understand the situation of venerables, so he couldn't make a judgment rashly. However, looking at the green-clothed old man's expression, he didn't seem to care at all. In the next moment, the two venerables of the Blackwood fort attacked, and vast energy filled heaven and earth. The middle-aged man slashed out a saber light. It was so dazzling that it tore the entire space apart. That power had completely surpassed the spirit detecting stage. The vast aura seemed to have triggered the momentum of heaven and earth. It was incomparably terrifying. The other old man waved his fist and punched out. It was like a meteor chasing the moon, releasing tens of thousands of rays of light. The two terrifying attacks blasted towards the green-clothed old man at the same time. In an instant, the entire void began to collapse. Everyone below was terrified, and their faces turned pale from the pressure of this energy. However, the old man in green was very calm. He formed a seal with one hand and quickly blasted it forward. Mountain seal. A mountain condensed and appeared between heaven and earth. It was like a divine mountain that weighed over 10,000 jin. It flickered with light and blasted forward. A large area of the void was torn apart. Countless horrifying cracks spread out, pitch black like a black hole. Rumble, the huge divine mountain moved horizontally and collided with the blade and fist shadows, emitting an apocalyptic sense of crisis. City Lord Qi's expression changed. Together with a few venerables who were hiding in the dark, they quickly formed a light screen to cover the town below. Otherwise, the entire Quicksand City would be destroyed. The four venerable ones joined forces to defend and finally blocked the energy. The violent energy disappeared and the sky became clear again. The azure-robed old man stood there indifferently. Beside him, the young girl in the azure-robed dress looked ahead with disdain. There, the two Blackwood fort venerables kept retreating. Every step he took back cracked the void. It was terrifying to the extreme. This scene showed who was superior. Lin Xian was shocked. This old man from the Palace of War was too powerful. He could actually fight against two venerables alone. Not only Lin Xian, but the nearby venerables were also shocked. At the venerable realm, the improvement of one's strength was very slow. It often took hundreds of years of accumulation. Moreover, the improvement of each realm was very difficult. There were 9 heavens of the Venerable Realm, and each realm was worlds apart. The 2 venerables from the Blackwood Fort stopped, and their expressions became very ugly. The 2 of them were first and second Venerable Realm experts respectively. When the 2 of them joined forces, they were incomparably powerful. However, they were actually forced back by a single hand. This was definitely a humiliation. Their eyes burned with anger as their chests heaved up and down. With a long roar, the 2 of them activated their martial souls with all their might and attacked crazily. A long saber appeared in front of the middle-aged man, emitting a terrifying pressure. As soon as it appeared, it crushed all directions. Its power was definitely not something that a spiritual treasure could compare to. Long saber martial soul. It was the middle-aged man's martial soul. With the saber in hand, the middle-aged man seemed to have turned into a saber god, incomparably valiant. On the other side, the old man also summoned his martial soul. His martial soul was a goshawk. Its entire body was pitch black, and a murderous aura surged on it, emitting fluctuations that made one's heart palpitate. The 2 of them summoned their martial souls at the same time, as if they were facing a great enemy. Haha, today I'll make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. The green-robed old man laughed loudly. In the next moment, a green light bloomed around his body, enveloping all directions. A vast and unfathomable energy spread out, incomparably profound. In an instant, it enveloped the 2 martial artists from the Blackwood Fort. Terrifying energy erupted, and every trace of it could tear the void apart. Xianxia looked at the sky, shocked. This was the power of a venerable. It was incomparably violent and had the power of heaven and earth. Suddenly, 2 screams were heard. It was very ear-piercing. As soon as the sound came out, City Lord Qi and the other venerables were shocked. Xianxia was also shocked and looked up. In the void, 2 figures were covered in blood, fleeing into the distance in an extremely sorry state. They were very fast and disappeared in an instant. However, wherever they passed, blood spread in the void. It was very terrifying. Hiss, City Lord Qi and the others gasped, and their eyelids twitched wildly. In just a short while, the 2 venerables from the Blackwood Fort were defeated, and they fled with serious injuries. After all, one of them was at the 2nd level of the Venerable Realm. When the 2 of them joined forces, they could even fight against a 3rd-level venerable. However, they couldn't resist at all in front of the green-robed old man. For a time, the green-robed old man became mysterious in the eyes of everyone. The green light that filled the sky dissipated, revealing the green-robed old man's figure. Beside him, the young girl from the Green Radish group was still smiling faintly, as if she was mocking the 2 who fled. Haha, I wonder who else wants to have a taste of it. The green-robed old man laughed faintly. Silence, absolute silence. Fellow Daoist, you must be joking. City Lord Qi laughed dryly. This is just an accident. Don't worry, I guarantee that no Venerable Realm martial artist will attack juniors in Quicksand City. Hearing that, the green-robed old man nodded in satisfaction. On the other hand, Xianxia scratched his head. It was resolved just like that? Wasn't happiness coming too suddenly? However, he was still very puzzled as to why the green-robed old man would help him. He had many secrets, so he had to be careful. Unless it was a last resort, he was really unwilling to get involved with an expert like a venerable. However, the old man didn't seem to think so. Although the green-clothed old man looked kind, Xianxia still felt a chill down his spine. This old man was definitely a terrifying figure to be able to injure 2 supremacies with one strike. Nothing good would happen if such a person targeted Xianxia. Well, thank you for your help. I'll take my leave now. Xianxia felt a chill down his spine. He didn't want to stay any longer. Hee, little guy, don't be impatient. I have something to ask you, the green-clothed old man said with a smile. In the end, Xianxia couldn't escape. In the quiet courtyard, Xianxia looked at the green-clothed old man in front of him. He was on guard. Beside him, the young lady in the green dress stared at Xianxia curiously. Her big eyes were blinking. The dark red divine dragon was originally hiding in Xianxia's sleeve. Now that it was enveloped by the aura of a supremacy, it felt uncomfortable and ran out. The little white monkey also jumped out and hugged the spirit fruit. This snake. The green-clothed old man was surprised. The young lady, Xianxia, turned to look at the little white monkey. Her face was filled with joy. Phew, feeling the pressure on him disappear, Lin Xian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. After a while, Lin Xian asked, "May I know why you're looking for me?" "Yes, it's like this." The green-clothed old man gave up on studying the dark red divine dragon and said with a smile, "Little guy, what's your name?" "I'm Lin Xian." "Your surname is Lin." The green-clothed old man and the young lady looked at each other. They were even more certain of their guess. "Where are you from?" "Tiannan region." "What's your father's name?" "Lin Zhan." Lin Xian was puzzled, but he still said it out loud. "As expected." The green-clothed old man sighed. He felt that the situation was very likely. However, he wasn't 100% sure. After all, there had been cases of people impersonating him in the past. However, they all ended up badly. "Senior, I'm here to look for my father. May I know where he is?" The green-clothed old man stroked his beard. Just as he was about to say something, a powerful and cold aura suddenly enveloped the surroundings. The entire sky instantly darkened. Black clouds rolled in the sky, as if they were demonic clouds. A powerful aura that made people tremble could be felt. The azure-robed elder's expression changed, and his expression became extremely solemn. "Brat, if you want to know the answer, go to the palace of Ares." After saying that, he took the girl beside him and turned into a beam of light, shooting straight into the sky. The demonic cloud was very powerful, and its speed was very fast. In an instant, it had left the sky above their heads. The green-robed elder followed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Palace of Ares? Within the courtyard, Lin Xian's eyes were shining. His main goal in coming to the martial heaven continent was to find his father. Now, he finally got the news. However, he didn't know what relationship his father had with the Palace of Ares. Could it be that father is also a member of the Palace of Gods of War? Lin Xian guessed, feeling extremely puzzled. Furthermore, from the attitude of the green-clothed old man, it was obvious that he was closely related to his father. He decided that as soon as he obtained the divine dream bone in Quicksand City, he would immediately set off for the War God Palace. In the following time, Lin Xian entered a state of cultivation. After his battle with Luo Lai, he had a new understanding of the embryonic form of his martial soul. Even his greater success sword intent, which hadn't changed for a long time, showed signs of loosening. It wouldn't be long before he broke through and reached the great perfection realm. During this period, Lin Xian's mind was constantly recalling the scene of his battle with Luo Lai, especially the form of the embryonic form of his martial soul. Lin Xian extracted that wonderful feeling bit by bit and constantly simulated it. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. In these 3 days, the Divine Dragon Pavilion's martial arts arena was being rebuilt. Although the building was destroyed, Nan Gongseng and the others weren't depressed at all. Everyone had a smile on their faces, and their eyes were filled with excitement. Because of Lin Xian, their Divine Dragon Pavilion's martial arts arena had become famous again. Moreover, from now on, there would probably be no one who would come to cause trouble. After all, even a top genius like Luo Lai had been defeated. It was useless for others to come. Just as Nan Gongseng's side was cheering, the Blackwood Fort was silent. Their disciple had an arm chopped off outside. The 2 supremacies who stepped forward were even injured and fled back in panic. Those disciples in the clan were scared out of their wits, feeling as if the end of the world had arrived. The higher-ups of the Blackwood Fort were even more furious. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? However, the other party was from the Palace of War Gods and was extremely powerful. Unless they used their clan's foundation, they might be able to win. However, that would undoubtedly anger the Palace of War Gods. At that time, it wouldn't be something their Blackwood Fort could withstand. Therefore, they could only endure. Of course, the person they hated the most was still Lin Xian. The elders of the Blackwood Fort wished they could tear this little thief apart immediately. However, the green-clothed elder's warning was very obvious, so they could only endure for the time being. They were waiting. As long as the clan's prodigy, Xianxia, returned, he would definitely be able to kill the other party. This was because Xianxia was very powerful and was one of the top prodigies in the Sand region. He even had 1 foot in the supremacy realm. Such a person wouldn't be afraid of anyone other than supremacies. Soon, Yair will be back when the alliance battle begins. The higher-ups of the Blackwood Fort were holding their breaths. On the other side, Lin Xian secretly left Quicksand City. Because he wanted to break through Sword Intent, he couldn't do it in the city because the influence would be too great. Therefore, he had to find a place where no one was around and give it his all. In the Sunset Desert, Lin Xian arrived with the dark red divine dragon and the snow-white little monkey. They chose a remote area and began to set up a formation. The matter of setting up the formation was done by the dark red divine dragon. Soon, a formation was formed. Lin Xian sank into the yellow sand and began to break through with all his strength. This time, he must reach the great perfection of Sword Intent. The great perfection represented the limit of Sword Intent. It was the comprehension of Sword Intent. This feeling was very mysterious and couldn't be described with words. It could only be comprehended. Lin Xian emptied his body and carefully comprehended. He fell into a very wonderful state. This was a kind of comprehension, a sublimation of Sword Intent. It was a very rare experience. One had to know that Sword Intent was originally a very difficult concept to comprehend. Those who could comprehend it to the great perfection were even fewer. However, once the comprehension was successful, the power would definitely be beyond imagination. This was also the reason why martial artists were afraid of swordsmen. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. During this period, Lin Xian didn't move at all. However, the Sword Intent in his body strengthened. Other than sharpness, there was something else. This caused his Sword Intent to become complete. Lin Xian finally took this step. He had now found the right path. As long as he continued, he would definitely succeed. Another 5 days passed. On this day, a shocking aura suddenly surged out from under the yellow sand. It was as if a peerless divine sword was awakening. Puff! Puff! Countless sword chi surged out, forming a huge column of sword chi that pierced the clouds. From afar, it was even spectacular. Bang! This figure was none other than Lin Xian. After these days of enlightenment, he had finally cultivated his Sword Intent to the Great Perfection realm. Great Perfection Sword Intent was the highest realm of Sword Intent. If he wanted to advance further, he would have to develop his martial soul. In other words, Lin Xian's next step was to condense the embryonic form of his martial soul. Of course, he wanted to condense the embryonic form of his sword soul. Moreover, he had the Great Dragon Sword Soul, so he only needed to fuse his Great Perfection Sword Soul with it. It could be said that Lin Xian had an innate advantage over others when it came to condensing the embryonic form of his martial soul. As long as he condensed the embryonic form of his martial soul, even if his cultivation had not reached the limit of the spirit-detecting realm, his combat strength would be half a step into the venerable realm. Once he successfully condensed a true martial soul, he would have the strength to fight against a venerable realm expert. At that time, he would not be as passive as he was now. His body swayed, and countless sword rays appeared under his feet, carrying him down. A huge vacuum area appeared where he had been cultivating. At this moment, the black hole was spinning rapidly, stirring up the surrounding yellow sand. Not only that, but the surrounding yellow sand was also flowing and making rustling sounds. The entire yellow sand ground shook as if something was about to appear. What is this? Lin Xian was puzzled. He did not expect such a phenomenon to appear in a random place. It's coming from underground. The dark red dragon's expression was grave as it pointed its dragon claws downward. Wooji Wooji the snow-white monkey blinked its big eyes and was also on guard. It jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder and grabbed his hair tightly. Lin Xian was curious and decided to investigate. He waved his finger, and a bright sword ray slashed out, instantly splitting the yellow sand underground. He had already comprehended the Great Perfection Sword Intent, and his attack power was several times stronger than before. Therefore, he easily tore a terrifying crack in the yellow sand below. Lin Xian's body swayed, and the dark red dragon followed closely behind. Whoosh, the man and the 2 beasts quickly descended. Then, Lin Xian was stunned because there wasn't any yellow sand in front of him. Instead, it was a vast and solid ground. On the ground, there were countless stone tablets standing on the ground, forming a strange formation. Beside the stone tablet, there were white bones filled with the aura of death. Lin Xian was shocked when he saw the stone steels all over the ground. He suddenly recalled that there were similar stone steels near the Xia Kingdom's Xian sword. Moreover, that place was known as the demonic abyss, and it could suck in everything nearby. He had been to that place before, but with Wine Lord's guidance, he had come out safely. However, the terror within left him with lingering fear. However, he didn't expect to see such a scene again after a few years. Moreover, the danger level this time was even higher. Even with his strength, he still felt his heart tremble. What is this? Lin Xian was puzzled. 100 Graves Taboo Formation. It's a very ancient formation, the dark red dragon said. Lin Xian frowned. Just by hearing the name, he knew that it wasn't a good array formation. What does it do? Defying the heavens and changing fate, from death to life. The dark red dragon's voice was heavy. The person who created this formation was a lunatic. He wanted to break through the cycle of life and death. The person who created this formation was a lunatic among lunatics. This was because this method was impossible to achieve. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard this. This was a heaven-defying formation. One had to know that a warrior's cultivation was to seize fate from the heavens in order to obtain a longer life. However, in Lin Xian's knowledge, no one could live forever. At most, they could live a little longer depending on their cultivation. For example, a supremacy had a lifespan of about 800 to 1,000 years. A king had an even longer lifespan, usually more than 2,000 years. However, no matter how long they lived, they would eventually return to dust. No one could escape from the cycle of life and death. However, the formation in front of him wanted to break the rules of life and death. It was a heaven-defying act. Lin Xian stood at the periphery and felt his soul tremble. A chilly wind blew past, and he felt a chill down his spine. Let's go. Lin Xian called the little white monkey and the dark red dragon and quickly left the place. Just as Lin Xian was returning to Quicksand City, the upper echelons of the Blackwood stronghold received news that he had left. That damn thief, how dare he leave Quicksand City? He's courting death. This is a good opportunity to get rid of him. According to our intelligence, the supremacy of the Palace of Ares has already left. Although the city lord and the others will stop him if he attacks in the city, no one can protect that thief outside the city. The patriarch of the Blackwood family was a dignified middle-aged man. After hearing the news, he pondered for a moment and then ordered. We can't use our supremacies. Otherwise, if the Palace of Ares hears about it, it will bring disaster to the family. However, we can't leave this kid alive. Send a few elders who have condensed martial souls. Then, the Blackwood family sent out 4 elders. One of them had condensed a martial soul, while the other 3 had condensed a trace of a martial soul. Their strength was not weaker than Luo Lai's. The strength of these 4 old monsters was absolutely terrifying. When they worked together, they could even contend against a supremacy. They were absolutely confident that they could eliminate Lin Xian. The 4 of them quickly left the quicksand lair and lay in ambush on the only way back to the city. One day later, Lin Xian's figure appeared. He quickly rushed to Quicksand City. However, halfway there, he suddenly became alert. An extremely strong sense of danger rose from the bottom of his heart. This was an instinctive reaction that could predict extreme danger. Therefore, Lin Xian immediately returned the way he came. This time, his speed was even faster. He directly turned into a sword light and tore through the void, quickly disappearing on the spot. Boom! At the same time, in front of where Lin Xian was standing, 4 powerful auras exploded and crushed the void. 4 figures appeared in the void like azure ghosts. These 4 people were dressed in black robes and even their heads were covered by a wide hood. At this moment, they were emitting an extremely powerful aura. Chase! We can't let him escape. One of the old voices was heard. Immediately, the 4 of them quickly disappeared and chased after Lin Xian. Feeling the 4 powerful auras behind him, Lin Xian's face was extremely ugly. He had just defeated Luo Lai and was warned by a supremacy. Who would dare to attack him? Needless to say, it must be the Blackwood family. Because other than the Blackwood family, no one else was at risk of catching a cold. Thinking about it, the other party should know that the supremacy of the Palace of Ares had left. Moreover, they did not send any supremacies, so it was not against the rules. This Blackwood family, what a good idea. Behind him, the four auras were too powerful. Martial soul fledgling form. Lin Xian was shocked. That person had definitely condensed a martial soul fledgling form. This kind of person was extremely powerful. It could be said that he already had one foot in the venerable realm. Lin Xian felt a chill in his heart. He didn't expect that the Blackwood family would send such a powerful hunting team. If it was only one person, he could still fight. However, now that the four of them had joined forces, they were extremely powerful. He could only temporarily avoid them. Behind him, the four of them chased closely. Waves of enormous pressure shrouded the front. It was like an invisible hand grabbing at Lin Xian. The four elders' auras were extremely terrifying when they gathered together. They could already affect the sky. In an instant, Lin Xian felt an invisible resistance around him. It was as if he had fallen into a quagmire. Slash! With a low shout, countless sword auras rushed out from his body. They spread out in all directions and destroyed this invisible energy. At the same time, he used all his spiritual power and used the illusory demonic steps to escape quickly. Kid, stop struggling. You can't escape. Behind him, an old voice was heard. It was filled with cold killing intent. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He didn't respond and flew with all his strength. Little Xian, take them to the 100 Graves Taboo Formation. The dark red divine dragon transmitted. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. A cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. That place was extremely strange. Even though he was standing at the periphery, he felt a tremor coming from his soul. He thought that the power could even kill a venerable realm cultivator. He lured the four people behind him there. He could use that power to get rid of the four of them. Thinking of this, Lin Xian increased his speed and flew towards the taboo formation. Behind him, the four elders of the Blackwood Castle chased closely. No matter where Lin Xian escaped to, they would kill him. Half a day later, Lin Xian came to the place where he comprehended sword intent again. He slashed down with his sword and once again tore a terrifying crack in the yellow sand below. His body swayed and turned into a sword ray, drilling into it. Want to run? It's useless. No matter where you run, you won't be able to escape death. The four people behind him were very confident. They also tore the yellow sand below and quickly chased after him. With a flash of light, four figures appeared. However, they soon started to frown. The reason for that was because a sinister aura was emitting from the enormous white bones before them. What is this place? The four elders of the Blackwood Castle were shocked. They never thought that there would be such a terrifying place under the Sunset Desert, and that aura was even more powerful than that of a venerable one. Boss, what should we do? One of them asked. Find that brat first. The old voice sounded. This place is very dangerous. That kid definitely can't stay here for a long time. You want to use the dangerous forbidden area to plot against us? How laughable. The four of them searched and soon found Lin Xian. Brat, don't think that you can save your life by running here. Although this place is strange, it can't save you. The four elders of the Blackwood Castle grinned hideously. They blocked the way and looked at Lin Xian with murderous intent. It was even to the extent that they didn't have to make a move. They only had to chase Lin Xian into the depths of the stone steel, and they would be able to annihilate his body and soul. Among them, one of the elders waved his hand, and an enormous palm of light gushed out and swept over. It was as fast as lightning and was incomparably fierce. This palm was extremely ingenious. If Lin Xian dodged, he would definitely enter the depths. However, if he chose to take it head-on, this palm carried the power of a martial soul's embryonic form, and it would definitely cause him to be heavily injured. Moreover, even if he could withstand one palm, he would absolutely be able to withstand 10 or even 100 palms. As long as they spent some time, they would be able to kill Lin Xian here. They wanted to get rid of Lin Xian too much. Not only because Lin Xian had killed their disciples, but also because Lin Xian's talent was too heaven-defying. If such a figure were to mature, it wouldn't take long for him to step into the venerable realm. Moreover, he would be an extremely powerful one. At that time, it would be a disaster for their Blackwood family. Therefore, they wouldn't allow Lin Xian to mature. Looking at the palm of light that was flying over, Lin Xian's face darkened slightly because he could also see through the other party's thoughts. However, it was impossible for him to go deep inside. He wasn't confident. Moreover, this place was too strange, so he chose to take it head-on. His entire body bloomed with light, condensing into a red lotus that was incomparably beautiful. In an instant, the red lotus armor covered his entire body. Although it was only an illusory image condensed from spiritual power, its defense was definitely incomparably strong. Boom, powerful energy accompanied the palm of light, and all of it bombarded Lin Xian's body. This palm was extremely fierce. Even though Lin Xian had the red lotus armor, he still felt the blood in his body churning, and all the bones in his body seemed to have cracked. Damn it! Lin Xian gritted his teeth and growled. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Coming to this forbidden land was the idea of him and the dark red divine dragon. He would enter the formation as bait, while the dark red divine dragon would hide in the dark and secretly set up a formation to capture all of them in one fell swoop. As long as the formation was completed, it would be able to teleport all 4 of them to the depths of the forbidden land. With the horror of this place, it would definitely be able to kill all 4 of them. Therefore, he had to wait now until the dark red divine dragon's formation was completed. Moreover, during this period, he couldn't reveal any flaws to avoid arousing the 4's suspicion and vigilance. Therefore, Lin Xian's task was very difficult. He had to stabilize the 4 of them while withstanding their attacks. It could be said that he was in danger. However, once he succeeded, he would be able to completely kill all 4 of them. If he succeeded, it would definitely cause a huge blow to the Blackwood family. You 4 old things actually dare to chase after me. Aren't you afraid of the Palace of Ares' revenge? Palace of Ares? The 4 elders of the Blackwood fort sneered. Don't take us for fools. The people of the Palace of Ares have already left. Moreover, we didn't send out any venerables. It's not considered a violation of the agreement. Moreover, so what if we sent them out? If we kill you here, no one will know. Brat, blame yourself for being an idiot. How dare you leave the city under such circumstances? The 4 of them sneered. They didn't take Lin Xian seriously at all. They indeed had such confidence. The 4 of them had condensed the embryonic form of their martial souls. If they joined forces, no one below the venerable realm would be able to escape. Moreover, the other party had already entered the killing formation. There was no chance of survival. How dare you go against our Blackwood fort? I'll let you die in despair and pain. Kill him slowly. I want to watch his blood flow out bit by bit. The 4 elders sneered and attacked one after another. A fist, like a heavenly hammer, shone with a metallic radiance and smashed down with a loud bang, smashing towards Lin Xian. On the other side, dozens of flames gushed out and transformed into fire snakes. They roared ferociously and rampaged through the void. Lin Xian's heart was heavy. Killing intent erupted from his eyes. He executed his footwork and dodged rapidly in the limited space. Moreover, he quickly pulled out the wind shadow sword and counterattacked. 2 streaks of sword chi formed a cross in the air and rushed forward to block the attack of the sky hammer. At the same time, a vortex of sword chi formed beside him and quickly turned toward the fire snake. Boom! Bang! The 4 attacks collided in the air and exploded into a dazzling light. However, the other 2 attacked mercilessly. Another 2 extremely fierce attacks rushed toward Lin Xian. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, it was difficult for him to block them. Therefore, he was hit this time. His body trembled, and the red lotus armor flickered. In an instant, Lin Xian's face became extremely pale, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. In an instant, Lin Xian suffered an unimaginable injury. This was definitely the most serious injury he had suffered in the past 3 years. Lin Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and gritted his teeth. Damn ruffian dragon, is it done yet? Soon, soon. hold on for a little longer. The dark red dragon replied. You know that I can't use my original strength because I lost my dragon essence. But don't worry, just hold on for a little longer, and this formation will be done soon. Okay. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and said. He quickly swallowed a few healing pills, and at the same time, he madly circulated the immortality chant to heal the injuries in his body. Humph, kid, how does it feel? One of the black-robed men sneered. He flipped his palm and condensed a small pagoda, which he quickly pressed downward. Lin Xian resisted. His body trembled again, and the blood at the corner of his mouth became thicker. Ha 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 ha, kid, you're showing off. How does it feel? Isn't it good to be on the verge of death? The elder of the Blackwood family sneered. They were like demons, torturing Lin Xian bit by bit. You four bastards, as long as I don't die, I'll definitely kill you. Lin Xian's voice was cold, and he was like a killing god. Humph, how dare you be so stubborn? Do you think you still have a chance to escape? Another elder snorted and pointed a finger. A powerful light flickered and collided with the red lotus armor, causing it to tremble violently. The violent power made Lin Xian spit out blood again. For a moment, Lin Xian's injuries worsened. This time, without any hesitation, he took out a 2,000-year-old spiritual herb and quickly swallowed it. As soon as the elixir appeared, the four elders of the Blackwood family were shocked. All of them stared at the elixir with burning eyes. It's actually a 2,000-year-old spiritual herb. The four of them were shocked. Even their family only had a few stalks of this kind of thing, but this hateful little thief in front of them actually didn't care about it at all, as if he was gnawing on a carrot. What a waste, what a waste. The four elders had an impulse to tear Lin Xian apart. Looking at their expressions, Lin Xian chuckled. For old dogs, do you want to eat? Lin Xian waved the elixir in his hand. Kneel down and beg me like a dog, and I might give it to you. You're courting death. The four elders were furious. A little thief who was about to die actually dared to tease them like this. This was unbearable for the four of them. When you die, the zero spirit herb will naturally be ours. Kid, I'll pull out your tendons and pull out your bones, and let you bleed to the last drop of blood. This kid still has a lot of good things in his storage belt. Be careful when you attack later. Don't break the storage belt, or else we won't be able to get those things. Another elder said ferociously. They talked among themselves, completely ignoring Lin Xian. Obviously, in their eyes, Lin Xian was already a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Lin Xian sneered in his heart. These four old dogs can be arrogant now, but when the array is completed, you'll be crying. No, this kid's eyes are too fierce. Let's dig out his eyeballs first. One of the black elders sneered. Also, break his limbs, so he won't be able to escape when the time comes. The four elders exuded a powerful aura. They were ready to cripple Lin Xian and then slowly torture him. In an instant, the four of them launched a terrifying attack. Lin Shui roared and pushed the great dragon sword soul and perfect sword intent with all his strength. He unleashed a power comparable to the embryonic form of a martial soul, sweeping in all directions. At the same time, he quickly sent a voice transmission. Damn it, are you done? If you don't come, I'm going to die. Done, done. The dark red dragon said excitedly, Kid, get ready to retreat. I'm going to activate the array. In the next moment, he roared and a blood-red long sword appeared in front of him. Sword of slaughter, the blood-red sword chi surged like a river of blood, dancing in the air. Lin Xian used all of his strength in this attack. The crescent-shaped sword chi swept out, aiming at the weakest of the four elders as it quickly rushed towards him. At the same time, he pushed his body to the limit. Kid, you're courting death. The elder was furious. How dare Lin Xian charge at him? This was a complete provocation. The other three elders sneered and attacked together. They did not intend to fight Lin Xian alone. Four terrifying attacks were launched. The four of them had sinister smiles on their faces as if they could already see Lin Xian being blown up. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian disappeared in front of them. The four terrifying attacks suddenly lost their target and surged in the air. Not only that, but what made them even more terrified was that an invisible force filled their bodies, forming a space-distorting force. Whoosh, before they could react, the force had already exploded. Oh no! The elder in the lead was the strongest. He was the first to react and wanted to struggle. However, when he moved, he found that the four of them had already arrived at the center of the stone tablet. At this moment, they were in the center of the black stone tablet, surrounded by terrifying dead spirits' resentment. The force was too terrifying. It was not something they could withstand at all. Even a venerable one would not be able to resist it. In an instant, the four of them felt their scalps go numb. Their eyes were filled with fear and they wanted to escape. However, as soon as they moved, a blood-red sword chi quickly slashed and blocked their way. The four of them resisted and collided with the blood-red sword chi, instantly shattering it. However, they were still blocked. Moreover, the energy stimulated the surrounding dead spirits. Streaks of gray aura surrounded them, forming ferocious ghost heads that quickly bit at them. Ah! Miserable screams sounded. In an instant, the four of them were attacked by the dead spirits and were injured. Damn thief, I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. When I come out, I'll definitely crush your bones and scatter your ashes. I'll extract your soul and refine it. The four elders of the Blackwood stronghold roared at the sky with ferocious expressions. How is it? Does it feel good? Lin Xian said with a smile, don't you like to torture people like this? Today, I'll let you have your fill. Oh? You still want to come out? Dream on. You don't have the chance anymore. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon stood outside the formation with a sneer on their faces. Just now, the four elders of the Blackwood stronghold had used this method to torture him. Now, he naturally wanted to pay them back. Lin Xian looked ahead, his eyes full of killing intent. Just now, the four elders attacked mercilessly, forcing him into a dead end and almost taking his life. If it were not for the Red Lotus battle suit, he would have been killed by now. The dark red divine dragon looked ahead with a smile on his face. He was very satisfied with the formation he set up. Little Xianxia, how is it? This emperor's formation isn't bad, right? Not bad, very good. When we return, I'll give you more primordial yang stones. Hearing this, the dark red divine dragon was extremely excited. Ever since he schemed against Lin Xian last time, all of his primordial yang stones were confiscated. That was why he worked so hard to help Lin Xian this time. It was to get more primordial yang stones so that he could recover his 7 breaths of dragon primary. Alright, I'll leave the rest to you. This emperor is going to collect the stones. The dark red divine dragon ran in front of the snow-white little monkey and began to ask for the primordial yang stones. Lin Xian held the slaughter sword in his hand and stared at the 4 Blackwood stronghold elders in front of him. Now, it was time for him to take revenge. At this moment, the aura of death around the stone tablet floated and turned into ghost heads, pouncing on them and making them flustered. Moreover, they didn't dare to be too presumptuous and could only control their attacks within an extremely small range. After all, this place was too terrifying. If they were to encounter something, it would probably attract even greater killing intent. At that time, they would be completely finished. Lin Xian didn't have any misgivings. He stared at the 4 people and quickly slashed out with a slaughter sword. At this moment, Lin Xian's body was heavily injured and was forcibly suppressed by him using a 2,000-year-old spiritual medicine. However, the hatred in his heart wasn't suppressed. Instead, it became more and more intense, so this sword was filled with violent power. This sword strike was still aimed at the weakest elder of Blackwood Castle. The weakest black-robed elder had his right arm bitten by a ghost head and was in a state of resistance. However, in the next moment, a violent blood-colored sword aura filled with killing intent quickly slashed over and just happened to cut that elder's right shoulder, cutting off his entire arm. Ah! That black-robed elder roared in pain, his face sinister. Brat, I'll definitely kill you. Not only kill you, I'll also kill everyone you know. You and your family will all die in fear. That black-robed elder went crazy and his demon-like voice reverberated in the void. Damn you! Lin Xian's expression was cold, like a god of death. He slashed out with his long sword, and the blood-colored sword chi that filled the sky turned into countless strands of blood, forming a large net that enveloped the arm that he had chopped off. Then, the severed arm was quickly wrapped up. With a flash of light, the blood-red sword net ground the severed arm into powder. Lin Xian's every attack contained the power of the great dragon sword spirit. It could be said that he was not inferior to these elders, so he could easily injure them. Seeing that his arm had been destroyed, the elder with the severed arm raised his head and roared. His heart sank completely. With his cultivation, he was still unable to regrow his severed arm, so from now on, he could only be a one-armed old man. Moreover, the loss of his right arm had greatly weakened his strength. However, he was obviously overthinking things because Lin Xian had no intention of letting him leave. Lin Xian swung his sword again. The terrifying sword chi was like the sharpest divine sword, quickly piercing forward. At the same time, the surrounding ghost heads formed by the death aura were nourished by the blood mist and became stronger again. They roared ferociously and pounced on the elder with the severed arm. The three elders around him roared angrily, wanting to help. However, they were also pinned down by the surrounding ghost heads and could not escape. The elder with the severed arm resisted frantically, but after 3 slashes, his left arm was chopped off again. No. I can't accept this. Without both arms, the elder had completely lost his combat strength. A blood-colored sword chi, like a cold blood moon, spun rapidly and swept across. In an instant, the elder was cut in half at the waist. Slash, the elder's face was filled with unwillingness as his body was split in half. In the end, regret appeared in his eyes, but it was too late. Blood flowed, and the surrounding ghost heads quickly pounced on him, instantly eating the blood and the corpse clean, leaving not a single trace. Seeing this scene, the bodies of the 3 surviving elders trembled, and their hearts were filled with shock. Their comrade had disappeared right in front of their eyes. Not even a corpse was left behind. Lin Xian's expression was cold. The other party asked for it. If he did not kill, they would have been killed. Therefore, he would not show any mercy. After dealing with the black-robed elder, Lin Xian's face became even paler. He was severely injured and could not hold on for much longer. Therefore, he had to end the battle quickly and kill the other 3. Thinking of this, he reached out with his left hand, and a pitch-black sword appeared. Nirvana sword. The black longsword was filled with the aura of death and nirvana, and it was 70 to 80% similar to the surrounding death aura. Therefore, when Lin Xian's nirvana sword appeared, it immediately caused the surrounding death aura to resonate. As if attracted, the surrounding grey death aura quickly gathered towards the nirvana sword. At this moment, Lin Xian could clearly feel that the nirvana sword in his left hand was rapidly absorbing and growing stronger. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian quickly swung his sword. This time, he aimed at another black-robed elder. Brat, how dare you! When the 3 saw Lin Xian attack again, they immediately shouted angrily. They had already lost one of their men, and they definitely could not let him do it again. However, Lin Xian's nirvana sword was too strange. Especially under such circumstances, it was even more powerful. When the sword was swung, pitch-black sword aura surged, like rolling demonic clouds, and slashed down. At the same time, around the sword aura, countless death aura floated and rushed towards the black-robed elder. Boom, the sword aura landed, and the elder was sent flying while vomiting blood. However, before he could react, another blood-red slaughter sword chi shot towards him at an extremely fast speed. Lin Xian attacked like a madman. The red and black sword aura alternated, forming a violent attack. The surrounding ferocious ghost heads became even more violent and cold under the influence of the nirvana sword. Facing such a violent attack, the black-robed elder could not resist at all. Not long after, his head was sent flying. No, the leading elder screamed, his heart bleeding. These were the elites of the Blackwood family, and they were all people who could become honorable ones in the future. However, at this moment, all of them had fallen in this place. His heart was filled with regret and hatred. At the same time, his hatred was overflowing. He wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Xian into pieces. However, even if he was filled with regret, there was nothing he could do. Not long after, another person also fell into a pool of blood. He was the only one left. Brat, I want you dead. The Blackwood family will not let you go. The leading elder roared indignantly. If you didn't come to kill me, would you have fallen? So there's no need to regret. You asked for it. Lin Xian's two swords clashed, forming a cross of red and black sword aura that surged in the air. The two swords combined to form an even more powerful force that quickly rushed towards the last elder. You want to kill me? Not so easy. His martial soul's embryonic form was a blazing spear. At this moment, he held it in his hand, looking extraordinarily mighty. The spear trembled, and a sea of fire spread out, colliding with Lin Xian's red and black sword qi. Clang, under the attack, the void trembled, and terrifying waves that could be seen with the naked eye swept out in all directions. In the next moment, the surrounding stone tablets seemed to be affected, emitting balls of black qi. It was extremely terrifying. Not good, little Xian, run. At the side, the dark red dragon's expression changed drastically when he saw this scene. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He held the Nirvana sword and quickly swung it in front of him. Then, he slashed down with his sword and quickly turned around to leave. Above, countless death qi gathered, forming a huge black longsword that crashed down. At the last moment, Lin Xian used his earth-rank martial art, Gale Lightning Sword, and slashed at the elder, wanting to kill him here. That elder's scalp went numb. He tried his best to escape from this place. However, just as he moved, the ground below suddenly cracked open, and a huge rotten palm reached out and grabbed him. At the same time, a death qi that was even more powerful and terrifying than a supremacy instantly filled the surroundings. Run! Lin Xian's face was pale. He used his extreme speed movement technique and quickly escaped from this place. He knew that there was no chance for that elder to survive. Moreover, what made him even more shocked was that there were unknown creatures here. The rotten hand grabbed the elder and then squeezed lightly, instantly crushing him into a bloody mist. Then, it grabbed at Lin Xian. At this moment, the Gale Lightning Sword above his head fell and collided with the huge palm, erupting with terrifying energy waves. For a moment, the rotten hand was blocked, and Lin Xian took the opportunity to quickly escape. Whoosh, under the endless yellow sand, a sword ray rushed out. Then, the entire ground surged, and demonic qi surged. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian floated in the sky and looked down with a face full of fear. If he was just a little slower, he would have been left here forever. He didn't expect the 100 Graves taboo formation to give birth to a living creature. How terrifying. The dark red dragon's expression was also grave. Let's go. You can't resist it all now. Lin Xian nodded and turned to leave. 3 days later, he recovered from his injuries and flew towards Quicksand City. At the same time, the Blackwood clan fell into a state of anxiety. The 4 elders they sent out actually did not have a trace of news. This was definitely not a good thing for them. However, it was impossible for the 4 of them to die. One had to know that the 4 of them had all condensed their martial spirits. If they worked together, the thief would have no chance of surviving. However, 3 days had passed, and there was still no news. In fact, they didn't even know if those 4 people were dead or alive. Wait a little longer. They definitely won't have any problems, the patriarch said in a deep voice. However, 2 days later, they received news that the machine was not working. This was because someone had seen Lin Xian appear in the city. What? How is this possible? The higher-ups of the Blackwood Castle didn't believe it. However, the truth was right in front of them, and they had no choice but to accept it. At the same time, a chill rose from the bottom of their hearts. A bad premonition was brewing in their hearts. Lin Xian had returned, but there was no news of the 4 people they had sent out. Could it be? They didn't dare to imagine. Impossible. It's impossible for that thief to escape by himself, let alone kill our elders. What if there's a venerable behind him? Someone analyzed. Immediately, the Blackwood Castle's elders gasped, and a trace of horror appeared in their eyes. Could it be someone from the Palace of War? They were bewildered. The patriarch's face was gloomy, and he was trembling with anger. Those 4 people were their patriarch's elites, and they could grow into venerable existences in the future. But now, they had all died. This was definitely a huge loss to their clan. Moreover, the current situation showed that there was definitely an expert protecting Lin Xian behind him. Therefore, they couldn't make a move anymore. Alright, this matter ends here. When Ye returns, it will naturally be resolved, the patriarch ordered. Everyone was indignant, but no one refuted. They could only place their hopes on Blackwood Cliff. However, they were full of confidence. Because Blackwood Cliff was not only their clan's pride, but also one of the few geniuses in the Sand region, he was definitely an existence that the younger generation looked up to. Therefore, as long as Blackwood Cliff made a move, Lin Xian would definitely die. In a quiet courtyard, Lin Xian, Nan Gongsang, and Ma Rulong gathered. The three of them sat on the lawn, surrounded by spirit wine and barbecued meat. Come, Brother Xian, a toast to you. I hope you survive, Nan Gongsang said. Brother Lin, congratulations on increasing your strength again. Ma Rulong also raised his wine cup. Come, drink to your heart's content. Lin Xian laughed loudly, and clinked cups with the two of them. Beside him, the dark red dragon and the snow-white little monkey also held their wine cups and drank non-stop. Damn, this Blackwood Cliff is too much. They actually sent 4 old bastards. Nan Gongsang drank the spirit wine in one gulp, and then cursed angrily. Ma Rulong smiled faintly, thinking that after this, Blackwood Castle would definitely not dare to touch Brother Lin again. No, I still feel aggrieved. Lin Xian rubbed his nose. Indeed, although we killed 4 old dogs, they deserved it. I think we should beat them up. What good idea does Brother Xian have? Nan Gongsang was excited. Does the Blackwood family have any spirit medicine or spirit stone business? Lin Xian asked. Spirit medicine is too rare here, and I don't think you'll be interested in it. However, there are quite a few precious ores. Nan Gongsang said. Does Brother Xian have any good ideas? Precious ores? Lin Xian muttered, that's not bad, why don't we borrow some? There were very few spirit medicine resources here, and even if there were, Lin Xian wouldn't be interested. One must know that he had a bag of several thousand-year-old spirit medicine in his storage ring, however, he really hadn't seen many precious ores. Of course, other than the primordial young stone. Borrow? How? Nan Gongsang was puzzled. I have my own plans. Lin Xian smiled mysteriously. You two think about it, do you have any spirit ores that you've been longing for? Hearing this, Nan Gongsang and Ma Rulong looked at each other, and then laughed sinisterly. Seems like you two have thought it through. Seeing their smiles, Lin Xian said with a smile. Brother Xian, you don't know, but other than the Blackwood Castle's Colosseum, there are several spirit ore shops in the city, and they are all famous treasure shops. There are a few things that I've been eyeing for a long time, Nan Gongsang said excitedly. Although he didn't know what Lin Xian's plan was, since the other party said it, he would definitely be able to do it. Ma Rulong was a bit worried. Brother Lin, you can't be thinking of stealing spirit ores, right? If that's the case, I advise you to give up on that idea. Those spirit ore shops are very precious, and there are half-step Venerable Realm experts guarding them, and some are even Venerable Realm experts. Ma Rulong was a little worried because he knew that the defense of the Blackwood family was too tight. But Lin Xian just smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, I have my ways. It's very safe, you just need to give me the addresses of those shops. Then, Ma Rulong took out a map of Quicksand City and pointed out the shops on it. Then, Lin Xian handed the map to the dark red dragon and the white monkey. Go and do it. Wooji Wooji the white monkey was excited, and the dark red dragon roared again and again. Robbing and robbing, I like it. The dragon and monkey went into the room. Nan Gongsang and Ma Rulong looked at each other, not knowing what Lin Xian was doing. You two, don't worry and just wait. Lin Xian tasted the wine with a smile. Not long after, the white monkey and the dark red dragon came out. Nan Gongsang and Ma Rulong turned around and were shocked. Damn, it's a miracle. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Lin Xian's eyelids were also twitching, and the corner of his mouth was twitching. He didn't expect these two guys to have stolen so many things. They probably emptied the shops in the Blackwood Castle, right? Hee hee, I was too excited and didn't control myself. The dark red dragon laughed. At the side, the snow-white little monkey also had a smug look on its face. Next to the two beasts was a pair of sparkling oars full of pure energy. Their appearance even filled the whole courtyard with spiritual energy. Of course, all of this was obtained from the treasure shop in the Blackwood Castle by the white monkey using a small treasure bowl. Looking at the sparkling oars, Nan Gongseng's mouth watered. He pounced on them. We're rich, we're really rich this time. Isn't it too much? The Blackwood Castle will go crazy. Ma Rulong was also surprised. Is it? The dark red dragon smiled. These are the leftovers. The white monkey nodded. Obviously. These two guys had hidden a lot. Brother Lin, the Blackwood Castle won't go crazy, right? Who cares? Just use it without worry. I guarantee that they won't be able to find this place. Lin Xian was very confident. Then, I won't hold back. Ma Rulong also pounced forward. Damn, golden spirit scarlet flame ore. Nan Gongseng's eyes lit up as he grabbed a fist-sized golden stone. Legend has it that this stone contains powerful metal and fire attributes. It's definitely a sacred object for martial artists who cultivate metal and fire attributes. Black feather stone. Ma Rulong was also shocked. This stone was innately engraved with mysterious energy. If he could comprehend it, it would definitely be a great harvest. Seeing the two of them going crazy, the dark red divine dragon was tempted again. He turned his eyes and stared at the ground, ready to attack. The snow-white little monkey also squinted its big eyes and jumped around happily. Let's split these stones. Lin Xian said with a smile. Whoosh, the few of them went crazy and quickly attacked. In the end, all the treasures and ores on the ground were divided among them. Lin Xian also picked quite a few, and 3 of them were specifically requested by him. The Wild Thunder Stone was a stone left behind after the Thunder Trial. It contained the violent power of thunder and lightning, and there were even mysterious thunder patterns on it. The Divine Wind Stone was produced in the Wind Valley. It contained a gust of wind and had endless magical uses. The Crimson Fire Golden Crow Stone was said to come from the depths of the Sunset Desert and contained the power of strange fire. Lin Xian chose these 3 stones because they were related to his concept. Among them, he had already comprehended the wind and thunder concept. As for the fire concept, although he had not comprehended it, he had once supported the black dragon flame, so he was very familiar with the fire attribute. It would not be difficult to comprehend it. And these 3 stones could help him comprehend the concept. In fact, Lin Xian originally wanted to only cultivate the sword concept, so that he could ensure his concentration. However, the dark red divine dragon told him to cultivate more concepts, especially the 5 elements concept. It said that it was very important for his future martial arts path. Although the dark red divine dragon did not elaborate, Lin Xian pondered and finally decided to follow the dark red divine dragon's instructions. After all, although the dark red divine dragon's cultivation base had been lost, he had once reached an unbelievable height. What it said must be reasonable. The wind and thunder concept was a variant of the 5 elements concept. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to improve the wind and thunder concept, and also comprehend the fire concept as soon as possible. While Lin Xian was going crazy, the few treasure shops in the Blackwood Fort were furious. All the rare ores in their shops had disappeared, leaving only some ordinary goods. Seeing this scene, those attendants directly fainted from fright. Trash, a bunch of trash. An old man roared madly. He was the guardian elder of a rare treasure shop. At this moment, he was roaring madly in his shop. A bunch of people, you can't even see a few stones. Why don't you go die? Elder, those stones suddenly disappeared. Several attendants trembled in fright. Suddenly disappeared? That elder's face darkened. He had not sensed that anyone had come. Moreover, the defensive formation in the surroundings was still there, and there were no signs of it being destroyed. However, the treasures in the shop had disappeared. Ghost, I've seen a ghost alive. That elder trembled with anger. He had no way to explain this to the clan. Moreover, the higher-ups of the clan would definitely not believe such words. A bunch of trash, get lost. Go and investigate. The elder roared angrily. Then, he angrily rushed to the clan. He did not dare to hide such a big thing. However, when he arrived at the clan, he was shocked again. Because the clan's conference hall was full of elders. Moreover, the clan leader was sitting at the front of the hall with a gloomy face, emitting a terrifying aura. In the center of the hall, several people stood with worried faces. The atmosphere in the hall was very oppressive. The heart of the elder who came to report was beating wildly. Did the clan already know? Cold sweat dripped down from his forehead, and his body trembled slightly. He had lost so many rare ores. Even if he was killed, it would not be enough. Thinking of this, he felt his legs go soft. Old Seven, you're here. Suddenly, the clan leader's voice was heard. Swish, everyone's gaze landed on the elder, causing him to jump in fright. No way, could it be that this is also? Everyone sighed, and their expressions were ugly. Old Seven, why are you here? The first elder asked. This. The seventh elder was covered in cold sweat, and he did not know what to say. Seeing this scene, everyone was even more certain. Something had gone missing in the shop. The seventh elder opened the door with difficulty. Boom, hearing that, the aura on the clan leader's body suddenly erupted, and it swept in all directions like a tsunami. It was the aura of a supremacy. At that moment, it was extremely strong, and it filled the sky like 100,000 divine mountains. It's just a few things. I think the entire shop has gone missing. The clan leader's voice was cold. Spare me, clan leader. The seventh elder knelt on the ground with a thud, his body trembling. It's as if something has gone wrong today. No one stole it, but those rare treasures disappeared into thin air. Clan leader, I'm not lying. The seventh elder complained in his heart. Even he could not say that, but he could only say it. Of course I believe you. You're not the first person to say that. Before this, I've already heard it 3 times. The Blackwood Stronghold leader's words echoed in the air, causing the seventh elder's body to tremble. In the next moment, he understood and looked at the main hall in disbelief. There, the 3 elders' faces were terrifyingly gloomy. Those elders were the same as him. They were all elders in charge of guarding the clan's treasure hall. Now that they had appeared here with that kind of expression, it was obvious that something similar had happened to him. Understanding this, the seventh elder's mind went blank. The family lost a large number of treasures in 4 treasure shops in one day. This was an unimaginable loss for the family. Moreover, what was even more shocking was that they didn't know who stole their treasures. Patriarch, I think someone must be targeting us. The great elder said in a deep voice. Could it be that thief Lin Xian? Someone asked doubtfully. Impossible, that thief definitely doesn't have this ability. I think it's very likely to be the faction behind him. You're talking about the Palace of Ares? Once these words were said, the entire main hall fell silent again. They were one of the top factions in Quicksand City. The other factions were on par with them, so there was no way they could hide from them. And it seemed that only the Palace of Ares had this ability. Moreover, not long ago, they had ignored the warning of the Palace of Ares and secretly sent people to kill Lin Xian. Now, it was very likely that the Palace of Ares was taking revenge. Are we just going to let this matter go? An elder was unwilling to accept this. Let it go? How is that possible? The leader of the Blackwood Stronghold was extremely angry. Investigate thoroughly. You must keep an eye on that thief and see if there's anything unusual about him. Also, once you find the people from the Palace of Ares, immediately report to me. The Blackwood Stronghold leader was really angry. One had to know that the treasures they had lost were all rare treasures. Those were the treasures their family had accumulated over decades. Now that they had all been lost, how could he not be angry? His heart was bleeding. Although the Palace of Ares is powerful, our Blackwood Stronghold is not easy to bully. Great Elder, go to the Divine Bird Palace and spread the news of Goddess Murong to them. Also, you must invite the people from the Divine Bird Palace. Their Blackwood Stronghold was not without a backer, and the Divine Bird Palace was their biggest backer. As long as they could invite people from the Divine Bird Palace, they would no longer fear the Palace of War Gods. In fact, they could even pay back the anger they had suffered before. After the clan leader finished giving his orders, those elders immediately left to do their own things. In the quiet courtyard, Ma Rulong and Nan Gongseng left with smiles after obtaining the precious ores. As for Lin Xian, he had sealed himself off in his courtyard and was meditating in seclusion. He left the defense formation and the safety of the courtyard to the little white monkey and the dark red dragon. He sat under the ancient tree, holding the primordial yang stone with both hands as he cultivated. This yuan yang stone contained pure yang qi, which could fundamentally change one's physique, so since Lin Xian obtained this thing, he had not stopped absorbing it. For the transformation from the spirit-detecting realm to the exalt realm, in addition to the concept of the soul, the sublimation of the body's level of life was also extremely important. Lin Xian had consumed the great strength essence in the Lost Lands and transformed his body. His life rating had already reached the level of a venerable. And this yuan yang stone could better strengthen his body's level. Moreover, the yuan yang stone not only had the effect of improving one's physique, but it could also store and purify the spirit energy in his body. It could be said to be a very top-notch treasure. Closing his eyes and concentrating, Lin Xian quickly circulated the longevity art and absorbed the pure yang qi in his palm. Traces of pure yang qi were like tiny dragons, quickly entering Lin Xian's body and circulating along with the longevity art. An hour later, a slight cracking sound came from his palm. In the next moment, Lin Xian opened his eyes. His eyes were bright and deep like the vast stars. He opened his palm and threw away the gravel in his hand. Those gravel were the yuan yang stones that had been completely absorbed, so they were useless. After absorbing the pure yang qi, Lin Xian took out the wild thunder stone and wind god stone. Next, he was going to comprehend the two concepts of wind and lightning. The power of wind and lightning had accompanied him from the beginning, and it was also the concept that he had comprehended the earliest. Now, these two concepts had reached the great accomplishment stage. And this time, he wanted to use the strange stones in his hand to bring the two concepts of wind and lightning to the great accomplishment stage. Holding the two strange stones, Lin Xian closed his eyes again and began to comprehend. Traces of the strange power of wind and lightning came from his palm. On the two strange stones, inscriptions shone, forming wind and lightning runes that surrounded Lin Xian. From afar, it was very strange. Just like this, Lin Xian continued to cultivate. At the same time, two spies from Blackwood Stronghold quickly came to the quiet courtyard and began to investigate. However, they were met with great resistance. Because there was a layer of invisible formation power that blocked their divine sense and soul. Not good, this is a defensive formation. Quickly go and ask the clan's formation elder. Soon, an old man with sparse hair rushed over. What kind of formation is this? Let me break it. You dare to play with a formation in front of me? What a joke. The old man sneered again and again. Then, his hands danced and quickly broke the formation. In the courtyard, the dark red dragon was lying leisurely and contentedly, lying by the pool and basking in the sun. At this moment, he suddenly raised his head and revealed an impatient expression. Damn it, where did this little bastard come from? How dare you break my formation? The dark red dragon was so angry that he jumped up. See if I don't play you to death. Then, he sneered, raised his dragon claws, and quickly controlled the formation. In the outside world, the Blackwood Stronghold formation elder sneered. Soon, we'll be able to break it soon. You two prepare to investigate at any time. The formation elder was abnormally arrogant. There's no formation that I can't break. However, in the next moment, he suddenly frowned. Something's wrong. Xiao Chen's hands danced as he quickly sent out saber after saber after saber. However, his frown deepened. Soon, the formation elder's expression changed from anxiety to shock, and finally to horror. Bang, the air fluctuated, and a wave of light surged over, sending the formation elder flying. Puff, the formation elder flew backward and fell to the ground. His chest felt stuffy, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Elder, what's wrong with you? The two middle-aged spies were so frightened that their expressions changed drastically, and they asked one after another. Everything was fine just now, and their formation elder had even revealed a victorious expression. However, in the blink of an eye, the situation had taken a huge turn. Their formation elder flew backward and even spat out large mouthfuls of blood. The situation was too strange. The Blackwood Stronghold formation elder sat on the ground, his eyes in a daze. He kept shouting, "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible, how could he have such profound attainments in formations?" He was about to go crazy. He had nearly 100 years of cultivation in formations, but he could not see through the changes just now at all. In fact, as soon as he touched it, he was sent flying by the power of the formation. Impossible. That kid definitely doesn't have such a powerful formation. The Blackwood Stronghold formation elder roared. He wouldn't believe that a 17 or 18-year-old kid would be better than him in terms of formations. Could it be that there's a powerhouse from the Palace of Ares living here? The formation elder was terrified. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was correct. Then, he suddenly jumped up, like a frightened rabbit, and ran away crazily. If the supremacy of the Palace of Ares was really here, then he wouldn't dare to stay. If he angered the supremacy and killed him with a slap, then he would be finished. He didn't dare to take the risk, so he could only flee. The two middle-aged scouts looked at the formation elder who fled in a daze. Then, the two of them trembled and came to a realization. Even the formation elder was scared away, which meant that there was definitely a terrifying existence here. They couldn't do anything here and might even lose their lives. The two of them understood and left quickly. Their speed wasn't any slower than the formation elders. Seeing the people outside escape, the dark red dragon laughed until his stomach hurt. "Ha ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. 3 little worms dare to compete with me in terms of formations? How naive." The dark red dragon had a look of disdain. Then, it lazily lay beside the pool and bathed in the sun. Xianxia naturally didn't know about this little episode. At this moment, he was fully focused on comprehending the wind and thunder concept. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 1.5 months had passed. Today was the same as usual. Xianxia was still sitting under the ancient tree and didn't wake up. However, there were waves of energy coming from afar. They were like waves that came towards him. It was weak at first, but as time passed, the energy waves became stronger and stronger. In the end, it even affected the entire courtyard. Swoosh, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. Wind and thunder were annihilated in his eyes. The invisible wind and thunder rune floated around him. It was strange and mysterious. Then, it gradually disappeared. Then, the shadow of a true dragon appeared and circled around his body. Along with it was a shocking sword intent. The sword intent was very powerful. It had already surpassed the perfect stage. Or rather, it couldn't be called sword intent. It was a sword soul, the embryonic form of a sword soul. He raised his head and looked at the sky. After sensing it carefully, he frowned. "Little Xianxia, you're awake." The dark red dragon flew over. "Hee, I purposely let this energy fluctuation in. You've been meditating for so long, it's time for you to move around." "Yes." Xianxia nodded. Indeed, he had spent a lot of time comprehending, and needed to fight to digest some of it. Furthermore, Xiaochen had gained a lot this time. The state of wind and thunder had reached consummation, and he had also comprehended the state of fire. Currently, he had only reached small perfection. Most importantly, his perfect sword intent had already begun to fuse with the great dragon sword soul, forming the embryonic form of the sword soul. To his surprise, he discovered that some concepts were interlinked. There were a myriad of great daos, but the heart remained the same. That was why Xianxia could comprehend them so quickly. If others knew about this, they would probably be scared to death. This kind of speed couldn't be described as extreme, it was abnormal. What a powerful aura. Let's go take a look. Xianxia transformed into a sword scar and soared into the sky. At this moment, countless martial artists had gathered in Quicksand City. All of them raised their heads and looked towards the sky. In the void, the two martial artists faced each other. Countless rays of light and energy surged on their bodies, covering their entire bodies. It was impossible to see their true appearances. However, judging from the aura of the two, they were very powerful, above everyone else. When Lin Xian saw this scene, he stood on top of a building and watched from afar. At the same time, he activated his soul power and listened to the discussions below. Heavens, Shaoli and Yanqi Tian. Two peerless geniuses, they actually appeared at the same time. Everyone was excited, their faces filled with ecstasy. Two of the four peerless geniuses of the quicksand region had appeared at the same time, and they were confronting each other. Right now, this was definitely a shocking event. Peerless geniuses. Lin Xian's heart trembled. The aura of the two was very powerful. They must have had embryonic forms of martial souls, and their strength definitely surpassed those of the older generation. So powerful. Lin Xian carefully sensed and realized that he didn't have the confidence to defeat one of them. Of course, the other party didn't have the confidence to defeat him either. In the void, the two faced each other, forming a special area of pressure. Ordinary extreme spirit detecting realm martial artists would die immediately upon contact. Suddenly, the aura of the two rose, and a huge pressure enveloped the surroundings, carrying a trace of supremacy aura. So powerful, so unbearable. The martial artists below were frightened and retreated. They couldn't withstand it at all. However, there was one person who didn't retreat. He had a head of blue hair, and his body was surrounded by rays of starlight, like a starry sky war god. At this moment, he also emitted a powerful aura that surged into the sky, not at all weaker than the two geniuses. Who is this person? So terrifying. He can actually resist the pressure of the peerless geniuses. Xianxia Tian. A genius from outside the quicksand region, from a king family. He's also a peerless genius. Someone recognized him. The three experts faced each other, their eyes full of fighting spirit, not giving way to each other. The three forces intertwined, forming an even more powerful force that pressed in all directions. The martial artists were frightened and retreated again. Lin Xian stood on top of the building and didn't dodge. Facing the three experts, his blood was boiling. Moreover, he had just merged with the embryonic form of Sword Soul and wanted to use it. Therefore, he didn't retreat. When the force shrouded him, it immediately stimulated the power in his body. Buzz, the void trembled, as if a peerless divine sword was slashing in all directions. An extremely sharp aura surged out like a heavenly pillar, competing with the other three. The crowd was in an uproar. They didn't expect another peerless genius to appear. Lin Xian, it's Lin Xian. Someone saw the figure and immediately exclaimed. What, Lin Xian? Has he grown to such a stage? Many people were shocked, their faces full of horror. Especially the people from the Wang family and Haimu family. When they saw this scene, they were extremely frightened. This young man's growth was too terrifying. One had to know that a month ago, he didn't have such an aura. But now, he could compete with peerless geniuses. Humph, kid, it's you. When Xianxia Tian saw Lin Xian, killing intent appeared in his eyes, and the aura on his body became even stronger. He didn't expect that the ant that he looked down on not long ago, who he could even crush to death, would grow to the same stage as him. He couldn't believe it. One had to know that even if he was a peerless genius, he wouldn't have such a speed. And the other party, a nameless junior, how could he have such ability? Now, he was regretting that he didn't kill him back then to eliminate this scourge. The more Xianxia Tian thought about it, the angrier he became. In the end, the blue star ring on his body bloomed, as if real stars were floating around him. Xianxia Tian's astral halo shone brightly, and a powerful astral force rushed toward Lin Xian. His attack directly broke the balance formed by the four of them. Suddenly, the area that was originally enveloped by the astral force became an area of abnormally violent energy. The energy was so terrifying that it could annihilate all martial artists below the supremacy level. Boom, the astral force shone like a real star and smashed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. A sword mark appeared in front of him, and he quickly slashed down. The two collided, and a terrifying energy explosion occurred. At the same time, the other two figures also moved quickly and collided with each other. The impact was huge. It was not weaker than Lin Xian's side at all. An earth-shattering sound was heard, and the sky seemed to be torn apart. Finally, the two of them separated. Like black lightning, they quickly rushed toward Lin Xian and Xianyao Tian. Whoosh, an intense aura surged, and a ray of light like a rainbow instantly lit up the entire sky. Accompanying it was an extremely sharp aura. The aura was abnormally violent and extremely sharp. In an instant, it quickly slashed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian roared and clenched his fist, and a blood-red sword appeared in his hand. With a swing of the sword, a terrifying murderous aura filled the air. The blood-red sword chi surged like a river of blood, hanging across the sky. Boom! 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 The two collided, and the sound of metal clashing rang out. It shook the eardrums of the surrounding people, and some weaker martial artists even bled from their ears and fainted. This strike was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian took a few steps back, and his entire right arm felt numb. One could imagine how powerful his opponent was. However, his opponent did not have it easy either, and retreated with a dazzling light. At this moment, Lin Xian also saw the person's appearance clearly. It was a tall young man with short hair and a burly figure. He held a huge black saber in his hand that emitted a cold light. Shaoli, the saber was unstoppable. The aura was extremely sharp, as if it could split the entire sky. Furthermore, that powerful attack power was on par with Lin Xian's. As expected of a top expert from the Sand region, his strength was terrifying to the extreme. After that attack, Shaoli didn't continue to tangle with Xianyao Tian. Instead, he quickly attacked Xianyao Tian. At the same time, another powerful figure dashed towards Lin Xian at high speed. This person's skin was dark and his facial features were regular. His eyes were as big as copper bells. Crimson runes covered his entire body. The demonic runes exuded a terrifying aura. With a punch, the void was torn apart. The terrifying fist was like a demonic mountain that was pushing out at high speed. Unlike the sharpness of Shaoli's fist, this fist was extremely violent, and its terrifying power seemed to be able to suppress everything. This young man was abnormally domineering. Demonic runes flickered all over his body, making him look like a supreme demon king. He quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. This person was also one of the exceptional experts of the Sand region. His name was Xianxia Tian, and he was extremely mysterious and powerful. It was difficult to find a worthy opponent in the entire Sand region. At this moment, he punched towards Lin Xian, wanting to destroy him. Before the fist arrived, the terrifying astral wind had already blown over, causing the surrounding air to boil. Within the violent force, there was a crimson light that seemed to be able to stir up Lin Xian's blood and qi. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. The sword soul in his body circulated quickly, and he immediately suppressed this impulse. Then, he held the slaughter sword in his hand. On the tip of the sword, a huge dragon claw condensed and slammed down. The crimson dragon claw landed, tearing everything apart. A monstrous pressure accompanied it, as if the entire space couldn't withstand it. Pung, the huge dragon claw and the terrifying fist collided. It was as if two divine mountains had collided. Countless thunderbolts exploded in the surroundings, causing the entire sky to boil. After one attack, the two of them were evenly matched. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. Sword chi surged from his body, as if a sword god had descended. On the opposite side, Xianxia Tian's demonic runes flickered, filled with a mysterious aura. After one attack, he also quickly retreated. The entire space was abnormally chaotic. The four of them attacked each other, almost tearing the sky apart. Dozens of huge stars lined up in the sky, forming a huge hand of stars that pressed down on Lin Xian mercilessly. Following that was a shocking blade light. There were actually two sky prides attacking Lin Xian at the same time. Lin Xian's pupils shrank as he activated the embryonic form of the sword soul in his body. In the next moment, a hazy sword light covered the longsword. Suddenly, the slaughter sword in his hand trembled as if it had a mind of its own. The low roar of a dragon and sword reverberated, as if awakening from endless time. A ray of sword chi, like a long dragon, swept out in all directions. This ray of sword chi was even more resplendent, several times stronger than the previous one. The sword light surged, tearing the sky apart, and collided with the two attacks. Boom, dazzling energy exploded, and terrifying waves surged out. Lin Xian's face was pale as he constantly retreated in the void. In an instant, a beautiful red lotus bloomed on his body. The red lotus armor covered his entire body, blocking the terrifying force outside his body. Invisibility kill. Lin Xian stabilized his body and stabbed out with his sword. The sword chi flashed and disappeared in the air. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Xiaoli and Xianxia. Lin Xian used the concept of wind for this sword. It could be said to be a hidden killer move. Peng. Peng, Lin Xian was not the only one who attacked. Xianxia also attacked. In an instant, Xiaoli and Xianxia also grunted as their bodies retreated. The crowd below was horrified. Many of them were hit by the energy impact, and some were even injured. However, they still refused to leave. Such an exciting battle would not happen again if they missed it. Fortunately, they were all probing attacks. After exchanging a few blows, the four of them retreated again and stood in four different directions. In an instant, the chaotic scene became incomparably silent. However, the oppressive aura in the air became even thicker, as if it was about to solidify. Ha 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 ha. Awesome. Yan Qitian's body was covered in fiery red demonic runes. He was like a demon king as he laughed. It's been a long time since I had such a good fight. Humph. Xianxia snorted. He was born in a sovereign family and had high standards since he was young. He thought that he was the best in the world. Now, there were actually 3 people who were on par with him. This made him extremely depressed. Moreover, one of them was a guy that he had once regarded as an ant. Now, he was actually able to compete with him. This made him go crazy. Xiaoli did not speak. He silently looked at Lin Xian and the other 2. Then, a saber radiance rushed out from his body. He became one with his saber and quickly left. Then, the other 2 left as well. Lin Xian's battle intent gradually disappeared. He also turned into a sword radiance and disappeared in the air. Today's battle made him very emotional. At the same time, he had a deep understanding of the combat strength of the top youths in the Sand region. These people had already condensed their martial souls and were at the half-step honorable realm. They were not weaker than him. To be able to compete with so many young experts, Lin Xian felt carefree. Of course, Lin Xian knew that their strengths were about the same. Even if they fought with all their strength, it was likely that both sides would suffer. If he wanted to win and stand above everyone else, he would have to enter the venerable realm and become a venerable. Or, he would have to condense a true martial soul. Lin Xian's current cultivation was only at the late spirit detecting realm. It would be difficult for him to enter the venerable realm. At least in terms of cultivation, he wouldn't be able to do so. But, he could condense a true martial soul. Moreover, in this aspect, he had an advantage over everyone else. He already had the great dragon sword soul within his body. As long as he fused his perfect sword intent with it, his sword soul would be complete. This process would be much faster than the others. Of course, the others also had advantages in cultivation that Lin Xian didn't have. So, the next step would be to see who would be the first to condense a true martial soul. Lin Xian took a deep breath and landed in the quiet courtyard. There were still over 10 days before the Alliance Martial Assembly would begin. Many martial artists would participate. Not only would there be peerless masters from Sand region, but there would also be geniuses from outside the region like Xianxia. Thus, the upcoming battles would be extremely fierce and dangerous. Of course, these people all had different goals. Some came for Heavenly Maiden Murong, and some came to make a name for themselves. But no matter what, these people were all Lin Xian's enemies. He had to defeat everyone in order to obtain the Divine Dream Bone. It wasn't just Lin Xian who wanted to condense a true martial soul, everyone else had the same idea. Only by condensing a true martial soul would one be able to suppress the younger generation and become the #1 character of the younger generation. There were still around 10 days until the Alliance Martial Assembly began. Lin Xian went into seclusion once more, fully fusing with the great dragon sword soul. Ever since the battle with Xiaoli and the other 2 peerless masters, the entire Quicksand City hadn't calmed down. Everyone was in a state of excitement. In the streets and alleys, everyone was talking about the scene from that day. Countless martial artists were discussing who was stronger among Lin Xian's group of 4. Moreover, more and more masters flooded into Quicksand City. When these people heard the names of Lin Xian and the others, they weren't convinced and wanted to fight. However, Lin Xian and the others hadn't appeared since that last battle. In Blackwood Stronghold, the elders of the Black Screen clan gathered together. At this moment, their faces were full of excitement and joy because the first elder had sent back a message. He had successfully invited the outstanding genius of the Divine Bird Palace and would arrive in a few days. Furthermore, what made them even more excited was that the genius of their clan, Xianxia, who was also one of the most exceptional experts of the Sand region, had returned to the clan today. Xianxia was a skinny young man. Although he wasn't particularly handsome, he had a unique aura about him. Not long after he returned to his family, he heard the news that his family had been damaged. After asking around, he found out that this matter was related to a young man named Lin Xian. Humph. A little martial artist at the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm dares to provoke our family. Do you really think that there's no one in the Darkwood family? Xianxia coldly snorted, a strong killing intent appearing in his eyes. Be careful. That little thief is extremely valiant. A few days ago, he fought with Shaoli, Yanqi Tian and the others. Presumably, his strength is already not inferior to them. Father, don't worry. I'm confident. Moreover, this little thief has repeatedly bullied the Blackwood Stronghold. I will definitely cut him down. Xianxia was very confident. Even if Lin Xian displayed his valiant strength, he would not be afraid. On this day, Xianxia stood above Quicksand City. His loud voice was like rolling thunder clouds that spread out in all directions. Lin Xian, come out and face your death. At this moment, all the martial artists in Quicksand City were in an uproar. They all looked up at the sky. Xianxia has returned. Many people exclaimed. This Xianxia is really powerful. As soon as he returned, he started a battle with Lin Xian. There's no other way. Their Xianxia family suffered such a big loss at the hands of Lin Xian. Naturally, they have to return the favor. I'm afraid this battle won't be easy. You have to know that Lin Xian is already able to contend with those geniuses. Not necessarily. Xianxia definitely knows this news. However, he still dares to fight with Lin Xian. I think he has enough confidence. Perhaps he has some trump card in his hand. Everyone was discussing and looking forward to this battle. However, to their disappointment, Lin Xian did not seem to know about this matter and never appeared. Gutless rat. I was wondering what kind of expert you were. It turns out that you're just a coward. Xianxia's voice echoed in Quicksand City. Fine, I'll let you live for a few days. When you come out, I'll immediately take your dog life. Xianxia sneered a few times, then quickly descended to the ground. Suddenly, the news spread like wildfire to every corner of Quicksand City. Everyone knew that Xianxia was determined to fight with Lin Xian. Perhaps when Lin Xian appeared, it would be the day of the battle. Nan Gongseng and Ma Long were also worried. Although they had seen Lin Xian's strength with their own eyes, Xianxia's reputation was too great. He was almost equivalent to the top battle strength of the younger generation in Quicksand City. It could be said that it was difficult to find a worthy opponent. Now that he announced in such a high-profile manner that he wanted to kill Lin Xian, they were afraid that he did not come with good intentions. The two of them went to the quiet courtyard, but found that it was enveloped by a mysterious array and could not enter. No wonder Lin Xian did not appear. It turned out that he was in seclusion. The two of them sighed and then returned to the arena with worried faces. They could not help much in this situation. They could only pray that Lin Xian's strength would increase greatly. Lin Xian did not know about Xianxia's clamor and provocation. At this moment, he was cultivating and fusing with the great dragon sword soul, trying to condense a true martial soul. Now, he did not want to waste a single moment. He was racing against time. Whoever condensed a true martial soul first would be the top expert of the younger generation. Moreover, once he condensed a martial soul, Lin Xian would have the strength of a venerable. At that time, his safety would be greatly increased. However, these days, his martial soul fusion seemed to have reached a bottleneck and did not improve. Boy, just seclusion is useless. Although your martial soul is fierce, it lacks a trace of killing intent and blood. The dark red divine dragon shook its head. Without going through the baptism of blood, it could not be considered a true martial soul. Lin Xian was silent. As an ancient expert, the dark red divine dragon had extraordinary knowledge. Its words must have some truth. Moreover, Lin Xian himself felt that his martial soul seemed to be lacking something. You need some battles. Not the kind of killing, but a real battle. The dark red divine dragon reminded, these days, your battles were either because you were too weak and were too lazy to fight, or because they were too strong and you could not contend against them. The only battle that could be said to be at the same level was the battle with the three great geniuses. However, in that battle, you were only probing attacks and did not have any effect at all. Only by going all out and squeezing out all your potential can you stimulate the martial soul fusion again. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. From the dark red divine dragon's words, it seemed that it wanted him to find those peerless geniuses to compete. End of chapter 644. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.